Chapter 81 Daily Day Shift. With this episode, Class A's work speed dropped instantly. Shuedon and Maya followed Lin Wu's example, and searched everywhere in every new room, and only started demolition work when there was nothing. The three of them also boiled a pot of water with waste wood, and made tea, which was convenient for drinking while reading. It was a pity that after they finished reading the books in the 4 floors and 16 rooms, they did not find any similar professional books, but helped Ma Han find 2 recipes. The day's work was over, and in the interval between thunderstorms, everyone returned to the base. A lot of ingredients were found today, and Ma Han went to the kitchen to get busy as soon as possible. Learning to cook is only the first step, and only by making food can one increase the upper limit of life by 1 point. Due to the thunderstorm, everyone arranged tables and chairs in the church hall, and faced the dark world outside. Everyone felt the happiness of having electricity. After the 3 servings of food were served, Maya told everyone what happened today, which gave hope to the Stone of Main Wisdom. He was about to transform into a hexagonal warrior, learn thousands of skills, and be invincible in the world. Fortunately, Shurtu was an old man, and he could just fantasize in his heart, and didn't say it out loud. He also knew it was unrealistic. Even if he was lucky enough to learn a few powerful skills, would Shurtu dare to go out and take risks? With his physiological reaction speed, he might be eaten by zombies one day. Everyone went to the warehouse together, took all the magazines, novels and newspapers they collected to the table, and began to read at night. After flipping through dozens of kilograms of paper materials, they found that none of them were professional reference books. Passion came quickly and went away quickly. Xiao Dao suggested playing the zombie killing game he had figured out based on the werewolf killing game, and everyone agreed. During this period, an episode also happened. A player came to the gate of the base and asked to join the base, but Shurtu refused. However, Shurtu agreed to let him rest in the base for 1 night. Non-base players entering the base's safe zone not only cannot take base items, but also their weapon skills will be locked and cannot be activated. On the next morning, the player went to Beishang Town under the guidance of Shurtu. Xiao Dao was puzzled. This player had a good attitude. He was not dissatisfied with the base for not accepting him. Instead, he thanked the base for letting him stay for 1 night. There was no problem with his character. Shurtu told Xiao Dao that on the contrary, this person was good at acting, not sincere at all, good at reading people's expressions and flattering, and was a cancer of the team. Xiao Dao was still puzzled. Lin Wu asked, if you were asked to flatter Shurtu every day, would you feel uncomfortable? Xiao Dao looked at Shurtu for a while and nodded. Lin Wu ignored Shitu's angry look and said, you will vent your discomfort to others, to people you think are inferior to you. A person who flatters others must have a strong sense of hierarchy. Maya's voice came. We will set off in 10 minutes. Shuedon will drive. Shauna will ride. And we will go to factory number 2. Everyone can go to claim supplies and equipment. Factory number 2 is the last uncleared area near the base of the mountaintop church. After the looting of factory number 2 was completed, only the apartment and building number 2 with the blood plague remained. The looting work in the factory area was relatively large, mainly to demolish large machinery and lathes. The loud noises would attract nearby zombies. Therefore, Maya arranged Lin Wu, herself and Shauna to be on guard at the 3 gates. There were 2 main purposes for this arrangement. The first purpose was to be able to shoot and kill the screaming zombies as soon as possible. The second purpose was to inform Quang Ming. The others were arranged to swing the sledgehammer in the factory area. At this time, Shuedon's double body point adding ability was reflected. Although his endurance was also 100 points, but his natural recovery speed was 3 times that of others. 1 endurance value could be used for continuous demolition for 5 minutes. But the double body did not perform well in the battle. Snowden's sledgehammer would run out of endurance after sweeping twice. Currently, there are 3 unique snow eggs in the base. The only one who has not found the direction of the battle. One advantage of the double body is that the carrying capacity is increased, so Shuedon is the only one in the base who will wear a bite-proof suit weighing more than 10 kilograms when going out. Finally, Shuedon was the only one in the base who had not learned life skills. In the factory area, Lin Wu wrestled with Quang Ming, Xiao Dao trampled mercilessly, Maya wielded swords, Sana's arrows shot heads, Snowden's only fellow sufferer was Ma Han. But Ma Han, with his secondary profession as a chef, will surely grow into a meat shield warrior with a huge amount of life in the future. Seeing this, Shuedon, who was bent on killing monsters, felt a bit disappointed. Maya was unable to help Shuedon. Snowed-in found Shauna when he was breaking the demolition and slacking off, and discussed his own development direction with Shauna. Sana asked Shuedon to stick to it. She believed that the heavy soldiers also had their own advantages and skills. Just like Maya used a sharp blade, after accumulating a certain amount of experience, you could understand swordsmanship by reading books. After accumulating a certain amount of experience, the heavy soldiers may be able to understand skills in other ways. Sana understood Shuedon's feelings. She also had such a mentality. Seeing others making progress while she herself remained stagnant, she felt like she was abandoned by the group. Fortunately, her mentality was relatively stable. Because she felt that she shared the same fate, she temporarily acted as a psychologist. They were chatting about the future, while Xiao Dao and Lin Wu were fighting for monsters. A fierce head was caught in a trap and had become a sheep to be slaughtered. Xiao Dao used his own strength to knock Lin Wu aside, raised his foot, and stepped on the trap, crushing the trap and the fierce head together. Lin Wu was so angry that he kept shouting childish. This may be the case of some happy and some sad. Shida's voice came from the intercom, calling Maya. Maya, got it. Please go. Shirtu said. Just received the news from the Invincible base. The Invincible base is expected to break the 7-star threat level tomorrow afternoon. Maya, continue. Shirtu said, although the Invincible boss didn't say it clearly. I heard what he meant. Can you send a few people to temporarily join the Invincible base? Maya said, I haven't come into contact with 6-star and 7-star city defense. Judging from the difference in difficulty between 4-star and 5-star city defense, the 7-star difficulty is undoubtedly hellish. If it is a 7-star siege, I suggest they abandon the base. Now, I suggest that they build a sentry tower immediately, and assign people to be on duty to reduce the threat. In the future, sentry towers will be an indispensable building unit for all bases. The Shadow Base is the first small and medium-sized base in Zuio County, and it has developed very successfully. The Wanderer and Invincible bases have learned from the development experience of the Shadow Base and have not arranged sentry towers in the base. The main reason is that the outdoor large grid is too scarce, and the secondary reason is that the sentry tower consumes ammunition resources every day. Shirtu replied, they must demolish the garden to build a sentry tower. After demolishing the garden, they will not have enough food for tomorrow morning. You know, the repair shop base is very remote, and there is a lack of dense resource search points around it. Maya, what do you mean? Shirtu, I want to send them a few food packages. Shirtu has certain ambitions. He hopes to join the Invincible base to enter Zuo County after winter, or merge into a large base, or support each other and watch each other. The premise of all this is that Invincible must be able to survive the winter. The biggest challenge for Woody at the moment is of course the pressure of defending the city. Maya said, Lin Wu and I will deliver food to them and temporarily join their base. As we said before, we will not help them defend the base. Stone said, do you want to know the intensity of the siege? Maya replied, well, sooner or later we will have to face high-star challenges. Stone, but the thunderstorm will not end until 10 o'clock in the evening. Maya replied, the roads to Woody's base are mostly mountain trails, so the threat is not great. Stone, well, you and Lin Wu come back to pack up and set off. Maya put away the walkie-talkie and said, gather, let's have a small meeting. Chapter 82 Waiting. Because Lin Wu and Maya left, the task of dealing with the possible Kwang Meng will be handed over to everyone. Maya reminded everyone to follow 3 rules to deal with Kwang Meng. Be careful, group fight, use guns. According to statistics from the few residents in Beishang Town, 70% of the players died because of Kwang Meng. Lin Wu is a person who can't stand it. He has no objection to supporting the Invincible base. He returned to the base with Maya, and applied for 3 sharp blades, medicine, pistols, and Desert Eagle. Put a food bag on the motorcycle, and each person brought another food bag. With Shitu's instructions, the 2 drove the motorcycle to the Invincible base in thunderstorm weather. The mountaintop church base is located south of Beishang Town, and the Invincible base is located northwest of Beishang Town. The route between the 2 bases is more than 25 kilometers, and most of the distance is mountain trails. These trails are charming in daily life, but not in thunderstorms. Trees on the roadside are often struck by lightning, and the road is covered with dead branches and leaves. Traffic is blocked by trees in many places. Traffic obstacles caused by thunderstorms and typhoon weather will not be refreshed until 24 hours after the thunderstorm ends. After all, it is a system damage. Cars can actually go, but the requirements for drivers are very high. Relatively speaking, it is much easier for motorcycles to pass. Maya is always alert to the trees on both sides that may be struck by lightning and fall. After all the calculations, she did not expect the crosswind. The dam Dawn arranged an open area of about 10 meters in the mountain forest trail, like an air outlet. As soon as the motorcycle arrived at the open area, the strong crosswind overturned the motorcycle to the ground, and Lin Wu jumped off the car and landed, and used the wind to hit and retreat back to the mountain forest trail. Maya was not so lucky. She fell down with the motorcycle and was dragged by the motorcycle for 4 or 5 meters. The wind was too loud, and the two could not communicate. Maya sat on the ground, relying on her strength and body to pull the motorcycle, moving forward little by little, and it took a lot of effort to pass through the wind outlet. The 10-meter wide wind vent was not difficult for Lin Wu to cross, and 3 wind thorns would cover 9 meters. After checking the motorcycle and the injuries, the two continued to set off. Maya did not complain at all. In fact, because of the motorcycle and the weather, the two could not talk. Then they took Highway 71. Highway 71 is surrounded by hillsides on both sides. It is winding and twisting. You can see buildings scattered on the hillsides while traveling on Highway 71. There are buildings similar to research institutes, villas with larger units, farms mainly for grazing, and farms with fruit trees. Unfortunately, these buildings are far apart, and some roads leading to the buildings have been blocked. They can only rely on human transportation, and the efficiency of looting is naturally low. Maya believes that the biggest disadvantage of the repair shop is that there are too few zombies around, and the members of the base have few fighting opportunities, resulting in low overall strength, which further reduces the efficiency of obtaining supplies. After driving for another 10 minutes, the two finally arrived at the Invincible base. This is a repair shop base located on the roadside. Most areas of the base are protected by iron fences. This type of protection is provided by the system to the base. Unfortunately, the iron fence is exposed to the wind on all sides, and zombies occasionally sneak into the base through the gaps. Once the city is attacked, it is very likely to cause the dilemma of enemies coming from all directions. The best way to solve all this is the newly built sentry tower. This sentry tower is high above, and has an 80% view of the open-air base. Overall, the Invincible base is a circle, and the middle is the location of their main building. Compared with a mountaintop church, the Invincible base defense has another advantage. People can go to the roof of the main building and use guns to attack any zombies that enter the base through the fence. Since the main building is only 1 floor high, people on the second floor will jump down without any harm and can quickly join the battle on the ground. Injured people can also climb the ladder to the roof to provide fire support for ground combatants. For Maya, the garage base is a base that requires a lot of scheduling and teamwork. With good cooperation, they can exert 200% combat effectiveness. Woody arranged a small welcome party for everyone to meet Lin Wu and Maya, who were on loan. The base staff were very enthusiastic and introduced themselves one after another. Woody also explained to everyone the arrangements he made for the defense of the city. The 10 people were divided into 4 groups. One group was responsible for the fire support of the sentry tower, and the other 3 groups were responsible for the defense of the main building. Lin Wu and Maya were in Group D, whose work location was on the top of the main building, guarding the southern defense line facing the highway. There were 2 small iron gates on the southern defense line for players to enter and exit. We parked 2 cars outside, blocking the 2 iron gates. The core of the defense was the 5-meter-long low guardrail between the 2 iron gates. Woody arranged the 5 people in Group C and D on the southern defense line. 3 people in Group B were responsible for the gaps on the east and west sides, and 2 members of Group A were stationed at the sentry tower. They not only had to provide fire support to the base, but also had to watch out for the enemies coming from the northern hillside. If necessary, Group B could assign 1 person to assist Group A in defending the north. Even if 2 groups of 5 people were deployed on the southern defense line, Woody was still quite worried about the southern defense line. After all, other directions only need to defend a gap, while the southern defense line needs to defend a line. In terms of the distribution of zombies, the other 3 sides are either woods or hillsides. Zombies are rarely seen on a daily basis. Only on the south road, there are often dozens of zombies passing by the door. The Invincible base is silent. It is best not to talk unless necessary. After Lin Wu and Maya Shin got their equipment back, They walked around the base under the guidance of their old acquaintance Chui Yu to familiarize themselves with the environment. The characteristic of the repair shop base is that it has a repair shop. In addition, this base has no small rooms. The building unit is separated from the main building on the first floor. The repair shop and dormitory are all in the same large building. This leads to a big problem. Once zombies attack the main building, they must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will tear the internal facilities of the base into pieces. The thunder and lightning and strong winds have greatly weakened in the afternoon. But the heavy rain still continues. Even with raincoats, the 3 people who walked around outside were already soaked. With a drop in temperature, wearing wet clothes makes people very uncomfortable. Therefore, after getting familiar with the basic terrain, Lin Wu and the other 2 went to the repair shop of the base to warm themselves up. Chui Yu told the 2 that the car parked at the repair shop was a power supply car, which consumed 2 gasolines a day to provide continuous power to the base. But because of the noise reduction requirements, it had stopped running for the past few days. The establishment of the Sentry Tower just now increased the noise by 25%. And now the noise of the base has reached 6 stars and 75%. At present, the most tormenting thing for the invincible base is waiting. The morale of the base is a bit low. The fact that the shadow base can send people to assist in the defense has not changed all this. Most people do not believe in the strength of Lin Wu and Maya. They believe that Shadow will not send good players to participate in the high-star defense of the city at the risk of thunderstorms. However, even if they think so, they all express their heartfelt gratitude to Shadow for his help. As night fell, lightning seemed to become active again, occasionally breaking through the sky and illuminating the entire land. Standing on the south side of the main building, you can see the group of corpses walking on the road through the glass. They do not seem to be affected much by the typhoon. Lin Wu asked Maya in her ear, "Do you think the time of the siege will be related to the number of zombies killed around the base?" Maya had never thought about this. There are many leveling enthusiasts in the shadow base, who take the initiative to look for zombies around the base when they have nothing to do. Lin Wu's idea makes sense, but Maya is not sure. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the rainstorm and typhoon finally stopped, but thunder and lightning were still raging in the sky. Woody arranged for the staff to rest, while arranging work with his backbones. He planned to go to a house 6 kilometers away tomorrow morning to see if he could find some food. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Wu and Maya returned to the dormitory. They discussed climbing a signal tower tomorrow morning to explore the surrounding buildings from a high place. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the system was happy to inform everyone that the thunderstorm typhoon had passed. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the alarm sounded at the base, and the 6-star 10-minute siege entered the countdown. The members who had been suppressed for many days cheered collectively. Woody ordered the power equipment to be started, everyone applied for supplies, each went to their own post, waiting for the countdown to end. Chapter 83 Domination. Lin Wu and Maya felt something was wrong in the first minute of the siege. Only 6 zombies appeared in the first minute of the 5-star siege at the shadow base. 15 appeared at the invincible base. Starting from the second minute, the number of zombies increased exponentially, and Kwang Meng appeared. Kwang Meng. Chui Yu shouted, "Group B immediately moved to support the south." Maya shouted anxiously, "You go back to your posts." It is also fatal to miss a few ordinary zombies entering the main building. While talking, Kwang Meng jumped on the guardrail and flew directly to the top of the building. Lin Wu immediately met him. Feng Xiai went over and stunned him with the first knife, and held Kwang Meng with his left hand, and then finished him off with 2 more knives. Group B rushed over and looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Maya shouted, "Go back." In the third minute, a zombie tide appeared. Group C and D fired frantically, but many zombies still managed to reach the main building. Maya jumped off the roof, turned around and shot 2 zombies to death with a pistol, and then shot at the zombie that had fallen over the guardrail and stood up. Taking advantage of their lack of acceleration, shoot them mercilessly at a distance of 3 meters. Lin Wu also jumped down from the roof, ran to the guardrail, and with a knife in hand, executed the zombies that fell over one by one. Maya transformed into Lin Wu's guardian, giving priority to dealing with any zombies that stood up and wanted to attack Lin Wu, so that Lin Wu could focus on his work. In the 4th minute, zombies piled up outside the guardrail on the south line, all queuing to climb over the guardrail, but fortunately, the area that could be climbed was so small, with Maya's headshots and Lin Wu's fatal knives, they firmly defended the south line. "Kwang Meng," Maya reminded. Kwang Ming jumped from the guardrail to Lin Wu, who was leaning over to execute him. Lin Wu didn't even raise his head, and Feng Xiai avoided. Kwang Ming chased after Lin Wu and pounced on him. Lin Wu's left hand turned into a trap and hit Kwang Ming's head. Kwang Ming fell to the ground under the trap, and Lin Wu stepped forward to kill him with 2 more slashes. A wind thorn returned to the bottom of the guardrail and continued to execute. This was the first time since entering the game that Lin Wu had killed so many zombies. There were too many zombies. Later, Lin Wu had entered a completely mechanical and instinctive execution. The zombies also went crazy, desperately squeezing towards the guardrail, climbing over it like ants. Due to the excessive accumulation of corpses, the system activated the fast refresh system, and the time for each corpse to stay changed from 1 minute to half a minute, and then to 10 seconds, and finally each corpse only stayed for 2 seconds. Maya shouted, "Kwang Ming!" 2. Lin Wu slapped a trap on the head of Kwang Ming A with his left hand, and then brushed his left hand over the head of Kwang Ming B, who pounced on him, and put one on him. Then he bent down and cut vegetables. This operation made the invincible players on the roof stunned. A woman who shot heads with every shot, and a man who killed people with every knife, completely overturned their understanding of the shadow base. Starting from the 5th minute, the number of zombies entering the field stopped increasing, but the number of Kwang Ming began to increase slowly. Perhaps knowing that there was a Kwang Ming killer on the south line, Kwang Ming began to seek breakthroughs in the west and north. Kwang Ming. Group B called for help. Lin Wu. Got it. Lin Wu ran to the west, killed one, and another one appeared in the north. Lin Wu went to the north again to kill it. After Lin Wu left, Chui Yu and her companions went downstairs together. 2 companions stepped forward to act as Lin Wu in executing the fallen zombies. Chui Yu and Maya stood side by side and shot the zombies that had escaped and stood up in the head. However, without Chui Yu and the others suppressing the firepower from above, the number of zombies to be executed increased dramatically. One zombie not only stood up successfully, but also hugged the man who executed the zombie. Because of such a small deviation, the southern defense line was about to collapse. At the critical moment, Maya took out a pipe bomb and ignited it. It exploded, throwing it outside the guardrail. With an explosion, the zombies piled up outside the guardrail were instantly cleared, giving the southern line some breathing time, and also guarding until Lin Wu returned. Perhaps infected by Lin Wu's brave performance, the people in the invincible base were no longer afraid of the fierceness, and took up their pistols to fight the fierceness. Although many people were injured, the northwest hole was successfully blocked. In addition, Chui Yu, a professional doctor, prepared a lot of medicines in advance, so except for the infection, the injuries could be treated quickly. Here we have to mention the deputy commander of the invincible base, and the second in command of the invincible player named Peanut. Peanut has the rapid-fire skill, which can increase the shooting speed by 50%. As a member of Group B, he mustered up the courage to fight against the fierce monsters, and cooperated with his companions to kill 3 fierce monsters that broke through the defense line, which greatly boosted the morale of the defenders. In the 6th minute, the number of new zombies joining the battlefield seemed to be decreasing, and the fierce monsters were also less. Although the battlefield was still very intense, it was greatly weakened compared to the intensity of the first 5 minutes, which was close to suffocation. In the 7th minute, the scale of zombies was reduced to a level similar to that of the 3rd minute. Maya thought, could it be that there were 15 zombies in the last minute? It seemed so. In the 8th minute, there were no more queued zombies on the south line, and the zombies that joined the battlefield one after another did not bring too much pressure to the defense line. At this time, Lin Wu, who was leaning over to execute the zombies, felt the ground shaking slightly, which reminded him of the scene he encountered in the Blood Plague farm. Lin Wu retreated immediately. Boss. Maya did not dare to neglect. Return to the roof. Group C, Group D felt the ground shaking when they returned to the roof. At this time, they did not see the so-called big guy. Everyone fired their guns while keeping an eye on the darkness. Soon, the 5 people on the south line found the boss at the same time. This zombie was the size of the Hulk, about 3 meters tall, weighing nearly half a ton, with steel-like muscles and thick blood vessels clearly visible. In addition to the color, there was another big difference between this guy and the Hulk, which was the head. Such a huge body had a head smaller than that of an ordinary zombie. The people on the south line were stunned on the spot. Wow! The roof was only 3 meters high, and the visual impact brought by the big guy made everyone feel afraid. Maya was the calmest, and took out the display mirror to see clearly. Big Mac. Linwu praised. This name is rough and simple. A shot hit the head of the Big Mac 15 meters away, and the Big Mac was unaware and ran at full speed. As it ran, the ground shook, and the zombies were knocked to the ground wherever it passed. The giant rushed close, and was hit by at least 5 bullets in the head, but he looked unharmed. A shout shook the world. The giant grabbed the car blocking the small iron gate with both hands and threw it aside. The pot-sized fist smashed down on the system guardrail, and the concrete guardrail cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. The giant smashed again, and the whole guardrail collapsed. During this period, the giant didn't know how many bullets it had taken, but still stood firm. Until it led the army into the base, its body shook a little. This shaking made it very angry, and it smashed its fists on the outer edge of the roof. Although the wall was indestructible, the huge vibration made the 5 people unstable and fell down one after another. One of the male players, in pursuit of shooting accuracy, had been standing on the edge of the roof. The giant was shaken by the giant and fell directly downstairs. The giant grabbed the man with his left hand, and his fingers tied his upper body tightly like a rope. The right hand grabbed the man's legs, and with a loud shout, torn the man in half, and threw the 2 halves of the body to the left and right. The white light of the corpse indicated that the player was dead, but the corpse would still remain for 1 minute. The knockdown people stood up and saw such a bloody scene, and they all vomited. Maya pulled Linwu back, and the huge shock again caused the 2 to fall together. There was a sound of glass breaking below, and the zombies had already entered the main building. The giant had no intention of entering the main building. It ran around the base, and punched the rooftop when it saw the player, causing the players on the rooftop to fall down continuously, making it difficult to organize a strong firepower network. Chapter 84 Resurrection Fountain. When the Big Mac hit again, Linwu saw the right moment and jumped up first, avoided the shock, ran towards the Big Mac, jumped up again to avoid the shock, took out the Desert Eagle from his bag. The Big Mac had already reached the bottom of the sentry tower, and began to hit the sentry tower. As a defensive unit, the sentry tower is relatively solid, but it is only relatively solid. Linwu fired decisively from 3 meters away. With a huge gunshot, the .50 bullet hit the Big Mac's head. The Big Mac shook his body, turned around and pounced on Linwu. Linwu hurriedly escaped from the edge of the roof, but was still knocked to the ground. The Big Mac ignored Linwu and continued to destroy the sentry tower. The second shot of Linwu, who turned back, did not hit the Big Mac's head. This time the Big Mac did not even turn his head. Linwu fired 2 more shots in a row, and still only hit the Big Mac's body. This is the difficulty of moving the target with a small head. When the giant hammered the sentry tower, his body was shaking all the time. This made Linwu so angry that he put away the Desert Eagle and threw out the trap. The giant swung his huge right arm to hit the trap, and the trap started to clamp its arm. The Big Mac was a little concerned this time. He stretched out his left arm to take the trap off his right arm and threw it aside. As Woody shouted for orders, everyone gathered from all over. No matter how the base was dismantled, as long as they still wanted the base, they had to kill the Big Mac first. A girl was too anxious and did not go to the roof. She shot near the Big Mac and was punched by the Big Mac and flew more than 10 meters away. Her body hit the iron fence hard. Her body immediately turned into a white light, announcing her death. The player's rain of gunfire finally had a certain effect. The Big Mac shook its body for the 3rd time, but the Big Mac also demolished the sentry tower. 2 players fell from a high place. The Big Mac grabbed a player in the air and threw him out of the fence. His life or death was unknown. It turned to another player. This player was smarter. His body broke the glass and jumped into the main building through the window. Although the main building was already dominated by zombies, at least they could still fight. The continuous loss of personnel made Peanut lose his mind. He stood on the edge of the roof and attacked the Big Mac crazily, facing the Big Mac running towards him. Peanut did not avoid or give way. Every shot hit the Big Mac's neck. Seeing that Peanut, who was standing on the edge of the roof, was about to be knocked away, the Big Mac shook his body again. Unlike the previous 3 times, this time he staggered back a step. Linwu, who was full of determination, jumped out of the roof, wrapped his left arm around the Big Mac's head, and raised his short blade with his right hand to stab the Big Mac's head several times. The Big Mac stood still as if he was acupunctured, and then fell forward. Lin Wu hugged the Big Mac's head and fell to the ground together. And the ground shook. Everyone looked down. And Lin Wu was still hanging on the back of the Big Mac. But he seemed to have passed out. Only Maya found that Lin Wu was touching the corpse. And shouted in a hurry, "Protect the building!" Everyone came down from the roof and rushed into the main building. Resurrection Fountain. Consumables. Resurrection Fountain can be stored in the base Resurrection Fountain. It roughly means that players can be resurrected in the base Resurrection Fountain half an hour after death, without any resurrection penalty. In addition, Lin Wu also got a trophy. A purple treasure chest that was slightly higher in rank than the blue treasure chest. Lin Wu was not just touching corpses, he also wanted to take a breath. Fortunately, the giant appeared in the base. If a player encounters the giant in the wild, he will not have a chance of winning. Today, the giant was defeated. First, it relied on the geographical advantage. Second, it relied on the advantage of unlimited bullets. Third, it relied on the base buildings to attract the soldiers so that it could fight in groups, rather than being beaten by the group. Facing such a big guy, the importance of the lethality of firearms is reflected. In the future, bases limited to pistols will surely die. The base must have strong firepower. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. The main building was in a mess. A large number of zombies ran around and rummaged through boxes and cabinets. Sometimes the zombies ignored the player's attack, and sometimes they would pounce on the player, making the player lack foresight of their actions. Firearms are not very useful in chaotic battles. If you are not careful, you will hit the building, and if you are not careful, you will injure your companions. If you get close to the zombies, you will be attacked, and if you are far away, you will not hit their heads. In this case, Maya became the brightest boy in the audience. Maya was seen holding a machete, cutting from the north gate to the south gate, cutting from the east gate to the west gate. With the flash of the knife, heads kept flying. Wherever she stepped, no corpse was left. Not afraid of sneak attacks, not afraid of group fights, one knife cuts the world. After Lin Wu joined the battlefield, seeing the scene, he watched the excitement on the side. Washing, who was also reduced to the position of watching the excitement, came over and said, "Your shadow base is too cruel." Lin Wu said, "The most cruel person didn't come. Is there anyone more cruel? Who?" Xiao Dao. "I must meet him if I have a chance." Washing, who was sitting in the well and watching the sky, had always thought he was very awesome. After all, the martial arts in the world, only speed can't break. With rapid shooting in hand, the world is mine. After tonight, Washing really felt the gap between himself and the masters. After the battlefield was cleaned up. 50% of the buildings were completely destroyed, and the remaining buildings were also damaged to varying degrees. Woody demolished all the buildings, recovered some materials, and built dormitories and wards first. The next step requires not only food, but also a lot of building materials. Maya informed Shirtu of the situation. Shirtu and Woody explained that the building materials of Shadow Base were about to overflow, and asked Woody to send someone to get a few bags. Woody thanked Shadow Base for its help. During the call, Shirtu asked Woody to tell Tsuyu that the Wanderers in Yuxian, Tsuyu's hometown, abandoned their base in the face of the 7-star siege. Now their base has become a zombie nest, and the Wanderers are preparing to attack another small and medium-sized base in Beixia town, Yuxian, because the distance is too far. It will be inconvenient to contact Shadow in the future. After cleaning up, everyone held a memorial service in the backyard to commemorate the 2 comrades who died in his defense. During the period, Lin Wu kicked Maya's heel. After the memorial service, Maya and Woody explained that they would rush back to Shadow Base overnight. Woody tried to persuade her to stay overnight but to no avail. So he traded a barrel of gasoline to Maya, saying that he would come to thank her in person after the base was stabilized. All members came to the door to see them off, expressing their gratitude one after another, and watched the 2 leave. The reason why Lin Wu was in a hurry to leave, of course, was because of the things in his backpack. After leaving the base and returning to the base, the things flew directly to the warehouse. Speaking of it, Lin Wu believed in the character of the invincible base. There were ungrateful behaviors, but they were relatively rare. As the boss of the base, he had no basic integrity, and neither the inside nor the outside would accept it. What Lin Wu was worried about was that someone in the invincible base was entangled in the issue of spoils. Even if Shadow took the spoils in the end, it would destroy the trust and friendship between each other, and the process would also be embarrassing and disappointing. Rather than saying that Lin Wu was a villain, It would be better to say that Lin Wu did not want to intervene in a situation that might cause embarrassment. Chapter 85 Hacker. On the way back, Maya slowed down the car, so that the two could barely communicate verbally, but an embarrassing incident occurred during the communication. In order for Maya to hear what he said, Lin Wu had to get close to Maya's ear, and in order to better respond to Lin Wu, she would also turn her head to speak, which resulted in a 0.1 second light kiss. After the touch, the two were silent for a few seconds. Lin Wu first found a topic. Can the resurrection fountain water be diluted with water? Maya said, I don't think so. What a bad topic. Lin Wu smiled. Sure two is in trouble, and another warehouse has to be demolished. With the resurrection fountain water, Sure two must demolish the warehouse, otherwise someone will die in the base, and Sure two will become the culprit who killed him. The resurrection fountain water is a consumable. Once someone is resurrected, the resurrection fountain becomes a decoration, and can only be demolished to build a warehouse. And the demolition of facilities is one of the main sources of noise. Maya is not good at chatting, and said, the Big Mac should be executed after receiving 4 fatal injuries. To deal with the Big Mac, you must have a powerful gun, or an automatic rifle, or an anti-material sniper rifle. I am worried that in future games, the status of the Big Mac may be equivalent to that of the current fears. From rare to common, Lin Wu said, before the Big Mac appeared. Judging from the vibration, I think the speed of the Big Mac was lower than that of the fears. But the sprinting speed of the Big Mac is equivalent to that of the fears. Maya agreed. Fierce is terrible in endurance and speed, and the Big Mac is stronger in strength. In addition, the Big Mac's movements are very large. It does not need to summon zombies deliberately, and it can quickly gather nearby zombies to join the battlefield. During the battle, you cannot get too close to the Big Mac, or you will be directly knocked to the ground. Lin Wu said, well, the buddy who is torn apart is too miserable. Maya, it is considered that the system is merciful. If we maintain the scale of high-intensity siege zombies, and match them with the Big Mac, and match them with a few fears, we will definitely not be able to defend tonight. It is still wise for the Wanderer to directly abandon the base in the face of the 7-star siege. Maya considered building a sentry tower, but the mountaintop base is good in every way, but there are too few outdoor building units. To build a sentry tower, either the barracks or farmland must be sacrificed. Maya asked, you and Shauna have been to the county town. Do you think we have a chance to capture a medium-sized base in the county town within more than a month? Lin Wu replied, it is very difficult. Maya said, we need a map of Zwa County. Lin Wu asked, what building units have maps? Maya replied, City Hall, buses and other transportation systems. Lin Wu thought of the bus terminal near the signal tower and said, you can go again. What? Lin Wu leaned closer. I said you can go again. Oh! Maya didn't dare to turn her face away, for fear of doing it again. If both of them have ideas, this kind of thing is sweet. If neither of them has ideas, this kind of thing is embarrassing. The worst thing is of course that only one of them has ideas. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the two returned to the base safely. Shadow Law, if Lin Wu goes out at night, the base will not be quiet until dawn. Purple treasure chest. Resurrection fountain. Lin Wu started yelling when he returned to the base. So everyone in the base got up and gathered at the bonfire in the backyard. Sure two also cooperated and claimed the things from the warehouse. He planned to give a long speech to praise Lin Wu and Maya for the success of this trip. But when he saw the resurrection fountain, Sure two almost cried. The warehouse had to be demolished again. 7 plus 2 base. 2 is not to mention. Among the 7 small grids, kitchen, dormitory, ward, and production table occupied 4. And the remaining 3 units were warehouses. If the warehouses were demolished, the upper limit of the base materials would be further reduced, leaving only 40 points. As Lin Wu thought, Sure two could not veto the construction of the resurrection fountain. Fortunately, after the warehouse was demolished, no resources other than gasoline resources overflowed. Susher went to make a batch of gasoline bombs, and after the gasoline packs were consumed, the resurrection fountain was built. Maya arranged, tomorrow's day shift will prioritize looting building material packages. Tomorrow night, Lin Wu and Shauna will go to Zwa County again. It takes 10 building materials to build the resurrection fountain, and 1 building material is needed every day for maintenance. Sure two also promised to give the invincible base a few building material packages. Due to the overflow of supplies, there are still 4 building material packs left at the factory. To prevent them from being taken away by others, these 4 building material packs must be collected tomorrow. There are not many players in the wilderness farm, so there should be a lot of food packs. Although medical packs are scarce, they only consume 1 medical unit per day, so there is no rush. And most of the ammunition packs have been made into CE4 by Su. Then comes the highlight, opening the treasure chest. Lin Wu is very modest. I have opened enough treasure chests. Everyone asked, what is enough? Sure to immediately smoothed things over. He means that no one else has opened it yet. I think it would be better if Maya opened this treasure chest. Everyone had no objection. Maya was not polite, and she did not have the sense of ritual that Lin Wu had before opening the box. She stretched out her hand and opened the treasure chest. There stood a rotating card in the treasure chest, and the box opener Maya read, Hacker Skill Book. Ah! Everyone sighed with regret. Compared to the outpost card that Lin Wu had opened from the blue treasure chest before, the skill book was really nothing. Xuedong said, I learned hacking? Do you want to learn it? Or is it because everyone has mastered life skills, and you have no choice but to learn it? Ma Hun said, you have always said that you want to learn combat auxiliary skills, and hacking is obviously a logistical skill. Are you willing to stay in the base for a long time? I don't know. Lin Wu saw this and asked, how about I learn it? Everyone was surprised. Didn't you learn Hunter? Lin Wu glanced at Xiao Dao. What are you surprised about? Didn't you forget it? Seeing Xiao Dao's expression of sudden recollection, Lin Wu burst into tears. Sure enough. I forgot it. Lin Wu explained to everyone, today. I killed too many zombies, and I comprehended the term of erudition, and I can learn 2 life skills. As he said, he showed the term. Maya didn't know whether it was true or not, and said, well, the zombies killed by Lin Wu tonight are enough to fill the church hall. And there are some fierce ones. By the way, the giant was also killed by Lin Wu. The source of the spoils has been introduced before. Shirtu was not in a position to make the decision, and asked, Xuedong? Lin Wu? Ma Hun made the decision for Xuedong. Xuedong wants to wait for combat skills. Xuedong nodded apologetically. Lin Wu did not care, and reached out to take the card. Have you learned it? Yes, everyone said. The card skill book has the function of instant learning. The card disappeared, and Lin Wu opened the system interface, looking at the hacker skills, hesitant to speak, and his face was full of words. Go on. Xiao Dao could not help but kick Lin Wu's foot. Lin Wu looked at the full introduction and said, UVs can be made and controlled. UVs are divided into reconnaissance UAVs and integrated reconnaissance and strike UAVs. Reconnaissance UVs require 1 piece each of titanium alloy, carbon steel, aluminum alloy, magnesium alloy and high-temperature alloy. The materials required for integrated reconnaissance and strike UVs vary depending on the weapons attached. After listening, Su Shi walked to the production room without saying a word. After a long time, he came out and sat down. Let's talk about the simplest carbon steel first. It requires 3 materials, namely, analyte steel, cast steel and boiling steel. For the simplest cast steel, only 1 piece of refined steel is needed, but 20 pieces of cast iron are needed. Each piece of refined iron needs to be added with 3 refined materials, copper, aluminum, and tin to make 1 piece of cast iron. Refined aluminum requires waste aluminum to synthesize aluminum blocks, and then synthesize to make refined aluminum. Lin Wu stopped Su Shi from endorsing, and said with a smile, I know. The second function is to upgrade the radio, which requires few materials. Lin Wu showed it to Su Shi, and Su Shi nodded. It's true that there are not many, but there are still some electronic components missing. Lin Wu must not be responsible for collecting collective materials. Lin Wu said, the third function is to make a personal computer. Personal computers can invade various systems. What kind of system is it, and how to invade the system? Please explore it yourself. Chapter 86 Overlord. After Lin Wu explained the hacker skills, Shirtu expressed his opinion on it, saying, the last 2 functions of the hacker are very practical. There are many cars left on the road. If we can unlock the car locks, we can choose cars at will, and maybe even drive a bus. It's a pure base skill. Does it require a lot of materials? Lin Wu said, Su Shi will determine whether it is much or not. Su Shi looked at it for a while, and said, less than drones. More than upgrading radio stations. Even if most materials are missing, it is not difficult to collect them. The only thing is that the gap in electronic components is a bit large. Lin Wu said, don't worry. We will talk about it when we have enough. And we won't force it if we don't have enough. If you say it's a garbage skill, it's terribly strong. If you say it's a god skill, it's not a good idea. In a word, although the skill is good, it can't be used. Susher said, the hacker skill can upgrade the radio to level 3. There must be a lot of materials required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. After upgrading the second level radio station, decide whether to use the resources to make a personal computer or upgrade the third level radio station. Xiao Dao looked at Lin Wu. You are a resource black hole. Lin Wu glared. Xiao Dao smiled fearlessly. Shirtu corrected. Hacking skills are base skills. Even drones are team combat tools, not Lin Wu's personal skills, and the materials are covered by the base. Of course. Forget about drones. Shauna looked at Lin Wu, not very satisfied. Lin Wu answered honestly, yeah. Compared to the trap incident, Lin Wu has made great progress. Although he is very dissatisfied with the hacking skills, but his mentality is much better. The difference is that the trap is the result of Lin Wu's work for nearly a week. Hacking skills are something you get by chance. It doesn't matter whether the things are valuable, but it depends on how much people value things. The easier it is to get something, the less it will be cherished. Water is a cheap source of life, and diamonds are expensive garbage stones. Xuedong felt a little sorry, and comforted Lin Wu. At least it is not a skill that is trapped in the base. Lin Wu smiled and said, yeah. That's right. Stinky hands. He glanced at Maya. Maya was stunned. She knew Lin Wu was joking. But this made her not know how to respond to this sentence. Xiao Dao held Maya's hands with both hands and smelled them. He said to Lin Wu, no. It's a fragrant hand. Shirtu knew that he should speak for himself. And said, okay. The meeting is over. Lin Wu and Shauna will work the night shift tomorrow. Pay more attention to electronic components during the day shift tomorrow. And upgrade the radio first. The meeting is adjourned. At 10 o'clock the next morning, when Lin Wu was killing Kwang Meng with a trap near the base, 2 cars stopped nearby. Lin Wu held the corpse of Kwang Meng in his left hand and touched something, and greeted with his right hand, hi. Chui Yu. Hi. Peanut. Don't you charge for gasoline? Chui Yu smiled and said, have you forgotten? Our base automatically produces oil every day? Peanut, you are holding a headless Kwang Meng. Lin Wu, I know. Peanut, don't tell me this is Shadow's daily life. Lin Wu, no. Throw away Kwang Meng. Peanut, get in the car. The 2 cars turned left and drove onto the church path, and parked in the church parking lot. The idol stone had already seen the visitors, walked over to shake hands with the 2 and greeted them, looking at the car that Peanut drove. This car is quite cool. This is a Jeep with a Doomsday armor flavor. Overlord. Peanut introduced to Stone. It is a modified off-road Jeep, and its durability is 3 times that of ordinary vehicles. The tail is especially strengthened, and the damage to the car caused by the tail hitting the zombies is reduced by 60%. When surrounded by the zombies, it is a sharp weapon for breaking out. 9 material bag transport compartments, for reinforced doors, double the fuel volume. Pedals are installed under the 4 doors, so players don't even need to enter the car. Peanut stepped on it, grasped the handrail in the car with one hand, and shot with a pistol with the other hand. Peanut leaned over the steering wheel and pressed it. And the roof automatically retracted. It's not just a convertible. There's also an arming platform in the rear compartment, where you can add weapons yourself. Shirtu guessed what Peanut meant, but didn't say it out loud. Modified car? It's going to cost a lot. Right? Peanut didn't deny it, even if there was a repair shop. Even if there were skill bonuses. The brothers were busy for a week to get enough materials. The Invincible base has nothing else. Except a lot of cars. Our boss said. This tyrant is a little gift from Invincible to Shadow. Please don't be disgusted. Boss Shirtu. You are so polite. Sit inside. Shirtu said. Lin Wu. Ask Ma Hun to come back and prepare some snacks. Got it. Chui Yu was confused. What snacks? Shirtu smiled but said nothing. He asked the 2 to sit down at the table in the backyard. Lin Wu applied for a bottle of red wine that he had looted from the apartment. The apartment building has a lot of wine and food. There are 4 buildings and hundreds of refrigerators storing a large amount of food. Ma Hun came back on a motorcycle soon. After a few words with the 2, he went to the warehouse to get the food. In less than 5 minutes, 6 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Shirtu asked Ma Hun to accompany him, and had a few drinks with Chui Yu and Huasheng. Huasheng held the wine glass and sighed. Your living standard is too high. Chicken wings add 2 hours of endurance limit. Stew adds 1 hour of life limit. Braised eel adds 2 hours of weight bearing. Shirtu said modestly, No, usually we just prepare a dish at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Shauna, who was on the night shift, heard that there were guests, put down her book, went from the dormitory to the backyard to greet the two, and sat down to chat together. Shirtu talked about the idea of developing Zwa County as the deputy commander of Woody Base. Peanut quite agrees with the idea of Horn Base. The two bases use the safe zone to build a larger safe zone. However, now everyone is not clear about the geographical advantages of Zwa County, and whether it has the conditions to become a Horn. Peanut and Suyu also have a task to go to Beishang Town to recruit people. The target is an advanced fishing player. In addition to contributing 2 foods to the base every day, he can also make his own fishing net. Get up early and put down the net, and collect the net in the evening. 20 kilograms of fish is not a problem. Recruiting this player is equivalent to increasing the base by 3 foods every day. Shirtu also knows this person. He said softly, this person has a rather eccentric personality. Peanut of course has to ask. Shirtu answered frankly, this person is not very sociable, and is quite suspicious. Peanut is open-minded, saying that the brothers have good tempers. Shirtu knows that Woody's food is the biggest problem, and he didn't say anything else. Before leaving, there was nothing good to give at Shadow Base, so Shirtu took 3 bags of building materials, and 2 bags of food as return gifts. Everyone sent the 2 to the intersection and waved goodbye. And the tyrant that Peanut sent was left at the base. As an experienced driver, Shirtu experienced the tyrant first. According to Shirtu, this car has S-Class handling, and it is very pleasant to drive. There are only 2 disadvantages. One is that the speed is reduced due to the addition of the outer shell armor. The second disadvantage is that it burns oil, which increases the fuel consumption by 25% compared to the non-upgraded off-road Jeep. Chapter 87 Night Exploration. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the bonfire party ended, and Lin Wu and Shauna drove a pickup truck to Zwa County. One reason for not riding a motorcycle was that the weather was getting colder, and another reason was that they took into account the 5 major materials that might be obtained during the map search. After all, each person can only carry 1 material bag, and the car can carry 6 material bags. I went on a mission with Maya yesterday, and I went on duty with Shauna today. I can intuitively feel that the 2 women have very different personalities. Being with Maya, I feel like the moon in the sky, and I feel quiet and at ease. Being with Shauna, I feel like bathing in the spring breeze, and I feel relaxed and happy. Especially because of the last incident with the trap and the Olive Manor, Lin Wu began to take this partner seriously, and no longer treated her as air or a shadow. Passing the sentry post, Lin Wu ran half a circle in the tent area, and placed a trap at the small iron gate, but he didn't expect to provoke 4 night demons, and he could only run away. Shauna didn't know how to describe her night partner in words. But she knew that although Lin Wu didn't treat her as air, he didn't treat her as a woman either. Along the way, Lin Wu was more interested in playing, and not interested in sitting in the car and chatting with beautiful women. Along the way, Lin Wu asked to stop the car 3 times. After driving the car across the bridge and parking the car, Shauna said, Lin Wu, we need to talk. Let's talk about it when we get back. Lin Wu got off the car and followed the route agreed in advance with Shauna, circling the outer wall of the bus terminal, and soon found a gap and sneaked in. The bus terminal can also be occupied as a base, and the base is centered on the main building. The main building of the bus terminal is 3 small low buildings connected together, with the highest 3 floors and the lowest 1 floor. The biggest disadvantage of being a base is that there is no geographical protection. Once the city is attacked, zombies can rush to the 3 buildings from all directions. The buses and coaches parked in the parking lot will become the best cover for the zombies. In fact, it is really a hiding place for zombies. Lin Wu and 3 zombies have met love at the corner of the bus. Although he acted decisively, every time he turned a corner, Lin Wu's heart was hanging. Even if he was mentally prepared, he turned around and saw a ragged zombie with a holy nose right in front of him, and his heart still beat fast. When he went on duty with Shauna, his heartbeat was 0 for Shauna and N for the zombie. After finally passing through the parking area and reaching the construction area, the 2 saw the city map at first glance. This was a bus route map posted on a notice board. There were 3 buses in total. Bus 1 went to the end of line 1 and returned. Bus 2 went to the end of line 2 and returned. And Bus 3 went to the end of Shuishi line 3 and returned. Shauna pointed to a location on Route 1. The name of the bus stop there was the City Hall. And the next stop was the police station. The terminus of Bus 3 was the southernmost intersection in the city. And the stop was called the fire station. Since the city map was drawn on a notice board, Sana could only take out a pen and paper to make a manual copy. Lin Wu stayed by Shauna's side to protect her. There were many zombies. In order to save the silencer, Sana had to stop from time to time and use a crossbow to shoot the approaching zombies. It took 20 minutes to record the sight. But Shauna was not satisfied with her success. She wanted to get a more detailed map, preferably a building distribution map, so that she could intuitively know which building was suitable for development as a base. Lin Wu intuitively thought that the fire station was good, the location where the 3 buses converge. There must be a large number of people and shops around. Shauna said, but you don't know if it is an isolated building. And you don't know the building area and height. Lin Wu, then it's the police station. Shauna, don't be so casual. Okay. The bus terminal and other places are under the jurisdiction of the City Hall. There should be a more detailed map. If not, we can only go to the City Hall. Lin Wu said, if not, we can also go home. Shauna, I don't like giving up. Lin Wu, I don't like dying. Sana, you don't like me giving orders. Lin Wu, that's right. Sana was speechless. Then tell me, what should we do now? Lin Wu said, let's search the 3 buildings first. If we don't find a valid map, we will drive to the City Hall. Sana stared at Lin Wu for a while and nodded, I agree. Is there any difference from my own proposal? Lin Wu said, let's get started. Sana grinned at Lin Wu's back, childish ghost. After a while, Lin Wu came out and whispered in Shauna's ear, go upstairs. After a careful search, which took about an hour, Lin Wu finally found a bird's-eye view of the city. The map was painted on a wall in the employee activity room. It was taken by a flying vehicle over Zwick County and processed by computer technology. This map captured 80% of the buildings in Zwick County. But none of the buildings were marked. Shauna took a pen and paper to copy it, and said as she drew, the City Hall is the center of Zwick County, but it is connected to other buildings. The 3-story corner office building with a small garden opposite the City Hall is nice. But the building area is too small. Why does this woman talk so much nonsense? You really have the ability to say useful things. What's the point of commenting on useless buildings? You know, 99% of the buildings in the picture are not suitable for construction bases. Shauna felt the change in Lin Wu's expression. Put down the pen and paper. And gestured, please sit down. We need to talk. Here we go again. Lin Wu sat down. Shauna said, we are partners. When you speak, I listen. I have the right to express my opinions. When I speak, you listen. Does it make sense? Lin Wu asked back, have I ever stopped you from expressing your opinions? No, but your expression and tone show that you don't like me expressing my opinions. Lin Wu asked, then will you listen to my opinions? Of course. Lin Wu said, my opinion is, shut up, and draw quickly. Shauna swallowed a mouthful of blood, smiled and nodded. I accept your opinion. If there is anything he is dissatisfied with Shauna, Lin Wu will only say one thing, that is. Shauna tried to change his personality and ideas through communication and conversation. Just like wearing a cotton jacket in summer, you say you can't wear it, that makes sense, because it's hot. But whether to wear a cotton jacket is my personal freedom, I decide whether to wear a cotton jacket myself, and you can't change my mind just because you think it's wrong. Shauna looked back at Lin Wu and said, I'm curious about what I did wrong to make you so upset. Lin Wu replied, you can be the team leader. I will fully cooperate with you. But you must be responsible for our 2-person team. Similarly, I can be the team leader, you must fully cooperate with me, I will be responsible for our 2-person team. Sana said, I don't want to be the team leader, I prefer to establish a partnership with you that respects each other, discusses things, and makes decisions together. Lin Wu said, we are not husband and wife, why waste energy on discussing these trivial matters? You say I do it, or I say you do it. Sana thought for a while, and replied, okay, I will be the team leader. If you have any opinions on my arrangements, I allow you to make your own suggestions. You are shirking responsibility. If something really happens, you will blame me for not making any suggestions. As a team leader, the first task is to keep us all alive, and the second task is to complete the work. Okay, I am the team leader, I am responsible. After saying that, Shauna picked up a pen and paper and continued to work. Then the two did not communicate at all. When Shauna was halfway through her work, Lin Wu, who was sitting at the door guarding the corridor, said, "Sana, I'm sorry, I have a bad attitude. I am arguing with you for my own reasons, it has nothing to do with you. I accept it." Sana looked at Lin Wu and said, "Even if you don't want to explain the reason." Chapter 88 Night Inspection. Lin Wu explained the reason. "My ex-girlfriend always wants to change me. A classmate's birthday party invited the whole class. I was not familiar with my classmate, so I decided not to attend his birthday party. My ex-girlfriend thought that I should attend out of courtesy. When playing basketball, someone deliberately bumped into me. I found an opportunity to bump back, and my ex-girlfriend told me that a dog bit you. It doesn't mean you have to bite the dog back," Lin Wu said, and every time her opening remarks are, "We need to talk. I am too sensitive. When I heard you say this, I immediately developed a rebellious mentality." Sana did not comment, and said, "Let me ask a question. What do you think of your ex-girlfriend?" Lin Wu said, "Seriously, she is a very outstanding girl, a very good girlfriend, who should have been my unattainable goddess." Sana said, "I don't mean to change you. I think there are many things that I am not as good as you, and I need your advice. And you often slack off, and you need someone to restrain you. For example, you wasted a lot of time in the process of obtaining the design of the trap. But because you obtained the design, I have no way to talk about it." Lin Wu understood. "For example, I greeted Night Demon along the way today, played traps with Crazy, practiced shooting with explosive Zong, etc." Shauna said, "I understand your gaming mentality, but I want to concentrate on completing the tasks assigned by Maya and Stone. I hope to do my best." Lin Wu nodded. "I agree." Shauna asked, "Then we are fine?" Extended his right hand. Lin Wu stood up and walked over to shake hands with Shauna. "It's okay." 1 minute later. Shauna. "Yeah." Lin Wu said, "I have a suggestion." "You said?" Lin Wu said, "Don't draw it." "Why?" Lin Wu said, "Even if you draw it, we have to go there. Since we have to make a real trip, why do we need to draw it?" Shauna pondered. "It makes sense." Lin Wu said, "We will make a real trip on Route 2. 2 road is close to the river. If the car is broken, we can still go to Jianan Park." "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Lin Wu said, "Look, you said you needed my advice, but after I made a good suggestion, not only did I not get any thanks, but you complained about me instead." Shauna was speechless again. She had no choice but to put away the paper and pen, and stood up and said, "Thank you. Let's go." Lin Wu Mingji didn't ask any more questions. Since the painting is almost finished, why not finish it? People who think carefully are more likely to encounter choice problems, and are more likely to be entangled in the gains and losses of choices. Some of them have obsessive-compulsive disorder, and they must make themselves comfortable to execute the best plan. But since there is a choice, it means that the difference in the interests of the two plans is not big. If Shauna is a perfectionist, she will not sketch and copy the mural, because she will only be satisfied if she finds the system map. If Shauna is a dogmatist, she will finish the mural, because she is not sure whether she can get more information than the mural. Most people are neither perfectionists nor dogmatists. They will feel more distressed when faced with choices. For example, 2 men pursue a girl. Both men are good, and the girl has a certain liking for both of them. She is distressed about this. Once a girl is distressed about her choice, she has a high probability of tragedy, because no matter whether she chooses A or B, when she is in pain in the future, she may regret why she did not choose him, but chose him. But when she is happy, she will not be glad why she chose him instead of him. Lin Wu once fell into a dilemma. The divorced uncle told him with his life experience that when you are faced with 2 difficult choices, the best way is to choose one at random. If you regret it immediately after choosing, then change one, because you subconsciously want to choose the other one more. If you don't regret it immediately, then stick to it. Maybe the road you choose is not easy to walk, but the road you don't choose may be more difficult to walk. Route 2 is not that easy to drive on. The 2 observed from the signal tower and found that the zombies on Highway 2 were not dense, or they were making way for the patrolling zombies, or the zombies were wrapped in the patrolling zombies. The only problem to face is the zombies. Shauna said, "Take the left sidewalk, non-motorized vehicle lane." Lin Wu said, "Go down the gentle slope of the right sidewalk to Jianan Park, but there are more zombies than on the left sidewalk. Neither of these 2 options is a good choice. Any ideas?" Lin Wu, "It depends on your driving skills. If you have no problem with your skills, we will take the main road. If you encounter a zombie tide, Drive the car onto the sidewalk to bypass the zombies. The speed should be fast, the speed is close to 40, and the deter process cannot be less than 40. There is a landscape tree every 10 meters on the sidewalk. Once we hit it, we'll be drowned by the tide of corpses. Shauna took the silent and observed the sidewalk for a while. It's not a big problem. But we can't be sure whether there will be obstacles on the sidewalk. For example, there is a car parked illegally. Lin Wu, you have two choices, left and right. And the possibility of obstacles on both sides of the sidewalk is not high. Shauna looked for a while and slapped Lin Wu's backpack. Let's go. Sister will take you for a ride. As an amateur racer of retro motorcycles, Shauna's driving skills are very good, and her goodness is different from that of Shita's old driver. Experienced drivers are better at handling emergencies, while Shauna is better at driving a car. Shauna told Lin Wu that even if it is a simple matter of driving a car onto the sidewalk, there are technical requirements for the angle at which the wheels should drive onto the curb. The first time he drove onto the curb, because he could not slow down. The strong impact made Lin Wu very uncomfortable. Shauna was also uncomfortable in the face of such an impact. But she firmly grasped the steering wheel and turned back to prevent the car from hitting the wall on the side of the road, avoiding the zombies on the sidewalk, and seeing the right time to get off the curb between two trees and return to the road. Every detour is a test, and Shauna puts all her attention on driving. A focused woman is the most beautiful, and even Lin Wu couldn't help but take a few more glances. Of course, Lin Wu's attention is not on Shauna. He is paying attention to the situation on both sides, because he needs to abandon the car at any time, go left into the community, or go right to Jiangnan Park, which is directly related to the life and death of the two. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the middle of Zhui County. There is a bridge connecting to Shuishi. There is a roundabout at the entrance of the bridge. Lin Wu pointed, police station. This is not a police station, but a water police station. The police station is located near the bridgehead, a separate building 2 stories high. Sana circled along the turntable. The terrain is good, but the building area is a little small. Lin Wu said, shouldn't it be that the building is good, but the terrain is a little bad? Sana looked at Lin Wu. The first rule of this team leader, fines for arguing. Lin Wu forced a smile. Let's go. Sana pointed. Look at the road sign, cross the bridge to Shuishi, and go straight for about 5 kilometers, and there is a sawmill. Lin Wu said, sawmill? Well, is the sawmill a car repair shop? Sana didn't understand. Lin Wu explained, it's the invincible base. It's a pretty good base, with cars and gasoline advantages. But it's in a remote area, there are no commercial streets around, and there are few residents. The sawmill must not be built in the living area. Sana said, it's not the best choice. Lin Wu, well, it's not the best choice. After the roundabout, the 2-way 4-lane road became a 2-way 6-lane road, and a green belt was added in the middle, which greatly increased Shauna's operating space, and the more she drove, the better she felt. After driving all the way, Shauna was quite surprised and said, this road is very suitable for driving. The road has been widened. The density of zombies has been greatly reduced, and there are no abandoned vehicles on the road. This means that a car traffic line can be established between the south and the city. Almost to the south of the city. Lin Wu pointed, there is a signal tower. I saw it. Shauna drove to the vicinity of the signal tower and turned around. Controlled the speed to pull the zombies away, and then used the speed of the car to get rid of them, and drove the car directly under the signal tower. Lin Wu got off the car and found that there was no zombie within a dozen meters. He admired, to be honest. You have a great driving skill. Shauna asked, what's wrong with me? Lin Wu, fine for arguing. Shauna was speechless again. Only magic can defeat magic. Lin Wu took the lead and climbed up the ladder. Chapter 89 Morning Meeting. Lin Wu was blowing the cold wind on the signal tower, feeling high and full of energy, pointing at the mountains and rivers. Ah, it's so high. Lin Wu's frequent convulsions made Shauna hold her forehead for the nth time. Have you located it? Don't go crazy with him, or he won't go crazy. If you are crazier than him, you will be despised and childish by him. Lin Wu looked back at Shauna. Have you found the street lights? Shauna couldn't help but hit Lin Wu, and replied, after 2 careful observations, I found that there are indeed street lights. Lin Wu didn't hear the hidden meaning in Shauna's words, turned his head to look at the night view and said, anywhere the street lights are bright, the surrounding area is a prosperous area. Anywhere the street lights are dim, mostly there are highway parks, and few buildings. I really didn't notice this. Shauna was glad that she didn't do it, and took a fourfold mirror to check for a while, and it was just as Lin Wu said. It's not only the case with number 2 road, but also the city. The light in the community is dim, while the roads in the county town are brighter. The brightest area is the area near the city hall. In addition to the city hall, the southern intersection of the 3 roads 1, 2, and 3 is also particularly bright. Shauna took out the drawing she had drawn before, and asked Lin Wu to lie down with her, and borrowed a flashlight to check the map, and then combined with the actual terrain. The fire station is on the north side of the road. There are 10 shops on the left and right. The shops on the left are connected to the road, and the shops on the right are connected to the lake. Opposite the fire station is a large commercial area. There are a large number of shops along the street. There are police stations, supermarkets, and small office buildings. The commercial area is a Sichuan-shaped terrain. There are 3 roads in total. Shauna marked the road connected to the fire station as Road 4, and then Road 5, and Road 6. There is also a gas station on the west side of Road 6, a 5-story office building, and behind the office building is a large factory. To the south of Road 6 is a residence, and there are many medium-sized villas along the road. Route 5 is undoubtedly the center of the community, running through the entire commercial district. Shauna speculated that Route 5 is a pedestrian street, and cars cannot drive in. From these aspects, the fire station is a very good base. It is 3 stories high and covers a large area. It overlooks most of the commercial district. However, the location of the signal tower cannot determine the defense capabilities of the fire station. What can be observed is a big problem in the fire station base. Route 4 is the scene of a car accident. There are all kinds of scrap vehicles along the way. It is denser than the death zone in Beishan town. It can be called a car ruins. In addition, the death team on Route 4 is also very dense. There are more than a dozen or 20 people in a team, patrolling in the car ruins. Every 10 minutes, there are nearly 100 zombies passing by. Shauna said, the fire station must be taken down within 10 minutes of the zombie tide. It can be inferred that there are many zombies inside the fire station. Once the zombies on Route 4 join the battle, the players will be entangled. Lin Wu said, it is not yet certain how large the safe zone is, and how large the area covered is. Before occupying the base, all the zombies in the safe zone must be killed. Shauna shook her head. With this kind of traffic and terrain, it's hard to take away the zombies by car. The base location is 10 points, and the difficulty of capturing it is also 10 points. The second base choice is the baseball field. The 2 drove across the bridge to the southwest of Shuishi, and spent a lot of time observing the baseball field. The baseball field is located at the lower left of the T-junction. It is a simple L-shaped building consisting of a broadcasting room, coach seats, player passages, and locker rooms. The advantage of the baseball field is that it is large in area, and it is believed that there is a lot of outdoor space. 2 huge walls are spliced to protect the southeast direction. The main building of the L building is reinforced with barbed wire, making the L building a natural sentry tower, and players can move around in the L building. The disadvantage is that there is not much indoor space. In addition, the baseball field is built in a depression, which is 4 meters lower than the T road. There is an open large flat land in the northwest of the baseball field. In summary, the baseball field is a medium-sized base that is hard to describe. You say it is rubbish, but its defense is very strong. You say it has strong defense, but there is no protection at all in the northwest. Say there is no protection. The openness of L building allows players to quickly move, surround the zombies coming from the northwest, and being in L building, the shooting range is very wide, almost covering the safe zone. Since they were in Shuishi, the 2 drove to the sawmill. During the trip, they hit a zombie, and the car lost some durability. They refueled near the sawmill. The advantages and disadvantages of the sawmill are equally obvious. The advantages are that the factory building is large, and the backyard is large. I believe that there are more building units than the fire station or even the baseball field. Disadvantages: there is a gate in the east, west and east fences, although there is a river in the north. The river is not deep, and zombies can wade through the river to copy from behind. However, if sentry towers can be built at 2 points outdoors, the shooting range of the entire area can be covered. There are not few resources near the sawmill. There are many factories near the sawmill, and there is also a train transfer station. It is only 1 kilometer away from a small commercial street in Shuishi. After a night of work, Shauna and Lin Wu returned to the base with this achievement. During the period, the car was completely destroyed. The two flew kites in Jiamen Park for half an hour and used the guardrail to wipe out the chasing zombies. Lin Wu's powerful strength in single-handedly taking down 2 or fewer people is only the basis for survival. After leaving the battle, the two touched the side of the completely destroyed car. Lin Wu cleared the nearby zombies, and Shauna used the car repair tools to repair the car's durability to 25%, and then fled. A car with 25% durability has no doors, no windshield, and the engine is smoking, and the fuel consumption is increased. They were attacked by zombies on the roadside many times along the way. Fortunately, Shauna's driving skills were excellent, and finally the two half-disabled people were able to survive to the base. In general, the problem is that Shauna's combat effectiveness is weak. Lin Wu is not afraid of strong zombies, but afraid of too many zombies. If Shauna can have the ability of Xiao Dao and Maya to face zombies head-on, the two will have the strength to retreat unscathed. Of course, Maya arranged the two to work together for stealth, assassination and escape, not to face zombies head-on. Maya and Shirtu studied and discussed several bases. At 7 in the morning, Shirtu called everyone to a meeting, hoping to pool their wisdom, to determine goals and strategies as soon as possible, and to carry out targeted production and work. Maya, the following is my personal analysis. The fire station will not have many more building units than the mountaintop base, especially the outdoor units, which may only be 2, 3, no more than 4. The surrounding materials are very rich. To take down the fire station, you must arrange gunmen on the roof of the commercial street opposite number 4 road, and use the gunshots to lure away the zombies on the road. The gunmen must move on the roof to protect themselves. After the base is established, it is difficult for the gunmen to enter the safe zone of the base in a short time. According to my calculations, at least 2 gunmen are needed. Maya, the baseball field can build fewer indoor units, more outdoor units, more surrounding resources, and the difficulty of occupation is relatively low. In addition, the baseball field has a wide shooting range, which is conducive to the use of guns, and zombies cannot directly attack players. You must break through the iron gate and go around the back of the stands to attack the players in the stands. Therefore, the baseball field has strong defensive capabilities. After having powerful firepower, I think the baseball field is the base with the lowest difficulty in defending the city. The disadvantage is that the baseball field is ventilated on all sides, and lacks the sense of security brought by buildings. In addition, because it is located in a depression, the daily duty personnel will be more difficult, and they have to deal with zombies that have strayed into the safe zone at any time. Lin Wu added, we observed for more than 10 minutes, and believe that if we settle down in the baseball field, it is necessary to equip it with a sentry tower. The sentry tower can easily eliminate zombies that have strayed into the safe zone, but sentinels must be arranged to be on duty 24 hours a day. Otherwise, if a scream is missed, and a howl is heard near the base, all the zombies on the T-shaped road will gather here. Chapter 90 Fortress and Truth. Maya nodded to indicate that she had received Lin Wu's additional explanation, and continued, the sawmill resources are biased, and it is a certain distance from the material area, which is acceptable. I think the sawmill has far more building units than the fire station and baseball field. I guess the sawmill will provide a certain amount of building materials every day, because I judge that the sawmill is a tower defense base. Maya, the strength of defense is directly related to the sentry tower. Double sentry towers must be built. The main function of the sentry tower is to deal with sieges, so it does not need to work 24 hours a day like a baseball field. The disadvantage is defense. The defenders of the sawmill do not have any geographical advantages. In addition to the double sentry towers, other personnel must fight zombies on the ground, and zombies will enter the base from all directions. Shirtu asked, what is the defense capability of the fire station? Maya said, the fire station is a 3-story building, there is a fence area on the right, and shops are connected on the left and right, so there is no need to consider the left and right defense issues. The front door is an impenetrable system wall, but there are 2 doors, one in front of the building, and one in front of the open space on the side. One open space unit must be sacrificed to build a sentry tower. The back door is similar to the front door, and there are also 2 doors. Maya said, if it is a high-intensity defense, I suggest abandoning all facilities on the first floor, retreating to the second floor, and guarding the only staircase leading to the second floor. Shauna added, I took a look outside, and the staircase is about 2 meters wide, and the height of the first floor is between 3.6 meters and 4.2 meters. Shirtu asked, in other words, It can be defended. But the facilities on the first floor must be abandoned? Maya nodded, yes. Shirtu asked, what about the sentinels? Maya said, you can use a non-system method to pull the rope from the third floor to the sentry tower, leaving a retreat route for the sentinels. Faced with 3 bases with distinct advantages and disadvantages, Shirtu looked at everyone and asked, what do you think? Lin Wu raised his hand and said, as an excellent and qualified scout, I need to say a few words. Based on my personal judgment of the scene, taking over the baseball field is the easiest, followed by the sawmill. The fire station is the most difficult. Maya proposed to use 2 gunmen to continuously fire to lure away the zombies on Highway 4. I can be a gunman, who will be the second gunman? Lin Wu said. In addition, after deducting the 2 gunmen, the others must use assassination to deal with the zombies in the safe zone. The safe zone includes multiple shops, the main building of the fire station, the open space on the side, and the area covered by the back door. Ordinary zombies cannot climb ladders, but Kwang Ming has a certain IQ, maybe it can find a way to reach the roof. We can shuttle back and forth on the roofs of various buildings, and Kwang Ming can do it too. Lin Wu said, how long can the 2 gunmen last? Xiao Dao and I can be gunmen, and we can deal with a small number of Kwang Ming. Then how should the siege personnel be allocated to quickly and quietly deal with the zombies in the safe zone? I personally think that, with our current number of people and equipment, it is very difficult to attack the fire station. Xiao Dao was surprised. You said it very well. This is totally inconsistent with Lin Wu's character. 1 or 0, Lin Wu chooses 1, he will not consider why he should choose between 1 and 0. Shauna looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu smiled and said, pure plagiarism, that's Shauna's point of view. Shauna added, yes, I think the current strength of Shadow Base is not enough to take down the fire station. Maya said, your idea is to proceed step by step? First take down the baseball field, after we recruit people and develop, then plan to attack the fire station? Shauna asked. Why not the sawmill? Maya said. The sawmill is a comfortable living base. The baseball field requires sentinels to be on duty 24 hours a day. Although it is very tiring, it can train players' shooting skills. Shauna said. We suggest joining forces with other bases to take down the fire station. Shirtu thought what Shauna said made sense and said, that's right, the mountaintop base was taken down by our shadow and farm bases in a joint operation. Currently, we have a relatively solid cooperation foundation with the invincible base. I can communicate with them on this matter to see if they are willing to cooperate. Shauna said. The difficulty lies in Invincible himself. Should I be the leader of a small factory? Or should I be a subordinate in a large factory? Not everyone is as open-minded as Maya. I'll take care of it. Shirtu said. Even if Woody disagrees with the merger, we still have the choice of Wanderer. When Lin Wu upgrades the radio to level 2, I should be able to re-establish contact with Wanderer. If it doesn't work, I can go to Beishang Town to acquire a small base. If it doesn't work again, I will directly recruit players with strength. This topic is over. Next topic, Maya said. Tonight at 8 o'clock, we will launch an attack on the Blood Plague in Building 2. Susher has done his best to make 12 C4 bombs, and we will detonate the remaining 7 pipe bombs at the same time. In addition, Susher also made 3 Sodakin bombs and 20 Molotov cocktails with scraps. I will perfect the battle plan today, and the meeting will be held at 7:30 p.m. to assign specific tasks. Maya said, rest during the night shift, and work during the day shift. Today is Monday. Xiao Dao and Lin Wu raised their hands. Maya nodded and looked at Shirtu. Shirtu said, let's adjourn the meeting. The work of carrying water was not considered labor by Xiao Dao and Lin Wu. The two of them played and joked, sang loudly from time to time, without any awareness of the end of the world. Their attention is different from others. When they see a small fish in a bucket, they can squat and discuss and play for 10 minutes. When they see a zombie, someone suddenly asks, how many small stones are needed to kill the zombie? So Xiao Dao throws the zombie to the ground, and the two take turns to hit it with stones. The one who kills the zombie can carry less water. If they can see a rare fierce monster, the two will throw the bucket up without hesitation to grab the monster. Before returning to the base, the two will bet on what Shirtu is doing, and the winner can carry less water. But it is just carrying less water, not walking less. The winner must walk with the loser. Shirtu doesn't know what these two people are thinking. Why can't they bring 4 buckets of water if they run 2 trips empty-handed? In response to this, Xiao Dao and Lin Wu said, this is the winner's reward. When the water-carrying work was finished, the day shift delivered a truckload of electrical appliances. After dismantling it, Su Sure stopped Lin Wu, who was about to go out to look for the fierce Lin. Old Lin. Upgrade the second level radio. Lin Wu and everyone else didn't expect that it would take an hour to upgrade a radio. After Lin Wu sat in front of the radio and looked at the progress bar for an hour, the system announced that the upgrade was successful. There was an additional signal receiving dish on the roof of the church. The biggest change was the addition of a video call system. And the system gave away something similar to a 21st century mobile phone. Now, as long as the player uses a mobile phone, he can talk to the base in real time. And the base can also see what the mobile phone shoots. The radio station was also renamed the command post after the upgrade. And the signal coverage radius reached 8 kilometers. In addition, the command post can also listen to the system broadcast. There are 2 channels in the system broadcast. One channel is the Fortress Company channel. And the more important content is the Fortress Company survival guide tips. 2 small safety zones next to each other are better than 1 large safety zone. Using a car to hit violently is generally considered to be an efficient and safe means. The patrolling zombies have a certain degree of wisdom. Maybe. Who knows? The red-eyed zombies are smarter than ordinary zombies. The second channel is an organization called Truth, which is an organization hiding in a non-epidemic area. They believe that the zombie virus was created by Fortress Company. Fortress Company recruits mercenaries and sends agents to the epidemic area to destroy evidence. They have a team of truth agents composed of volunteers, who also go deep into the epidemic areas to find the truth about the virus, and try to find a way to make a vaccine. The 2 channels attack and mock each other, and they both ask the humans who are still surviving in the epidemic area to provide more help to themselves. Chapter 91. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 92. The Blood Epidemic War. In the description of the Fortress Company, the people in the 10 non-epidemic quarantine areas of humanity live in an orderly manner, with sufficient supplies, and directly call the Truth Organization a terrorist organization. The Truth Organization depicts the lives of the people in the non-epidemic quarantine areas as being very miserable. The Fortress Company completely controls the discourse power of the non-epidemic areas, and cooperates with the authorities to impose high pressure on the people. Ordinary people can get very little food every day, lack of medicine, and poor living environment. Xiao Dao, I think the words of the truth are credible. Lin Wu argued, I think the words of the fortress are credible. When facing the pressure of doomsday, it is understandable to manage social order through high pressure. The truth said that not much food is distributed every day, lack of medicine, which means that the authorities still provide food and medicine to the people every day, and also provide a place to live. It's just that the truth believes that the amount of food and medicine distributed is too small. Sana said, this time I stand with Xiao Dao. What will happen if food and medicine are not provided? Ordinary people will not be able to survive, and will definitely rise up in resistance in this case. Giving a small amount of food and medicine can effectively divide unstable people. Shirtu asked, you don't have to work? So idle? Everyone looked at Xiao Dao together. Xiao Dao was angry. Shirtu, you are bullying me alone. Right? Lin Wu and Shana were on the night shift. Shirtu hurriedly said, I don't mean that. You can follow the next bus when it comes back. Xiao Dao asked, Shirtu, what do you think? Shirtu said, both the fortress and the truth have their own positions. The words they say based on their positions are definitely watered, but there are also truthful elements. As long as you combine the information they all agree with, you can get some correct information. Lin Wu was puzzled. Is there any information that everyone agrees with? Shirtu said, the fortress said it was in order, the truth said it was under high pressure, which shows that the quarantine area maintained a good order. Sufficient and insufficient supplies, which shows that the quarantine area has certain supplies, and they are supplies that can be produced continuously. Both sides agreed that the Fortress Company would cooperate with the official. As for whether the fortress controlled the official and the right to speak, there is a conflict here, which also shows that the declaration of the truth was watered. Shirtu said, even if Fortress Company controls the official, it will try to cover it up as much as possible. It is difficult to define the behavior of Fortress Company through one thing. Because of the different standpoints, the truth will put the blame on the Fortress Company, and thus come to the conclusion that the Fortress Company controls the official. The fact is that the truth only describes the situation in general, and does not give a detailed description of a certain thing, which shows that the truth does not have much information, at least not enough to prove that the Fortress Company controls the official. Shirtu said, but the truth is more likely to resonate. People's desires are infinite. Many people think that they are always missing something. If they can blame others for their lack of supplies instead of themselves, they will be happy to do so. It can be heard that the Fortress Company is not a good thing either. It can't produce a single thing to prove that the Truth is a terrorist organization. In this case, the Truth is first labeled, and it stands on the moral high ground, which shows that the Fortress Company feels guilty about the Truth. Lin Wu admired. You know a lot. Sure too, of course. Don't all gather here. Lin Wu. Take the mobile phone to the factory. I want to supervise the work. Lin Wu. Want to play with new toys. Sure too said. It makes me feel a little involved. Everyone is tired. I can still sing for everyone. TSK. Lin Wu left. Xiao Dao will be taken there by car later. When I first got the phone, the day shift was very curious, and rushed to say hello to Sure too in front of the screen. Unfortunately, the enthusiasm only lasted 3 minutes. 10 minutes later, Maya couldn't stand Shita's problem anymore, and turned off the phone directly. Near the base, Lin Wu was practicing throwing traps, but there was no progress at all. In comparison, Lin Wu still preferred to use traps to hit his face. But in the fight with the rare blood zombies, Lin Wu found that this trick was not easy to use. The trap was put on the head of the blood zombie, but because the hand was too close, it caused virus infection. This reminded Lin Wu of the blood madness he had fought. When the blood madness did not cause direct damage to him, the palm wind he brought could infect him with the zombie virus. Lin Wu walked all the way to the factory and discussed this matter with Maya. After the blood epidemic exploded, did the blood mist carry the virus? How large was the spread range? Maya couldn't answer. Everything needs to be tested. Lin Wu said. Room 405 is the room where the blood plague is located. I got a piece of information when I searched the factory office before. The owner of room 405 is a military fan. He owns an assault-modified rifle called Raider, with a capacity of 150 rounds. Even if I set fire to kill the blood plague, I don't think this gun will fly directly into my backpack. The long gun will not go into the bag. Maya knew what Lin Wu was thinking. I want to search the blood plague corpse. Only the loot of the treasure chest type will go directly into the player's backpack. Lin Wu nodded. The time is only 1 minute. After the blood plague is attacked, the blood plague zombies will spawn for no reason, directly nearby. Although the movement and speed of the blood frenzy and the frenzy are the same, the defense is several times that of the ordinary frenzy, and you will be infected with the virus if you get close to it. Lin Wu's explanation gave Maya a headache. After being hurt by the blood plague, the zombies will occupy the whole house in a very short time. It is simply seeking death to touch the corpses at this time. Maya was on duty with Lin Wu at that time. When Lin Wu fell from the window, Maya saw a bunch of zombies jumping down. So Maya knew the number of blood zombies summoned by the blood plague. Maya said, the first possibility is, one shot hits the soul, the blood plague dies instantly, and the blood plague zombies cannot be summoned. But there are many ordinary zombies around. They will definitely gather at the explosion point, and will not give players the opportunity to touch the corpses. The second possibility is, whether the blood plague is dead or not, it will continue to spawn zombies when it is attacked. Lin Wu asked, what's the difference? Anyway, there will be zombies in the room after the explosion. Maya looked at Lin Wu and said, delay ignition. Delay ignition? Maya said, delay for a few seconds. After you enter the room, attack the blood plague, forcing it to summon the blood plague zombies. At this time, ignite immediately, and blow up the zombies it summons together with the blood plague. Lin Wu said, it is difficult to grasp the time, and the speed of zombies also varies. I estimate that with the bombs we have, we can kill all the zombies in 405 at most, and it is unlikely to blow up the whole building. Maya pondered for a moment and said, let me think about it. Lin Wu said, think slowly. I'm leaving. Maya had no intention of working that day, and all her energy was focused on tonight's operation. Fortunately, the factory only had the last bit of materials, and she finished the day shift at 1 p.m. and returned to the base to rest, and to recharge her energy for tonight's operation. After Maya communicated with Sure too, she had private conversations with Shauna, Xiao Dao, Mahan and Xuedong. She believed that before assigning dangerous work to others, she had an obligation to explain the situation clearly. As everyone's attitude became clear, Maya also determined the battle plan for tonight. At 7:30 p.m., Shauna rode a bicycle with Lin Wu, killed the blind bats that spawned near Building 2, and returned to the base. Maya asked Mahan to provide food for the upper limit of life for 2 hours. Unlike in the past, this time, After the food came up, Maya told everyone to eat before setting off in order to take advantage of the time gain brought by the food. Maya took out the battle map she had drawn, pointed to one of the little men and said, "Snow Egg, your mission is to anger the blood plague, and let the blood plague summon blood zombies. During this period, you must delay time as much as possible, and detonating the bomb before dying will achieve the best effect." Maya said, "The reason why I chose you is that you are the only player who can wear a bite-proof suit without being affected by weight. Secondly, you can swing the hammer twice, and you are invincible during the action, which can buy you about 3 more seconds. If you are lucky, you can add more time." Snow Egg said, "I am not afraid of death. I am worried that my death is meaningless. I am not sure that I can complete the ignition work before I die." Maya said, "Then we can only take the second method, ignite first, and then attack the blood plague. Since Su can only make a 15-second fuse, you must provoke the blood plague as soon as possible. You can't run. If you run, the zombies will chase you. You must die. You are number 1. Snow Egg nodded. "No problem." Maya said, "No. 2 Shauna, put down 2 ropes on the rooftop and wait there. Number 3 Lin Wu enters 305 and lurks there. Number 4 Horse Soul is located at the back door of number 2 apartment building. Number 5 Knife is located below 405. Maya, first step, Lin Wu leads Snow Egg to room 405. Second step, Lin Wu goes to room 305. Third step, Shauna descends to the window of 405. Attention, the Snow Egg starts to attack the blood plague. When the building shakes slightly, that is, after the Snow Egg angers the blood plague, Sanal lights the fire, and immediately returns to the roof. Maya, step 4, after the explosion, Lin Wu lights several firecrackers in room 305, and goes out from the small balcony window, using the rope that Shauna has put, and enters room 405 with Shauna. This step is very dangerous. No one knows what is in the room. It is up to you to decide whether to enter the room. If you think it is very dangerous, rappel down and retreat immediately. Note that Snow Egg has used up the resurrection spring water. Maya said, "Mahan, 5 seconds after the firecracker sound in room 305, start the motorcycle, make as much noise as possible, and circle around building 2. You must also be careful and safe. Judge the gathering of zombies by yourself. If the road back to the base is blocked, you should retreat to a safe area first." Maya, Xiao Dao, your mission is to save people. Although there is a rope, it is impossible to determine whether there will be other emergencies. Shauna and Lin Wu may have to jump off the building to survive. At this time you need to use your strength to push them aside. Focus. Focus. And focus, don't let them kill you. Xiao Dao nodded repeatedly, asked, "What if they jump down at the same time?" Maya thought for a long time, turned to look at Lin Wu and Shauna. "You are not allowed to jump together." Lin Wu gave a thumbs up. "Good idea." Maya blushed. She really had no idea how to deal with this problem. Maya continued, "Everyone is in danger in this operation. It is very likely that something unexpected will happen. At that time, everyone will have to deal with it on their own. Sure too. You just wait by the pickup truck. Take the walkie-talkie, and be ready to respond at any time. Su Shi will be in charge of the radio station." Su Shi and Shi Tu raised their thumbs to show that they understood. After making sure that everyone understood their duties, Maya continued, "Next, we need to perfect the details of the operation." At 8:30 p.m., 2 cars drove to the vicinity of the commercial district. 6 people got off. Ma Hun and Xiao Dao took the motorcycle from the pickup truck, and Shi Tu drove the Overlord back to the base. After Maya and Shauna cleared a path with their double crossbows, the operation officially began. When they arrived at apartment building number 2, Maya and Ma Hun stayed behind. Maya cleared the surrounding zombies, and Xiao Dao waited under 405. The others followed Lin Wu. Although Lin Wu was playful, he was still very steady when he really did things. He took his time to deal with the zombies on the stairs and near the stairs. When they reached the staircase on the 4th floor, Xuedon stayed behind. Lin Wu sent Shauna to the rooftop, and the 2 of them worked together to clean up the zombies on the rooftop. Lin Wu returned to the 4th floor, led Xuedon to the door of 405, asked Xuedon to wait, and went into the room alone. Relying on the flashlight and ruthless execution, the zombies in 405 were quickly cleared out. Xuedon entered the room 405 and closed the door, and the 2 came to the bedroom. The blood plague in the bedroom was still the same blood plague, and there was no change after not seeing it for many days. Lin Wu and Xuedong opened their backpacks, pasted bundles of bombs on the wall where the blood plague was, and then pulled the wires out of the window and extended to the small balcony. After doing everything, Lin Wu went to room 305, cleared the zombies in the room, and lit a torch in the room. Maya, who was near the tyrant car, saw the fire in 305 and lit the torch in her hand. Seeing the fire in Maya's direction, Shauna descended, stepped on the guardrail of the small balcony of 405, held the fuse in her left hand, and took out the lighter with her right hand. Xuedong gestured to Shauna on the balcony, took a deep breath, picked up a sledgehammer, and smashed it on the blood plague. This blow caused the whole building to shake slightly. Instantly, there was a fierce roar from outside 405. Xuedong took the sledgehammer and blocked the entrance to the bedroom with his body. Shauna lit the fuse, grabbed the rope and climbed up desperately. It was unclear what happened to Xuedong. In less than 10 seconds, Xuedong was declared dead. His soul appeared in the resurrection fountain and entered the countdown to resurrection. With a loud bang, Lin Wu, who was hiding in the corner of room 305, was knocked to the ground. He immediately stood up and lit firecrackers with a torch and threw them into the living room. Then he ran to the small balcony, grabbed the rope on the left, and climbed up to room 405. At this time, Shauna also descended from the rooftop to room 405. The two jumped off the guardrail, entered the bedroom from the small balcony, and were shocked to find that the blood plague was still alive. Even though the concentration of blood mist in the bedroom air was very high, the two could still see the beating heart of the blood plague on the wall clearly. Shauna couldn't help but ask, "You're not going to die?" XX, lighter. Lin Wu turned his backpack over, took out 2 Molotov cocktails, lit one of them, and threw it out of the bedroom, blocking the zombies that wanted to enter the bedroom. Light another one and smash it on the blood plague. After the blood plague caught fire, the building shook again. Lin Wu did not dare to neglect it. He lit a Molotov cocktail and threw it on the ground. It could not only burn the blood plague, but also stop the blood plague reinforcements. "You go first." So many bombs did not kill the blood plague. Lin Wu did not expect a few Molotov cocktails to work. After all, Shauna had been working with Lin Wu for many days. Without saying a word, she ran to the balcony and climbed down the rope. Seeing this, Maya knew that the operation tonight had failed. She immediately got in the car and lit the fire, ready to meet everyone. A blood maniac broke through the fire wall and pounced on Lin Wu. Lin Wu was not afraid of it. He covered a trap with a slap and kicked it into the sea of fire 2 meters away. Then he took out 4 Molotov cocktails and smashed them all in the fire. The exploding flames covered the entire room. Even so, the second blood maniac rushed through the fire wall and chased after him. The burning Shui Kwangming turned his back to him, and Lin Wu, who was about to escape, fell to the ground. Lin Wu couldn't reach Shui Kwangming with both hands, and was bitten on the shoulder by Shui Kwangming. Shui Kwangming held on and didn't let go, sucking blood crazily. And Lin Wu's infection value soared straight up, from 0 to 90 in just 4.5 seconds. Lin Wu knew that he could not escape, and shouted to the outside, "3 incense sticks." Chapter 93. Just when Lin Wu thought he was going to die, Shui Kwangming turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Lin Wu turned over and looked, only to see that all the blood zombies had disappeared. Looking at the blood plague again, it had changed from its original blood red to a dead gray, with no pulse, no throbbing, obviously dead. After understanding the current situation, Lin Wu looked at the flames blocking his way, and was anxious, standing still, and was in a state of panic. Who the hell threw so many Molotov cocktails? After finally waiting for the flames to get smaller, Lin Wu immediately rushed over to hug the blood plague, and touched him all over, madly. Fortunately, the horror soul downstairs was powerful, and the roar of the motorcycle attracted all the zombies to him. Blood plague serum. 5 units of serum can be produced, clearing all infections at once. It is said that the Fortress Agent and the Truth Agent offer a high reward for the purchase. Military backpack can replace the ordinary backpack. The weight of the military backpack is 0.3 kilograms, while the weight of the ordinary backpack is 1 kilogram. In addition, the military backpack has left and right weapon racks, which means that the player can carry 2 sets of weapons and use them at any time. Do you want to change it? Change it. In addition, there are 2 first aid kits for .50 bullets, some painkillers, some bandages, soundproofing skill book, Reduce the threat level of the base by 25% every day, not stackable, not upgradable. Raider automatic rifle, 7.62mm bullets, 150 round large capacity magazine, 75 lethality, 50 accuracy, 85 rate of fire, 150 meter range, 10 silent. The most outstanding feature of this weapon is the 150 round magazine, 85 rate of fire, and 75 lethality. The 85 rate of fire means that 150 bullets can be used up in 20 seconds. The Raider with 75 lethality can cause tons of damage in 20 seconds. What's more fatal is that the Raider's control value is only 15, which means that in the case of continuous shooting, because of the influence of recoil, the bullets will be scattered, and the accuracy cannot be guaranteed. The people below kept switching to check the base system information. They looked at the cemetery but didn't see Lin Wu dead. They looked at the balcony but didn't see Lin Wu escape. They didn't dare to shout, so they could only turn around in circles. When Maya was about to call for stone support, she finally saw Lin Wu. Lin Wu appeared on the balcony, grabbed the rope and slid down. Xiao Dao below stretched out his arms, looked up at Lin Wu, and was ready to catch Lin Wu at any time. Lin Wu let go of the rope with a cry. Xiao Dao missed it, and Lin Wu fell to the ground from a height of 2 meters. Xiao Dao pulled Lin Wu up angrily, but Lin Wu did not cooperate with him, and waved at Maya frantically. Maya drove over immediately, and stopped the car in front of the 3 people with a drift. Lin Wu pushed Shana away, who was about to get in the car, stepped on the pedal beside the car door, held on tightly, and put his head into the window, and said, 96%. Maya was shocked, and immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car rushed out with a roar. Poor Xiao Dao had just opened the back door, and was thrown aside by the huge momentum. Shana helped Xiao Dao up. Xiao Dao held Shana tightly, feeling very wronged. Lin Wu's oops when he fell down just now was not a joke to Xiao Dao, but because he suddenly realized that his infection level was about to explode, and his hands were shaking with fear. The car drove onto the base path. Lin Wu said, 99%. Maya, don't sell the silent. I will be back. Less than 50% infection rate. It will increase by 1% in 3 minutes. More than 50% infection rate. It will increase by 3% every minute. Lin Wu only had 20 seconds left. Okay. Maya's answer was simple and straightforward. I promise you. Shirtu was at the door of the church, seeing the overlord coming back. He walked forward to greet everyone. Unexpectedly, the overlord rushed over directly, and Shirtu trembled on the spot. Fortunately, Maya adjusted the direction in time. Shirtu was blown several meters away by the side of the car and fell flat on his face. Sushir, who walked to the door, was not spared. Lin Wu rushed away in the car. The hateful system determined that Sushir was a suitable target. Lin Wu stabbed Sushir in the back of the head with a dagger. Sushir looked at the little blood left in his life, and turned back with a confused look on his face. But he could no longer see Lin Wu. Lin Wu walked through the church hall, grabbed the door frame with his left hand, swung his tail and stopped, and leaped towards the bed. Only then did Lin Wu open the system interface to check the properties. Lin Wu was a little confused. His infection level was 100%, but 100% was green. Green meant that the infection level would not worsen, but with 100% infection level, he should be dead. Maya? Lin Wu shouted, Maya? Here I come. It was the first time that Maya heard Lin Wu shout so loudly, and she hurried to the infirmary. Shirtu and Sushir followed behind her. Lin Wu opened his interface. Am I dead or not? Maya couldn't understand it either. Bug? The only possibility is that you happened to touch the bed at the moment of your corpse transformation. Lin Wu asked, Can I not die? Maya shook her head, and she knew that her dear Shuguang thought so. To be honest, there could be no bugs in the Shuguang game. Even so, if you encounter a bug, you can communicate with Shuguang. But this time, absolutely no one wanted to communicate with Shuguang. Originally, Lin Wu could still survive, but once they communicated, Lin Wu might die. Sushir reminded him, You will die immediately if you leave the bed now. Lin Wu, get out of here. Xiao Dao and Shana went home angrily. Shirtu quickly spread his arms to stop them, saying, Don't come over, don't touch him. After Xiao Dao came back to understand the situation, he said to Shana thoughtfully, He is not dead yet, he is really a disaster for thousands of years. Hearing this, Lin Wu sat up angrily, and everyone shouted together, Don't move, don't move. Lin Wu didn't dare to joke with his life, and lay back obediently. Now he is treating trauma, burns, etc. After his body recovered, he realized that the bed is effective enough to treat 100% infection. After a while, Ma Hun rode a motorcycle back to the base. Shui Dan also resurrected from the resurrection spring, and everyone held a post-war meeting in the infirmary. When Lin Wu saw the serum that Shi Tu placed in front of him, he immediately regretted. I should have taken a shot. Su Shi said, you don't have a needle. You thought you only had the serum, but you also needed a syringe. The syringe needs to be made on a crafting table. Skill book. Shi Tu took out a skill book and said, soundproof skill book, reducing the threat level of the base by 25% every day. Cannot be stacked. It does not reduce the total value by 25%, but reduces 1 star by 25%. It is converted at 8 o'clock every morning, and if it is less than 25%, it is calculated according to the maximum value. 3 stars and 15% threat level, it will be reduced to 3 stars at 8 o'clock. Maya was surprised and said, this is a god skill. Without construction, without random shooting, and normal life, 8 players will create 40% noise every day. When the threat level reaches 3 stars, it becomes 30%. After reaching 5 stars, 8 players increase the threat level by 24% every day. The soundproof skill book is a skill that can effectively prevent the base from breaking through 6 stars, or even higher threat levels. At the same time, it is also a logistics skill. This skill book not only explains the content of the skill, but also specifically states that it cannot be upgraded. Currently, except for Snow Egg, all players in the Shadow base have learned all the life skills. Facing the powerful base skills, it would be unreasonable for him not to learn them. Xuedong saw everyone looking at him, and said, if you don't mind, I'll learn it. Everyone nodded. Xuedong was sad after learning it. Old Lin, why don't you get a whole book of combat skills? Lin Wu sighed. This is fate. You have to accept it. Xiao Dao said, I think it's good. Even if our Shadow base falls, you will still be a good thing. Shi Tu was very upset, and took out the Raider. Raider. Don't grab it. Don't grab it. This is the first long gun in the Shadow base in the true sense. Fully automatic rifle. A symbol of firepower. A representative of power. In the eyes of many people, this is the real gun. The gun data did not disappoint everyone. It is an absolutely violent weapon. Xiao Dao took the Raider he had grabbed, and after a call, everyone left Lin Wu and ran to the front yard to test the gun. Listening to the rain of gunfire coming from the front yard, Lin Wu, who was lying on the hospital bed, was so anxious that he shouted, it's a threat. It's a threat. The front yard had forgotten that there was a dying person on the bed. After playing for 10 minutes, Shi Tu remembered that there was still a loot, and everyone returned to the ward. Lin Wu strongly requested to shoot a magazine himself, but was told that Shi Tu had already ordered that the raiders could not be claimed at will. The 10-minute test firing increased the threat level of the base by 1 star. Lin Wu could see from everyone's expressions that this gun was particularly exciting. The loot was still a treasure chest. Unlike the 4-color treasure chests, this was a red treasure chest. The treasure chest was called the Blood Plague treasure chest. As the name suggests, the Blood Plague treasure chest can only be obtained by eliminating the Blood Plague. Who opened the treasure chest became the focus of discussion on the scene. During the period, there were superstitions, names, and lucky numbers. Finally, it was decided to play rock, paper, scissors. Su Shi became the biggest winner, and won the right to open the treasure chest. Su Shi first prayed with 10 seconds of life, and then begged and threatened Xuguang with sincere words. After wasting a few minutes, Su Shi finally opened the box solemnly. Everyone stared at the box being opened, and saw a card standing diagonally in the box. The card is not the problem. The problem is what card it is. Universal building card. Special buildings can be built without consuming resources. There are many options for buildings that can be built. The first is the 5 major preparation areas, which correspond to the 5 major resources of food, gasoline, ammunition, building materials, and medical care. After the corresponding preparation area is built, the daily consumption of this resource will be reduced to 0. For example, the infirmary consumes 1 medical unit every day. After the medical material preparation area is built, the daily consumption of all medical services in the base will be reduced to 0. In addition to the fixed options of the 5 major preparation areas, the Universal Building card also randomly adds 3 special buildings that can be built. They are Auto Repair Shop, that is, Auto repair shop. Arsenal. Can produce all standard firearms and ammunition, including pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, rifles, sniper rifles, and grenade launchers. Cinema. Morale is increased by 30%. And all non-harmonious movies on Earth before 2044 can be watched when the base is powered. Building requirements. Large grid. It can be indoors or outdoors, as long as there is a large grid. The car repair shop in the Invincible base is a large grid. The repair shop is a bonus building of the Invincible base. They can also choose to demolish the repair shop. Everyone read all the instructions carefully, and looked at Maya and Shertu together. The two frowned throughout the whole process. It is undeniable that the reward is really good, but this is a late-stage reward. At present, the player base is either small or medium-sized. The daily maintenance materials required are very low. There are not many grids, let alone large grids. Lin Wu suggested, build a food preparation area, so that everyone does not have to carry water. Everyone cheered and agreed. Maya has no sense of humor at all. She responded to this question seriously. Although the food consumption is high, there are more ways to obtain food than other materials. Agronomy and hunters provide us with 7 foods. We only consume 9 foods on a daily basis. Lin Wu, since the wheat field only increases 6 foods, it is better to demolish it and build 9 foods. Stone stopped Maya. Don't pay attention to him. He didn't play with a gun, and he deliberately quarreled with you. Lin Wu denied, I didn't. Yes, you didn't. Shertu ignored him. What do you think? Xuedong raised his hand and said, Arsenal. We have produced a batch of assault rifles, which can not only be used for trading, but also be more than enough to defend the house in the future. Besides, when the base is relocated after winter, the buildings cannot be taken away, but the guns and ammunition can be taken away. Susher disagreed. I am sure that the arsenal is a black hole of resources than Lin Wu. In the 4 months until next spring, we work without rest every day, and I estimate that we can only get 1 or 2 assault rifles. I guess the only benefit of the arsenal is that it can produce gun accessories. Susher's crafting table can only produce silencers. From the magazine, I learned that in addition to silencers, muzzle accessories also include chokes and brakes. The magazine also mentioned microforce triggers, etc. These items cannot be produced in the crafting room. Everyone looked at the resource black hole Lin Wu together, and nodded together. It really can't be done. This look made Lin Wu so angry that he raised his fist and shouted, Cinema, cinema, we need to boost morale, we need to watch a movie. He was throwing a tantrum and looking for trouble. Ma Han immediately echoed, Cinema, cinema. Who doesn't know how to enjoy it? It's a pity that even Xuedong didn't agree with the two of them. After shouting a few times, the two looked at each other, smiled to wipe away the embarrassment, and kept silent. Maya said, We don't need it in our base right now. Lin Wu raised his hand to retort. Shertu took the initiative. I'll let you fight for 20 seconds. Lin Wu paused for a while and said, I think what Maya said makes sense. We should take a long-term view. Think about it, we will move to a larger base in the future, build 5 maintenance areas. Wouldn't we be able to eat, drink and have fun every day? Wouldn't it be fun? Xuedong made a sound of sniping, pushed Lin Wu. You have no ambition. Lin Wu glared at Xuedong. Do you believe me if I fall down? Do you believe me if I fall down and die for you to see? Xuedong looked at Lin Wu. No. Lin Wu, correct answer. Xuedong was fine. Sana on the side couldn't help laughing, seeing everyone looking at her. Sorry. Continue. Maya continued to finish what she was going to say. Put it away first. Okay. Shertu said. I'll go get the champagne. Kill the blood plague, why celebrate? Wait, so Lin Wu, you killed the blood plague? Lin Wu asked. Yes, what's wrong? Shertu shook his head. No. This is fate. In order to show his care for Shauna, Shertu and Maya privately discussed exchanging their positions, giving Shauna more motivation, and also showing the sincerity of the base. But unexpectedly, it was Lin Wu who got the points in the end. This guy is quite amazing. After playing the game for more than a month, he got 2 new entries, courage and erudition. If killing Kwang Ming gave points, I wonder how high Lin Wu's points would be. In addition, Lin Wu is very likely to get the first kill of Shui Kwang Ming and Huge, and there may be points reward. It is speculated that Lin Wu is still the first to kill the blood plague. However, Lin Wu has nothing to do with the ring of the fortress. Shertu said casually, and went to the warehouse to get champagne. Chapter 94 Survivors. After everyone toasted to celebrate, they left Lin Wu and went to rest. But how could Lin Wu let them have it easy? At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Wu's shouting startled everyone. Everyone came to the infirmary with the intention of knocking Lin Wu unconscious. Before they could speak, Lin Wu showed his entry. There were already many entries, and they were increased again. New entry: Blood Plague Survivor. Effect: Immune to infection. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Even Su Shi, who didn't fight zombies, knew that this entry was a god-level entry. It meant that as long as Lin Wu had medicine in his hand, he could win the final victory in the battle with zombies. Lin Wu looked around. No one has anything to say. Congratulations? Sana held her forehead and said speechlessly, "You still want to congratulate? I'm jealous." Maya agreed. "It's a bit too much. As a zombie game, you are immune to the virus. Are you worthy of the zombies? Are you worthy of the dawn?" Xiao Dao suddenly said, "It seems that blood plague survivors can be refreshed." Lin Wu nodded repeatedly. "I think the conditions are very simple, that is, lying on the bed at the moment when the infection rate is 100%. Everyone was speechless again. Brush? How to brush? After being bitten by a zombie. He took a stopwatch and waited in front of the bed. Maya said, "Lin Wu is infected by the blood madness and killed the blood plague, lying on the bed at the moment when the infection value was 100%, and he also inhaled a lot of blood mist. No one knows how many conditions are needed to trigger the entry. It is also impossible to be sure whether the moment is completely synchronized. And what is the fault tolerance? What if it is only 0.01 seconds? Shirtu clapped his hands. "Okay, if no one wants to beat him, everyone go back to sleep." Lin Wu watched everyone leave silently and said, "Everyone smile." Hearing this, Sana, who could no longer bear it, jumped onto the bed, kicked Lin Wu's legs randomly, and then jumped off the bed with satisfaction. Xiao Dao, who was beaten to the punch by Shana, was thoughtful. He turned his head and asked Shirtu, who was watching the fun, "Is this a romantic mood?" Shana was stunned by this. Shirtu eased the embarrassment and asked, "How do you know?" Xiao Dao said, "She didn't use any force." Lin Wu said with a dark face, "Get out of here. You are willing to use force. One kick will kill half of your life." Xiao Dao glared. Sana took Xiao Dao away on the stairs. "Don't talk to him." Han Dan and the other looked at each other, and did not say hello to Lin Wu, and left the ward. Shirtu leaned against the wall, and seeing that Lin Wu was a little confused, he said, "Just concentrate on playing with your mud, and don't worry about adults' business." Lin Wu didn't understand. "What adults' business?" Shirtu said to Maya, "Let's go." "Hey, give me the gun." 20 seconds. Lin Wu saw that Shirtu didn't respond. "Hey, I want to sing." And I really sang. Maya outside the ward looked at Shirtu and said, "I think I understand what you mean." Shirtu sighed. "The fallen flower is willing to give in. But the flowing water is really ruthless." The fallen flower thought the flowing water fell in love with the green leaf, but didn't know that the green leaf liked playing with mud more. Maya looked confused. Ancient poetry? Maybe? Lin Wu was awakened by the sound of gunfire at around 6 in the morning. He put on his outer clothes and shoes and walked to the front yard of the church. It turned out that Deputy Commander Maya was tossing the raiders. Lin Wu had doubts about this. As a soldier, Maya seemed confused about the raider. Recoil. Maya performed a daily shooting action and explained, "Blue Star firearms have no recoil. And your silencer has almost no recoil. You can use standard shooting postures. Although the Desert Eagle has recoil, its recoil is presented using buffer time. Automatic rifles certainly cannot use buffering to express recoil. Look!" Maya raised the raider, aimed at the homemade target, and pulled the trigger. The bullet deviated from the center of the bull's eye. Maya adjusted and started shooting again. This time, all 7 bullets hit near the center of the bull's eye. Lin Wu asked, "What is this?" Maya, "Power. You must use power to suppress the gun. In the ancient classification of firearms, your silencer is a non-automatic rifle, the raider is an automatic rifle, and there are semi-automatic rifles between the two. The so-called semi-automatic rifle is that every time you pull the trigger, it fires a bullet. Some firearms can be adjusted to automatic and semi-automatic. It is said that the real gun master uses the automatic mode, but he can control the number of bullets fired, and treat 3 bullets as a unit. This not only provides accurate firepower, but also ensures accuracy during the second shot." Maya handed the gun to Lin Wu. "You can try to control the recoil of the gun." Lin Wu pulled the trigger, experiencing recoil for the first time, and a volley of bullets flew into the sky. Maya took the raider, pulled the trigger at the zombie in front of her, and instantly fired 4 bullets, blowing the zombie's head. Maya gave the gun to Lin Wu again, adjusted Lin Wu's gun holding posture, controlled the gun with his left hand, and assisted in stability with his shoulder. This time the shooting was much better, although most of the bullets missed the target, but at least they did not fly into the sky. Everyone heard the whisper, and came to the front yard to watch the fun. Shirtu saw that it was Maya who applied for the raider, and chose to keep silent. He believed that Maya must have her reasons for applying for the raider. Maya asked Xiaodao, Shana, Mahan and Xuedong to take turns shooting, and finally came to a conclusion. Players without strength attributes have a harder time controlling firearms with high recoil. Lin Wu was dissatisfied with this. I increased agility, but I didn't see more bullets fired. Su Shi, I increased wisdom, but I didn't ask the gun to become smarter. Xuedong, I increased physical strength, but I didn't see the gun become stronger. Xiaodao, I increased willpower, but I didn't see the gun become stronger. Shauna held her forehead and said, some diseases are contagious. Maya is a practical person, letting everyone shoot zombies 20 meters away, not pursuing headshots. As the shooting distance becomes longer, the difference between force and non-force begins to grow. Mahan shoots continuously for 5 seconds, making more than a dozen holes in the zombies. Lin Wu shoots continuously for 5 seconds, making only 2 holes. Everyone takes turns to play, and the results are consistent with what Maya said. Without enough force to stabilize the gun, the accuracy is terrible. The raider is not suitable for people who don't have some strength. It can be used, but it can't bring out the true power of the gun. Because of the reckless use of guns, more than a dozen small zombies came to the door. Maya knelt on one knee, raised her gun and fired. And as the bullets poured out, the blood plasma of the zombies, more than 10 meters away, flew everywhere. In 8 seconds, all 14 zombies died. In these 8 seconds, Maya fired a total of 55 bullets. Maya judged for herself. I aimed at the area above the ribs, and about 30 bullets hit the target. Shirtu also realized at this time that Maya and Lin Wu were of the same kind, and if he didn't say anything, she could lead everyone to shoot for a whole day. This is not the silent, this is the raider. Stop! This is the first time that Shirtu felt Maya's dissatisfied look. 3 stars. Brothers. Lin Wu took the lead in protesting. We want to shoot, we. Shirtu winked at Xiaodao. Xiaodao understood, and stepped forward to grab Lin Wu's collar and dragged him away. Without Lin Wu making trouble, Shirtu began to reason, and everyone, including Maya, accepted Shitu's preaching. Maya also put the raider into the warehouse, and promised that it would only be taken out when defending the city. After determining that the raider was not suitable for him, Lin Wu actually lost interest in the raider. Height of 1.7 meters, he was destined not to play a center in a professional basketball game. Besides, people who like to play can always find new toys. Why covet toys that are not suitable for them? At the morning meeting, Maya announced that the search work around the mountaintop base had been declared over, and the next step was to extend the search area to the wilderness farm. Lin Wu and Shauna, who are on the night shift, will go to the outpost substation, with the substation as the center, to search for valuable resources in the surrounding area. There is a large forest park around the Qianshao substation. There are many human relics in the park, a small park police station, a holiday home, an RV camp, etc. On the west side of the park, there is a small supermarket near the highway, and there are more than a dozen cars in the supermarket's open-air parking lot. You can use the crowbar made by Su Shixin to pry open the car door and trunk. There is a small hydroelectric power station near the Qianshao substation, and I believe there are some supplies. In addition, there is a gravel road to the east of the hydroelectric power station that goes uphill around the forest. Although it is not clear where the road leads to, I believe that some human buildings can be found along the road. The biggest reason for sending the night shift to the Qianshao is that the resources near the Qianshao are very scattered, and they are all small resources. For example, the tent set up by tourists everywhere, such as a lonely fishing shop by the lake. In addition, there are scattered vending machines, park emergency telephone booths, mobile food trucks, souvenir shops, etc. This kind of place has no purpose. If there are too many people, should we divide them into groups or not? It is easy to get lost if we divide them into groups. If we don't divide them into groups, it will be a waste of manpower for 4 people to search one tent. Another reason is Lin Wu's casual personality. Lin Wu, who works the day shift, is confined to the work content and will soon feel bored, and then start to slack off. It is better to give Lin Wu an open world and let him mess around. With the desire to explore the unknown, Lin Wu's work enthusiasm will increase exponentially. This cannot be blamed entirely on Lin Wu. For example, the demolition work of the apartment is just demolition and transportation. A few more pieces of rags or a few less pieces of rags are not interesting at all. The open world is different. If you sneak into a tent, you may find a zombie, or a gun, or a diary, or a pile of poop. The nth reason? This is a forest park. The so-called forest park means there are artificial roads and buildings in a forest. In addition, there may be wild animals. Theoretically, as a hunter, the chance of survival will be greater when facing wild animals. The last reason, Sana likes to coordinate work. She can solve the work that Lin Wu doesn't like. This is indeed the case. As soon as the morning meeting was over, Sana began to learn about the layout of the park, the area of the park, and the park roads. In Lin Wu's opinion, these tasks are meaningless. When you get to a place, just go in the direction you like. Today, Lin Wu drove. As a driver who drove 1,000 kilometers, Lin Wu drove well. And it took him only a few minutes to get used to ancient cars. He drove a Tyrant, because the pickup truck was manual. The reason why Shauna agreed to let Lin Wu drive was that she planned to give him a chance first, so that she could have more say in the search route later. Unexpectedly, Lin Wu became addicted to it. The Tyrant not only has strong control performance, but also has excellent off-road capabilities. In less than 3 minutes after leaving the house, it crossed the highway guardrail once and rushed into the wilderness. Lin Wu was too proud to admit that he had to turn too many times to avoid the zombies, and ran off the road. He told Shauna calmly, "Off-road vehicles are only fun to drive on this kind of terrain." For a moment, Shauna couldn't tell whether what he said was true. Passing the checkpoint is a test of skill. After Lin Wu rubbed it 4 times, he successfully passed the sentry post. He kept his mouth shut and said, "Isn't it amazing? It took 4 rubs to reduce the durability by 5%. After knowing the truth, Shauna just wanted to be quiet. Fortunately, Lin Wu knew that his skills were rough. So he was very careful all the way, reduced the speed, and finally arrived at the outpost safely. Lin Wu thought in his heart, if there is another accident, I really can't make it up. The outpost substation is a very simple building. A 1-story concrete house of more than 10 square meters, with an iron door. There are some machines with lights on. The radius of the outpost safety zone is only 7 meters. But its function has nothing to do with the safety zone. The two prepared some supplies in the outpost warehouse. And sure too agreed remotely. Shauna inserted her mobile phone into her jacket pocket to expose the camera, turned on the other side to mute, and touched the edge of the safety zone with Lin Wu. Lin Wu looked for a while. It was dark, and there were no streetlights. Turning to look at Shauna, "Where is the route you planned?" Shauna wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was used to the bright lights, and forgot that she was working in the dark today. Shauna followed suit. "Tonight we plan to see if your ability to perform on the spot is really that strong. Let's go! Since it has come to this, I'd rather die outside. The moonlight is good today." The two squatted in the dark for a while, and quickly adapted to the dark environment. It can't be said that they can see clearly, but they can still distinguish an outline, the outline of the zombies, the outline of the building. The two walked 100 meters along the road, and entered the forest park from a 3-meter wide cement road. As for the Overlord, don't worry, the upgraded car has a strong anti-theft ability. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people fail to steal the car and smash the car. This is the south entrance of the forest park. Below the steps is the management office of the forest park and a small parking lot with a car parked. The management office has only one single room. Lin Wu asked, "Are you brave enough?" "Shauna, isn't it just a single room?" Lin Wu nodded. "Then I'll pry the car. There is no need to waste manpower and time." Lin Wu took the crowbar from Shauna. Since he had practiced beforehand, Lin Wu easily pried open the door of the vehicle. Lin Wu was not in a hurry to get in the car. He poked the crowbar into the car a few times before getting in. Shauna, who saw all this, almost burst out laughing. It turned out that he was also afraid. Shauna opened the door of the management office. She was not in a hurry to push it all open. She used the light of her mobile phone to shine around. She entered the management office after confirming that there were no zombies, and closed the door. This is a high-level play. Lin Wu, a reckless man, would not understand. The management office has a bed, a table, and a long built-in safe. Shauna was not in a hurry. She followed Lin Wu's example, and walked to the table. She used the light of her mobile phone to check the things on the table first, because there might be clues here. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from under the table and grabbed Shauna's ankle. Shauna screamed and jumped up, then jumped 3 more times on the spot. After stepping on the zombie that wanted to get out 3 times, she took out the water pipe and hit the zombie hard more than 10 times. Chapter 95 Battle of Bayshong Lake. The first chain reaction of Shauna's scream was that Shertu, who was watching the video, almost pissed himself. He was concentrating on observing the things on the table through the video, and suddenly screamed. The screen shook, and continued to shake, and continued to scream. It is better to have fun together than to have fun alone. Shertu decisively unplugged the headset, and Shauna's scream instantly spread throughout the base. Shertu was of course not that bad, but because Shauna's voice was too sharp, he unplugged the line to protect his ears. You know, Shauna has a voice that can gather zombies under the cliff. The second chain reaction was naturally that the nearby zombies gathered together. Lin Wu was looting the car at this time. The car's sound insulation effect was quite good, and the 2 sides were separated by a door. Lin Wu didn't hear any movement. And Lin Wu had a great harvest. He got a small heater. The small heater is a plug-in, which can only be installed in a small room, and can increase the temperature by 10 degrees. Satisfied, Lin Wu pushed open the car door and got out. He still didn't understand why all the zombies nearby were heading towards the management office. It didn't matter, because Lin Wu saw Kwang Meng and rushed over to chop vegetables. Taking advantage of the zombies not gathering together, he used the traps to hit them accurately. However, if you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. After all, he touched the zombie's head with his bare hands, and Lin Wu was still scratched. He glanced at the system panel, and it was not even a minor injury. As for infection? What is infection? Is there such a thing? Touching the medicine in his backpack, Lin Wu stood on the hood of the car and said to the zombies, I just want to say that everyone walking here is garbage. Poke the head from the front. Poke the head from the side. Poke the head from the back. What are you looking at? You? Come here. Lin Wu pointed at the last zombie standing, the screaming zombie. The screaming zombie came over, with its head drooping. Lin Wu was already in front of it. He took out a small dagger and stabbed the screaming zombie's body. The screaming zombie's spell was interrupted. The screaming zombie stood up again, and then lowered its head to roar wildly. Lin Wu poked it again. One after another, screaming kept twisting its fragile cervical vertebrae, making its broken head swing up and down. After cleaning up, Shauna sat against the wall next to the door of the management office, watching the battle a few meters below the stage. She didn't want to talk now, not because Lin Wu was childish, after all. She had a deep understanding of Lin Wu's occasional convulsions. She was in a bad mental state because she was scared just now, and now she didn't want to do anything, just wanted to sit there in a daze. Okay. Lin Wu saw Shauna, and sent his playmate to the west with a trap in his left hand. Yeah. Lin Wu jumped onto a platform more than 1 meter high, and looked at Shauna. Shauna didn't move, and didn't look at him. Lin Wu felt guilty. So he explained his behavior. I saw you weren't done yet, so I played a little longer. Yeah, Shauna said. There's a safe inside. Lin Wu entered the room puzzled and saw the safe. Strictly speaking, this is not a safe, but a gun storage cabinet. I have never eaten pork, but I have seen pigs in magazines. After checking the lock, Lin Wu found that this cabinet had never been opened, which meant that there was probably a gun inside. Why would there be a gun in the management office? Yes. This is a forest park. Does that mean there are really wild animals? Lin Wu thought about the animals, his skills and equipment, and felt that he could still deal with it. So he concentrated on picking the lock. It is very difficult to pick the lock of a gun box, but picking the lock is a very fun job. Lin Wu was focused and unyielding. He broke 7 lock picks, and finally opened the gun box. A box of 25 9mm pistol bullets, an ammunition bag, and a shotgun. It was not very good. It was a break-type shotgun, also called a double-barreled shotgun. As the name suggests, to load the bullet, you have to fold the barrel down, put 2 bullets in, and then fold it back to fire. The lethality of a single shot from a double-barreled shotgun exceeds that of a Raider, but its effective range is only 10 meters. It is good for fear shooting, but for defending a city, it is not as good as a revolver. The short-barreled hunting rifle that Lin Wu had obtained before had a short range, but it did not mean that the shotgun had a short range. The magazine stated that the hunting shotgun had a range of up to 40 meters. Lin Wu walked out, and Shauna also stood up by holding the wall. Seeing Shauna did not say anything, Lin Wu asked, "Are you okay?" "Nothing," Lin Wu asked. "Did you see your ex-boyfriend?" Shauna, who was originally weak, immediately became full of strength when she heard this, and said bitterly, "Your ex-boyfriend is so ugly." "Oh!" Lin Wu did not understand. It seemed that he had met someone. Lin Wu asked, "Was he kissed?" "What?" Lin Wu said. "In the movie, girls will be kissed until their whole body becomes weak?" Shauna looked at Lin Wu speechlessly. "I'll give you another chance. Guess carefully." Lin Wu thought for a while. "No. I'm leaving. This." But Shauna was so frustrated that her spirit was revived. This guy didn't let her guess? Shauna announced the answer. "It's a zombie." Lin Wu stopped and turned around to ask, "Zombies?" "Yes." "Ordinary zombies?" "Yes." Lin Wu looked around. "There are many ordinary zombies here." Shauna wanted to cry but couldn't. It hid under the table and suddenly grabbed my ankle. Lin Wu finally understood and said contemptuously, "How did you get by? You were scared by this." "Have you never been scared?" "Often," Lin Wu said. "Now when I enter a building, I can basically guess where the zombies are hiding." I know you peed your pants." Sana finally couldn't help it, curled up her index finger, and hit Lin Wu on the head. "Don't say it." This made Lin Wu open up. "Haha, I forgot that you can't pee in the game." Is that the problem? Although Shauna was almost dead because of Lin Wu, she quickly recovered her spirits because of Lin Wu. The two walked straight along a road, passing by vending machines, toilets, and tents. After working for about 2 hours, the two came to Beishang Lake in the center of the forest park. Beishang Lake is rectangular in shape, with a large area, located in a natural valley. On the left and right sides of the lake are cliffs hundreds of meters high. The cliffs are actually two large rocks. I believe that if you come during the day, the scenery of the boulder cliffs is not inferior to Beishang Lake. There are many small islands in Beishang Lake. Lin Wu and his friends can see tents set up on the two nearest islands. There is a park service office on the shore, which provides rental tents and water play facilities. According to the sign, the average water depth is 1 meter, and the deepest is no more than 1.5 meters. It can be imagined that this small lake formed by the spring water in the mountains is a great place for people in Zhuo County to escape the heat in summer. There are not many zombies. Shauna is responsible for cleaning, and Lin Wu searched the service center. But unfortunately, he didn't find anything good. So the two set their sights on the dozens of small islands in Beishang Lake. Just as they were about to enter the water, Lin Wu pulled Shauna, and the two stopped to listen for a while, and squatted down at the same time. Shauna asked, "Did you hear it?" "Yes." "Blind bats." "Shauna, why are there blind bats here? Is there a building on the other side of the lake?" "At the end is a hill, and Beishang Lake is formed by more than a dozen small ditches flowing down from the hill." The two changed positions to observe, and saw an outline similar to a signal tower on the hill, calculated from the horizon. The height is about 30 meters. Seeing this, Shauna was a little excited and asked, "Fungus base?" Lin Wu disagreed. "We have collected relevant information before. There are indeed several bases near Zhuo County, but I haven't heard of any bases in Beishang Lake. It might be a weather observatory." Sana said, "Let's bet on the water for a day." "Deal?" Lin Wu looked around, and saw that the shore was very flat and open. He said, "You stay? I'll go over and see what's going on." He had never fought with blind bats in the water before. For safety reasons, Lin Wu asked Shauna to stay first. Lin Wu further explained, "Blind bats rely on hearing to find their enemies, and waiting in the water will make noises. Are you okay? This side is open on all sides. If you hear a loud noise, just move aside and wait for me to come back." Sana said, "Got it. I'll go to the 3 islands 1, 2, and 3. There is a tent on each of the 3 islands closest to the shore." "Yeah." Lin Wu raised his left foot, and then retracted it. "Do you think there will be diving zombies?" Sana was startled, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Theoretically, there won't be." "Why?" Sana replied, "The zombies are dry as a hole, and they shouldn't be able to dive." "Holding a stone?" Lin Wu asked, diving with a stone, raising a stone to hit people. Sana immediately realized that she absolutely could not chat with Lin Wu like this, so she asked, "Are you afraid?" "TSK." Lin Wu left. "Take care of yourself. The sound of water is really annoying. If you move a little bit, it will alarm the zombies nearby." The blind bat's hearing was surprisingly terrible. Every time Lin Wu took a step, it kept making gurgling sounds in the direction of the water sound. Perhaps because the distance was too far, except that the sound would be emitted in the direction of Lin Wu, the position of the blind bat did not change much. There were many backstroke and floating zombies on the lake. Lin Wu had planned to quietly go over to deal with them, but as soon as he approached within 10 meters of the zombies immediately woke up and stood in the water and walked towards Lin Wu. After the two sides came into contact and started fighting, the sound of water became louder. But the wind thorn was particularly handsome when used in the water. It slid across and cut through the lake water, pulling up a water curtain. Sanaa got a muzzle accessory on the second island, a simple choke. The choke is mainly used for shotguns, which can increase the shooting distance of shotguns. Put the items in the backpack and look up again. Lin Wu had walked more than 100 meters. When Shauna finished touching the supplies on the third island, Lin Wu had disappeared. Although she was alone, and although she was frightened before, Shauna was not afraid. The open terrain gave her a sense of security. If zombies appear within 20 meters, Shauna will definitely be able to see their dark outlines, and then determine the type of zombies and make the best response. After scanning left and right and finding no enemy, Shauna sat on the mat beside the tent, took off her shoes, and drained the water from her shoes. The spring water was freezing cold, and it was very uncomfortable to soak her feet in the water. Lying barefoot on the mat on the ground, Shauna did not forget to pay attention to the surrounding situation at all times. Beishang Lake was very quiet. The only thing that made Shauna a little suspicious was that there seemed to be red fruits growing on the two boulders. Shauna was about 50 meters away from the foot of the boulder. The red was at the waist of the stone, and could not be seen clearly. Shauna remembered that when she was with Lin Wu just now, she did not notice the red on the boulder. Looking at the red on the boulder, she vaguely felt that it was increasing. Is it dangerous? Shauna did not think so. Even if there were a group of fierce monsters, they would not be able to catch up with her even if they did not fall to death after jumping down. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air from the left. At this time, Shauna remembered a mutant zombie that Beishang Town had never encountered before, 6 wings. The appearance and fighting power of the 6-winged zombies are basically the same as those of ordinary zombies. The only difference is that there are 6 bone spurs on the back, and there are feathers on the bone spurs. The 6-winged zombies cannot fly, but are good at gliding from high altitudes to attack ground players. When the trade team went to the Wanderer base in Yu County, the Wanderer specifically stated that they should be careful of the 6-winged zombies in any building over 10 meters. 6-winged zombies, Shauna said, to tell the base that she was in trouble. Shauna hung up the crossbow, took out the pistol, and stood barefoot on the mat on both sides. A black thing appeared from a high place on the left. Shauna pulled the trigger without hesitation and hit the 6-winged zombies with one shot. The 6-winged zombies were like a fighter plane with its engine destroyed. They plunged into the lake and broke their necks. Alas! Shauna immediately turned to the right and hit the 6-winged zombies that flew 5 meters away from her. The 6-winged zombies fell on the water, and the splashing water hit Shauna's face, causing Shauna to be unable to open her eyes for a while. Lin Wu was luring the blind bats to approach him on the island. After hearing the gunshot, he immediately ran towards Shauna. Lin Wu knew that Shauna would not use a pistol unless necessary. While stepping on the water with big steps slowed down Lin Wu's speed, it also covered up the sound of the blind bat. The blind bat attacked from behind and threw Lin Wu into the water. Because he was attacked from the back by Shui Quameng last time, Lin Wu had learned to dodge after Maya's guidance. At the moment of being attacked, Lin Wu twisted his body to the left and fell into the water with the blind bat, avoiding being pressed down by the blind bat. Lin Wu supported himself with his left hand, jumped up, and slapped the blind bat in the face with his right hand trap. He had no time to deal with the blind bat. While putting on a bandage, he ran towards Shauna. When the distance was about 40 meters, Lin Wu stopped. The system notified the team to disband. Pull out the system base interface, enter the cemetery. Shauna's grave was there. Fuck. Lin Wu didn't know whether to scold the zombies or himself. While scolding, he ran to Shauna's body. Time was running out. Lin Wu had no time to care about how Shauna died, and immediately started looting. Crossbow, mobile phone. Lin Wu heard the sound of breaking through the air, turned his head, and saw a black flying object rushing towards him at high speed. Lin Wu rushed into the water without hesitation. The 6-winged creature that attacked hit the ground and fell into the water, and died directly. Lin Wu ignored the 6-winged creature's body, ran to the island and continued to loot. He took the display mirror from Shauna's backpack with his right hand, and used the silent gunner skill with his left hand to shoot down the flying object on the right. He got the pistol and shot down the flying object on the left. At this time, 1 minute was up, Shauna's body disappeared without a trace. Before going out, Shauna took 2 injections of serum. Considering that she was a survivor of the blood plague, both injections were placed in Shauna's backpack. In addition to the serum, Shauna's backpack also had the necessary medicines for going out, melee weapons, snacks, and previously looted items. These things disappeared along with the disappearance of Shauna's body. Lin Wu shot down 2 more 6-winged creatures. His endurance reached the bottom, and he could not activate the gunner. So Lin Wu used the fish-jumping diving method to constantly change his position in the water, making the 6-winged creatures that rushed towards him miss the target repeatedly. As soon as he got ashore, he found zombies attracted by the noise. Lin Wu chewed a piece of gum, ignored the screaming zombies that were about to roar, and ran away, quickly evacuating Beishang Lake. Chapter 96 Walking Alone at the End of the World. Sure 2, the leader, and Maya, the deputy leader, received the system message of Shauna's death at the first time, and the two went to the command post together. At this time, Lin Wu had just received his mobile phone, and because it was muted, their shouts were all ignored by Lin Wu. Accompanied by the shaking of the camera and the sound coming from it, they knew that Lin Wu was also in trouble. 3 minutes later, Lin Wu got rid of the zombies, found a safe place, took out his mobile phone to contact the command post. Shauna is dead. Sure 2, yeah. Looking back, everyone gathered around the command post. Maya asked, Lin Wu, what's the situation? Lin Wu replied, it should be Lu Qi. Ma Han asked, should? Lin Wu said, I'm not with Shauna, I'm going to find the blind bat. Ma Han said, you know she has no ability to protect herself, you left her alone to find the blind bat? Lin Wu explained, I didn't expect there was still Lu Qi. Shui Dan said, even without Lu Qi, she can't deal with Quang Ming. Maya asked you to form a team, hoping that you would handle these crises. The two spoke in a heated tone, and Lin Wu did not want to quibble. After all, he was indeed responsible for Shauna's death. Lin Wu apologized, I'm sorry. Shirtu said, Lin Wu, come back first. How dare you come back? This sentence was said in a low voice, and no one could hear clearly whose voice it was. Shirtu was furious after hearing it. Who said that? Say it again if you dare? This is the apocalyptic world. Anyone who goes out may die. And the shadow is not the only tombstone of Shauna. Shirtu looked around at everyone, and no one spoke. Shirtu said, disperse. Go to bed. After everyone left, Shirtu said, Lin Wu, be careful on the road, or you can find a place to rest, and come back tomorrow daytime. Yes. Lin Wu said, hang up. Okay. Shirtu hung up the intercom, looking at the deputy commander Maya on the side. Lin Wu was at fault, but he should not be held responsible for Shauna's death. Maya nodded, asked, he won't just walk away. Will he? He's a man, not a boy. Being able to take responsibility for mistakes when others accuse him has already proved this point. Shirtu said, why is suicide a coward's behavior? Because he doesn't have the courage to live. Lin Wu is a responsible person. He will not escape from his mistakes. He will face everything bravely. Maya asked, you said before that Lin Wu is most likely to go solo. Shirtu said, don't you understand? Let alone whether Lin Wu is wrong or not, if he thinks he is wrong, he will not go solo at this time. Because he will consider the loss caused by the loss of Shauna in the base, if he goes solo at this time. It is equivalent to further weakening the strength of the base. Lin Wu's solo at this time is like committing suicide when encountering setbacks. It is an act of escaping reality and responsibility. Although it is difficult to understand, Maya understands what Shirtu means. In short, 2 sentences, Lin Wu does not like to take responsibility, but he will not shirk responsibility after the incident. As mentioned above, Lin Wu does not like responsibility, so he is essentially a hedonistic single person. But if he decides to get married, he will definitely play the role of a husband and take on the responsibilities of a husband. Shirtu said, I can understand Ma Han and Shui Dan. The 2 friends gave in and encouraged each other to pursue Shauna. But the goddess was gone. It would be abnormal if they were not angry at all. You should go and have a rest. I will take care of this matter. Alas. Lin Wu scratched his head and sighed. Alas. How to describe Lin Wu's mood? If he said sadness, he was a little sad. After all, They were partners for half a month. But he was not very sad. First, it was a game after all. Second, in his opinion, Shauna was not such an important person to him. If he said guilt, he was a little guilty. After all, Lin Wu put Shauna in danger. But he was not very guilty. First, no one asked Lin Wu to protect Shauna. Second, isn't it normal for people to die in a doomsday game? In addition, there was some dissatisfaction. Especially the sentence, "You have the nerve to come back." Why should I feel embarrassed? Lin Wu would never stand in the stone's shoes and understand who was in a bad mood and said this. However, the dissatisfaction did not last long. Lin Wu forgot this sentence in less than a minute, because he knew that he could never satisfy everyone. Not to mention Shauna. Even a burp could cause others to be dissatisfied with you. If you care about the thoughts and opinions of these people, then you don't need to live. The most realistic question facing Lin Wu at present is, where is this? Lin Wu originally planned to go back to the lake, but he didn't see Beishan Lake after walking for a long time. Fortunately, it is a park after all. Lin Wu found a sign on the roadside along the road. He thought it was a navigation map, but it turned out to be a warning: bears are around. Tourists who don't carry bear spray are requested to return to the original route. Park, I just want to ask. It is possible to return to the original route, but your sign is on the roadside, without any direction. How can I know where there are bears, and where there are no bears? There is a small uphill path with steps in front of me, and a downhill and uphill step path in the back. Speculation. I didn't see any bears when I came here, which means I should go back. Don't mention it. Lin Wu's brain is still very useful. After walking for 20 minutes, Lin Wu not only didn't see any bears, but also didn't see a few zombies. However, after walking for 20 minutes, he didn't see any human buildings, nor did he see the navigation map. It seemed that he was walking higher and higher. After walking for another 10 minutes, the concrete road disappeared, and it turned into a small dirt road deep into the dense forest. Until then, Lin Wu could be sure that this was a road into the mountains. Lin Wu couldn't figure it out. He retreated from Beishan Lake, walked to the sign of bears, and walked back. Why didn't he see Beishan Lake, but walked to the entrance to the mountain? At this time, Lin Wu thought it was not bad to have a living Shauna. After walking back for 5 minutes, Lin Wu discovered a secret. It turned out that the bamboo forest had the function of hiding the intersection at night. He had passed this place before, but didn't notice that there was another road. When he walked back, he almost didn't notice that there was another road. However, which one is the other road? Lin Wu walked on the left road for a while, and then went back, and walked on the right road for a while, and then went back to the intersection. It felt like he had walked both of them. Continue to try, walk a little further on the left road. This time, before Lin Wu could retreat, a huge black bear appeared on the road. Neither the man nor the bear expected to meet a bear man here. Both were startled. Lin Wu knew that he must not run away when he met a bear in the wild. He had to roar and beat his chest to have a chance to scare away the black bear. But although there were few zombies, there were still some after all. What if the roar did not scare away the black bear and attracted a group of zombies? Lin Wu had seen black bears and zombies sign a non-aggression agreement in the wilderness. Lin Wu held the silencer in his left hand and stretched forward with his right hand empty and slowly took a step forward. The black bear took a step back vigilantly. Lin Wu moved forward, and the black bear retreated. Because the road was tortuous, the black bear's buttocks hit the bamboo, and it subconsciously took a step forward, and Lin Wu subconsciously took a step back. 2 streaks of sweat flowed down the bearman's forehead. What should I do? I am panicking, but I can't show that I am panicking. I am scared. I can't let the bear man know that I am scared. Lin Wu reached for his backpack, took out a piece of beef jerky, bit off the packaging and threw it in front of the black bear. Brother, I've paid the toll. Please make way. The black bear took a bite of the beef jerky and liked it very much. So he pounced on Lin Wu without hesitation. Take it all out. The robber didn't intend to rob you. A poor guy. But you insisted on using gold to beg the robber to let you go. How could the robber let you go? The bear man immediately started fighting. The black bear was shot first, and Lin Wu's trap hit the black bear's head. But the opening of the trap was smaller than the black bear's head, and the trap didn't catch the black bear's head, and a piece of its scalp was torn off. This was the first time that Lin Wu's trap failed to hit the face, leaving him with no tricks to use. The black bear took the opportunity to slap Lin Wu into the bamboo forest. severely injured, moderately bleeding, and a disabled left arm. Explanation: before effective treatment, the left arm cannot be used. Further explanation: effective treatment refers to facilities such as the infirmary. How could Lin Wu dare to seek revenge in this situation? Enduring the severe pain, he dragged his arm and ran around in the dense bamboo forest. The black bear didn't dare to chase him anymore, and turned around and ran away. With his back against the pine tree, Lin Wu first bandaged himself with 2 bandages, and then took a painkiller, thinking, if Shauna was here, his chance of getting hurt would be reduced by 50%. Lin Wu was still very conscientious, and he kept thinking of Shauna's kindness along the way. Lin Wu was very glad that the trade team chose to go through the tunnel instead of the mountains, because it took him 4 hours to get out of the forest park. When he walked to the road, Lin Wu, who was refreshed, saw Kwang Meng, who wanted to cause trouble for him, and killed him immediately for a drink. Following the road, Lin Wu arrived at the outpost substation and accidentally found a player fishing between the substation and the hydropower station. The other party was also very surprised when he saw the person, and sat down to talk and found out. This buddy is called Li, and he is a player from Beixiong Town, Zhui County, Nancheng, Nanshur in the Future City. Although both belong to Future City, the straight line distance between Lily's South City and North City is 180 kilometers. Why could Lily run from South City to North City? After asking, I found out that Lily also got lost after entering the mountain. But the difference was that he was lost for 5 days. He had been walking in the mountains for the past 5 days. When he was tired, he would find a place to build a home. There were hunter huts, ranger huts, etc. Although there were not many of these buildings, he could still see 1 or 2 after walking for a day. Is this Beicheng's County? Yeah. It's over, Lin Wu said. How about we settle down in our base first? Li shook his head. No. I have a wife. I want to go back. Go home. Lin Wu learned from Li that some players had already entered Nancheng's County, and the number of players who had entered exceeded 70. This made Lin Wu difficult to understand. Is Nancheng so strong? Li explained to Lin Wu that their union was called the Doomsday Alliance, and it only recruited fishing and hunting players. Players who joined the Doomsday Alliance formed small groups of 2 or 3 people, or more people with friends according to their own preferences. After a while, the Doomsday Alliance formed a large alliance with 12 groups and more than 70 people. Each group was assigned according to the alliance, each occupying a base, and artificially building a huge safe zone. There are food and beds, which solves the problem of personal survival. When a small base encounters a high-intensity siege, the alliance will organize people to temporarily join the small base to protect them. Some bases have beds, some do not, and the alliance will also assist and coordinate the transfer of the wounded. 70 people went to the streets to search together, facing 100 zombies. They were not afraid at all, and they just picked up their knives and fought. Of course, due to the existence of the fierce, there was also a reduction in personnel in each activity. At present, the Doomsday Alliance is vigorously recruiting players with fishing and hunting skills, and vigorously purchasing fishing and hunting skill books. In general, the Doomsday Alliance has established itself in the suburbs of Zhui County, Nancheng. Their long-term goal is to build Nancheng into the strongest shelter for humans without zombies. However, there are many problems with more people. As time goes by, the 12 groups have some personal conflicts. Whether the model of the big alliance can continue to develop, Li is not sure. The reason why Li insisted on going home was that he was supposed to marry his fiancée in a week. Lin Wu was also a straightforward person. He drove Lily to the road that had not been explored before. After walking on the highway, he walked on the gravel road, and finally walked on the dirt road. Lin Wu sent Lily to the end of the road. The two got off the car. Lily pointed to the mountain range and said, "Follow the ridgeline, and you can reach the South City. Come find me when you are free. Remember, my name is Lily." Curious, Lin Wu asked again. "From your tone, you know the north and south directions. Why did you walk to the North City?" Lily sighed and said, "I live in District 15. Lin Wu understood. District 15 is the only residential area in the southern hemisphere of Blue Star. Lily uses the geographical knowledge of the southern hemisphere to distinguish the north and the south in the northern hemisphere. And this guy uses a very high-end cyclone direction to distinguish the north and the south. In the northern hemisphere, Cyclones are clockwise, and anticyclones are counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, cyclones are counterclockwise, and anticyclones are clockwise. It was already dawn, and Lin Wu had not returned home yet, which made Shirtu quite worried. He was worried that he had misjudged Lin Wu's character. So he called the phone. When Lin Wu took out his phone from his backpack and had a video call with Shirtu, Lily was stunned for a moment. There is such a thing? The Doomsday Alliance follows the low-end route of a large group. Apart from fishing and hunting, they have almost no other life skills. Lily took the phone with Lin Wu's permission. Hello? Boss Shirtu. Shirtu, hello. Who are you? Lily introduced herself. I am the deputy leader of the South City Doomsday Alliance. My name is Lily. Shirtu's phone froze on the spot. After a long time, he asked, South City? Lily nodded, South City. Xiao Dao's voice came, Lin Wu. You defected to South City? There was infinite anger in his words. Lily disagreed. What do you mean by defection? We are all human beings. Long live mankind. Lin Wu explained. I am still in North City. And I met Lily from South City by chance. Shirtu was thinking about other things and asked, Lily, how is your Doomsday Alliance developing? Quasi-ally. Lily replied, it is still in the embryonic stage of development. We have just entered Zhua County not long ago, and have only more than 70 people under us. Our goal is 100,000 players. 100,000 HP, Nanchung's Wuxian shocks the world. Is this crazy? Shirtu said, oh great. Xiao Dao came over and waved. Lin Wu introduced, Xiao Dao. Lily greeted warmly, hello, brother Xiao Dao. Lin Wu whispered, sister. Lily apologized, sorry, I didn't see it. I won't say more, Boss Shirtu, Xiao Dao, and brothers and sisters in the Shadow Base. Please contact me if you have a chance to go to Nanchung's Wuxian. The video was perfunctory. Okay. Lin Wu hung up the phone and shook hands with Lily, watching Lily disappear into the forest. Lin Wu still admired Lily. Lily was not worried about the hardship of returning to South City, even if she had to walk a week on the mountain road, even if she had to face all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. Lin Wu admired Lily's optimistic and positive attitude. Fuck. No gas. Lin Wu ran 15 kilometers to the substation to apply for a barrel of gasoline, and then ran 15 kilometers back to refuel Bao Wang. On the way back to the base, Lin Wu recalled that night, and felt it was really unbearable to look back. Thinking back to the past when he was full of energy, and planned to go to the sentry post in the deep mountains alone. I don't know who gave him the courage. The road was clear, the car accelerated, he was distracted by driving, his driving skills were poor. Lin Wu hit the zombie lying in the middle of the road. The car was instantly filled with poisonous gas. Lin Wu immediately jumped out of the car to save his life. Looking back, the zombie had already ascended to heaven, and he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he slaughtered all the zombies around him. There was no bad luck, only worse luck. The zombies at the sentry post had already clocked in for work, and the dense zombies blocked the way home. Chapter 97 Nail Household. The Overlord stopped by the roadside. Lin Wu sat on the street lamp, and was in a daze. Do we really have to wait until dark? Lin Wu returned to the Overlord, drove the car to a supermarket not far from the substation, and began to search in a half-slacking state. At this time, the system prompt came, because Lin Wu had not slept for more than 24 hours, so Lin Wu was in a fatigue state, which made it easy to get injured, and daily jumping movements could cause foot fractures. And because he only had one hand, Lin Wu's work efficiency was extremely low. After taking more than a dozen novels from the supermarket, Lin Wu returned to the checkpoint. This time he learned to be smart, and before leaving the supermarket, he took a bucket of oil and filled it up for the Overlord. When he arrived near the checkpoint, Lin Wu climbed onto the roof of the Overlord, used his backpack as a pillow, and lay down to read a book. Occasionally, he heard a fierce voice, and got off the car to eat meat. Lin Wu with one hand still killed fierce people. During this time, Ma Hun called Lin Wu via video. In the call, Ma Hun apologized to Lin Wu and admitted that he said something he shouldn't have said yesterday. He also generously explained that he had a crush on Shauna, so he was particularly angry after knowing Shauna's death. Lin Wu was very surprised. You have a crush on Shauna? How come I don't know? Huh? Why? Ma Hun was stumped. No reason. Lin Wu said, you should have told me earlier, and asked Maya to put you in the same class. Xiao Dao and I have been looking forward to attending a wedding. Ma Hun, no, Xuedun also likes Shauna. Why? Lin Wu continued to be surprised. How come I still don't know? Ma Han burst into tears. No reason. Lin Wu continued to ask, why did you let Xuedong? Ma Han replied, we are brothers. Lin Wu asked, why did Xuedong let you? Ma Han, because we are brothers. Lin Wu thought for a while. You love Shauna, he also loves Shauna. You have the same hobbies, so you will become friends. He didn't quite understand this logic. According to this logic, the original wife loves her husband. The mistress also loves her husband. The original wife and the mistress should be good friends. But why do they want to fight to the death as soon as they meet? Sure too on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Wu. As for the matter of Shauna, they are just two idiots. Don't pay attention to them. Sure too knew that Lin Wu couldn't understand the behavior of two men giving in to each other after falling in love with the same woman at the same time. Ma Han was sad after hearing what Sure Tu said. It was true. Lin Wu was still surprised. Sure Tu. You know about this? Sure Tu, yes. We all know. Lin Wu, why don't I know? Sure Tu, hang up. He kept asking why. Which was annoying. But he just didn't know how to answer. He knew that Lin Wu's CPU had not yet evolved to the stage of a love triangle. In fact, Lin Wu could understand that 10 million men liked one woman. But what he couldn't understand was the humility between men. Girls like to watch romantic love dramas. And the love in them makes them have endless reverie. Lin Wu likes war and action movies. In classic movies and TV series of this type, there is either no love or only a single and simple depiction of love. Saving Private, Soldier's Assault, Wind Talkers, Hacksaw Ridge, The Pacific, Taken, Enemy at the Gates, Black Hawk Down, etc. The sun sets at 6 p.m. After losing the sunlight, the body temperature drops significantly. The zombies at the checkpoint clocked out. Lin Wu drove the tyrant past the checkpoint and quickly returned to the shadow base. Time can heal all sorrows. Mianhua's death made everyone mourn for a few seconds. Tong Tong's death made everyone mourn for a minute. And the pain caused by Shauna's death did not last long. Of course, this does not include Ma Han and Xuedong. At the gate of the base, the two apologized to Lin Wu for the phone call last night. Seeing that they were in a low mood, Lin Wu comforted them instead. Xuedong nodded, patted Lin Wu on the shoulder. Don't worry. I will definitely confess boldly next time. Ma Han echoed, even if I fight him head-on. I will try my best to fight for it. This is a man. Lin Wu praised. And said, I'll go to rest first. Sure Tu nodded. Go. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao made a fist. And went to the bed to rest. Sure Tu looked at Xuedong and Ma Han. Are you sure everything is fine? Xuedong laughed. It's fine. It's just that after she died, I regretted not telling her my thoughts in person. Ma Han nodded in agreement. Sure Tu looked at Maya. Su Shi and Xiao Dao, are you all okay too? Maya said, Sana and Lin Wu are on duty. If only one can survive, it must be Lin Wu. I had thought this through clearly when I was scheduling shifts. Now that I think about it, my decision was very unfair to Shauna. Sure Tu said, that's because we've been together for a long time. You no longer see her as a tool. Su Shi, do you have anything to say about this? Su Shi said, Shauna is a good person. I'm sad to lose her. But I'm also glad that Lao Lin is alive. Everyone looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao's innocent face. Everyone knows my opinion. I'll just say one thing. I'm sad to lose Shauna. Ma Han has a good relationship with Xiao Dao said. When we talked last night, if Sure Tu hadn't cursed first, would you have stood up for Lao Lin? Xiao Dao replied, no, last night, I would have simply thought that you were sad because you lost your partner. Xuedong asked, what about today? Xiao Dao, after learning about the situation today, I remembered a sentence Shauna once said that puzzled me. I remember that I found you two looking at me and Shauna, while whispering. I asked Shauna, are they in trouble? Shauna answered, yes, they are in trouble. But they better not say it, so that everyone won't be embarrassed. I was very curious at the time. Everyone was very curious. After waiting for a while, seeing no further news, Snow Egg asked, then what? Then what? Then how did you ask her? What did she say? Little Knife said, I didn't ask. Everyone was speechless. Sure Tu said, let's go to the bonfire in the backyard and chat. The temperature is a little low tonight. Su Shi, have you made the thermometer? The base now only has thermometers obtained through looting. Thermometers are medical items. Thermometers and televisions obtained through looting are sundries. Sundries cannot be used directly. They must be made in the production room before they can be used. Su Shi said, Yes. Sure went to the warehouse to get the thermometer, and found that the real-time temperature had dropped to 11 degrees. Shauna's death caused the Shadow Base to lose a medicine maker, and now it is still lacking a sewing and clothing player. What puzzled Sure was that sewing skills were very rare, and no one in Zuyo County had ever heard of someone who had mastered similar skills. Linwoo got off the bed and met Maya when he went to the backyard barracks to rest. He talked to Maya about Lily's Doomsday Alliance. Maya was like discovering a new world. She didn't expect that the game could be played this way. Today's campfire meeting was to discuss the Doomsday Alliance mode. This mode does not need to consider personal morality and other issues, but only food issues. An alliance of about 10 people, plus a large number of players. The more the better. When the number of players reaches a certain scale, the entire city can be turned into a safe zone. The hunter skill book is relatively rare, while the fishing skill book is a common skill book. Linwoo kills half a book a day, and there are now 6 fishing books in the warehouse. When everyone thought there was a way to make it, Xiao Dao used a simple brain circuit to deny the Doomsday Alliance survival method. The reason for the denial was that the fishing skill book was a common skill book. Following this line of thought, Sure believes that no matter how big and powerful the Doomsday Alliance becomes, it will always be a low-end industry. In order to ensure food, most members of the Doomsday Alliance have the ability to produce food. This will inevitably make them lack other life skills and barely survive. Surviving for 2 years in such an environment will become a torture. In addition, the leader of the Alliance needs strong strength and the ability to deal with problems. Everyone discussed and believed that it was not that the Alliance was not good, but that the leader of the Alliance should control the force and have the ability to protect the members of the Alliance. The members of the Alliance were responsible for production. In order to avoid major conflicts between members, and to avoid small alliances forcing the palace, the force of small alliances must be controlled. In simple terms, warlords use force to seize population and land for development. In reality, it is somewhat operational, but it is very difficult in the game, because every player has basic weapons. They can get weapons, and have the strength to resist warlords. Since they are not worried about real death, warlords will cause resistance if their oppression is slightly higher. If warlords do not oppress, they cannot improve their ruling power. Some people slept. Some chatted. Some read. The Shadow Base was extremely quiet in the second half of the night, which made Sure, the leader, somewhat uncomfortable. Sure was listening to the radio and reading in the command post, and suddenly found a non-base player member on the base map. Safety first, Sure went to the dormitory and knocked on Maya's door, and took some weapons on the way to the front door, only to see a female player fighting 2 ordinary zombies at the edge of the safe zone. "Hey, help me." The female player turned around and shouted, which scared Sure and Maya. "Isn't this Shauna?" The two immediately went forward to deal with the zombies, and took Shauna to the backyard. Sure woke everyone up. Xiao Dao appeared first, and hugged Shauna's left arm with both hands and rubbed it. "I'm so happy." Shauna stroked Xiao Dao's hair. "I'm happy too." Susher appeared normally. "Oh my god." Instinctively frightened. "Hi Susher. I'm Shauna, not Maya. I'm in a good mood, and I made a joke." She went on and Mahang came out of the barracks. After confirming that it was Shauna, they looked at each other, and each stepped forward to suppress their excitement and shook hands with Shauna. "Are you back?" "Yes, I'm back." The last person to appear was Linwoo, who was woken up. Others sleep to kill time, but Linwoo really sleeps. Hearing the noise outside, he walked out of the barracks in a daze, and saw Shauna smiling at him by the campfire at first sight. Linwoo was shocked. "You are the Nail household in Beishang town, right?" Shauna was angry. Linwoo stepped forward. Shauna smiled, stretched out her left hand to shake hands with Linwoo. But she didn't expect Linwoo to hug Shauna directly, and said with a sympathetic heart, "The days without you are really painful." These words made Shauna's heart blossom, and her heart was beating fast. The crowd eating melons looked at the Hunan brothers with contempt. "Are you happy now?" "Xiao Dao, I didn't expect you to be like this." Linwoo let go of Shauna, put his hands on Shauna's shoulders, and patted her twice, said earnestly, "You really don't know how miserable I was after you died." Linwoo counted the bad luck he had encountered throughout the day. Lost and going in circles, being slapped by a black bear, the car ran out of gas, road crash, checkpoints blocking the road. Sanaa raised her hand to stop everyone from speaking, asked, "You just said that life without me is painful, is that it? No emotional pain?" "Emotional pain? Yes." Lin Wu looked at Xuedong and Mahan. They have something to say. They said together, glad to have you back. Shauna, welcome, welcome. Sana is very smart. Immediately changed the subject. My chemistry skills are gone. Lin Wu was really led by the rhythm. You didn't. No, I shouldn't know about Shauna's first murder. Sana thought Lin Wu had apologized to her for this matter, and was surprised why Lin Wu stopped talking halfway. Lin Wu, you came all the way here this time? I was so smart, applaud. What? She didn't know how to respond again. Shauna said, by the way, I will tell you a secret of the game first, a secret related to points. What secret? Everyone became interested. Death. Sana said, the player will be resurrected 24 hours after death. Under normal circumstances, the system will provide you with a cutout background, a stool, a dozen books, to help you get through the 24 hours. Everyone waited. Shauna said, but as your points increase when you die, your death treatment will also increase. My stool has been replaced with a chair, and the number of books has increased from 11 to 13. There are slight differences between the two death resurrections. Lin Wu said, do you mean to know if you have a high score? Just go and die. Shauna shook her head. I mean, by comparing the treatment of death, you can understand your current score situation. Lin Wu said, you don't have many points at all. Shauna covered her face and said, please don't say that to others. Okay. I work very hard. Sure to interrupted at the right time. Let's solve Shauna's skills first. Shauna, are you still willing to go the doctor or chemistry route? Shauna nodded. Okay. Sure to said, from the radio information, medical books are not very difficult, and chemistry books are relatively rare. The advantage of chemistry is that you can make fertilizers. Susher interrupted, I can make fertilizers. But without the bonus of chemical skills, it needs more materials. Small problem. Lin Wu said, sure to, go to the warehouse and get the plug-in I looted last night. What plug-in? Composter. Lin Wu introduced. Working for half an hour every day can provide the required fertilizers for farms, gardens, etc. After installing the plug-in, you can no longer use fertilizers. Xiaodao asked, filling poop? Lin Wu asked, where does poop come from? During the discussion between the two, Shirtu came back. He held a small basin in his hand. This thing is good. Everyone can go to the farm to work when they are bored, accumulating half an hour every day. As he said, he installed the composter on the farm, and a chair was added in the middle of the farm of more than 10 square meters. Shirtu tried it himself. As long as you sit on the chair, the timer will start. How weird. A person sat in the middle of a wheat field. The wheat ears covered his lower body. From the outside, it looked not much different from a toilet. Snow Egg said, it seems that our topic just now was not the composter. He was still more concerned about the goddess's development skills. Chapter 98 Cooperation. The composter eliminates the advantage of chemistry. The shadow is currently lacking a pharmacist. It can be either medicine or chemistry. Maya said, in the discussion of the Doomsday Alliance model, I found that a base does not necessarily need a doctor. Hospital beds can solve everything. We can send the raw materials of medicines to the invincible base. And Shui, you will help us process them into finished medicines. Shirtu said, it's not good to bother others often. Right? Lin Wu said, I can help them upgrade the radio. Maya said, yes. I think we should use general skills more effectively. After the snow eggs master the sound insulation technology, we can rent out the snow eggs and use them to control the thread value of the base. Lin Wu can help others upgrade the radio. At present, the base has no plans to recruit more people, so it is better to find a skill book for Shauna. Susher asked, books on tailoring? We have a lot of cloth in our warehouse, and the production room can only process materials, not make clothes. There are a lot of cloth in the apartment building, and the sofas, curtains, beds, etc. can be broken into many pieces. And even ordinary zombies have a high cloth rate. Shirtu nodded, keep warm in winter. It has to be put on the agenda. Mahan, we just discussed the tailoring skill book. No one in Zuyo County has mastered tailoring skills yet. Everyone just guessed that there are such skills, and they are not sure that such skills exist in the game. Sanal listened and walked towards the warehouse without saying a word. After a while, she came out with her drawings of the night visit to Zuyo County. Pointing to the first bus stop drawing, Zuyo County Textile Factory. Sanal pointed to the second panoramic drawing. Here, Zuyo County Textile Factory is located east of number 1 road, covering an area of about 10 hectares, with a total of 3 large factory buildings and a 4-story office building. But the textile factory is not in the suburbs, but in the city, not far from the city hall, and the density of zombies inside and outside the factory is very high. Maya took the map and looked at it for a while. No. This is a suicide mission. Lin Wu tilted his head to look at the map in Maya's hand, and pointed, I can go up the wall, and move to the office building through the roof of the factory building. Maya asked, how can I take you there? How can I pick you up? Lin Wu said, you drive me here, and drive to the suburban bridge to wait for me. Maya said, can you leave this area by walking after you succeed? You have to walk more than 7 kilometers in the city. If you really want to do it, I will drive you there. After you succeed, contact the command post through your mobile phone. The command post will notify me, and I will drive over to pick you up. Lin Wu, okay. Maya said, Shauna will join the day shift. The task of the day shift is still to continue searching for available supplies in the wilderness farm. Lin Wu and I will work the night shift, in addition to being able to easily pass through the checkpoints at night. There is another feature. The visibility of zombies will also be affected, which is suitable for stealth work. Shauna volunteered. I have driven in Zwa County. I will be the driver. Lin Wu said hurriedly, the day shift is safer, it's settled. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. After knowing that Shauna was the goddess of Mahan and Shuedon, Shauna had changed her name to Mana, Troublesome Shauna. This game is still suitable for singles. Let him die. Let's observe a minute of silence, and then we can completely forget him. Shurtu finished his speech at the most appropriate time. He rolled up his sleeves first, and glanced at the non-existent watch. It's late. Let's take a rest. Finally, we welcomed the return of the King Shauna with the warmest applause. There was a round of applause, and then everyone went about their own business. Lin Wu's fatigue level had been cleared, and he lay on the bed reading a novel. There was a knock on the door behind the screen. Hi. Lin Wu heard that it was Shauna, and said, Hi. Open the door. I want to talk to you. Lin Wu said, It's too late. We can talk tomorrow, if we have something to say. Sana was so angry that she kicked the screen, and went back to her dormitory to find Xiao Dao. Only then did Shauna know all the things that happened in the 24-hour base where she died, and she didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Take the initiative to talk to the Soldan clearly. The Soul didn't say anything. Do you have the nerve to say it yourself? Xiao Dao was very excited and pulled Shauna to ask all kinds of questions. What do you think of Shuedon? What do you think of Mahan? Do you like Lin Wu? Sana was as confused as a cow. She just wanted to accumulate high points in the game, make more friends, and didn't plan to find true love in the game. In the morning, Lin Wu, who had woken up early, took the silencer and sniped the zombies on the cliff in the backyard. Sana walked towards Lin Wu with a cold face. Lin Wu saw Shauna and said happily, come on. Sing a song. No. Sana crossed her arms and asked, What do you mean? You won't be my partner in the future. Lin Wu explained, You are a newcomer now. Your combat ability is very poor. Night shift is very dangerous. I am doing this for your own good. Thank you. You're welcome. Speaking of Shauna, there is a question I have never figured out. I feel like I shouldn't listen to this question, but I still want to listen. Shauna asked, What's the question? Lin Wu said, Why don't I see 5% of your ability at all? Shauna thought for a long time before answering, I am 5% in the arts. Oh! Lin Wu suddenly realized, no wonder you can yell zombies. Yes, you can sing and draw. Shauna didn't want to argue, and walked away silently. My points are really low. Not to mention that I died twice. I didn't learn any skills during these 2 times. But even without any skills, I played well. Just compared with the Shadow base, compared with several girls, compared with Lin Wu, my performance is really too average. Maybe it's a good thing not to team up with Lin Wu. I have more opportunities to play. Today, Maya and Shauna took turns to fetch water. Shauna found the gap between herself and Maya. When fetching water for the first time, Maya carefully observed the terrain from the base to the river. The second time Maya set off in the Tyrant, relying on the superior off-road performance of the Tyrant, she drove the Tyrant all the way to the river. Maya asked Susher Duo to make a few buckets through the intercom, and the intensity of the water-fetching work was greatly reduced, from several hours to the current 10 minutes. When the two returned to the base, Maya summoned Lin Wu, and asked Lin Wu to teach driving experience on the Tyrant. After all, most of Lin Wu's 1,000-kilometer driving experience was completed on smooth roads. Maya's class today is off-road. Off-road is simple to say, and it can be completed completely by relying on the performance of the car. But if you want to advance, The technical difficulty will increase sharply. The judgment of obstacles, the estimation of slopes, the choice of speed, and the weighting driving skills, etc. Most men will not refuse cars. And Lin Wu certainly had a lot of fun. However, the Overlord is too fuel intensive. And it consumes a small barrel of gasoline in 1 hour. Sure too. The president and the cost control department stopped the training. As night fell, Bai Ban brought back 3 food packs and 2 gasoline packs. Since there are many players in the wilderness farm, according to the search map specified by Maya, there are not many resources left. Bai Ban must expand the scope of work, pass the checkpoint in the early morning, and search the wilderness farm at the other end of the tent area. With the depletion of resources around the base, Shadow Base began to seek more resources in the direction of Zwa County. On the night of Shauna's second death, Lin Wu got 2 building plugins from the forest park, a composter and a small heater. They searched less than 2% of the area, wasting most of their time getting lost. Maya speculated that some items with special uses could be found within the forest park. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Maya and Lin Wu went to Zwa County. Maya firmly rejected Lin Wu's proposal to stop the car temporarily for fun. They arrived at Zwa County smoothly, and took Route 1 directly. Compared with Shauna, Maya's skills were more sophisticated, and she had strong on-the-spot adaptability. She could even bypass the zombies without using the sidewalk. She shuttled through the city at an average speed of 60 kilometers per hour, and successfully avoided every zombie. Maya said, as long as you are fast enough, the zombies will not be able to react. And naturally, they will not be able to attack the car. Get ready. Lin Wu got out of the Overlord window and landed on the pedal. The Overlord arrived near the textile factory, turned around and stopped, and Lin Wu got out of the car. At this time, there was still a certain distance from the zombies facing the Overlord, and the zombies behind the rear of the Overlord car had not reacted yet. The Overlord took the opportunity to avoid the zombies in front of him diagonally, and escaped after successfully accelerating to a safe speed, while the zombies were distracted by the tyrant and were chasing the tyrant in vain. Lin Wu climbed up the street lamp, jumped from the top of the street lamp, and jumped onto the wall of the textile factory. The zombies near the wall found Lin Wu and began to gather. Lin Wu moved quickly on the wall. The zombies chasing him were all left behind because of the terrain and obstacles. After one wave after another, the zombies on the entire textile road crowded towards the wall. But they could only wave their dry hands at the wall in vain. Lin Wu arrived at the destination, jumped to the roof of the arc-shaped factory building. When he landed on the roof, he made a lot of noise, which alarmed the zombies in the factory area. Lin Wu ignored them, climbed up to the top of the arc, and crouched down to enter stealth mode, because they were far away from Lin Wu. After losing the trace of the prey, zombies below the factory area quickly quieted down and slowly dispersed. Lin Wu relied on this method to climb over 3 factory buildings and arrived at the junction of the factory building and the office building. At this time, there was a commotion at the wall. Lin Wu turned around and saw a player in black clothes jumping from the wall to the top of the factory building. His agility was not inferior to his own. Lin Wu took out the display mirror to check. When the opponent reached the top of the second factory building, the display mirror showed the player's name, Nightmare. Wow, this guy and Shauna both have the North Nail attribute. Nightmare also found Lin Wu, looked at Lin Wu. Nightmare walked forward, walked to the other end of the factory and jumped to the top of the third factory building. The 2 sides were 50 meters apart. One was on the east side of the factory building, the other was on the west side of the factory building. The factory building was about 50 meters wide from the office building, and the zombies in this open space were dense. The reason why Lin Wu didn't go down was to observe the zombies' movements, looking for the best landing point. The office building has 4 floors, a staircase on each side, and 5 rooms on each floor. The 2 waited quietly for a while. Seemingly they didn't find a suitable opportunity, but in fact they were wary of each other, and didn't want to jump down first. A small stone was thrown into the open space. Lin Wu turned to look at Nightmare. Nightmare waved at Lin Wu. Lin Wu hid the dagger in his sleeve, walked towards Nightmare. The 2 met at the middle point on the top of the factory building. It can be seen that Nightmare is a person who pays great attention to his image. In layman's terms, he likes to act cool. In a zombie game, you cover your face with a hammer, afraid that the zombies will identify you. Right? Nightmare, with only a pair of eyes exposed, gestured with his hands empty, and pointed at the office building 4 times. His index finger curled into a question mark. How many floors do you want? Lin Wu stretched out one finger with his left hand, and 4 fingers with his right hand. I want the first. 4th floor. Nightmare waved his hand, extending 1 and 2 fingers. Then he extended 3 and 4 fingers, either 1 and 2, or 3 and 4. Lin Wu wanted Nightmare's attitude. People with life experience know that whenever the other party cares about the details of the rules with you, it means that the other party is a person who abides by the rules. Suppose Lin Wu said I want 1, 2, 3, Nightmare agreed immediately, then Lin Wu would be particularly careful of Nightmare, and the possibility of striking first is not ruled out. Lin Wu thought for a moment, also dutifully showed his attitude of keeping his word, finally extended 1 and 2 fingers on his left and right hands respectively. 1, 2 floors. Nightmare pointed to his wrist, extended a palm. Lin Wu shook his head to indicate that he did not understand. Nightmare gestured a few more times. Lin Wu impatiently took out his mobile phone and handed it to Nightmare. Nightmare was stunned for a second when he saw the mobile phone. After taking the mobile phone, he looked at Lin Wu suspiciously and typed on the mobile phone, "Retreat in half an hour." Lin Wu took the phone, 1 hour. Nightmare, 40 minutes. Lin Wu, I have a car. Nightmare paused for a second. Shadow, Lin Wu, yes. Nightmare, mission, Lin Wu, no. Nightmare, what do you want? This question made Lin Wu a little difficult to answer, but his decisiveness was full after all. Lin Wu answered without hesitation, tailoring skill book. Nightmare, I am doing a mission. Find a contract with the seal of the fortress, and stamp it on the seal of the file bag. Nightmare, I will give you the skill book, and you give me the contract. This proposal made Lin Wu, who had full decisiveness, hesitate. He didn't know whether he should trust Nightmare. Lin Wu either didn't agree to others, as long as he agreed, he would try his best to do it. The problem was that Lin Wu got the mission file, but it was useless. Nightmare got the skill book, which was a profit. In addition, the office building might not have skill books, but there must be mission items. No matter how Lin Wu thought about it, he felt that he was at a loss. Lin Wu thought about it again. If the two could not reach an agreement, then they would definitely tear each other apart. Not only will they add insult to injury, they may also launch a sneak attack. In this case, there is no trust between the two parties. There are several possible outcomes of cooperation. Lin Wu gets the skill book, Nightmare gets the skill book. Lin Wu and Nightmare neither get the skill book. Result of cooperation. Lin Wu still has a certain chance to get the skill book. Non-cooperation. Lin Wu dies, Nightmare dies, both die. Lin Wu types, agree. The two shook hands. Nightmare took out a firework, looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu nodded. Nightmare lit the firework, and the two leaned over and ran to the left and right. The firework sprayed out fireworks, with a crackling sound, attracting the zombies in the open space under the firework. Lin Wu found 2 fierce zombies mixed in the zombie group, but he had no time to pay attention to them now. Lin Wu and Nightmare each jumped to the open space after Nightmare fell. He rolled forward twice to relieve the falling force. The moment Lin Wu's feet landed on the ground, he activated the Wind Thorn translation, directly nailing Newton's coffin lid. The two looked at each other on the first floor. Yiming pointed at his wrist to signal Lin Wu to keep an eye on the time. Lin Wu tapped his forehead with 2 fingers, indicating that he understood. Yiming turned and went upstairs, and Lin Wu entered the first office. Chapter 99 Sewing. You will find a lot of clothes when you search the apartment, but these clothes are all called damaged clothes, and they can only be torn into cloth. The first kind of clothes that can be worn is the sailor suit that Lin Wu found in the Navy store, which is complete and recognized by the system. The second kind is 2 sets of brand new and fully packaged winter clothes that he got when he searched the tent area. In room 101, Lin Wu found many parts of clothes, a sleeve, 2 sleeves, a pocket, a collar, etc. 101 is a product display room, and the content displayed is the disassembled parts of clothes. Lin Wu searched the drawer to no avail, opened a mirror door, and a zombie jumped out. Even though Lin Wu had experienced the test countless times, he was still scared. After all, he had enough experience, and being scared was scary, which did not prevent Lin Wu from using a trap to crush the zombie's head. Inside the mirror door was a small warehouse, which contained 5 cardboard boxes. Lin Wu opened the carton and felt around inside, only to find strips of cloth. Reaching to the bottom, Lin Wu touched something. He took it out and saw that it was a file bag. There was a Fortress logo on the seal of the file bag. It was the task prop that Nightmare wanted. Lin Wu looked at it curiously. It said that it was an order from Fortress Company and Zwa County textile factory. The order time was 10 days before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Lin Wu wanted to open it, but the system prompted, "The prop will be destroyed after opening it." "Are you sure you want to open it?" Lin Wu threw the file bag into the backpack and continued to search. Unfortunately, it was all cloth. Lin Wu pushed open the mirror door disappointedly. As expected, Xu Guang arranged another zombie to meet him at close range. He was also scared. He also sent the zombie away with a trap. The first floor was all display area. Lin Wu got 2 complete sets of clothes. One was a gray sweatshirt, and the other was a t-shirt and tactical jeans. It was just that there were a few more pockets on the jeans, which were used to place lighters, daggers, and other items. The warmth value of a sweatshirt is 30, and the warmth value of a denim jacket is 22. There are 5 offices on the second floor, including administrative offices and business offices. If you look carefully, you can find many clues related to Zwa County. In order to deal with bank robbers, the police formed a 20-man special police armed team and ordered 60 sets of tactical clothing from the textile factory. The contract also stated that the delivery address was the special police base in the south of Zwa County. This means that there are a large number of weapons in the special police base. The logging site was threatened by wild beasts, and they ordered 10 sets of hunter clothes including vests from the textile factory, reflective strips for magazine pockets, and the delivery address was Shuishi. Lin Wu estimated that the location was in the deep mountains about 5 kilometers away from the sawmill. The total harvest of the 2 floors, a pair of dagger-like scissors. For bags of building materials, only 1 bag can be taken away. 2 sets of clothes, some snacks, tea bags and coffee. A professional book on clothing, which wrote about fabric dyeing and processing technology. 500 in cash. I don't know what to buy. A short-barreled shotgun. It is speculated that after the virus broke out, the security guards of the textile factory used the financial office to make a last-ditch effort. After finishing the work, Lin Wu waited at the staircase on the second floor. He looked at the time and saw that there were still 15 minutes left before the agreed hour. During the waiting period, he did not hear any movement upstairs. Lin Wu did not go upstairs to check, nor did he suspect that Nightmare had escaped. Such behavior was influenced by Shirtu. Shirtu believed that some goodwill and trust could be properly expressed to some valuable people. This was the cooperation between Shirtu, Wanderers, and Invincible Base. At 57 minutes, Nightmare came down the stairs. He held a pistol with a flashlight. The flashlight shone on Lin Wu and then moved away. Lin Wu stood up and took out the file bag from his backpack and handed it to Nightmare. Nightmare paused slightly when he received the file bag, and then put the file bag away. He took out a skill book called Sewing from his backpack and gave it to Lin Wu. Lin Wu took out his mobile phone, adjusted the volume, and connected to the command post. Shirtu, yes. Lin Wu lowered his voice. I'm ready. Shirtu said after a while. I'll be there in 7 minutes. Lin Wu hung up the phone, pointed the route on the second floor balcony, indicated the 2 to go to the left together, and wait on the top of the first factory building. Nightmare nodded in agreement, and Lin Wu traded a firecracker. Nightmare took the firecracker, lit it, and threw it to the open space on the right. After the firecracker exploded and attracted zombies, the 2 jumped off the balcony. Unexpectedly, a madman ran out from behind the trash can on the left. It was obvious that it was also going to see the firecrackers, but it didn't expect to run into humans directly. As an NPC, the madman changed its target without hesitation and pounced on Lin Wu. Lin Wu took it with his left hand, put on the trap and pressed it down. The man knelt on the ground and stabbed him with a dagger to send him away. While sneaking, they touched the corpse and moved to the bottom of the factory. Lin Wu threw the clean madman's corpse aside, and when he was about to climb, Nightmare threw out his flying claw first, grabbed the top of the factory, and signaled Lin Wu to go first. Lin Wu glanced at Nightmare, grabbed the rope, and climbed to the top of the factory with his feet. Nightmare also followed to the top of the factory. The 2 squatted quietly without communicating. Lin Wu checked the time, and it was almost time. He touched Nightmare's shoulder and jumped onto the wall. Nightmare also jumped onto the wall. The zombies on the street immediately spotted the 2, and the 2 moved forward along the wall, and screams were heard behind them. The Overlord roared over, and arrived near the wall in time, and with a sudden break, the Overlord moved 8 meters sideways, and killed several zombies. Lin Wu and Nightmare jumped off together, and Nightmare saw Lin Wu step on the pedal to get into the car, and followed suit. Unexpectedly, The Overlord suddenly shook his head violently, and Nightmare was thrown out of the car, and rolled several times on the road. Maya didn't know who this person was, and based on her trust in Lin Wu, she stepped on the accelerator and steered, and the Overlord knocked away 5 or 6 zombies, and stopped next to Nightmare. Nightmare immediately opened the door, and got on the back seat of the car, because there were too many zombies, and Maya killed 4 more zombies before escaping the scene. At this time, white smoke was coming out of the hood of the Overlord. Maya lowered the passenger window and shouted, "Lin Wu, watch your right. The right turn is very small, you must slow down. There are many zombies on the roadside, one of which is very fierce." Kwang Ming found that the car started to move. Lin Wu grabbed the pull ring fixed on the roof with his left hand, and pulled out the silencer with his right hand. The quick shooter locked the target and hit Kwang Ming. His luck was off the charts. The 25% chance was activated, and Kwang Ming was knocked to the side. Lin Wu turned the silencer with one hand, turned half a circle, hooked the bolt with his wrist and pushed it, pulled the bolt to load the gun, and turned half a circle again with one hand, which was very cool. Without any pause, the moment Lin Wu held the gun, the quick shooter shot a screaming zombie on the roadside in the head, which was very cool. Lin Wu turned his wrist again and pulled the bolt, leaning back, and aimed the gun on his left arm to the front, and accurately hit Kwang Ming in the middle of the road. Kwang Ming jumped away after being shot in the head, and the car went straight past. Very cool. Thanks to the dawn, I did it. No need to look back. Lin Wu, standing in the wind, knew that his handsome demeanor absolutely shocked the Nightmare in the back seat. The Overlord stopped at the bridge head. The 3 got off the car. Maya took the car repair toolbox and started to repair the car. Lin Wu introduced the 2 to each other. Nightmare took off his mask and shook hands with Maya. Before they said anything, Lin Wu was startled. "Female?" Nightmare glanced at Lin Wu calmly, nodded to Maya. "Thank you." Lin Wu heard the voice. "It's really a female." Maya didn't expect that the famous Nightmare would be a female. Seeing Lin Wu so rude, she had no choice but to join the chat. Women on Blue Star account for 53% of the total population. Why can't it be a female? This question is so difficult to answer. Shadow Base currently has 5 men and 3 women, and its structure does not conform to the population ratio of Blue Star. It is different from first-person shooter games. In that kind of game, if a girl shouts, all male gamers have to kneel down, because girls are too rare. Homeland game is a mandatory surname game, and the lottery is also based on the 53% female ratio. The number of female players in Shadow Base does not conform to the population structure. Maya ignored Lin Wu and asked, "Nightmare, where are you going now?" Nightmare replied, "Home." Maya asked, "Where is home?" Nightmare turned around and pointed to the area near the Shauna community where the disaster occurred. Maya asked, "Is it suitable to be a base?" Nightmare nodded. Maya was concerned about the game mechanism, asked, "How many of you are there? Can this be used as a base?" Nightmare answered, "1 person." Maya asked again, "1 person?" Nightmare answered, "1 person." Maya changed the question, "Why 1 person?" Nightmare answered, "I like 1 person." TSK. Lin Wu said, "I saw you being killed by Kwang Ming last time. Wasn't it to protect a friend?" Nightmare looked at Lin Wu, suspiciously. Lin Wu briefly talked about his first night visit to Zhua County with Shauna. Nightmare said, "Not friends." Lin Wu asked. Nightmare answered. Lin Wu realized that it was a cooperative mission. Nightmare met the other party at the agreed time and place of the mission, unexpectedly. The other party ambushed her, demanding Nightmare to hand over the crossbow. Nightmare fled into the community. The other party chased after her, and as a result, both of them were trapped in the tide of corpses. Although Nightmare jumped up and down, he was eventually killed by Kwang Ming. All the people who ambushed Nightmare died. The resurrected Nightmare now lives in a store near the county sign. Maya invited Nightmare to consider joining Shadow. Nightmare refused, without any consideration. Lin Wu asked a question. "Nightmare, you have completed the marriage mission, and you are going to the textile factory tonight to do the mission. Where do you get so many missions?" Nightmare's answer was to nod to Maya and Lin Wu. "Nice to meet you, goodbye." Turned and left. "Goodbye." Lin Wu watched Nightmare leave, said, "She is well equipped. Samurai sword, shotgun, black combat uniform, hook claw. In addition, her backpack and mask are printed with the fortress icon. Get in the car." The car started. Maya said, "Nightmare should have a special way of playing that is different from other players." Lin Wu asked, "Focus on tasks?" Maya nodded. Sure too, and I talked about it. Many people in Zuyo County have received system tasks and have met Skynet and Fortress agents. The tasks are very simple, and the rewards are also very simple. Nightmare sneaks into the textile factory to steal contracts. Such tasks should be very difficult. How did she get these tasks? Lin Wu asked. You chat with Sure too? You can chat? Maya glanced at Lin Wu. Talk about work. Oh! Maya couldn't help it for the second time. It's not that I can't chat. I just don't want to chat. Lin Wu asked. Why? Maya replied. It's meaningless. Lin Wu, why is it meaningless? Everyone can understand each other, enhance feelings, and become good friends. Maya asked. You and Xuedon? Mahan often chat and drink tea together. Have you become good friends? You and Shauna have been partners for half a month. Have you become good friends? Lin Wu said. At least we are friends. Maya asked again. You and Peanut and the Invincible Base hardly said a few words. Is he your friend? Lin Wu nodded. Yes. Of course he is a friend. Maya asked. Then what is the meaning of chatting? If you are friends, you will become friends even if you don't chat. If you are not friends, you will never become friends no matter how much you talk. It is not about what you talk about, but what you do. Human behavior is always more honest than words. Lin Wu was stunned. He was speechless because of what Maya said. He stared at Maya blankly. He thought for a long time, but didn't know how to refute. So he decided to throw a tantrum. You are so beautiful. Maya, I know. Damn. Turned his head and ignored her. Maya, you can't help but talk. But I can listen. Lin Wu seemed to understand. Those who listen well are wise, and those who speak well forget words. Maya did not answer, but smiled lightly. Lin Wu, can I drive? Lin Wu got on the driving seat and prepared to change gears. Maya said, adjust the rearview mirror. Lin Wu said, no need. Doomsday World? Maya said, the checkpoint can judge the distance between you and the obstacle through the rearview mirror. After walking for a while, Maya asked, are you unable to estimate the width of the car, especially the position of the right front of the car? Lin Wu nodded, yes. I'm sitting on the right front wheel. Maya patted her right thigh against the car door. This is the position of the wheel. Lin Wu was taught. Arriving at the checkpoint. Although Lin Wu could barely judge the width of the car, Maya found that Lin Wu had made a big mistake in judging the length of the front of the car, when there was still a lot of space on the right. Lin Wu was worried about scratching the right front of the car, so he turned the steering wheel in advance. This resulted in insufficient space on the left, making it more difficult to turn, and being repeatedly scratched by obstacles. After passing the checkpoint, Maya asked Lin Wu to reverse the car, which reduced the durability by 10%. Maya stood in front of the car, using her calves, thighs, hips, abdomen, etc. as the size, and asked Lin Wu to judge the distance between the front of the car and Maya. At first, Lin Wu stopped the car when he could no longer see Maya's calves. After getting off the car, he found that the front of the car was still 2 meters away from Maya. After more than an hour of training, Lin Wu could pass the checkpoint without damage and reverse out of the checkpoint. Maya got in the car with satisfaction, and the two returned to the base in the Overlord with black smoke. Sewing, you can make clothes, hats and shoes in the workshop. Maximum health value increases by 20 points. Load bearing capacity increases by 10%. After learning, you will automatically master the knowledge of handicrafts. Making clothes is more troublesome than everyone thinks. You can make an ordinary piece of clothing with ordinary cloth or cotton cloth. If you want to make advanced clothes, you need to upgrade the clothes. Upgrading requires a lot of materials. If the upgrade fails, there is a certain chance that the finished clothes will be damaged. There are also many directions for upgrading. One upgrade route is mainly for warmth. The main material is cotton cloth. The winter clothes looted in the tent area belong to this type of finished products. An upgrade route based on standard clothes. For example, suits, t-shirts, dresses, the materials required are different according to the upgrade direction. The sailor suit that Lin Wu got from the Navy store belongs to this type of finished product. In addition, there is another feature of clothes. Whether it is winter clothes or sailor suits, or the clothes made, only one person is allowed to wear them. The same is true for beds. Everyone must have a bed, and cannot take turns to rest in a bed. Depending on the level of sewing skills, the clothes made and upgraded will also have various additional attributes. Sewing improves weight-bearing capacity. The load capacity is directly related to physical strength. For example, for players who don't add physical strength to stone, The load threshold is 30 kilograms, which includes weapons, clothes, backpacks, and the weight of the backpack itself. If the threshold is exceeded, the stamina consumption will increase by a percentage. The load threshold of Snow Egg with double physical strength is as high as 75 kilograms. Chapter 100 Leveling Up. Night Shift Lin Wu always finds ways to disturb everyone's rest, either actively or passively. The first to be disturbed were Shirtu, Su Shi and Shauna, who were discussing sewing skills. The second to be disturbed was Xiao Dao, who was gossiping. Lin Wu said that he had a nightmare, and Xiao Dao immediately became alert. Maya saw that most people did not rest, so she woke up the Hunan brothers and held a small meeting together, changing the work schedules of the day and night shifts. The reason was that the day shift search area had changed, and they had to pass the checkpoint before 7 a.m., and the working time was greatly advanced. The second reason was that they could use cars to fetch water, and each person only needed to fetch water once a week. The last thing was the arrangement of the night shift. Maya and Shirtu thought it would be best to arrange someone to partner with Lin Wu. Maya gave two plans. The first plan is that Shauna will be promoted to deputy commander, responsible for day shift affairs. Lin Wu and I will work the night shift. The second plan is that Shauna will return to the night shift. Lin Wu held up 3 fingers. The third plan is that I will work alone. Maya nodded. If the first 2 plans cannot be passed, you can only work alone. The result of Lin Wu working the day shift is that the efficiency of the day shift is reduced by 50%. The difficulty of the first plan lies in whether the day shift staff supports Shauna's leadership. The difficulty of the second plan lies in whether Lin Wu agrees to partner with Shauna. From Maya's perspective, she will not agree to cancel the night shift. Lin Wu's contribution to the night shift is great, not only because of the spoils he brought back, but also because of the mini-game intelligence he brought back. Shirtu asked, day shift. Do you agree or oppose Shauna becoming the deputy commander of the day shift? The Soul Egg brothers and Xiao Dao looked at each other. No one agreed. No one opposed. Each of them had their own considerations. Shirtu took Xiao Dao, who was the easiest to bully, as an example. Xiao Dao, what are your opinions and reasons? Xiao Dao replied, I basically agree. But when I think about Shauna staying in the day shift forever, wouldn't I become the brightest light bulb in the day shift? In silence, Lin Wu looked around slyly, watching the excitement without fear of trouble, and wanted to strike a gong to set off the atmosphere. After waiting for a long time, Shauna said, I think everyone may have some misunderstandings. I hereby solemnly declare that I will not, and have no intention of developing any relationship with a man or a woman in the next 2 years. So please do not put pressure on me in this regard, and do not discuss this with me. Thank you. Lin Wu was dissatisfied. You are not having fun this way. Xiao Dao kicked Shauna to get rid of the harm. Lin Wu dodged, and smiled and grabbed a bench and sat next to Maya. Shirtu looked around and said, Shauna is the deputy commander of the day shift. Please raise your hands if you agree. Xiao Dao immediately raised her hand. Compared with Maya's serious work attitude, she prefers to be in the same class with Shauna. Hunan looked at each other and raised their hands. Maya said, okay. The shift is set. Shirtu was about to announce the adjournment of the meeting. The system broadcasted to the whole server. Nightmare completed the last intelligence mission. The market trading system was open to the whole server. For details, please refer to the game manual. The county-level market system is based on the county. In the future, the market days in Nanchungswa County will be the 15th and 30th of each month. The time is from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. During this time period, there will be no siege in Zwa County. Players in the base can enter the market dungeon through the base. Lin Wu said to himself, this guy is a bit strange. Shirtu agreed. No one in Zwa County has ever received an important task, and she has completed at least 2 important tasks by herself. Once open the marriage system, and once open the market system. Lin Wu asked, is it a player NPC? Everyone is an ordinary person, eating and drinking every day, but there will always be a few outliers among the masses. For example, joining a secret organization, for example, becoming an agent, their daily life becomes very different from that of ordinary people. Maya agreed yes. Her backpack has the Fortress logo. Her mask and clothes have the Fortress logo. The mission she is carrying out tonight is also related to the Fortress. Nightmare should be a Fortress agent recruited by the system. So her play style is different from that of ordinary players. Therefore, she not only does not form a team, but also does not join any base. Lin Wu added, her equipment is good. And the spray gun and samurai sword are obviously high-end products. Killing NPCs is part of the game content. And Lin Wu will not discuss moral credibility with NPCs. But it's different if the other party is a player. Lin Wu will not kill the other party just because he covets the other party's equipment. The relationship between people and numbers can only be about interests. But the relationship between people also has morality, justice and conscience before interests. Shauna, who has been working the night shift with Lin Wu for half a month, read Lin Wu's subtext and said, they are not necessarily enemies. Sure too agreed. Since the two sides have reached a cooperation, don't treat the other party as an enemy just because the other party has good equipment. Got it. Shauna was officially promoted to the deputy commander of the Shadow Base. At 6:30 in the morning, the day shift was led by Shauna, and Shuedon was the driver, driving everyone all the way south, passing the checkpoint, and heading to the back wilderness farm. Before the trip, Lin Wu casually mentioned that he had seen black bears in that area, and asked them to be more careful. Maya was bored during the day, so she called Lin Wu, and the two rode a motorcycle to the tunnel. The tunnel is a holy place for leveling. There are enough zombies, but they are not very dense. Moreover, the narrow environment in the train is very suitable for Maya to perform. Maya wielded a knife and chopped from car 15 to car 8, and then chopped from car 8 back to car 15. When she met Kwang Ming and Lin Wu would help out with his gun in his spare time. In less than an hour, the number of zombies from car 8 to the tunnel entrance decreased sharply, and the refresh speed could not keep up with Maya's slashing speed. As for Kwang Ming, after being killed by Lin Wu, he never appeared again. Sure too is very good at judging people. He once said that Maya and Lin Wu were the same kind of people in a certain sense. After the zombies became sparse, Maya actually proposed the idea of provoking Blood Plague number 7. If she met other people, she would definitely think twice before doing it, but Lin Wu was not an ordinary person. A Molotov cocktail was thrown over, and Lin Wu ran away. When he ran to car 6, the Blood Kwang Ming and a nest of blood zombies appeared. Bloody Kwang Ming chased, and the bloody zombies followed. When they reached carriage number 4, only Bloody Kwang Ming was still chasing, and the bloody zombies had lost their target. Poor Shui Kwang Ming relied on his tough head and blood mist, and thought he was invincible. However, he was caught by Lin Wu with a trap and cut. And the blood mist virus that he was proud of could not hurt Lin Wu at all. Fishing. Lin Wu took a skill book from Shui Kwang Ming, looked back and saw no one, and then found that Maya had already taken a knife to the number 7 carriage. The knife flashed, and Maya killed more than 20 blood zombies, and 7 ordinary zombies. But the result was not good. Although the blood zombies did not hurt Maya directly, because Maya got too close to the blood zombies many times during the slashing. After the battle, Maya's infection value rose to 10%. Originally, she should have retreated, but Lin Wu took out a serum syringe from his bag. As the deputy commander, Maya still hesitated at this time. After all, there were only 3 left in the entire base. Lin Wu said, "I'm here now." Lin Wu only brought a Molotov cocktail, so he could only stab Blood Plague with a dagger. After stabbing more than 10 times, the train finally shook, and new blood madmen and zombies appeared. This should have been a chance for Shui Kwang Ming to take revenge. But Shui Kwang Ming found that he could not catch up with Lin Wu at all. This guy was not only extremely fast, but also very insidious. When burning his endurance to escape, Lin Wu did not look back, and stretched out his hand to knock the table that was ready on the side to the ground. Although Shui Kwang Ming was very agile, his reaction time was too short, and he kept hitting the table, which hindered his pursuit speed. When he caught up with Lin Wu, he was left alone, so he was killed by Lin Wu again. From the change in the concentration of blood mist, it can be seen that the blood plague will recover blood. So Maya and Lin Wu did not expect to kill the blood plague. They only wanted the soldier summoned by the blood plague. After killing 6 groups, Lin Wu and Maya got 2 skill books and 2 bottles of serum. It was a good harvest. But unfortunately, there was no trophy. Because of the serum, Maya generously injected the serum needle. The serum needle can not only clear the infection, but also provide 2 hours of immunity to infection. In the 7th wave, a blood screamer appeared. The two were overjoyed and led the blood screamer to carriage number 10 and lured it to howl. Blood scream roared, and a wave of blood zombies appeared in carriage number 7 and rushed over. Blood Mad Fierce always ran super fast and was always the first to die, in order to prevent Blood Scream from howling continuously. When Lin Wu dealt with Blood Mad Fierce, Maya was responsible for poking Blood's screen with a water pipe. When Maya dealt with the blood zombies, Lin Wu was responsible for poking Blood's screen with a dagger. From 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening. Until the 3 serum needles were used up. Maya's infection level was close to 50%. And the two retreated. Countless blood-mad fierce were killed. And no treasure chests were dropped. But other spoils were very rich. 12 skill books. 10 bottles of serum. 15 painkillers. 5 bandages. And some snacks. There is no doctor in the base. Maya reminded. Lin Wu asked, shall we go to the invincible base tonight? Maya hesitated. Isn't it a bad idea? After all, it's working hours. Lin Wu said, there is no serum in the base now. What if someone dies? And we have a lot of medical supplies in stock. We should make a batch of finished medicines. Maya nodded. That makes sense. Birds of a feather flocked together. Back to the base, Maya went to lie down on the bed. Shirtu went to the front yard and asked Lin Wu, where did you two go during the day? Lin Wu said proudly, I went to see how many skill books I had. Shirtu suspiciously went to the warehouse to take a look, and took out all 12 skill books. Fishing, fishing, fishing again, plumbing, mechanics, fishing, fishing, gardenism, pharmacology, fishing, fishing, lichenology. Useless, until now. Those who buy skill books are usually newcomers, that is. Those who have been resurrected, and these people don't have anything that makes the shadow base excited. Those who have something, basically learned life skills. The 12 skill books that Lin Wu and Maya brought back, except for the relatively rare lichenology, the others are all common skill books. Lin Wu said, Maya and I are going to the invincible base to make a batch of medical supplies and bring back some gasoline. Shirtu said, it's a two-way deal. Bring a few bags of food. Lin Wu said, no. We'll deliver serum. Shirtu was puzzled and ran back to the warehouse to check and found 10 more bottles of serum. Shirtu ignored Lin Wu and went directly to the ward to ask Maya. Maya was very honest and quickly told him that they had played with the blood plague for a day. Shirtu thought to himself that it was not good. These two people seemed good together. One was stable, and the other was strong. But it was not the case in practice. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao could play with mud, because they were both interested in mud. Lin Wu and Maya could play with zombies, because they were both interested in chopping zombies. These two were very brave and strong. When ordinary zombies could not satisfy them, they would chop the blood plague. When the blood plague could not satisfy them, wouldn't they have to fight the giants alone? Think about the raiders. Think about Lin Wu's mention of the giants in the blood plague farm. They might not be able to do such a thing. Shirtu left. Lin Wu entered the ward. And Shirtu climbed over the wall to eavesdrop. It's not that Shirtu has no morals. The key is that Lin Wu and Maya are the backbone of the shadow base. If these two people are to be killed outside, the strength of the shadow base will be halved directly. And its future development will inevitably be extremely difficult. As expected, Lin Wu didn't say anything polite or nonsense. He sat down and came up with a bad idea. How about we go to the high mountain observation post tomorrow? According to the news, there are 3 military bases in Zhou County. The first is a highway checkpoint where zombies punch in and out to get off work. The second is a high mountain observation post built in the mountains. The third is a train command post on the railway line of Zhou and Zhou counties. No one has found the location of the command post yet. The high mountain observation post overlooks the suburban roads of Zhou County. The foot of the mountain is only 3 kilometers away from the mountaintop base. But the observation post is as high as 1,500 meters above sea level, and is located on a steep peak surrounded by mountains. Relatively speaking, Maya was relatively calm. We have to go deep into the forest. Not only will we face the risk of getting lost, but we will also face the challenge of wild animals. Lin Wu said, have you forgotten? I am a hunter. Maya, you fought a bear in the forest park the night before last and got beaten to a pulp. Lin Wu went crazy immediately after hearing this. Don't expose someone's shortcomings. You know? I'm telling you. Don't let me meet that 250-kilogram black bear again. I'll beat it up in a minute. Maya said, I would like to go to Beishan Lake. Since there are blind bats there, I believe there will be some unexpected things. Lin Wu nodded. When I was ambushing the blind bats, a zombie went through the waterfall. I think there is a cave there. Maya asked, artificial or natural? Lin Wu shook his head. Maya said, let's go to the invincible base tonight, and come back early to rest. Tomorrow during the day, continue to go to the tunnel to brush skill books and serums, and go to Beishan Lake tomorrow night. It is best to go to places with blind bats at night. Although this is an unverified theory, but through the practice of building too, it can be known that going to places with blind bats at night will not encounter other strong enemies. Lin Wu agreed, okay. The two did not chat, but just talked about work, and the meeting ended after the work was discussed. The two are also used to this way of getting along, and they don't feel awkward at all when they have nothing to say. Chapter 101 Fearless Team. Lin Wu is in charge of driving, and Maya sat in the co-pilot seat as a coach. She thought Lin Wu had no problem with driving skills, and that he would need to develop a sense of driving through mileage. The two arrived at the Invincible base at 9 o'clock in the evening, because they had contacted each other before. Peanut, who was in the sentry tower, saw the two from a distance and immediately came down to greet them. After shaking hands, the two chatted while walking towards the base. But they never expected that there was a quarrel in the main building of the base. Swear words were flying everywhere, and they could not understand the content of the quarrel at all. Nor did they know which of the three was quarreling, and which was trying to stop the quarrel. When the three saw the visitors, they all stopped and walked away to do their own things. Peanut, as the deputy commander, completely ignored the matter, and just said sorry to Lin Wu and the others. Peanut knocked on the door of the dormitory, and Chui Yu came out of the dormitory and shook hands with Lin Wu enthusiastically, and hugged Maya. The four went to the infirmary on the side and chatted while making medicine. Lin Wu, why do girls like to hug girls? Sure too, idiot, boys also like to hug girls. It takes 10 minutes to make 10 serums, and with other drugs, it will take about 20 minutes. Peanut took 4 bottles of mineral water of 3 brands from the warehouse. Sorry, there is nothing to treat you. I really want to say, set up a table. Comparison is the culprit. Maya didn't chat. Lin Wu could only bite the bullet and go up. He also heard the embarrassment in Peanut's words. It's okay, we had a quarrel in the base the day before yesterday, and we were fine yesterday. Collective life cannot be without conflicts. Peanut shook his head and said nothing. Chui Yu said, we lost 2 brothers in the last defense of the city, and we recruited 3 new players. One is a second-level fishing player, one joined the base with an assault rifle, and a scout with double agility points. Since the 3 joined the base, the atmosphere of the Invincible base began to deteriorate. The second-level fishing player only fishes and catches fish, does not participate in other work in the base, and is suspicious. Because he suspects that others' words imply him, he has had disputes with others many times. The fisherman said he could contribute 3 foods a day. He could do whatever he wanted, and didn't need others to tell him what to do. Assault Rifle had a good personality, but he liked to play pranks and didn't know how to read people's faces, which often led to embarrassing situations. Peanut got angry because he told Suyu dirty jokes. Peanut used his status as a veteran to teach Assault Rifle a lesson. A member of the base, who liked Assault Rifle's pranks, thought Peanut was bullying. Suyu didn't say anything. Peanut was too sensitive. Although the situation was calmed down because of Woody's intervention, both sides were unhappy with each other now. Scout was a trouble at work. He lacked his own opinions. He would only report when he encountered a situation and let others teach him what to do. Both shifts didn't want this Scout. The 2 shifts were led by Woody and Peanut respectively. The working hours were about 8 hours a day. After work, they had to take turns to be sentries when they returned to the base, because there were some problems with the shifts. In addition, there are no standardized production items and designated manufacturers. Some people will apply for materials in the warehouse to make what they want. In general, the Woody base is a bit chaotic at present. The root cause is that 2 members with cohesion died in the defense of the city, and 3 members without collective consciousness joined. Of course, there are other reasons, such as the old members want everyone to abide by the rules, and the new members do not recognize the base enough. Woody also wants to rectify this situation, but the behavior of the 3 newcomers does not constitute expulsion, and it is not feasible to do ideological work on adults, which makes him somewhat helpless. What kind of person is Woody? Polite and enthusiastic are the only impressions of Lin Wu. However, as the only 2 small and medium-sized bases in Zhui County, Lin Wu believes that Woody has his own abilities. After listening, Lin Wu said, just take him out and kill him. Maya immediately said, he is talking nonsense. This is the business of other bases, even if it is the business of your own base. You can't do this. Lin Wu asked, what if it happens in our base? Maya said, I will give the scout a task to investigate the work targets of the day shift or night shift, including road conditions, zombie divisions, building layout, how many locks, whether there are safes, etc. I will tell the assault rifle that, if others feel offended by his jokes, he must help others on duty. As for the second-level fishing master, let him be responsible for fishing, restrict the content of other people's conversations, and treat him as heir. Peanut thought it made sense, and said, it turns out that the problem is not that we have 3 more people, but that we have 1 less. Maya said, thank you for the compliment. Lin Wu, I didn't compliment you, I complimented me. If I hadn't brought her here, would you know where the problem was, right? Peanut raised his thumb speechlessly. You are awesome. Chui Yu smiled and said, thank you. Lin Wu. Lin Wu waved his hand, you're welcome. Maya, who only talked about work, said, Lin Wu can upgrade the radio? Peanut asked in surprise, what materials do you need? Lin Wu showed the materials. Peanut frowned. So many. Lin Wu said, not much. Right? They are all materials for daily demolition. Washing explained, we are in need of someone like Shadow Su Shi, who is in charge of materials. As soon as there were more materials in the warehouse, some people thought about making some things. It was unknown whether the things were useful or not, and the production process was very wasteful of materials. In addition, no one wanted to sit in the production room to dismantle and synthesize, which led to the fact that no one was willing to collect large furniture and electrical appliances during daily looting. After Peanut said this, Lin Wu realized for the first time the importance of Su Shi in the base. A tireless assembly line worker has an irreplaceable role. Peanut copied down all the materials. The night shift Woody trio happened to be delivering goods. When they heard that there were guests, they immediately went to the infirmary. Inevitable handshakes and courtesies. In front of outsiders, Woody did not talk about the problems of his base, but exchanged opinions with Maya on the game experience. Peanut found an opportunity to tell Woody privately that Shadow had sent 5 bottles of serum. Woody asked Peanut to prepare a few gasoline bags for Shadow to take back. The repair shop is not short of cars, nor is it short of gasoline. The 2 units of gasoline consumed by the generator truck every day cannot prevent them from filling up their gasoline warehouses. In contrast, the mountaintop church lacks its own characteristics in terms of architecture. Woody asked about the fishing skill book. Fishing is currently recognized by players as the most stable food source. Hearing this, it is known that Woody has not considered replacing the level 2 fisherman. Lin Wu did not answer directly, but said that there were fishing books a few days ago, but the warehouse inventory was managed by Shi too, and he did not know if there were any fishing books now. Lin Wu just likes to play, not stupid, and it is more appropriate for the 2 bosses to communicate about this matter. Woody frowned when he took the material list copied by Peanut. It is obvious that the materials needed to upgrade the radio are relatively large for them. The most important thing is that there is still a lack of electronic components. Woody said goodbye to the 2 and took people to work. Peanut talked about another problem of Woody's base at present. The resources around the base have been exhausted, and the scope of their exploration is expanding step by step. This problem also appeared in Beixiong Town. Everyone began to pay attention to the fishing book. After all, as long as food is guaranteed, there is a minimum bottom line for survival. On the way back, Maya said to Lin Wu, I want to set up a sub-base at the hydropower station. Lin Wu, oh, it's okay to set it up, or not to set it up. He didn't think too much about it. Maya said, the efficiency of the day shift is very low today. Because of the checkpoint, they can only transport goods once. They set out in the early morning and come back at night. The basic material packages cannot be stored through the outpost. They must be brought back to the base. After setting up the sub-base, the day shift can trade the basic material packages to the sub-base and store them in the sub-base. The sub-base becomes a material reserve. Lin Wu asked, what about siege? During the daytime siege, our people can hardly pass the checkpoints and reach the hydropower station quickly. Maya said, so we have to arrange a certain number of combatants at the sub-base. After all, there are too few people. The night shift goes to the sub-base. The sub-base loses a person guarding the house at night, so we can only transfer 1 person from the day shift to the sub-base. This will result in everyone being unable to rush back to the base within 10 minutes, when the shadow base is attacked during the day. And it is unrealistic to rely on Shi 2 and Su Shi to defend the city. Lin Wu said, more people means more things to do. Maya asked, Lin Wu, do you prefer a large team of dozens of people, or a small or medium-sized team of about 10 people? Lin Wu replied, it doesn't matter whether the team is big or small. I just don't like to work with people I don't like. Maya, you seem to have some ideas. Maya asked, what about Chui Yu and Peanut? Lin Wu understood what Maya meant. She had the idea of poaching, but with the current relationship between Woody and Shadow, she definitely couldn't do that. Maya discovered the internal problems of Woody. If Woody can't deal with internal affairs as soon as possible, Woody will definitely have a hard time this winter. When Woody collapses, it can legitimately absorb the necessary personnel. Lin Wu said, in addition to Cui Yu and Huasheng. There is also a guy called Li Mao who is not bad. Maya asked. He is about 1.6 meters tall. And the only one in the invincible base who uses heavy weapons? Lin Wu nodded. When we were working together to defend the city, I thought Li Mao had a strong sense of tactics. Maya, I don't mean anything else. How do you know that he has a strong sense of tactics? Lin Wu tilted his head and looked at Maya. You mean something else? You mean? With my tactical qualities. How can I have a sense of tactics? Maya nodded. Yes. Lin Wu was speechless. You don't have to say it. Maya suppressed a smile. I didn't say it before. Lin Wu ignored it and said, Li Mao. Why does he have a strong sense of tactics? When we were besieging the giant, everyone was a little irrational and tried to attack the giant as much as possible at a distance they thought was safe. Recalling the battle situation at that time, the raccoon cat was not far away from me, and the others, including me, were standing still to output, and he adjusted his position according to the position of the giant. Maya nodded, thinking. Lin Wu asked, Isn't it Shirtu who makes the decision on recruiting people? Maya said, Shirtu looks at people's character, I look at their ability. After all, one Shirtu is enough for a base. Lin Wu said, I will complain to Shirtu when I go back. This sentence deviated from the tactical issue and entered the chat level. Maya didn't pay special attention to the dividing line, following Lin Wu's words, said, There is only one toilet. Where do you say to put the extra stones? Lin Wu thought of the farm composter. No one wanted to sit in a chair and be in a daze, so this chair became the shadow throne, a throne that only Shirtu deserves. Thinking of this, Lin Wu couldn't help laughing. Well said. Stretch out your right hand. Maya was startled. Lin Wu was a little embarrassed when he realized it. In order to avoid embarrassing Lin Wu, Maya stretched out her right hand to high five. But Lin Wu had already quietly withdrawn his hand. So the high five was a lonely one. The two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Maya is kind, but Xiao Dao and the others are more respectful to Maya. It's no exaggeration to say that. The members of the base think that the most difficult person to approach and get along with is Maya. They only communicate with Maya when they have official business. Lin Wu is different. From the beginning of knowing Maya to now, he has never respected Maya. This respect refers to the respect like a teacher-student relationship, with distance and estrangement. Shauna is recognized as the easiest person to get along with, followed by Xiao Dao, and then Shirtu. Lin Wu, the Handan brothers and Su Shi are ranked in no particular order. Since Lin Wu often works the night shift, his ranking will be relatively slightly behind. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Lin Wu and Maya set off first in the day shift. Their work spirit is incomprehensible to everyone. Shue-dan asked, Where are they going? I don't know. Shirtu. Shirtu sat on the throne in the farm. Hearing someone calling him, he turned his head to look. The four people on the day shift walked to the farm and asked, Where are Lin Wu and Maya going? Shirtu replied, To kill the blood plague. Would you like to come up and try? The scenery here is nice. Thank you, no need. Shue-dan asked, Where are we going to kill the blood plague? Tunnel. Shirtu added, They killed more than a dozen skill books in one day, and brought back 10 bottles of serum. Speaking of this, Shirtu left the throne and walked out of the farm. Everyone, we have to think of a way to prevent these two people from forming a team. Why? Xiao Dao asked. Shirtu said, They went to kill the blood plague on the first day of their team formation. What else are they afraid of? Shauna said, Bah Shirtu. There is nothing else they can do. Shirtu was about to say something, but suddenly ran to the front hall, shouting as he ran, Maya. What are you doing with the raider? Maya. When they chased to the front yard, Maya and Lin Wu changed their motorcycles and got on a pickup truck. Maya was sitting in the pickup truck bed checking the raider. When she saw Shirtu coming out, she took the initiative to greet him. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Shirtu asked, Where are you going with the raider? Maya replied, To kill the Big Mac. Big Mac? Maya said, I discussed it with Lin Wu and thought it was okay to kill it. The driver Lin Wu stuck his head out and said, I happen to know where the Big Mac is. Maya patted the front of the car, and the car started, and Maya waved to everyone, watching the pickup truck leave. Xiao Dao said sadly, They are enjoying themselves without taking me with them. Shauna said, I know where the Big Mac is. Shall we go take a look? Let's go! Everyone was eager to try. They hadn't even seen the Big Mac yet. They only heard about the existence of such creatures from Maya and Lin Wu. Shirtu warned, don't ruin their plan. Shauna said, no. There is a high ground near the Big Mac. Chapter 102 Night Chase. Shauna drove the Overlord to the high ground. Everyone got off the car and walked to the edge of the high ground. 300 meters away from them, a giant was chasing a pickup truck. Maya, who was sitting in the truck bed, raised her gun and shot. One shot hit the head, one shot flew away, one shot hit the chest. The giant roared and ran. Maya hit the front of the car with her left fist. Lin Wu accelerated the pickup truck. The giant ran 20 meters and hit the ground with both fists. It was full of momentum, but it was a pity that it was a lonely hit. Maya took the opportunity to shoot. She kept shooting in groups of 3 shots. The distance between the two sides was 10 meters. The headshot rate was greatly increased, making the giant shake for the first time. The giant chased again. Lin Wu accelerated. Because the speed was not raised, a zombie grabbed the car door. Lin Wu drove with his left hand. He shot the zombie in the head through the car window, with the silencer in his right hand. The Big Mac ran. Smashed. Chased. Ran. Smashed. Chased. After a while, the Big Mac was hit, and shook for the 4th time. This time, he staggered back a step, which was also the best time to kill the Big Mac. But at this moment, the Raider jammed. Maya immediately repaired the Raider manually, quickly disassembled the gun body, and reassembled the gun. Lin Wu always controlled the distance from the Big Mac, and drove the pickup truck in circles in the wilderness. Although some zombies gathered, they were quickly thrown off due to the speed. The more troublesome thing was that the 2 Kwang Ming on the left and right were chasing closely. Maya hit the front of the car, and Lin Wu immediately changed from circling to driving in a straight line. And the Big Mac chased him in a straight line. 3 groups of 9 bullets. 6 shots hit the head, and the Big Mac staggered. Maya concentrated on shooting continuously, and the Big Mac's head, which was hit by 3 7.62mm bullets, exploded immediately, and the arrogant Big Mac fell down. Maya hit the front of the car twice, and Lin Wu stopped the pickup truck with a brake, and got out of the car and faced Kwang Ming. The distance was too close. Lin Wu stabbed Kwang Ming in the back. Kwang Ming turned his head. Lin Wu stabbed Kwang Ming in the head with a dagger. While he was dizzy, he grabbed his neck with one hand and stabbed him with the dagger with the other hand. He raised his left hand and slapped the trap on Kwang Ming's head. He pressed him to the ground and stabbed him again. Maya did not help Lin Wu deal with Kwang Ming, but ran to the corpse of the giant as fast as possible, quickly chopped down 2 zombies, and began to touch the corpse. 20 seconds later, Lin Wu reversed to Maya, and Maya got a skill book and a 5.56mm bullet die. Hygiene. The anti-infection ability of base members increased by 50%, and the personal life limit increased by 20 points. The 2 high-fived to celebrate, and got in the car and left. The harvest was good, but the cost was not low. Maya used 80 bullets. According to Maya's estimation, 30 bullets hit the head, 30 bullets hit the target, and 20 bullets flew away. After all, it was a pity that the die was 5.56 caliber instead of 7.62 caliber. Now I understand why the death penalty resets skills. Maya said, I thought it was a serious punishment. Now I know that, compared to the skill reset, the random resurrection point is the biggest punishment. Lin Wu asked, isn't it terrible to have skills reset? It is terrible, Maya said, but skills don't have much bonus effect on firearms. Lin Wu said, I disagree. I think cold weapons will dominate for a long time. A giant uses 80 bullets. This is 7.62mm bullets, not .22 bullets. Maya thought for a while, nodded. We need a base that can continuously produce ammunition packs. Just like a car repair shop, you can produce gasoline every day. Hey, are you addicted to playing? Lin Wu loves to play. He can see from Maya's expression that Maya intends to play seriously. The two are very different. Take fishing as an example. Lin Wu's fishing is a hobby. Even the Air Force can have fun. Maya's fishing is not only a hobby, she does not accept the Air Force, and will try her best to get the most fish. For Lin Wu, playing first requires freedom of will, pursuing the process rather than the result. Maya said, I am just imagining the best choice in the future. Bullets are too expensive. For example, with a 5.56mm die, 1 unit of ammunition resources can only make 3 bullets. 1 ammunition pack can only make 12 bullets. Sushi's double intelligence bonus is not effective for making ammunition. You need to master ammunition skills to make more bullets with the same resources. This is also the advantage of .22 guns. Although .22 guns have low lethality, 1 ammunition resource can make 10 bullets. This is also an important reason why Lin Wu can take the silent out. Isn't that the Overlord? Lin Wu saw the Overlord coming down the branch road and pulled over. The Overlord stopped side by side. Maya reminded the Overlord of the day shift. There are 20 minutes left before the sentry zombies go to work. Xiao Dao glared at Lin Wu. Don't play with me. Lin Wu smiled. Next time. Xiao Dao asked. Which time? Let's talk about it when we have bullets. Lin Wu said. Let's go back and change motorcycles. Oh! Xiao Dao replied angrily. Shauna asked. Did you get anything? Lin Wu said. 5.56 bullet molder and a hygiene skill book. Shauna nodded. Not bad. Well, it's just that the cost is a bit high. Let's go. He waved to everyone and drove away. After changing to a motorcycle and heading to the tunnel, Lin Wu and Maya started their slashing journey again. At 11 a.m., Shirtu sent a video call, and the two took the opportunity to rest for a while and found a seat on the train. Shirtu went straight to the topic. I just contacted the White Shift, and the overall morale is not high. Maya asked, what's going on? Shirtu said, they seem to envy your self-indulgent behavior, while they are confined to fixed work. In comparison, there is a psychological gap. Maya said, we are on break time now, and I didn't stop anyone from doing anything during break time. The White Shift will also spontaneously level up near the base during break time. Shirtu said, let me be more direct. They have a sense of loss of being left behind. Originally everyone was at the same starting line. And now you are eating steak, while they are still eating grass. While you killed the behemoth, they were still doing the most basic looting and demolition work. Lin Wu asked, Shirtu. What do you mean? Shirtu said, keep a low profile. Ask you where you went to play during the day. And you said, you went to study the explosion rate of the Fierce Skill book. When I ask you where you went to play at night, you said you got lost in the park and only took some trash home. I'm not saying that the day shift is intolerant. After all, even the most outstanding people will be jealous or envious of others' achievements. Lin Wu felt the same way. Only the bad people who have no ambition will not envy a better life. Shirtu sighed. It's difficult for me to grasp the red line between contentment and hard work. So I can't say whether your words are right or wrong. Let's talk about the facts. When Shauna was partnering with you, Lin Wu, you were shooting alone at the base during the day, and there were not many programs at night. When Maya led the day shift, her daily work was boring demolition and looting. Do you understand the feeling of abandonment? Lin Wu understood a little, and said, I am with Maya. I don't have to worry about Maya's death. Nor do I have to worry about how I will explain after Maya's death. So I can play however I want, without any scruples. Similarly, Maya doesn't have to worry about my life or death, nor does she have to worry about how to explain to the base if I die. Sushir, who was beside Shirtu, interrupted and said, in my opinion, it's a matter of sense of achievement. Everyone in the base is currently an indispensable figure, and everyone has made a lot of contributions to the base. However, some contributions are visible, such as Lin Wu and Maya. You brought back the stamper and skill book today. Although some contributions are visible, no one cares, such as moving furniture from the apartment building to the pickup truck on the first floor. Lin Wu thought of yesterday's experience and said, some people's contributions are invisible, but they are very important. For example, Sushir, no one can feel your contribution. But without you, our base may be like Witty, and it is easy to fall into a situation of material depletion. Sushir waved his hand and laughed. I can only do something. Maya looked at Lin Wu. Do you need to change? Lin Wu nodded and said, Xiao Dao, and I will work the night shift. Although playing with Maya is the most fun, the team needs Maya. Maya disagreed. Xiao Dao is the only one who is capable of fighting Kwang Meng alone besides you. Lin Wu asked, I will go to the day shift, you and Xiao Dao will go to the night shift. Maya still shook her head. Two people who are not agile, why should we take on the night shift stealth work? It's better to work the whole day shift, and split it into 2 shifts. Shirtu said, I suggest Maya go back to the day shift. Lin Wu, you can do whatever you want at night, as long as you don't die outside. Lin Wu said no problem. I agree. After all, you can have fun alone. Maya nodded. Okay. Maya knew that she should go with the day shift. Shauna could not make effective suggestions to the day shift staff on skills and techniques. As Sushir said, the 8 people in the base are indispensable personnel. And everyone contributes to the base. Maya, who has a sense of the overall situation, naturally has to give up the lawless play with Lin Wu and concentrate on the work of enhancing the comprehensive strength of the base. Because of Maya's joining, the day shift held a small meeting in the wilderness and found a 2-story farm in the afternoon, which was very fruitful. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, the day shift returned to the base through the checkpoint. At this time, Lin Wu had already driven the pickup truck to the night shift. The pickup truck has no anti-theft function. Lin Wu drove the car not far away and hid the car in the factory near the bridge. I don't mean anything else. He suddenly missed Amanda in the Olive Manor. Although Amanda ignored him, he could get the key by killing her. If Amanda could refresh infinitely, he could bring his brothers to eat a few waves. Walking to the Olive Manor, Lin Wu searched along the small ditch. He was scared 3 times during the process and confirmed that Amanda had not refreshed. It was also true. The reward for Amanda's mission was quite good. And her mission was to pit players who were doing the mission for the first time. Repeated refresh and delivery of food was not in line with Xu Guang's character. Where should I go tonight? Lin Wu sat on the side of the road and looked at the church on the top of the mountain a few hundred meters away. He was indeed a little uncomfortable with one person missing. In order to dispel such negative thoughts, Lin Wu rolled back and forth on the road for a few rounds. After all, when there were people around him, he would never do such a stupid thing. Finally, Lin Wu decided to go to the forest park near the outpost. The investigation of Beishang Lake was interrupted because of Shauna's death last time. Lost? Impossible. Saints will not be hit by the same moves at worst. I can copy the navigation map first. Lin Wu was not interested in the little zombies now. He walked quickly and quietly, avoiding the zombies on the road as much as possible, and soon arrived at the parking lot. The car was parked on the left side of the factory gate. In order to make reversing safer, and to prevent the zombies from disturbing the vehicle, Lin Wu turned half a circle and killed all the zombies within 10 meters of the car. Just when Lin Wu was about to get in the car, he heard a rustling sound on the road across the wall. It was the sound of people walking. Was it a passing player? Or a player in the base? There was only one person from the footsteps. Lin Wu turned off the flashlight, climbed up the wall through the piled wooden boxes, and with the help of the moonlight, saw Shauna, who went out for a walk alone, walking 4 meters in front of him. Lin Wu wanted to jump down to scare Shauna, but Shauna's pace was a bit fast, so Lin Wu missed the opportunity. It also aroused Lin Wu's curiosity. Did Shauna drop something? Curious baby Lin Wu moved along the wall, killing any zombies he met, and followed them to the end of the factory wall. Looking over his head, Shauna walked across the small bridge 10 meters away and headed towards the wilderness farm. At this time, the tree on the right side of the bridge head lit up twice, and Shauna quickened her pace and walked under the tree. Lin Wu used the 6-fold mirror of the silent to look under the tree, and saw Shauna and a person standing behind the tree talking, about 1 meter apart. Lin Wu could only see someone behind the tree, but could not see the identity of this person. The most damning thing was that the display mirror was in the hands of Baiban, and the identity of the other party could not be determined through the system. Sneaky. Shauna is a traitor? What is the meaning of a traitor in this game? Although Shauna was promoted to deputy commander, she could directly apply for supplies. But Sure too knew everything Shauna applied for. A wave of fat? Take away all the valuable things? Silent. Raider. It seems that only Raider is worth a little money in Shadow Base. Yes. There are also a lot of skill books that no one has learned. Stealing a car? Overlord is very valuable. If you want to steal a car and steal things, you should have started it long ago. Killing a partner secretly, it's not easy. Even if Shauna can kill the Soul Egg brothers and Xiao Dao, it's very difficult to kill herself and Maya, not to mention Su Shur and Shur too, who basically never go out. What's the point of killing the 3 people on the day shift? Lin Wu believed that this meeting must be shady, otherwise. It was only 300 meters away from the base. Wouldn't the person with the flashlight go directly to the base to find Shauna? The only possibility Lin Wu could think of was to raise an enemy. Thinking over and over again, Shadow has no enemies. Based on the time when he killed Shauna for the first time, Shauna had not lived alone for a few days, Most of the time she was with the people in the base. In other words, Shauna spent much more time with the base than with others. While Lin Wu was thinking, Shauna ended the conversation and walked towards the base. The flashlight man turned on the flashlight and went towards the wilderness. After Lin Wu waited for Shauna to pass, he climbed over the back wall, past the small bridge, and began to chase the flashlight man. When Lin Wu approached, the flashlight man picked up a motorcycle from the side of the road and rode on the motorcycle on the wilderness trail. Lin Wu was familiar with the area and knew the possible route of the motorcycle. So he left the trail and ran away in a straight line in the night, taking down the silent and installing a muffler. The scarcity of zombies in the wilderness gave Lin Wu great convenience. Lin Wu arrived at the intersection before the motorcycle, lurking on the side of the road, aiming his gun. The motorcycle jumped when passing the intersection, and Lin Wu shot it away. Seeing the direction the motorcycle was going, Lin Wu determined its general route. So he continued to walk in a straight line and arrived at the second intersection before the motorcycle again. Chapter 103 Clothing. The motorcycle stopped 50 meters away from the intersection. This is a barn. Lin Wu knows the structure of the barn. Rectangular, cut a line along 3/4 of the length. The line is a walkway. 3/4 of the area is where livestock are raised, and there is a small warehouse in the middle for storing fodder. Lin Wu leaned against the wall, put away the silent, held the knife in his left hand, and the Desert Eagle in his right hand. He had just obtained 4.50 bullets when he was eradicating the blood plague, and they were brought out by Lin Wu today. Lin Wu set a trap at the door, entered the barn without turning on the flashlight, and sneaked along the path in the dark. The row of animal pens on the left was empty. Even so, after passing each animal pen, Lin Wu would still wait patiently for a while by the pillar. Soon Lin Wu finished the path, but did not find the flashlight man. This is not Lin Wu's tactical awareness, but Maya's stealth training for Lin Wu. As a soldier, Maya lacks experience in stealth to kill zombies, but she does have experience in infiltration. After searching for a while without any results, Lin Wu thought that the man with the flashlight might have left. So he returned to intersection A and found that the man with the flashlight's motorcycle was still at the door. At this time, a sound came from the middle warehouse. Lin Wu suddenly had an idea and removed the trap. He quickly moved behind the haystack against the wooden wall. The secret of a living person's disappearance is more important than a living person. After a while, a player came out of the barn, got on and started the motorcycle. And the motorcycle lights came on. With the help of the light and the afterglow of the moonlight, Lin Wu saw a masked man. A masked man wearing a mask with the castle logo, and a man carrying a backpack with the castle logo. Nightmare. That's right. This person is Nightmare. Lin Wu put down the Desert Eagle and watched Nightmare riding a motorcycle away from him. During this period, Lin Wu suddenly understood a lot of things. He understood why Shauna appeared with medicine and chemistry. And he understood why Shauna and Nightmare could be resurrected in Beixiong Town. There are also details about the encounter at Zhua County Textile Factory, which are really terrifying to think about. The first task that Nightmare completed was the Road of Love. There was a partner in all likelihood, and the partner was Shauna in all likelihood. Shauna's first resurrection was probably like this, maybe it was accidental. But Nightmare died at least once, and Shauna, who died the second time, was resurrected in Beixiong Town, which was definitely not an accident. After Lin Wu placed a trap at the door, he walked into the barn, placed another trap at another intersection, and then walked to where the hay was piled, looking around and groping around, and finally uncovered a piece of wood on a wooden board, which contained an ancient password input device that matched the game era. This thing was not something that Lin Wu could solve. Lin Wu covered the wood chip back, put away the trap and left the barn. The only thing he didn't understand now was why Shauna stayed in the shadow base. Call Stone. Lin Wu used a walkie-talkie for the night shift. I am the charming Stone. Lin Wu was able to speak, which meant he was not dead. As long as he was not dead, he was fine. Lin Wu asked, "Is there anyone around?" Sure to listened to Lin Wu's tone, looked around, and lowered his voice. "No." Lin Wu said, "I'm at the gate of factory number 2. Come out quietly. Don't alarm anyone. In the office on the second floor of factory number 2. Sure to listen to Lin Wu's story patiently, without asking any questions or interrupting. Sure to believe Lin Wu. Lin Wu couldn't have made up such a story to complete a prank. It's not that Lin Wu's IQ is low, but this story contains accusations and suspicions. Lin Wu wouldn't make such a joke. Sure Tu said, Shauna's first death and resurrection in Beishang Town, maybe it was a coincidence. Lin Wu said, other possibilities cannot be ruled out. Lin Wu talked about the Love Road mission. He guessed that Shauna had married Nightmare to continue the mission. Shirtu said, you saw Nightmare's death with your own eyes, and we all know Shauna's second death, and they can both return to Beishang Town. There is a chance, but it is very low. It seems that Nightmare and Shauna should be husband and wife. This raises many questions. Shauna is with us most of the time. Why did she marry Nightmare? One of the principles of the immigration lottery. Married people do not participate in the lottery. Shirtu said, love at first sight? Were they lovers before? Why didn't they live together? Lin Wu spread his hands. I asked you to answer the question, not to add more questions. Shirtu said, after Shauna was resurrected for the second time. We discussed the tailoring skill. Shauna took out the blueprint and said that the textile factory might have the tailoring skill. The next night, you ran into Nightmare in the textile factory. Nightmare really gave you a book of tailoring skills. I think your suspicion is reasonable. There are too many coincidences and accidents. The problem now is that I think they are a couple. But I don't think they are a couple. Shirtu said, based on my years of experience in judging people. First of all, Shauna doesn't like women. And secondly, Shauna is not the kind of person who is good at playing conspiracies. Her daily performance is also consistent with my judgment of her. If it weren't for Maya's support, Shauna would not have become the deputy commander. What is her plan? Lin Wu said, 4 points? Shirtu shook his head, from Shauna's own description after resurrection. Her points have hardly changed much from the first time she died. I learned about death and points today. A new player recruited by Wanderer died a few days ago. He was treated better than Shauna for waiting for resurrection for 24 hours. He has a bed, a TV, and a natural sunlight window. Not the cutout wallpaper that Shauna said. Lin Wu said, Shauna didn't marry Nightmare for points. Nor did she marry Nightmare for love. Why is that? Shirtu said, because I'm not in the bureau, there are many things that others can't speculate. I still insist on a positive view of Shauna. She should have her reasons. Lin Wu asked, what should I do? Shirtu said, keep this matter in your heart. If there is a story between them, we will definitely find more clues. Lin Wu asked, have you ever been a boss? Shirtu, the boss tells you, when the company's performance is rising year by year, and there is harmony inside, don't easily make a move on personnel, especially in the appointment and removal of department heads. You must consider it comprehensively and carefully. Lin Wu asked, how do we know that the company's profits are declining? Shirtu answered, when the company started to install cameras in the office, pay attention to clocking in and out, ask employees about work details, and even interfere with employees' toilet time. At this time, the company was not far from bankruptcy. Lin Wu asked, does the company need discipline? Shirtu asked back, do you have discipline? How many times have you left early after night shifts? Do the employees have any objections? Why don't they have any objections? Because your contribution exceeds that of others. A good company must have privileges for the capable, so that everyone can be motivated to make progress. Lin Wu half believed and half doubted. How is the business situation of your Blue Star company? Shirtu replied, it belongs to my ex-wife. Lin Wu opened his mouth, but did not say anything. Shirtu said angrily, if you ask me another question, I will strangle you to death. Do you believe it? As Shirtu said, Lin Wu went to get off work and came home completely at his own will. Today, because of the Nightmare in Shauna's matter, Lin Wu closed his stall and went home at 12 o'clock. Another reason for going home so early was that it was foggy and cold and rainy. Lin Wu felt unwell and finally decided to leave early after persisting for an hour. Returning to the base to measure his body temperature, sure enough, he had a fever. At this time, Lin Wu admired Sher Ba Pai a little. Even if Shauna was a bad guy, he had to wait for Shauna to make a batch of clothes before killing her. The early shift also encountered trouble due to the temperature problem. When we got out of bed in the morning, we felt the cold clearly. Looking at the thermometer, the temperature had dropped to 7 degrees. The weather forecast broadcast by the Fortress radio showed that the cold rain would continue this week, and the temperature would continue to drop. After discussing with Maya, Shirtu decided to take a day off today during the day shift, and Shauna would work overtime to make a batch of clothes. And the heater plug-in that Lin Wu got was installed in the warehouse, so that everyone could go to the warehouse to take shelter when it was cold. It was not installed in the small dormitory, because the small dormitory is now a girls' dormitory, and there are only 3 people. Because it is a small heater, It cannot be installed on the barracks unit built in a large grid. The warehouse is a place where everyone can go, and everyone can go together. When the roof leaks, it rains all night. At 8 a.m. in the game, the system broadcasts a notice to the entire server. The temperature of the entire server has dropped. Please keep warm. In order to enhance the immunity of players, the system will extinguish all base campfires. For specific changes, please refer to the game instructions. After the campfire is extinguished, you can add fuel to ignite the campfire. The fuel can be trees that can be seen everywhere. The good news is that through this change, the bonfire can adjust the flame size. As long as there is enough fuel, the bonfire can make the 5 square meters area warm as spring. System broadcast. The future home will continue to improve the degree of realism, including but not limited to canceling the durability of base guns, etc. The next update will cancel the function of the hospital bed to treat virus infection. The function of the hospital bed will be changed to prevent the increase of virus infection, and the infection degree will be uniformly set to increase by 2% per minute. The update time depends on the progress of all players' development. Lin Wu is overjoyed. Lin Wu's era will come to the world. Sing praises to the young people. Offer your knees. Wow, will there be any living people in the world after this? Only Lin will be left in the home. Fuck, everyone please don't hit people. Don't use your feet with a knife. The most direct consequence of the system broadcast notification is that Lin Wu is driven out of the base and rushed to the tunnel to brush the blood plague. Since the hospital bed cannot reduce the infection in the future, serum will become a hard currency like gold. Only plague zombies drop serum, and plague zombies can cause viral infection. As a plague survivor, Lin Wu becomes the best tool to obtain serum. This setting is in line with history. Only serum could really cure the virus. Humanity was not defeated by zombies. After all, in front of human weapons, all carbon-based organisms are nothing. Humanity was defeated by the virus. The virus is highly contagious, has an uncertain incubation period, and cannot be detected. This is the biggest feature of the zombie virus, and is also the main reason for the near extinction of mankind. However, in addition to serum, there are also gas masks in the game that can prevent players from being infected with the virus. It is said that some players in Yu County have obtained them by looting at a small military outpost. In addition to the high difficulty of obtaining them, a professional gas mask can only be used for 30 minutes. Simple gas masks with a use time of 5 minutes can be made in the production room. It requires a lot of materials. In addition to basic products such as cotton cloth, it also requires medicines, rubber, glass, and other items. With the passage of time, players have mastered more ways to kill zombies remotely. In addition, the number of blood zombies is gradually increasing, and the ability of players to obtain serum will also increase. Lin Wu tried the trap combination punch during the day, but the effect was very poor. To kill zombies with a trap, there is a condition that the hand must be close to the zombie's head. When facing one zombie, Lin Wu is still confident, but facing 2 or more zombies, the difficulty begins to increase. Lin Wu's hand repeatedly collides with the zombie's arm, and he is accidentally scratched and scratched. These 2 injuries are external injuries, and there is a certain chance of bleeding. It is a wiser approach to use weapons against zombies. During the day shift, Maya and Lin Wu went to the tunnel together. After testing, Maya believes that to avoid being infected by blood zombies, the player's head must be more than 30 centimeters away from the blood zombie. Most blunt instruments and sharp blades are about 60 centimeters long, but considering the blood zombie's arm span, so if you want to kill blood zombies without damage, sharp blades need delicate operation. Another way is heavy weapons. Whether it is a sledgehammer or a shovel, the length of the weapon is more than 1.3 meters. The heavy weapon execution skill possessed by Shuadon is a good ability to kill blood zombies without being infected. However, due to the slow attack speed, Shuadon can only deal with no more than 2 blood zombies at a time. Xiaodao's fighter is the most powerless against blood zombies. She has to touch the zombies directly to activate the fighter's skills. Now we can only hope for the surprises that may appear after the fighter is upgraded. Under Maya's guidance, Lin Wu gave up the practice of slapping ordinary zombies in the face, and threw the trap at the feet of the zombies instead. This trick is very useful against ordinary zombies, and there is no possibility of injury. Maya is not worried about Lin Wu, after all. Lin Wu has various ways to deal with zombies. Leaving Lin Wu to brush the blood plague, Maya returned to the base, lined up the day shift, and dealt with ordinary zombies as blood plague zombies. As expected, Shuadon's heavy weapons are safest when facing no more than 2 zombies. Sana, Mahan, and even Maya When dealing with zombies, because their weapons are short, cannot control the 30-centimeter safe distance. Not to mention Xiaodao, she was so shocked that she made up her mind to let Linwu go when she met a blood zombie in the future. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Shauna made 8 sets of basic clothes according to everyone's favorite colors. Linwu chose gray because it is dirt resistant. When he put it on, the gray color made his body look fatter, which was very suitable for the thin Linwu. Sure to announce the rules. Everyone can give their clothes to Shauna for upgrading. They can be upgraded to fashionable clothes or warm clothes. But because of limited resources, only one upgrade is available per week. If the upgrade fails, you will be unlucky. If the upgrade fails, the clothes will be destroyed. You can only receive a set of basic clothes next week. And you can only upgrade once the week after next. Everything is up to fate. And everyone can choose for themselves. Shauna added, clothes are divided into hats, tops, pants, and shoes. Hats and shoes only have damage values. After being attacked by zombies, depending on the attack parts, the clothes will be damaged. If the damage exceeds 50%, you can give it to me for repair. Shauna, the highest attribute of warmth value, that is, cold resistance value, is 200, depending on the total cold resistance value of clothes and pants. According to calculations by Maya and I, to stay comfortable when the temperature is 0 degrees, 50 points of cold resistance must be guaranteed. For every degree the temperature drops, 2 points of cold resistance need to be increased. Maya said, it is not ruled out that frostbite may occur when the temperature is too low in the future. As for the consequences of frostbite, it is not clear yet. Shauna said, everyone come up to get clothes, black. Snow egg, here. Go up to get clothes, sun hat, sneakers. Shauna, green. Knife, mine. Sun hat without top, height enhancing sneakers. Shauna, gray. Linwu responded, yes. Paired with outdoor gray and white camouflage beanie hat, running shoes. After everyone got their basic system clothes, Shauna asked, who will upgrade first? The success rate is about 50%-60%, the failure rate is about 25%, and the probability of destruction is 10% to 15%. No specific data is shown. Green, yellow, and red are used to fill the probability bar. Linwu immediately raised his hand. One hesitation. One decision, one first come. One first served. Chapter 104 Hiring. Everyone gathered in the production room to look at the production table. Although they couldn't see the progress bar of Shauna's operation, they were just having fun. Oh! Shauna held her forehead. Ah! Everyone was regretful. Shauna took out a set of clothes. It actually worked. I'm so angry. Linwu glared at Shauna and took the clothes. Shauna smiled and said, you're welcome. Linwu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, thank you. Shauna looked at the people who surrounded her in a circle and asked, who will be the second one? Everyone was calculating the probability. This was a feature of ancient online games. When strengthening and synthesizing equipment, everyone was superstitious about padding. The so-called padding is to use garbage to synthesize. When the synthesis fails once or multiple times, then replace it with the equipment you want to synthesize. Is it useful? Successful people think padding is effective, and unsuccessful people are only sad. Why don't they think too much? Ask those who failed whether they will still need to pad the knife when they synthesize next time. Most people answered yes, they still need to pad the knife. It's not about whether it's useful or not, but about the attitude towards the game. Linwu's success means the failure of the padding knife, and the next player to come out needs a certain amount of courage. I'll do it? Shauna asked. She was wearing a set of white clothes, slightly elevated sandals, and a tennis cap. Xiaodao was eager to try, but he lacked decisiveness. He rubbed his hands for a long time and didn't go up. Seeing that no one was going up, Shauna started to read the 30-second upgrade bar for her clothes. After 30 seconds, Shauna took out a set of clothes. Success. Cold resistance increased by 20 points each. The basic clothes and pants have 10 points of cold resistance each, and Shauna's system clothes have a cold resistance value of 60 points. After 2 successes, the remaining people were more hesitant, and Maya came out at this time. She was wearing a set of camouflage clothes, a jungle combat-style beanie hat, and a pair of leather boots. It can be seen that Maya likes this set of clothes very much. Otherwise, with her personality, she would definitely go on the stage when no one responded the second time. The atmosphere is very strange now. Everyone hopes Maya will succeed, but also hopes Maya will fail. Only Linwu, who has already successfully upgraded, is watching the fun and not minding the trouble. I think it will succeed again. Are you sure you don't want to grab it once? Maya turned around and asked, anyone wants to cut in line? Shirtu pointed at Lin Wu. This guy is the worst in the whole base. If you don't say anything, everyone will wait for a result. As soon as you speak, you have added a difficult choice for everyone. Lin Wu chuckled. Since no one said anything, Maya's clothes were upgraded successfully. Maya was very happy. She didn't show her emotions, and even hugged Shauna, who took out the clothes. Shauna said, I just looked at it. When upgrading to level 2, the probability of success, failure and damage is very close. The next person to upgrade is. Shirtu took a brave step. I'll do the knife, I want a suit. TSK. A round of boos. It is undeniable that the basic clothes are not very good looking, but why do you need to look good in the doomsday? Keeping warm and surviving is the first factor. Hateful boss, hateful capitalist, what suit do you want? The total cold resistance points of a full set of suits are only 30. After 30 seconds, Shauna turned her head to look at Shirtu. Sorry, the upgrade failed. She returned the clothes to Shirtu. Shirtu was quite satisfied, after all. It's still there. Try again next week. Shauna, next. Sue sure, I want home clothes. Everyone was more tolerant of Sue sure, no booing. Shauna started to upgrade. 30 seconds later. Shauna lowered her head and held her forehead. I'm sorry. Sue sure it's broken. Sue sure was in a good mood. It's okay, I'm from District 1. Blue Star District 1 is the south of the Northern Hemisphere. There is no heating in winter, and you have to rely on your integrity to survive the winter. The next one is Shuedon. 30 seconds later, Shauna held her forehead with one fist and said painfully, it's broken, She almost cursed. Obviously, according to the principle of padding, the probability of success will be very high next time. After counting the success rates of several upgrades, it was found that it was still in line with the probability. The remaining ones are Xiao Dao, Mahan and Shuedon. Xiao Dao and Mahan, the good friends, discussed with each other for a while. Mahan let Xiao Dao go first. 30 seconds later, Shauna was stunned. How is it possible? It's broken again. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Shauna went forward and hugged Xiao Dao. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xiao Dao was originally very sad. But seeing that Shauna was even sadder than herself, she comforted Shauna. It's okay. Finally. It was Mahan. Some people thought that no matter how many times they failed in a row, they would succeed. Some people think that today's luck is not good. And Mahan is also expected to fail. Mahan was also a little trembling. It was obviously a success rate of more than 50%. But he felt that he would hit a 15% destruction rate. Lin Wu asked, do you need me to help you with a blow? Lin Wu had the best mentality among all people. What's there to be afraid of if he fails? There are still 2 sets of winter clothes in the warehouse. Although they are ugly, they can keep you warm. Xiao Dao kicked Lin Wu. What if you succeed? Lin Wu said, I will upgrade again. Shirtu said, my experience tells me that the most feared person at the gambling table is a fool like Lin Wu, because he doesn't care about the stakes. Xiao Dao said, no. I think Lin Wu's clothes are very handsome. Lin Wu looked at Xiao Dao. Being handsome can make a living? That's right. If I were more handsome, I could find Nightmare to support me. Shirtu laughed with everyone and observed Shauna. He never thought that Shauna not only did not avoid the topic, but also joined in the fun. You like such an ugly person? Lin Wu said, as long as I give her equipment, not to mention Nightmare, even you are fine. Shauna didn't hesitate to hit Lin Wu with her hands and feet. The tense atmosphere at the scene was relieved in laughter. Lin Wu and Shirtu further confirmed that Shauna knew Nightmare, because only Lin Wu and Maya had seen Nightmare's true appearance. Nightmare was really ugly. Because Nightmare was ugly, and Shauna and Nightmare kept a distance of 1 meter when they met last night, so Shirtu and Lin Wu doubted the relationship between Shauna and Nightmare. The most important point is that Shirtu insisted on his own opinion. Shauna doesn't like girls. Mahan gave the last set of clothes and successfully upgraded. Some are happy and some are sad. This is the gambling in online games, which is easy to make people addicted and unable to stop. After the clothes were played, Shirtu led everyone to chop trees. Except Maya, all the members cursed Shiwang while chopping. This is when the advantage of the pickup truck is reflected. As long as you can pile things on the pickup truck can pull them away. Relatively speaking, the overlord is much weaker. While Lin Wu was working, he felt like a locust passing through. Originally, the mountaintop base was rich in resources. And through looting and demolition, All resources were incorporated into the base. Now, even the landscape trees on the roadside were not spared. Because of the day shift break and the cold rain, Shirtu let Lin Wu take a day off. But Shirtu could not hold two people with dreams. Riding on the motorcycle, Maya and Lin Wu went to the tunnel to cut the blood plague again. After all, there were still several bottles of serum. It only took about half an hour to run to the invincible base. After entering the tunnel, the two clearly felt the temperature drop again. Fortunately, their clothes had been upgraded. The cold did not affect them. The same old routine. Lin Wu stabbed the blood plague. The blood plague summoned. Lin Wu ran away. The blood madness ran fast and died fast. Maya used a knife to cut the blood zombies. Lin Wu was on the side to defend against the sudden appearance of madness. After brushing for about 4 hours, Maya's elementary swordsmanship was upgraded to intermediate swordsmanship. The attack power increased, the weapon wear was reduced, and most importantly, the endurance consumption was reduced by 30%. In the invincible base, Maya killed everyone, relying on the double endurance recovery setting of the base. The blood plague was refreshed in the tunnel, and the number of each batch of blood plague zombies was too large, so that Lin Wu had to fill in the gap in the end. After upgrading to intermediate swordsmanship, fewer swords are used, and stamina consumption is lower. Maya is now much more efficient in chopping a team of blood zombies. Lin Wu's agility is upgraded to 10 stars, and agility bonus is obtained. The difficulty of unlocking is reduced, and the distance to be discovered by non-player targets in stealth mode is reduced by 1 meter. Because Shuedon has double points of stamina, his stamina experience is increased very quickly, and it is already 10 stars. His reward is an increase of 30 points in stamina limit. In order to save serum, the two no longer provoke the blood plague in carriage number 7, and walk forward, and it takes 1 hour to clear the small zombies inside and outside the carriage. The obtained bits and pieces fill 2 backpacks. Considering the weight and Maya's day shift tomorrow, the two returned to the base. It was almost dawn when they returned to the base. As expected, the news of Maya's swordsmanship upgrade made everyone startle again. But this time, apart from the basic congratulations, everyone was not in a good mood. Even Xiao Dao looked a little lonely. It can't be said to be jealous, but it made everyone a little disappointed. So Lin Wu took Xiao Dao and went to the front yard to play in the mud. The two took a small wooden stick, using the rainwater mixed with mud, and squatted at the door of the church to draw a smiley face. Xiao Dao said, "When you are unhappy, draw a smiley face, and your mood will improve." Lin Wu, what a bullshit theory. Xiao Dao was angry, and knocked Lin Wu unconscious with a punch. Lin Wu woke up from his coma, and saw Xiao Dao, who was smiling, and said, "You know what? This move of yours is very powerful in PK." Xiao Dao rolled his eyes at Lin Wu. "I'm not an idiot. It's the era of hot weapons. Who would use fists in PK? I have no advantage in fighting, and I hide far away from the blood zombies. Hey, you are stronger than many people." "Okay," Xiao Dao said, "but compared with the people around me, I feel so weak." "It was said that you are stronger than Ma Hun. Ma Hun's current upper limit of life is 130 points, and it will increase in the future. There is also Shuedon, whose heavy weapon is the nemesis of blood zombies. Maya was very powerful to begin with, and now she is even more powerful. I feel so useless." "You also know that you are useless?" "Ah." Xiao Dao wanted to cry, but had no tears. "You should comfort others. I am responsible for complaining, and you should be responsible for comforting." Lin Wu was surprised and said, "Where did the strong Xiao Dao go? How did she become a soft girl?" Xiao Dao snorted. Lin Wu comforted him. "Not many people can play Kwang Ming alone. 2 or 3 ordinary players have to give in when they meet Kwang Ming." "Xiao Dao, but you?" "Lin Wu, don't humiliate yourself. I'll fight you." Xiao Dao pushed Lin Wu down, stood up and kicked Lin Wu's butt a few times, and instantly felt much better. Seeing that Lin Wu's clothes were covered with mud and water, felt guilty, pulled Lin Wu up. "I'm sorry. It's okay, it will be gone in a while. Otherwise, I have to get a washing machine." "Not refreshed, there is no washing machine. Do you believe that I didn't wash clothes for 2 years? Anyway, I don't have a girlfriend. Who is afraid of who?" Lin Wu stood up and said, "To be honest, I don't think any skill is rubbish. Not to mention that your skill is already impressive. I think it can be improved." Xiao Dao looked at Lin Wu. "You seem very credible when you speak seriously." Lin Wu replied, smiling 99 times. "Just to speak seriously once." "Xiao Dao, there is someone." The base map shows a red dot. Lin Wu shouted at the intersection, "Who is coming?" Nightmare, dressed in black, stood at the edge of the base's safe zone. "I want to see Sure 2. Lin Wu walked over. "If you want to see Sure 2, you have to give him a favor first." Why did this guy come to the base? Could he join Shadow? To work with Shauna to harm Shadow? Naturally. Sure 2 also discovered that there were players near the base, and came out with Maya. Seeing Lin Wu bullying Nightmare, he immediately stepped forward. "Lin Wu, your friend?" Maya said on the side, "It's Nightmare." "Oh, you are Nightmare." Sure 2 walked up to Lin Wu. "Hello, Nightmare." "I'm Sure 2. Nightmare did not shake hands with Sure 2, but nodded. "I heard you've been to U County." Sure 2 took his hand back. "Yes." Nightmare said, "I want to hire you to take me to U County. Just take me through the tunnel. And I have to go through the tunnel before 6 in the morning. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Pick me up at the entrance of the U County tunnel." Lin Wu said, "No need. You're so strong." After looking at the equipment, Lin Wu knew that Nightmare probably didn't have a way to deal with Kwang Ming silently. She had to use a spray gun to kill Kwang Ming. The consequence of using a spray gun in the tunnel was to be beaten up by a group of people. Nightmare was probably similar to him, and both could not handle a group fight. Sure 2 coughed, signaling Lin Wu not to be rude, and said, "Since it is for hire, how to hire?" Nightmare took the samurai sword from the weapon rack, and said, "A samurai sword with a decapitation effect, plus a set of Zwa County administrative system maps." The map marked detailed information about the city, and the basic conditions for establishing a base. Nightmare took out a notebook from his backpack, and it was written on the notebook, Zwa County administrative map. Nightmare randomly pulled out a map and handed it over. Sure 2 took the map, which was a map called Brown Street District. The names of the shops, the names of the communities, and even the garbage cans in the alleys were clearly marked. There was a recommended base in the block called the Corner Office Building, and the annotation said that the base was 3 stories high. In addition to killing all the zombies in the safe zone, there were 2 other requirements for occupation. One requirement is that the base must have no fewer than 5 members. One requirement is that at least one member has a 10-star attribute. The building units of the corner office are 4 plus 1 plus 3, 4 is a small indoor grid, 1 is a large indoor grid, 3 is a large outdoor grid. The radius of the safe zone is 30 meters. Maya couldn't help but whisper, "Good stuff." Picking up and dropping off Nightmare is a small matter. Maya and Lin Wu had nothing to do today, so they broke through the train and swatted zombies back and forth. Sure 2 was about to speak. Lin Wu tilted his head to look at the Nightmare weapon rack, on which hung a shotgun. Lin Wu suddenly said, "I want a crossbow." "A crossbow and a map." Nightmare paused, and replied, "I don't have a crossbow." Lin Wu said, "Crossbow. A crossbow. You know what I mean?" Nightmare replied, "I don't have one." Lin Wu said, "Brother, we have met before. I know what weapons you have. Since you deliberately put away the crossbow, it means..." Shauna's voice came from behind Lin Wu. "It means you don't like the crossbow." She knew what Lin Wu was going to say. "You deliberately hid it. It means the crossbow is a good thing. We are talking about business. Why bother to say sarcastic words?" Shauna was a little confused. Why Lin Wu was hostile to Nightmare? Was it because he was not good looking? After Shauna said this, Lin Wu and Sure 2 were nervous. What was going on? They were not playing a double act. Were they? For a moment, Lin Wu began to regret his suggestion of asking for a crossbow. Nightmare said, "I didn't bring a crossbow. I must be in UCN before 6 o'clock. Sure 2 looked at Maya. "How long will it take?" Maya replied, 2 hours is enough. The zombies from the tunnel entrance to the front of the train had just been chopped off, and the new ones were not enough to fill the gaps. There will be more zombies in the second half, but there will be no blood plague zombies. As long as Lin Wu handles the fierce and explosive zombies, he will be sure to kill his way out. Nightmare thought for a moment. Map, samurai sword, and a shotgun. A 7-round reloaded continuous shotgun. Within 10 meters, 2 shots can kill the fierce in the head. Chapter 105 Crossbow. Even Xiao Dao found out that Nightmare didn't know how to do business. He handed over his trump card in a few words. So Xiao Dao waved his hand and said, "We want them all. Map, sprayer, samurai sword and crossbow. We want them all." Everyone looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao was startled. "Ask in a low voice, at least one? Why are you so kind? We are asking for a higher price. Nightmare can pay us back when we land." What if they are willing to give it? Sana said. The conditions are as Lin Wu said, crossbow plus map. Crossbow without map. Nightmare said, I'm going to use Yen to do a mission. The mission has 2 branches. One branch is to hand over the map to the NPC, and the other branch is to show the crossbow to the NPC. If Shadow wants the map, Nightmare can keep the crossbow. If Shadow wants the crossbow, Nightmare will lose both the map and the crossbow. Lin Wu looked at Shauna. Shauna whispered in Lin Wu's ear, You should be telling the truth. Lin Wu fell into a short downtime. You are in the same group. You are speaking from the perspective of the base. Faced with the choice, Lin Wu was still very decisive. Crossbow. Since you bring the map but not the crossbow, then I will take the crossbow. Maya said, Map? She was not sure about the drop rate of the map. After all, the system map of Beishang Town is very common. Lin Wu and Maya looked at each other, and looked at Shitu together. Shitu did not answer immediately. Nightmare said, I will go get the crossbow and come back in half an hour. I hope you can make a decision by then. Don't waste everyone's time. Okay? Okay. Lin Wu said, crossbow or map. Plus samurai sword. Hack the jungle. Nightmare finally couldn't help it, and cursed out a swear word. Goddamn Shadow King X. Lin Wu replied, You can touch my uncle, but you have to bring a spray gun. Nightmare turned around and walked away in anger. Walked to the side of the motorcycle, and climbed on the car. Everyone thought she was going to leave in a cloud of dust. But Nightmare turned around and said, See you in half an hour. Prepare the necessary supplies. She stepped on the accelerator and left. Shitu gave Lin Wu a thumbs up. From Nightmare's performance, Lin Wu's offer was the lowest price for Nightmare. Xiao Dao was quite dissatisfied. You pighead, why don't you take the spray gun as well? Lin Wu looked at Xiao Dao in amazement. You are still black. Shitu said, Lin Wu, Maya, you guys work overtime. Who else do you need to help? No. After Maya finished speaking, seeing Xiao Dao's eager eyes, she said, No need for others, it's enough for Xiao Dao to accompany us. Xiao Dao curled his hands around Maya's right arm, closed his eyes, and leaned on her arm, nodding repeatedly with satisfaction. Now the question is whether to take a crossbow or a map. The map is very intuitive. Everyone has seen it. What is a crossbow? According to the literal meaning, it is a crossbow that can shoot continuously, and the specific details are unknown. It is also impossible to be sure whether the so-called crossbow is a semi-automatic crossbow or a pear blossom rain crossbow. Semi-automatic crossbows do not exist in reality, but there are crossbows in many games. For example, CS for example. Rut. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao's theory is that, since Nightmare doesn't bring a crossbow, it means that the crossbow is very strong. As for the final decision of whether to use a crossbow or a map, it will be decided by Shitu and Maya. During the discussion, no one considered the possibility of killing Nightmare to loot the loot. After everyone expressed their opinions, everyone dispersed, prepared what they should prepare, played cards when they should play cards, leaving the problem to Maya and Shitu. Maya was not firm about this choice. The map is definitely a good thing for the future development of the base. Question 1. Are there other ways to obtain the map? Question 2. Is it really not okay without a map? There is another reason for Maya's hesitation. In the first meeting with Nightmare, Nightmare said that the mission partner coveted her crossbow and attacked her. From this point, it can be seen that the partner did not fancy her other equipment, only the crossbow. The partner is very likely to have seen the power of the crossbow. Combined with Lin Wu and Xiao Dao's theories, Maya couldn't make a decision. Finally, Maya gave the decision to Shitu. Shitu said, Nightmare didn't tell the truth. She said one branch would give the map to the NPC, and one branch would show the crossbow to the NPC. She decided to give us the map, so she would show the crossbow to the NPC. But she didn't bring the crossbow. Even if we chose the map, she would have to go back to get the crossbow. So I think from Nightmare's point of view, the crossbow is much more precious than the map. Maya asked, What about our point of view? Shitu called Shauna nearby. Shauna, come here. We can't decide. From your point of view, choose the crossbow or the map? Shauna asked. Why ask me? Shitu said, You are the deputy commander. Shauna laughed and said, I forgot that I have this identity. I think the only valuable part of the map is to mark the information of special bases. Take Zhou County as an example. There are 2 small and medium-sized bases. Our mountaintop base is rich in resources around it, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. But there are many construction units. The characteristic of the repair shop base is that there is a car repair shop. This car repair shop is a special building. We need to use the universal building card to build it. Another characteristic is that gasoline will be increased every day. Shauna said, what I mean is that there is no perfect base. Each base has its own characteristics. The three major bases in Zwa County are the fire department, the baseball field, and the sawmill. We have obtained a lot of information. My idea is to take the crossbow. Shertu nodded. Okay, then decide to take the crossbow. Suppose the map is more important than the crossbow. Shauna chooses the crossbow, sacrificing the personal interests of Nightmare, damaging the interests of Shadow, and it is completely useless for Shauna to collude with Nightmare. Suppose the crossbow is more valuable than the map. Shauna starts from the interests of the base and strives for the greatest benefits. Therefore, as long as Shauna suggests choosing the crossbow, Shauna's identity in Shit's eyes is good, proving that he did not misjudge Shauna. As for the matter between Shauna and Nightmare, Shertu believes that it is still not easy to draw a conclusion. Even if Shauna colluded with Nightmare, Shauna has not done anything to let down the base. Take the textile factory as an example. Even if Shauna encouraged Lin Wu to plunder the textile factory to help Nightmare complete the task, Nightmare gave Lin Wu a sewing book. So what? This sewing book has helped the base. Whether the sewing skill book was plundered by Nightmare or prepared in advance, Lin Wu could not get the sewing book without going to the textile factory. Half an hour later, Nightmare returned to the Shadow base. When Nightmare learned that Stone wanted the crossbow, his heart trembled, and he tried hard to fight for it from your base for a long time. I think the map is more suitable, Stone said. I have decided. Nightmare did not say a word, took the crossbow and held it in his hand reluctantly, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally traded the crossbow to Maya. Crossbow X3. Loading capacity 10 rounds. Light crossbow. The characteristics of light crossbow are short range, cheap arrows, and high arrow recovery rate. The characteristic of a crossbow is that it is silent. A common disadvantage of this weapon is that it is difficult to load the bullet. Each time a crossbow is fired, it must be reloaded. The crossbow X3 makes up for the shortcomings of the crossbow. The arrows are less consumable, the crossbow will not be damaged, it is light, silent, continuous firing, with a double scope. It is simply a combination of the advantages of firearms and crossbows. Although the crossbow does not have the trouble of loading bullets, it still has two disadvantages. The first disadvantage is that, because it is a light crossbow, the range is only 25 meters. This range is different from the range of firearms. Beyond 25 meters, the crossbow loses its lethality. The second disadvantage is that the operation of the crossbow tests the skills. The most important thing is to adjust the height of the crosshairs according to the distance of the zombies when aiming. The light crossbow has a limit of 10 meters. Within 10 meters, the crossbow arrows fly upwards, and after 10 meters, the crossbow arrows fall downwards. Of course, the amplitude is not large, but if you choose a light crossbow, headshot is the only option, so the operation requires a lot of skills. Maya had been playing with a light crossbow before. After getting the repeating crossbow, she went back to the warehouse to get 30 crossbow arrows and shot a round at the scarecrow at the door. 1 arrow per 0.3 seconds, the firing rate is faster than some pistols. 8 out of 10 arrows were recovered. Nightmare on the side was so angry that his eyes turned green. Seeing that Xiao Dao also wanted to play with the crossbow, he reminded in a deep voice, "It's time for us to set off." Maya called, "Lin Wu. Drive the Overlord. To get to the tunnel, you have to go through the wilderness. The Overlord has strong off-road capabilities." Lin Wu called everyone, "See you later." Everyone responded, "See you later." As for the samurai sword, it will be the final payment, and will be handed over to Shadow after the mission is completed. After entering the tunnel, Maya realized that the crossbow was so useful. Shooting while walking, within a safe distance, as long as you move the direction of the crossbow, and keep pulling the trigger, the zombies will fall like targets one by one. "I'm so angry," Lin Wu complained while running around to recover arrows. Maya walked on the railroad tracks, and zombies fell in all directions. He had to bend down every time he retrieved an arrow. A survivor of the blood plague, Lin, a master, could only do the recycling work behind others. Xiao Dao drooled as he watched from the side. Maya, I want to play too." Xiao Dao's accuracy was much worse than Maya's. He crouched and aimed but missed 2 shots in a row. Fortunately, the crossbow was silent, so even if it hit the zombie, it would not feel anything. Maya squatted beside Xiao Dao and patiently taught her. letting her learn to estimate the distance by eye and move the crosshairs according to the standard of 10 meters. However, estimating the distance by eye was subjective, and Xiao Dao could not master the key points for a while. Although the hit rate improved under Maya's teaching, it was only about 40%. On the other hand, Maya's hit rate was 100%, excluding the movement of the zombie's head during the flight of the crossbow. Nightmare followed 5 meters behind the two people in the front row. Without saying a word, Lin Wu came over and said, "You don't seem to have a bad temper." Nightmare looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu explained, "At least you didn't rush me." Nightmare answered irrelevantly, looking at Maya. "She uses it better than me." This sentence contains a lot of meanings from the tone. It can be heard that Nightmare was relatively indifferent to the result of the crossbow falling into Maya's hands. "Maya, Kwang Ming." Lin Wu hurried forward, but saw that Xiao Dao had already trampled Kwang Ming to death. Lin Wu was so angry that he shouted, "Go back." So there was nothing else for him to do except picking up trash? The voice was loud. Things are different now. Only a small part of the zombies in the tunnel have been refreshed, and this number is not enough for Maya to kill alone. The more threatening Kwang Ming has also disappeared in front of two masters who specialize in killing Kwang Ming. In order to retaliate against Xiao Dao, Lin Wu asked, "Xiao Dao, are you responsible for picking up corpses or collecting crossbow arrows?" Xiao Dao glared at Lin Wu. "Can you choose neither?" "Bad guy. Lin Wu, can't waste it." So Maya led the way, Nightmare followed, Xiao Dao picked up arrows, Lin Wu picked up corpses, and the speed of advancement along the way was relatively fast. Soon they reached the dangerous area of the train. But now there are fewer zombies on the train than players. Maya went to the left, Lin Wu went to the right, Xiao Dao went to the carriage. When they got to car number 7, Nightmare asked, "Can I go see the plague?" "Of course," Maya replied. The four of them entered carriage number 7 together. Blood plague was still the same blood plague. It hadn't changed much after being stabbed for 2 days. Nightmare looked up at blood plague in a daze. The knife behind him asked softly, "What is she thinking about?" "What's so good about this thing?" Lin Wu replied, "I have the will but not the strength." Nightmare looked back at Lin Wu after hearing it, and said nothing. "Let's go." As Lin Wu said, she couldn't kill blood plague. Or rather, she could kill blood plague, but she couldn't finish the looting task within a minute. "Keep moving forward," Nightmare said a little more. She said to Maya, "If the blood plague continues to be damaged, it will continue to summon blood zombies. There will be at least one blood frenzy in each wave. The 5th wave of continuous summons will definitely be a giant. The minimum interval between each wave of summons is 5 seconds. To kill the blood plague, it must be dealt with in the shortest time." Maya likes to share game experience and said, "The cost is very high. We have used up all the ammunition stocks, and the 19 pipe bombs we looted outside cannot directly kill the blood plague. Compared to the final spoils, from a certain perspective, it is not cost-effective. The most cost-effective is the Raider, and the Raider comes with a 150-round magazine." Nightmare said, "You need a professional ammunition expert. Chemistry can be upgraded to ammunition, unlocking various types of explosives." Maya said, "You know a lot." Nightmare nodded, admitting that he knew a lot. Lin Wu was listening to the two people chatting in the back. He felt that Nightmare had a good impression of Maya, at least better than himself. Lin Wu had never met a girl who liked girls, so he didn't know if Nightmare's behavior was because Nightmare liked girls. After passing the train, the number of zombies began to increase. Xiao Dao joined the battle, leaving Lin Wu sighing, picking up garbage in the back. There was no way. When Lin Wu faced the zombies, his efficiency in clearing monsters was not high. Windthorn can kill zombies in seconds, but limited by endurance, there are only 3 axes. The trap is 1-on-1, okay for 2, but it is very likely to get hurt if it is against 3. TSK, only experts would not bother to kill little Karami. Damn little knife, it took away all the fierceness. From the conversation between Nightmare and Maya, the biggest problem for Nightmare to pass through the tunnel alone is the fierceness. After being shot in the head, the fierceness fell to the side. Many people thought it was to protect the player, but it was actually to avoid continuous shooting. Therefore, the crossbow could not confront the fierceness head-on, and could only fly a kite. Flying a kite in such a dense group of zombies in the tunnel, that is to seek death. The only way Nightmare can deal with the fierceness is the spray gun, which does not require aiming at close range, and can easily kill the fierceness. But firing a gun in the tunnel is still to seek death. With Nightmare's ability, if he encounters 1 fierceness, he can still kite, but if he encounters 2, he must use the spray gun, and if he encounters 3, he can only run for his life. In fact, after passing the train, the number of fierceness increased dramatically. Previously, he passed by stealth, but now he passes by killing, and there are often situations where 5 fiercenesses attack together. No matter how powerful Xiao Dao and Lin Wu were, facing 5 fierce monsters, they could only retreat and kite, bringing them to a safe place in the back and killing them one by one. The 500 meters after the train were very strenuous, and the speed of travel was very slow. In order to fulfill the promise of reaching the tunnel entrance in 2 hours, Maya decided to adopt a stealth tactic. Lin Wu put on the silencer, cooperated with Maya's crossbow, and opened a path. No chatting, no talking, no touching corpses, and no noise as much as possible. In this way, the speed of travel was greatly improved, and it took a total of 1 hour and 50 minutes to send Nightmare to the tunnel entrance. Nightmare said to Maya, "Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Maya nodded. Lin Wu stood beside Maya, watching Nightmare disappear in the night, and said, "She has a good impression of you." Maya asked, "Should I thank her?" Only if Lin Wu asked her would she answer like this. Maya's normal response was to ignore it, and said, "Let's go back." Lin Wu smiled, and asked, "Are we going to fight back?" "I promised you that I won't pick up arrows." Maya said, "I'll pick them up myself." Bloodbath the tunnel. Start. Lin Wu turned around, saw Xiao Dao, and was startled. Then he realized, "Oh, you're here too." He immediately squatted down with his head in his hands. The angry Xiao Dao hit Lin Wu with both hands. Lin Wu explained, "I didn't mean to do it. I really forgot." Lin Wu didn't know that the reason he was beaten was because he didn't mean to do it. If he did it on purpose, it would be fine. God knows why there are 3 people in one class. It's scary. Chapter 106, Base Division. Lin Wu and his 3-man team are awkward, especially after Maya became addicted to the crossbow. They can't get heads in close combat. Fortunately, Maya still has to pick up arrows, which gives Lin Wu and Xiao Dao space to level up. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao don't cooperate in leveling up. Xiao Dao can fight zombies head-on. If there are few zombies, he will trample them to death. If there are many zombies, he will catch them and throw them out. When he meets Quang Ming, he doesn't give Lin Wu a chance at all. He knocks him out with 1 punch and then tramples him to death. Lin Wu is the only one who can't fight a large number of ordinary zombies head-on. He has basically been slacking off all the way to level up. Maya made rapid progress. After she became proficient in using the crossbow, she began to challenge Quang Ming. Because Quang Ming's straight-line impact, the first arrow can basically hit. After Quang Ming is shot in the head, he will fall to the side. At this time, he is very close to the player. Maya can only run away, relying on consuming stamina to increase the distance, and then turn around and shoot an arrow. This arrow was very dangerous, because Maya didn't know the distance between Quang Ming and herself. She had to shoot the crossbow arrow while stopping and turning around. She had to hit the headshot. Otherwise, she would get injured and infected. She had to go through the same danger again. All this stemmed from another weakness of the crossbow. 10 zombies stood there. When Maya shot the first one, she estimated the distance to the second one. As long as she moved the crossbow, she could shoot the zombies continuously. Quang Ming was shot in the head and fell to the side. His head and body were greatly displaced. If it was a pistol, she could chase and shoot continuously. The dynamic target was not friendly to the light crossbow. Compared with bullets, the crossbow arrows flew slower. Maya tried twice, although she killed Quang Ming in the end. She was seriously injured each time. She had to bandage and take painkillers every time she killed Quang Ming. Even if the base had a lot of medicine, it could not withstand such a burn. Therefore, Maya gave up the idea of fighting Quang Ming alone. Xiao Dao couldn't bear to see others sad, so he comforted Maya, "When you have to face Quang Ming in the future, you will definitely be the final winner." After all, the others did not have the ability to kill Quang Ming alone, since the 2 big sisters had taken over the place. Lin Wu started to practice the quick shooter skills. When he ran out of stamina, he would rest, and when he had stamina, he would use it up. Perhaps because he played with guns every day, Lin Wu's quick shooter had unknowingly reached the 2nd level. The 2nd level quick shooter increased the headshot chance of 15% at 15 meters to 20% at 20 meters. If that was all, the quick shooter would still be a useless skill, and could only be used to show off when Xu Wang was out of control. The second level quick shooter had an additional independent skill, which consumed double the stamina. That is, 30%. And could achieve headlocking within 3 meters. Using the quick shooter skill on players or zombies within 3 meters would definitely result in a headshot. Lin Wu watched the two girls killing zombies on the left and right, and did not shout. He sat aside and studied the quick shooter skills. After studying for a long time, Lin Wu felt that what he needed was a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. After all, one tube of endurance can only be used 3 times. He took a Barrett and ran to within 3 meters of the zombies to shoot. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed wrong. Can I hit the Big Mac? Of course not. Only if your head is caught by the door will you run to the Big Mac to die. Besides, if you really run into the 3-meter range, you probably won't be able to see its head even if you look up. Lin Wu wants to hit the player, Wind Thorn Displacement, Gunman Headlock. The Wind Thorn can pierce the opponent's head, and give yourself a chance to stab again. There is a high probability of taking the opponent away. If it fails, you have to cooperate with the Pistol Headlock, Close Range Double Gunman combo. You can combine it into a Headlock Gunman and a normal gunman, according to the actual situation. The Wind Thorn is a dagger skill, Gunman is a gun skill. The player can set one of the left and right hands as the main hand, and the main hand can hold a weapon to use the skill. This is why the dagger and gun need to be switched quickly. No wonder it is called a gunman. The trap is suitable for dealing with the fierce impact type, but it cannot deal with bears and Big Macs, nor with players, unless it is a sneak attack. Why would I need a trap when I have a 3-meter high Wind Thorn to attack me? I was just sitting there with nothing to do. So Lin Wu followed the two heroines and thought about it. On the other hand, Xiao Dao and Maya were having fun. After Maya ran out of arrows for the crossbow, she took out a machete and started cutting vegetables. Lin Wu thought to himself, Maya is not the only one who likes the crossbow. Everyone on the day shift probably likes the crossbow. How will Maya allocate the use of the crossbow? Although the arrows have a high recovery rate, they can't withstand 12 hours of tossing. In this way, all the abundant parts in the base will be made into arrows at this time. Lin Wu thought of the silent one. Since he got the silent one, Lin Wu has occupied the silent one. Shirtu also asked others not to apply for the silent one. The silent one was found by Lin Wu and Shauna. Lin Wu made the main contribution. Lin Wu occupied it. And others couldn't say anything. But it's hard to say about the crossbow. Alas, I have to be so idle before I worry about Shirtu and Maya. At 5 in the morning, Ma Hun applied for the crossbow and 30 crossbow arrows, which are also all the crossbow arrows currently in stock in the base. 2 pieces of wood chips and 1 piece of scrap iron can be combined into a light crossbow arrow. In principle, the consumables are not much, and the recycling rate is as high as 80%. Perhaps because of the small number of consumables and simple conditions for use. Everyone wants to play with the crossbow. Lin Wu was awakened by a knock on the door. He got out of bed and pulled open the screen. He saw Xiao Dao with a bitter face. Lin Wu squinted and looked at him for a while. Bullying again? I'm in a bad mood. Xiao Dao didn't care about the small space and squeezed in directly, forcing Lin Wu to go to the second floor bed. Su Shi scolded me. Een. Lin Wu stretched his head to look, and Xiao Dao offered a look of comfort. Lin Wu put on a hat and performed a furious look. He asked, Tell me, who bullied you? It turned out that after Xuedan got up, he heard that Ma Hun applied for a crossbow, and went to find Ma Hun. Ma Hun came back at around 6 o'clock, but Xuedan didn't come back. Shauna asked people to gather, and went to find Xuedan in person. Xuedan did come back, but the sentry zombies were already at work. The reason was naturally playing with the crossbow. Xuedan had a good attitude, admitted his mistake, and apologized. Maya thought the day shift was too long, so she decided to start work at 9 o'clock and let Lin Wu work an extra shift to lure away the zombies at the checkpoint. Xiao Dao had been coveting the crossbow last night. She wanted to apply for it in 2 hours, but she had no crossbow arrows. She asked Su Shi, and Su Shi told Xiao Dao that Shirtu asked him to postpone the replenishment of crossbow arrows. Xiao Dao went to Shirtu, and Shirtu explained to her that there were some problems with the distribution of the crossbow, and she should not apply for it for the time being. Xiao Dao sneaked into the production room. Since applying for sundries did not require the commander's consent, she secretly made 20 crossbow arrows, but was caught by Su Shi. Su Shi was very angry, and said that she had wasted twice the materials. So the aggrieved Xiao Dao went to Lin Wu for comfort. After listening to this, Lin Wu said, if I were you. I would not touch the crossbow. As a fighter, it is better to greet the blood zombies more often while the game is not updated yet, and the hospital bed can still treat virus infection. Xiao Dao, is that how you comfort me? Lin Wu asked. Buy you a bag? Lin Wu's bag is a marching bag, which is light in weight and has weapon racks on both sides. He found it from the blood plague corpse. Lin Wu didn't put the bag into storage at all, and directly replaced his novice backpack. Afterwards, he always felt that he was greedy. Lin Wu explained this to Shi Tu. Shi Tu despised Lin Wu's behavior of acting first and asking for permission later, and then told Lin Wu that it was okay for him to know it himself. Backpack binding system. If you explain and apologize to everyone, it will not improve your moral standards in the eyes of others, but will have a negative impact. You didn't try to coax me. Hey, we are brothers, not lovers. Brothers are not responsible for coaxing people. Either grab weapons, or get drunk. Xiao Dao corrected, we are best friends. Ghost and your best friend. Lin Wu said, at worst. I won't go to the forest park at night, and go to the tunnel with you to kill zombies. Xiao Dao smiled. Yeah, this is okay. One day after another, the mystery of the water curtain cave in Beishang Lake has not been solved. The two deputy commanders stood outside the wheat field, and held a leadership meeting with Shi Tu, who was sitting in the wheat field. The core of the meeting was the crossbow. All 5 people on the day shift wanted to play with the crossbow. Maya and Shauna chose the crossbow route from the beginning. One of them had a light crossbow, and the other had a compound crossbow, which opened up the Silk Road. Lin Wu, who was on the night shift, had no interest in the crossbow. He still liked his silent man. After coaxing Xiao Dao to leave, Lin Wu went out and saw the 3 leaders in a meeting. He shouted from a distance, "You will get sty if you watch others poop." This sentence annoyed the 3 people. Shi Tu shouted, "You come here. Come here if you want, you can't beat me." Lin Wu went over. Shi Tu asked, "You are the only bystander in the base now, tell me what you think." Su Shi wanted to make a crossbow, Shi Tu had to make decisions. And the deputy commander also wanted a crossbow. The only one who didn't care about the crossbow was Lin Wu, although he had contributed to the extortion of the crossbow. What do you think? How to distribute the crossbows? Lin Wu said, whoever the turntable is on can hold a shift or a day, with a limited number of crossbow arrows. Shi Tu thought for a while, and looked at the 2 deputy commanders. This method seems to be the most reliable one. Shauna nodded. One force can break 10 skills. The simplest and crudest method can often solve the most complex problems. Lin Wu thought, this doesn't seem to be a compliment to himself. Maya said, Lin Wu, we plan to open a branch base at the hydropower station, and put all the excess materials into the hydropower station. We will prepare to enter Zhui County after winter. The hydropower station is only separated from Zhui County by a bridge. The materials looted at the checkpoint can be traded to the branch base, and stored in the base warehouse. Lin Wu said, last time you said that we were short of manpower. Maya said, we are considering 2 plans now. The first plan is for you and Shauna to build a branch base. Lin Wu answered quickly, I agree with the second plan. Shauna kicked Lin Wu's calf in anger. That's too much. Lin Wu bowed and apologized, explaining, we are going to build a branch base. We are a single man and a single woman. What do you want others to think? It doesn't matter if I am misunderstood. Shi Tu asked, are you worried about Shauna being misunderstood? Lin Wu shook his head. No, I am worried that it is just a misunderstanding. It is understandable to be scolded for eating pork, but it is so unfair to be scolded for eating pork without eating pork. The worst thing is that I just want to eat beef. Shi Tu explained, Lin Wu, you have learned to make indirect accusations now. It is all because of Shida's good teaching. Lin Wu looked at Shauna and smiled. Don't be angry, I am just afraid that everyone will be jealous. You know your position in the base. Including Shi Tu, who wouldn't want to build a sub-base with you, right? Shi Tu? I just said something indirect to you, and you're relying on me. Shi Tu said, the second option is that you build a sub-base by yourself. You need to coordinate with the day shift and receive the package on time. You can't go out more than 10 minutes away, because you are responsible for protecting the base. Maya explained, it's not that I always leave you alone. I can go there to level up with you when I'm free. Lin Wu had a flash of inspiration. Why don't Maya and I build a sub-base? Maya leads the day shift during the day, and can complete the material transaction when she gets off work. With Maya at night, the safety of the sub-base is also guaranteed. Shi Tu was very upset. So you have nothing to do. Right? Maya said, if I go, I want to take the supermarket base. Although it's a small supermarket, It should have special storage space. Lin Wu rejected. The hydropower station must have water and electricity. Maya nodded. Okay, then let's decide on the supermarket. You too. What do you think of the third plan? Lin Wu sighed. Don't underestimate Maya's shady decision-making method. It has solved many differences between Lin Wu and Maya. If Lin Wu is firmly opposed, he will raise doubts again. Based on Maya's understanding of Lin Wu doesn't care about the hydropower station or the supermarket. He is just rebelling and arguing. Shirtu sighed. Maya, what do you think will happen if you and Lin Wu get together? Lin Wu and Maya shook their heads together, with questioning expressions. Shirtu said, I don't know either. That's the problem. Lin Wu disagreed with the first plan. He didn't want to get together with Mana. Mana lacked the ability to protect herself. And Lin Wu couldn't be with her 24 hours a day. On the contrary, the day shift is less dangerous. And Shauna can be effectively protected in the day shift. Lin Wu agreed with the second plan, and proposed a third plan based on the second plan. If the commanders agree, then implement the third plan. If the commanders have no objection, then implement the second plan. Therefore, as long as Maya is willing to go to the sub-base to take charge of those annoying tasks, not to mention supermarkets, it's okay to build a base for toilets. I'm asking you to come here to solve the problem, not to add more problems. Shirtu has seen the eagerness in Maya's eyes. After Maya and Lin Wu fooled around for the past 2 days, they both had a lot of fun, but this kind of happiness is on the edge of danger. Let Lin Wu go to the sub-base alone. Shirtu is also worried. He probably can't do either of the 2 requests. Shirtu looked at the 2 deputy commanders. The third plan? Maya nodded. I have no problem. Sana, I only have one question. Lin Wu, answer me honestly, why don't you choose the first plan? Lin Wu thought for a long time, waved his hand to call Shauna to stick her head over, and said something in Shauna's ear. After listening to him, Shauna looked at Lin Wu for a long time. This answer is beyond my expectation. Okay, I respect you. Shirtu asked curiously, what did he say? Guess. Shirtu was too lazy to pay attention to him, and said, then let's hold a meeting on this matter. Wait another 10 minutes, I still have 10 minutes to finish here. Maya, you ask Sushir to make a batch of .22 and let Lin Wu take it. And Maya, I'm afraid the crossbow cannot be assigned to you. Maya nodded. I'll take the heavy crossbow, compound crossbow. Shauna asked curiously, didn't you always play with the light crossbow? Maya replied, with props like the crossbow, the light crossbow has no future. Shirtu said, okay, let Sushir also make a batch of heavy crossbow arrows. Lin Wu, you pack a food bag, a medical bag and 4 building material bags and put them on the pickup truck. Lin Wu said, I'll take the medical bag, Maya will take the food bag, and put a building material bag on the motorcycle. If there are not enough building materials, we will find them nearby. Maya said, take 2 medical bags. There are food bags and building material bags in the supermarket. Shauna passed by the supermarket and said, the zombies in the supermarket are quite dense. Do you need help? Lin Wu smiled and said, that number of zombies is not enough for Maya to cut. Shauna reminded, daggers, bring more sharp blades, exchange weapons with Baiban as much as possible, let Baiban take the weapons back to the main base for repair. Lin Wu gestured that it was okay, and Maya went to prepare. Shirtu saw Maya and Lin Wu leave, and asked Shauna, are you reluctant to leave? Shauna did not deny, yes. Shirtu asked, why didn't Lin Wu choose you? Shauna smiled gently, and said, I won't tell you. Chapter 107 Bloody Battle. At the beginning of the meeting, Shirtu announced that for the development of the base, for the future advancement into Zwa County, it was decided to set up a sub-base near Zwa County. After talking about the work distribution of the main base and the sub-base, Shirtu got to the point. Maya and Lin Wu will go to the supermarket near the hydropower station to set up a sub-base. Maya will still be in charge of the day shift. If you have any opinions or questions about this arrangement, you can raise them. Maya added, at present, we have abundant food, gasoline, medical supplies, and building materials are in high stock, but ammunition packs are relatively scarce. According to the system map of Beishang Town, it can be learned from communication with other farm players that the wilderness farm can still support players looting for about 10 days. Considering the work location and material storage, the sub-base was opened. Xiaodao asked, can I go to play with you? Maya replied, of course. Looking at the Hunan brothers and Sushir. Sushir simply said, tell me what you need. The Hunan brothers had no objection, and it did not change their lives. Sure 2 finished the first topic, and then asked Su Sure to take out the turntable. 30 arrows, 24-hour use of the crossbow, whoever gets it will get it. Participants, Xuedan, Mahan, Shauna, and Xiao Dao. If you have any opinions on this allocation method, you can raise them. Shauna suggested, choose one of the 3, the user on the first day will be excluded from the turntable on the second day. The other 3 nodded together. After discussion, Maya finally turned the wheel, and the user of the crossbow on the first day was Mahan. The meeting ended. Sure 2 told Lin Wu and Maya to pick up Nightmare before 8 o'clock tonight. Lin Wu just remembered this matter, so he could only break his promise to Xiao Dao. I had planned to go to the tunnel with Xiao Dao to play with blood zombies at night. After Lin Wu and Maya packed up, everyone sent them to the intersection. They left the shadow base, riding motorcycles to say goodbye to everyone. It was relatively easy for these 2 to pass the checkpoint. Lin Wu pulled the zombie away, got on the motorcycle, and passed the checkpoint. That is to say, motorcycles are simple, cars cannot speed up at the checkpoints, and are easily surrounded and beaten by zombies. This group of zombies is particularly tough, and it is very difficult to beat them. The outpost substation is 50 meters away from the hydropower station, and the hydropower station is 1 kilometer away from the small supermarket. The supermarket is L-shaped, with only 1 floor, covering an area of about 3,000 square meters. From the outside of the supermarket, it can be seen that the supermarket is not suitable for building a base. The supermarket has 1 door in the southeast, northwest, and no geographical advantage. There are more than 10 parking spaces in front of the east gate. The west gate of the back door is a 20-meter wide concrete floor, which is connected to the Forest Park Woods. The south gate is also a 20-meter wide concrete floor, which is also bordered by the Forest Park Woods. The north gate is the main gate, concrete ground, planted with trees and shrubs, and a 300-meter long 2-lane road connects to the highway. Between the north gate and the highway is a birch tree park, which is part of the forest park. From the remains of the white birch tree park, we can know that many tourists from Zwa County and residents of Wilderness Farm once visited the white birch tree park. Some of them had picnics in the park. Some had barbecues in the park. And some even took wedding photos in the park. There is a stream to the west of the birch park, and spring water flows into the Zwishian River through the stream. The stream is about 1.5 meters deep, and abandoned fishing gear and tents can be seen everywhere on the rocks on the beach. Lin Wu and Maya arrived at the north gate, dealt with the zombies that were chasing them, and Lin Wu first announced a bad news. Someone has been here. Walking to the door, Lin Wu said a good news. From the density of zombies, this person only cleared a part of the area. Maya said, I will deal with the zombies inside, and you will deal with the zombies outside the building. If there are any fierce ones, I will find you. Okay. This supermarket is very clean. The ground is clean, and the shelves are relatively clean. After passing through 2 checkout counters, small wooden strips can occasionally be seen on the neatly arranged shelves, which are typical and easy to see lootable items. There are more than 20 rows of shelves in total, and there are 3 shelves in each row. It seems that a quarter of the shelves have been looted by players. Shadow has been working at the Wilderness Farm recently. He has a basic understanding that there are more players in the upper farm from the outpost to the mountaintop church. There are 13 small bases, and each base has 2 to 4 people. Since there are no good bases to develop, there are only non-systematic alliances between them. The number of zombies in the lower farm near Zwa County is several times that of the farm near the mountaintop church, and there are only 7 player bases. During the chat, the player said that many people died coming and going, and if they were counted together, there were more than 100 bases. The main cause of death was still fierce, and the secondary cause of death was actually wild beasts. At night, mountain cats, black bears, tigers, and lions all came out. They didn't understand why lions and tigers lived in the forest. Shadow's destination for wholesale guns is Beishang Town, and he also trades with the upper farm. The time for trading with the lower farm is these few days. It is difficult for a base without guns to survive until now. It is not easy for newcomers to open up wasteland in the lower farm. The best way is to go to Beishang Town. Now there are more than 100 small bases in Beishang Town, which have turned the center of Beishang Town into a safe zone. As long as they solve the food problem in their daily life, they can survive. Old players are not as popular as resurrected players because they have learned skills. Therefore, fishing books are still a very popular resource. There is Beishang Town, so there is Beixia Town. Beixia Town in Zhuo County. Beicheng. Future City is in the south of Zhuo County. Because the distance is too far, we can only know the situation of Beixia Town from a few resurrected players. In general, Shadow Base is the best base for the development of the two towns in Zhuo County. Compared with Beicheng Town, the resources of the farm are relatively rich. Shadow Base does not want to conflict with the indigenous people, so they search the map far away from the indigenous people. At present, some players in Beicheng Town have driven to the farm to search for resources. Because the search range is too close to the indigenous people, some conflicts have occurred between the two sides, due to the special terrain of the small supermarket. No one will choose this place as a base, but it is not ruled out that someone will come here to search for supplies. Lin Wu and Maya were not in a hurry to search. They spent 40 minutes cleaning up the supermarket and occupied it first. Soon, a personal shadow subbase was established. After the subbase was established, the situation was beyond Lin Wu and Maya's expectations. In the L-shaped supermarket, L is the main body of the supermarket, with an area of more than 2,000 square meters, which cannot be occupied. The area that can be occupied is the bottom of L, which is the warehouse, office, employee locker room, and shower room. A 3-meter wide and 20-meter long passage connects the main body of the supermarket with the employee logistics work area. The actual building area of the sub-base is only more than 200 square meters. The radius of the safe zone is 30 meters, including half of the supermarket, the parking lot at the east gate, and an open area from the north gate to the Birch Forest Park. There will be idle zombies wandering around the base every day. Generally speaking, the sub-base is a garbage base that is easy to attack and difficult to defend. The good news is that non-siege zombies will not destroy player buildings. The bad news is that you are likely to be eaten by zombies when you sleep. The situation was worse than Maya thought. She could only contact Sushir to make some bells as night alarms. The building units of the sub-base are 1+1+3. The first one is a large indoor grid, which is a unique building of the supermarket, storage warehouse. The upper limit of the 5 major resources that can be stored has reached 50 points, which exceeds the 45 points of the shadow base with full warehouses. The second one is a large outdoor grid, located on the rooftop, and can be reached through the vertical ladder next to the radio station. The 3 small grids are opposite the storage warehouse, and there is a 3-meter wide aisle in the middle. One end of the aisle is the employee passage of the north gate, and the other end of the aisle is connected to the supermarket. That's right. The actual living area of the sub-base has only one passage. The left side is the storage warehouse, and the right side is 3 small rooms. The radio station and the item warehouse are on the left of the 3 small rooms. Therefore, there is also a good news. During the zombie siege, just defend this passage. Lin Wu said, very shabby. It's worse than the earliest shadow base. Maya could only smile bitterly at Lin Wu's words. Originally thought I could have a supermarket, but I didn't expect to have only one passage. Maya said, search for building materials. We still have to go to the tunnel to pick up Nightmare in the evening. We talked while walking. The two broke open the small crates, torn the boxes. The clean supermarket can be seen at a glance. There is no possibility of hiding valuables. Maya, the storage warehouse must not be moved. A dormitory, a medical room is indispensable. The only thing that can be built is the outdoor large grid on the roof, and a small indoor grid. Lin Wu suggested, how about building a sentry tower in the large grid? No problem. Maya knew that Lin Wu wanted to play with guns. The terrain of the sub-base is much worse than that of the mountaintop base. It is a good idea to build a 20-meter high sentry tower. It does not require ammunition maintenance to reduce the threat level. It is purely for Lin Wu to play with. Maya asked, what about the remaining small grid? Lin Wu said, you'd better not ask. The question is about eating, drinking and having fun. Hee hee. Maya smiled, said, how about building a library? Lin Wu looked at the building, found the library, said, the library can provide all literary works before 2044, excluding reference books and professional books. In addition to building materials, 20 world classics are also needed. By the way, I don't know what a classic is in this era. Maya said, Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Pride and Prejudice, Corruption Nation, etc. There are many. I will take care of the books. Maya felt a little distressed when she thought of this. There were many world-famous books in several apartment buildings near the church on the top of the mountain, but unfortunately they were all torn into paper. Maya knew that every grid in the shadow base was precious. Now that she had the opportunity to eat, drink and have fun, Maya first thought of the library. From the beginning, Maya wanted a library. She discussed this matter with Sure too. Considering that she needed to reduce entertainment activities in the game and level up more, she didn't mention it again. The two of them obviously overestimated the supermarket. They searched the entire supermarket, but they didn't find a single bag of building materials. Just a few days ago, Lin Wu was stopped at the checkpoint and wandered around the supermarket. He casually found 3 bags of building materials. Where did the building materials go? Were they eaten by dogs? The two of them finally found a bag of building materials in the pavilion in the park. Then they built the bed. There was only one bed. Only then did Lin Wu deeply feel the hard work of the day shift. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The two took out the map and calculated for a long time, but did not find any facilities that would definitely produce building materials nearby. Then let's go to Zwa County. It was only a 5-minute drive. Maya proposed, Lin Wu executed. Lin Wu proposed, Maya agreed. The two of them formed a team, and they didn't even take the Big Mac seriously. So the two got on the motorcycle. Maya relied on her coquettish positioning and speed, avoided the zombies one by one, and rushed into the bus terminal, and went straight to the main building. But they came in, and the zombie army also came in. Maya guarded the stairs. Lin Wu guarded against the rear raid, and sniped the screams and the exploding zombies. When Kwang Ming attacked, the two crossed and switched positions. When Lin Wu pinned Kwang Ming on the stairs, Maya stood with her legs across Lin Wu, cutting below and above. After cutting off a knife, Maya felt something was wrong. The number of zombies did not decrease. All this is thanks to the hardworking screaming zombies. In a city full of zombies, screaming will make zombies from all directions rush over once he yells. Lin Wu pushed a table from the 2nd floor, and together with Maya, he pushed the table down to block the staircase. The zombies scratched wildly, and the table was destroyed at a visible speed. The two immediately ran to the 3rd floor, entered an office. Lin Wu killed 2 zombies with a stab. Maya closed the door, and the two entered stealth mode. During this gap, Lin Wu took out a rope and lowered it from the window, and waited for about 10 seconds. There was a slapping sound at the door, and the two immediately escaped to the 1st floor through the rope. The zombies broke into the room, and they did not find the rope because they lacked wisdom, but looked for people in the room. The two who went down to the back door on the 1st floor immediately entered stealth mode, carefully sticking to the wall and not daring to move. This was the first time that the two were forced into such a mess by ordinary zombies. After waiting for about a minute, the roar of the zombies gradually disappeared, and the two went around to the other side of the building, and saw that the entrance of the staircase number 1 more than 20 meters away, including the bus stop, was crowded with zombies. Lin Wu had been to the bus terminal before and knew there were 2 staircases, so he led the way up from staircase number 2. When they reached the 2nd floor and looked at the corridor, the room where they had been hiding was also blocked by zombies. So the two continued to walk up. The zombies along the way were attracted to the 2nd floor and the entrance of staircase number 1. The two reached the 3rd floor very smoothly. No matter how many zombies there were outside, the two entered a room, and after killing the zombies left in the room, they began to explore everywhere. It must be said that the resources of the county are rich. 3 offices took out 2 bags of building materials, 1 bag of food, and 1 bag of medical supplies. Unfortunately, each person could only bring 1 bag of supplies, and could only bring building materials. Lin Wu looked down from the corridor on the 3rd floor. Most of the zombies had dispersed, and there were more than 20 wandering in the same place. The poor motorcycle was in the group of zombies, and had been squeezed to the ground by the zombies. It looked damaged. This put the two in a very embarrassing situation. If they killed them, another group would come soon. If they didn't kill them, how could they get the motorcycle back? Without transportation, let alone running back to the base. They probably couldn't even run out of the bus parking lot. After waiting for a while, and seeing no zombies go away, Lin Wu whispered to Maya, and then Lin Wu took the initiative to appear on the 1st floor, pulled the zombies away, climbed onto the roof of the bus, and shuttled through the roof. Maya took the opportunity to touch the motorcycle, and found that the motorcycle had been crushed and scrapped. So she took out the only repair kit. Watching the progress bar move forward, a zombie attacked and bit Maya on the shoulder. Maya endured the pain and walked through the repair progress bar. The zombie took 2 more bites and was sent away by Maya. Maya rode the motorcycle around the zombies, slowed down, and Lin Wu burned his endurance to increase his speed to the limit, leaving the zombies behind for a distance, and then jumped off the roof. Unfortunately, he jumped a little too slowly, and did not fall to the back seat. His body was hit hard on the concrete floor by the rear of the car. Maya stopped the car with a smile, and Lin Wu, blushing, ran 2 steps and climbed onto the back seat of the motorcycle. Because of the parking, when accelerating, the surrounding zombies had gathered. A zombie on the side ran to grab it. Maya held the bike with one hand, and held the pistol with the other hand, and shot it in the head from 2 meters away. Lin Wu took down the silent one, and tried to knock down the zombie close to the motorcycle. Chapter 108 Healing. The motorcycle rushed out of the bus station, but there was a 10-centimeter high-speed bump at the entrance of the abominable bus station, and the motorcycle took off directly. Fortunately, Maya held the handlebars tightly and landed smoothly. The bad thing was that Lin Wu took the silent with both hands, and took off directly from the back seat. I thought it would be like in the movies, and it would be so cool to fall on the back seat of the motorcycle. In fact, when the person fell, the motorcycle had already passed, and he fell hard again. Lin Wu endured the pain and took a painkiller first. Adding blood was secondary, and pain relief was the most important. When Maya looked back, Lin Wu had already stood up. Maya did not go to pick up Lin Wu, but turned around and took the S route, and pulled as many zombies as possible. Lin Wu broke through the zombie blockade with a wind thorn, and ran away. At this time, Kwang Meng appeared, and saw Lin Wu covered with the blood of his descendants, and chased him like crazy. Facing the reckless beast, Lin Wu smiled proudly, and slowed down his pace. He never expected that 4 beasts would rush over from the streets on both sides, and there were countless zombies following behind them. Lin Wu yelled "fuck," and ran away. The motorcycle was driving in front, pulling the zombies in Lin Wu's path aside, and Lin Wu was chasing the motorcycle from behind, and 5 wild beasts were chasing him closely 10 meters away. Lin Wu threw a trap, but he didn't expect that the wild beast jumped over, so Lin Wu threw another trap behind him without looking back. With a snap, he caught the foot of a wild beast, and threw another one, and dragged another one. All 3 traps were used, and seeing that their endurance was running out, the remaining 3 damn wild beasts were still following him, vowing to kill their enemies with their teeth. Maya saw that they had reached the bridgehead, and the number of zombies here had greatly decreased. Maya stopped the car, took out a Molotov cocktail from her backpack, lit it, and retreated to the bridge. Lin Wu had a telepathic connection, and directly jumped over the motorcycle, and Maya then threw the Molotov cocktail on the motorcycle. The explosion of the Molotov cocktail blocked the wild beast's straight pursuit. When Kwang Meng was about to avoid the flames, the motorcycle exploded. The flame shot up into the sky, and ignited one of the Kwang Mengs. Kwang Meng rolled on the ground twice to put out the fire. He could not find his enemy anymore. Now he could only trust the 2 brothers, who chased him across the bridge. After getting rid of the burning beast, Maya stood still and attacked. She quickly fired from her pistol and repelled one, but was knocked to the ground by another. Lin Wu, who had recovered some of his stamina, arrived later and pressed the head of the beast on the concrete floor to the left of Maya's head and stabbed him to death. Maya, who had fallen to the ground, raised her gun and shot the head of the beast that was rushing behind Lin Wu, buying Lin Wu precious time. After dealing with the beast in his hand, Lin Wu used the last bit of his stamina to kill the last beast. Life is at the bottom, Maya said. The upper limit of life is only 18 points. Compared to that, infection is a small matter. Lin Wu handed Maya a bandage to stop the bleeding, and put on a fracture bandage himself. What about the motorcycle? They no longer have a repair kit, Maya said helplessly. Ask the day shift to send us a set of car repair tools tomorrow. Lin Wu said, can we only walk with our legs today? Maya, if you don't mind using your hands. That's fine. Lin Wu was shocked. Maya knew what Lin Wu was going to say. She covered her left face with her left hand and walked away. A thrilling battle made Maya extremely excited, and she couldn't help but make a joke. This might be the first joke she made after joining Shadow. Although the joke was not funny, it was enough to shock Lin Wu on the spot. After adding 8 building materials, it was barely enough to upgrade the bed and build a medical room. During the upgrade, Lin Wu saw more than a dozen red dots of zombies on the electronic map of the base. This scene was not seen in the church on the top of the mountain. The distance was far, and there were many obstacles between them. Lin Wu ignored them and stayed by Maya's side, saying that he cared about his partner. But what he meant was, hurry up. I want to lie down too. Maya has a maximum life of 18 points. And Lin Wu only has a maximum life of 50 points after bandaging. There are 4 fractures on her body and 2 burns. Call Maya. A stone voice came from the radio. Lin Wu went over and picked up the intercom. Maya is healing. Being small also has its own conveniences. It takes only 2 steps to reach the radio station. How did she get hurt? She went in and out of the zombies 7 times in order to find 2 bags of building materials. Lin Wu saw Maya making a gesture to him, understood, and said, "Sure too. Go ahead." Lin Wu said, "Ask the day shift to bring a repair kit tomorrow." The motorcycle exploded. "Fuck, where did you go?" Lin Wu said, "It's a long story." "Sure too, to make it short." Lin Wu, "That's already been said." "Sure too, what?" Lin Wu, "She went in and out of the zombies 7 times." Sure too was surprised. "You really went to fight the zombies to find 2 bags of building materials? You were all injured?" Lin Wu sighed. "I wasn't joking most of the time, but you didn't want to believe it." Sure too was mad. "You were only out for a few hours. You wouldn't be happy if you didn't kill yourself. Right?" Maya heard this, got out of bed and took the intercom. "It's my fault. I underestimated the power of the zombies." Shita's tone immediately became gentle. "Be careful." Maya said, "Yeah. Let Susher make 2 machetes for me." Sure too, "Didn't you bring 3? Maya, "I cut off 2 of them." Sure too was speechless. After a long time, he asked, "How is Lin Wu?" Maya turned around and saw Lin Wu taking advantage of the opportunity to get on the bed. She said, "He didn't say. But I think he was also in a life-or-death situation." "Nonsense." Lin Wu said, "I was in a life-or-death situation." Sure too, "What did I ask you for?" "Yes, I'll pick up Nightmare at UCN at 8 o'clock in the evening. Are the 2 of you enough? The knife beside me is eager to try." Maya is very smart. She replied, "To pass through the tunnel. The knife is indispensable. If you are interested, you can go together. Last time we sneaked through the tunnel, today we can kill through the tunnel." Sure too said, "Have you noticed that you and Lin Wu have become particularly murderous after hanging out for a few days?" Lin Wu, "I didn't hear it." Maya avoided the question. "It's 3 p.m. now. See you at the tunnel entrance around 7 p.m. It's easier to pass the checkpoint after 7 p.m. Lin Wu interrupted, "We don't have a car. We have to run there." Maya said, 6 o'clock? Sure too, okay. Got it. After the call ended, Lin Wu asked, "We can't recover from our injuries before 6 o'clock. Maya took out a tube of serum and injected it herself, saying, "If it's just for healing, there's still enough time." Lin Wu said regretfully, "I really want to experience the feeling of being poked by a needle." Maya had the urge to kick Lin Wu's ass after hearing this, but fortunately she is a serious person. Among so many people in the shadow base, Maya would occasionally chat with Lin Wu. Lin Wu was recovering, and Maya had nowhere to go. So she took a book from her backpack and sat down at the radio station in the corridor of the ward. If she was in the shadow base, Maya would go back to her bed to read, which was a private space. In the branch base, Maya couldn't bear to leave Lin Wu alone there. In addition, it was very easy to get along with Lin Wu. Her definition of ease was that others would not feel cramped because of her presence. For example, when the employees were eating and singing karaoke during team building, the boss had better not show up and just pay the bill. Lin Wu would not make dirty jokes, and he was very careful about the words he used in this regard. For example, after Lin Wu recovered, he would never say words like, "Maya, it's your turn to go to bed." This was not only the case in the game, but also in reality. Lin Wu was very polite to his friend's girlfriend, the kind of politeness that made people feel unfamiliar. Maya went to the hospital bed. Lin Wu picked up Maya's book and took a look at it. Dream of Red Mansions. After flipping through it for a while, it tells the story of a man and a group of women. I didn't expect Maya to have such low taste. Can't he read some serious novels other than palace fighting? Lin Wu put the book aside, looking at the red dot on the electronic map. He didn't leave. He picked up the phone out of boredom. Call Sure too. Sure too came over and answered. Sure too is here. Lin Wu, sing a song for me. Sure too, go away. Impolite. Lin Wu, then I'll sing for you. Sure too hung up and ignored him. When getting along with Sure too, Lin Wu would joke around. If he had questions or confusions, he would ask Sure too. Sure too was happy to answer Lin Wu's questions. When getting along with Xiao Dao, he was just playing. Just like coaxing his sister, he would bully her and protect her. When getting along with Su Shi, he had a bit of a gentleman's friendship. Although he didn't spend much time together, he would go up to each other to join in the fun when he saw them. Only when getting along with the Hun and brothers, Lin Wu would be more polite. Being bored, Lin Wu went to the supermarket to have some fun. After turning the corner, he saw scattered zombies wandering in the safe zone of his base. Lin Wu didn't kill the zombies, because there would be more if he killed them anyway. After wandering around for a while, Lin Wu suddenly entered stealth mode, and started an unfair game behind a zombie. If the zombies couldn't see Lin Wu, they would be humiliated by Lin Wu, and if the zombies saw Lin Wu, they would be killed by Lin Wu. Maya leaned against the wall of the aisle, and finally understood why Shauna had learned the gesture of supporting her forehead. She didn't say anything, just watched Lin Wu follow the zombies forward, backward and turn around, which made her not expect Lin Wu to have more childish actions. Suddenly, Lin Wu came out from the left side of the zombies, and waved his fangs and claws, trying to scare the zombies, and then the zombies that were not scared were killed by Lin Wu. Maya watched the whole process, and couldn't bear to watch it. Lin Wu found Maya after killing the zombies. His blood boiled immediately. His face flushed red. And he came over to explain, "I am recording the zombies' reaction data." Maya opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. After a long time, she said, "It's almost time. We should set off. There are two types of people who are most likely to be kind-hearted. One is a naive man, and the other is a talkative woman. Running tests endurance. Lin Wu and Maya both have secondary attributes. Without any bonuses or debuffs, the endurance consumed by the two people for the same distance and speed is exactly the same. The difference is that the speed upper limit threshold of agility is higher. There is no difference between the two people at a speed of 20 yards. Once it exceeds 35 kilometers per hour, Lin Wu is still consuming endurance normally, and Maya will be punished for endurance consumption. When it exceeds 38 kilometers per hour, that is, when it exceeds the world record for sprinting, Lin Wu will also be punished for endurance consumption. Maya opened her mouth, mostly about work and data. "How many stars do you have in physical strength?" Lin Wu replied, 3.5 stars. There are transportation when going out, and walking will not be crazy running, and fighting does not rely on physical strength. You have to practice. You can increase the upper limit of life. The 10 stars of the snow egg double body increase the upper limit of life by 30 points. Maya said, "This game seems to develop star level skills based on the character's daily behavior. Generally speaking, the 5 major attributes at 3, 5, 10 stars may gain a passive or active skill. Lin Wu's quick shooter is obtained when agility reaches 5 stars. Agility 10 stars increases stealth and lock picking. In addition, Lin Wu does not gain any skills when stamina is 3 stars and agility is 3 stars. Furious, Lin Wu left the team. Maya stopped to rest for a while, and Lin Wu came back. "Unlucky, I'm a poor and fierce one." "Maya?" "Yeah." Lin Wu asked, "Do you think that as the player's strength increases, Dawn will slowly improve the realism of the game? For example, cancel the daily food consumption setting. There are 8 people in the shadow base. The system consumes 8 units of food and gives the player 8 ingredients, letting the player eat the 8 ingredients, both cooking and eating raw. It shouldn't be that excessive." Maya said, "I think there are several settings that are for novice protection. Unlimited bullets are the key to players being able to defend their homes. I think it is unlikely to be cancelled, otherwise no one can defend a siege of 5 stars or above, even if they do. It will be equivalent to bankruptcy." Maya said, "The small candles provided with the base should be cancelled, encouraging players to obtain power resources. The magical hospital bed will be further weakened, and the doctor profession will be given more attention accordingly. I think the death penalty may be weakened in the future, with a further shortage of supplies. Most players will take the path of survival, and the intensity of the game will increase further. Beishang Town may be a correct way of life. 90% of the buildings in the center of Beishang Town are occupied by players, forming a safe zone. Food is obtained by fishing or hunter skills, and having a bed to sleep on satisfies the survival needs of players. After the people who survive are worry-free, they will begin to seek further needs. And socializing is the cheapest and low-risk way of communication. When a small base in Beishang Town enters the system to attack the city, it is likely that he can get help from 4 or 5 base allies, and the surrounding neighbors can help clear the zombies with guns in their homes. There will also be problems. The small base safety zone is too small, which allows outsiders to attack people in the base outside the base safety zone. After all, The role of the safe zone is that zombies will not be refreshed, and it can control the armed forces of non-base personnel. It is not an invincible safe zone. This is the advantage of the game. The two ran and talked in the wind, without feeling sore throats or other discomfort. When they arrived at the checkpoint, Linwoo pulled the zombie away, and the two passed the checkpoint together. Soon after entering the upper farm, they met two NPCs. Coincidentally, they were the NPCs that Linwoo and Maya met last time, and the NPC issued the same task to them. Many people have received this task, and the purpose is to open the base honor value and get the opportunity to receive the fortress task through the radio. Linwoo knew that he could not kill these two guys, and he might be able to kill one by sneak attack, but the counterattack of the other NPC would be fatal. The method of attracting monsters has also been used, but it is not enough for others to play. The best way is to get a group of fierce and giant. But unfortunately, the two NPCs are very smart, and there are no such creatures near their task location. When playing the decaying game, you can lead monsters to besiege NPCs. Some NPCs can knock down two giants. Some NPCs will be torn into two halves by the giants and thrown away. The equipment is on one half. If you are unlucky or have poor eyesight, you can't find half of the body at all. It took 10 minutes to lead the NPC to a place, guarded for a few minutes, killed a few zombies, and obtained honor points. Chapter 109 Return to Beishang Lake. All the day shift personnel gathered at the tunnel entrance. Because Linwoo and Maya were soaked, everyone collected dead branches and lit a fire at the tunnel entrance. Taking this opportunity, Maya arranged the work. The team was divided into two groups. Linwoo, Maya, Ma Hun were in one group. They could face multiple zombies and eliminate Kwang Ming. Xiao Dao, Shui Dan and Shana were in one group. Xiao Dao was responsible for Kwang Ming, and the others dealt with scattered zombies. After the battle began, everyone found that the division was completely meaningless. Maya and Xiao Dao were responsible for the basic work of killing monsters, and the others followed them for a walk and chat. Shui Dan asked about the new base. Linwoo described it, and it was not comparable to the shadow base. Ma Hun talked about the interesting things during the day shift. After not seeing each other for a long time, everyone's relationship became closer. This may be the beauty of distance. Slowly, Linwoo and Shana fell behind. Linwoo politely asked if she was used to the leadership work. But Shana, who was always reserved, said directly, 1 class, 2 leaders. What do you think? Linwoo said, it's all work. Shana said with some regret, if my ability was not so poor and I was involved in emotional disputes, you would not abandon me. Linwoo replied, not entirely. But it's not wrong. The day shift is very happy. We searched happily together. Joked together, everyone carried a gun. And the search area was surveyed by Maya in advance, so there was hardly any danger. Sana said, but you prefer to explore? Linwoo nodded, yes, exploration is risky. I don't care much about my own life and death. I don't want to kill others because of my willfulness. Sana nodded, and said nothing. The two walked for a while. Sana said, if I die, I must return to Beishang Town. Do you dare to work the night shift with me? Linwoo asked in surprise. Do you have an exclusive entry? What entry? Sana shook her head. No, I mean if. Linwoo said, if you can be resurrected locally, then death is not a punishment for you. Sana sighed lightly. What I want is points. I don't expect a high score. I just hope my points won't be too low. To be honest, I only work the day shift every day, and my points can only be increased by the number of days I survive. Linwoo said, at least if you survive you will get points. In addition, I think you should ask Maya for advice. She has a pretty good personal understanding of the game. In the apocalypse, supplies are scarce, especially bullets. One less bullet is fired. Crossbows are the most practical long-range weapons because of their low production cost and recyclability. Shana said, cold weapons will be the mainstream for at least a long time. Linwoo said, so the first question you want to ask is, what do you choose as a cold weapon? Hor Soul is a blunt weapon, and there is no obvious breakthrough at present. Xiao Dao transforms into a fighter. Maya is a sharp swordsman, and Snow Egg is a heavy weapon. What about you? You won't just choose a blunt weapon. Blunt weapons can be seen everywhere, and branches obtained by chopping a tree are considered blunt weapons. Shana said, main agility, secondary will. As a main agility person, do you have any suggestions? Linwoo thought for a long time. I don't know. But I know that many skills appear on the basis of long-term use of weapons. My windthorn is because I use steak knives to sneak attack from behind. The reason why he was called the quick shooter was because he fired continuously for 2 minutes during the siege of the church. And almost every shot hit the head. Sanaa said, but many people have shot and killed more zombies than you. But no one has understood the skill of the quick shooter. After saying that, she subconsciously looked down. Lin Wu immediately turned sideways to block it. And glared, I definitely don't have similar entries. Nor do I have similar behaviors. Shoo brother. You actually ruined my reputation. Shauna covered her mouth and laughed non-stop. Which made Lin Wu turn around and leave in anger. Shauna chased him from behind and said, Hey, don't be like this. It's just a joke. Do you have any weapons to recommend? Lin Wu slowed down. You can't follow Maya's swordsman route. She focuses on strength. Has a high attack power bonus. And a high beheading rate. It seems that you can only follow the sneak attack and execution route if you focus on agility. Maybe you can learn my route? Unless you use wind thorns. I usually execute in stealth. Go around, stab the head, knock it down, all in one go. This style of attack is not efficient at all, not even as good as the water pipe wielded by Stone. The advantage is safety. It is very effective when sneaking into a dangerous area alone. As an assassin, Lin Wu gave up sneaking around today and broke into the bus company with Maya. He faced the zombies head-on and almost got beaten to death. Lin Wu began to wonder if he had seen the wrong person that night. After receiving Nightmare at the entrance of Yusian Tunnel, Lin Wu found that Nightmare did not pay attention to Shauna. She was more like following Maya and occasionally talking to her. It seemed that Maya was the person she was most familiar with. Shauna had no objection to this. Lin Wu deliberately lagged behind Shauna and chatted furtively. Nightmare did not even look back. In the past few days, the zombies in the tunnel have been baptized in turn. The Shadow Base has turned the tunnel with extremely high zombie density into a country road with a zombie every 10 meters. After walking 2 kilometers, I didn't even see Kwang Meng's hair. I thought back to the time when the trade team passed through the tunnel, and Kwang Meng could be seen walking everywhere. This made Lin Wu think of a problem. Currently, most players are staying in the countryside. Even the Shadow Base will not find a way to develop in the county until after the winter. There won't be any players in North City and Future City for a long time. Will the zombies there be denser than an ant nest? It seems that to go to Future City, you need to prepare an armored vehicle at least. Car. You need to get a car. I wonder if Maya and I will run to the Invincible base. Will Invincible and Peanut feel pity and send us a car? Pa. A real man has hands and feet. Can't he steal one himself? Lin Wu recalled the cars around the branch base. They all seem to be scrapped cars. Scrapped cars have a characteristic. They are very old and visibly damaged. A drivable car has at least 50% durability and is 50% new. If you drive the car to the limit, then the appearance of the car will become the same as a scrapped car. The difference is that scrapped cars cannot be repaired. While Nightmare and Maya were discussing their gaming experiences, Lin Wu stepped forward and said, Sister Nightmare. Everyone looked at Lin Wu at once. Based on their understanding of Lin Wu, if Lin Wu didn't want to do something unspeakable, she wouldn't have spoken to Nightmare so gently. Speak. Nightmare didn't understand Lin Wu, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Lin Wu's tenderness was not only that he could play with Xiao Dao in the mud, but also in his appearance, fresh and juicy tenderness. Lin Wu said, Sister Nightmare, you often appear in Zwa County. Have you found any cars? Nightmare glanced at Maya, and saw that Maya was also waiting for her answer. So she said, there are 2 better cars near the bus terminal. One is an ambulance downstairs in the community, and the other is a survey car near the car wash at the bus terminal. The ambulance has 9 resource grids, a large trunk, and can carry 7 passengers. The survey car has only 4 resource grids, a small trunk, and can carry 5 people. Nightmare said, the survey car has a special function, which can scan and display buildings near the car, and display zombies as red dots on the screen inside the car. It is like the electronic map in the ancient computer online game era. The scanning radius is 15 meters. Maya asked, are there pickup trucks? After using a pickup truck to kill the behemoth last time, she fell in love with pickup trucks. Pickup trucks have certain off-road capabilities, high chassis, sufficient cargo capacity, but the disadvantage is that the speed and acceleration are very average. Nightmare asked, don't you have a pickup truck? Maya explained that Shadow had built a branch base. Nightmare said, supermarket base? There are quite a lot of building materials over there. Lin Wu almost strangled this guy to death. It turned out that she took the building materials away. Nightmare continued. There is a pickup truck at the Forest Park fire station. I haven't tried it, but it shouldn't be a scrapped car. After getting the information he wanted, Lin Wu quietly retreated, leaving Maya to deal with Nightmare. There are many topics between Maya and Nightmare, but most of the time Maya just politely dealt with the topic, and did not take the initiative to bring up the topic. Everyone in the Shadow Base saw that Nightmare had a good impression of Maya. Lin Wu returned to Shauna's vicinity, and saw Shauna hitting a zombie left behind by the previous team with a water pipe. Shauna looked at Lin Wu and smiled. This guy is really stubborn. The front team killed everyone, and Shauna from the back team fought the zombie alone. Lin Wu vaguely felt some bitterness, and said, "It's just a game. Don't take it too seriously." What? Shauna didn't seem to hear clearly, and finally knocked down the zombie. She went forward and hit the zombie a few more times, and finally got rid of it. Lin Wu changed the subject and asked, "What do you think of Nightmare?" Shauna looked at Nightmare's back, thought for a moment, and said, "She's not a bad person, but I don't like her." "Why?" "Arrogant girl." Shauna smiled and said, "I don't like people saying bad things about me behind my back." This was what Lin Wu said when they were on the night shift. Lin Wu could only laugh at this. After leaving the tunnel, according to Shidu's instructions, Baiban left 2 bags of building materials for Maya and Lin Wu, and Shauna traded some medicines to Maya. This made Lin Wu feel a little ashamed. Only after he went to plunder himself did he realize that plundering work was the basic work of a base. Maya and Baiban agreed to meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow. She is now at the farm, and can help Baiban take away the zombies at the checkpoint so that the Baiban car can pass. Back at the supermarket subbase, they suddenly discovered a zombie in the dormitory, and a zombie at the radio station. They spent 5 minutes clearing out the zombies near the living area. According to the discussion on the way back, the two of them quietly repaired the motorcycle near Zwishian Bridge, and then rode to the forest park. One purpose was to find the fire station in the forest park, and the other was to go to Beishan Lake. Compared with Lin Wu, Maya was very methodical. She first followed the system map to reach the park management office set up on the roadside. The management office had a detailed map of the forest park. The forest park was roughly a heart-shaped structure. The depression in the middle was Beishan Lake. Both sides of Beishan Lake led north into the forest. To the south was the road back to the highway, and the other was the road to the fire station. Maya pointed to the map and said, "We go directly to Beishan Lake, and then go to the fire station. Then take this road back to the highway. Why can't we go to the fire station first, and then go to Beishan Lake?" After Lin Wu finished speaking, he said distressfully, "Although I know it's wrong, I always want to say something." Maya said, "I have a rebellious character. I hope others can agree with my opinions and resist agreeing with others. Everyone has some similar personalities." Lin Wu asked, "Is there any hope?" Maya said, "No need to save, your situation is not serious. You just want to find the mistakes in my decision, so as to improve your position in the team. On the other hand, you admire me in your heart and believe in all my decisions, thank you." Lin Wu was mad, and firmly denied, "I didn't." Maya said, "You know whether you have, let's go." Lin Wu was angry, and was full of unconvinced. Maya walked in front, and said, "You must be making faces behind me." "I didn't." After Lin Wu finished speaking, he said weakly, "It's just 2 rabbit ears." "How do you know?" Maya sighed, "Because every time you are unconvinced, you always do some childish actions to vent your dissatisfaction." Lin Wu said, "Oh, Maya didn't expect this," turned back and asked curiously, "According to my understanding of you, you should make childish gestures to express your opposition, instead of oh?" Lin Wu said, "Have you taken psychology classes?" Maya, "Of course." Lin Wu said, "All 5%, why don't I feel extraordinary abilities in Shauna, more than ordinary people?" Maya said, "You have misunderstood completely. 5% just have some innate advantages. I can tell you for sure that. I have put in much more effort in learning and training than Shauna. There are many mediocre people in the 5% club. On the contrary, there are many elites in the 95%. Innateness is a gift, acquired is the key." Maya said, in addition, 5% does not refer only to advantages in IQ, but also to physical fitness and genetic advantages in art. No matter how hard an ordinary person works, he cannot surpass a hard-working genius. Genius refers to the upper limit, and genius is like ordinary people, there is no lower limit. Maya did not tell Lin Wu her true opinion of Shauna. In Maya's view, Shauna lives in a warm and happy family, and the proportion of happy education is higher than that of ability education. Therefore, Shauna did not show any outstanding performance in areas that she was not interested in. She performed better than ordinary people in music and painting that she was interested in. Maya did not lie, she did chat, but she just didn't want to chat, and she chatted more today than before. Although it was mostly for teaching. It was rare for him to take the initiative to talk so much. It was completely different from the question and answer session when they first met Lin Wu. Or, don't judge others based on your first impression. Only after a long time together. Not other meanings, can you see their true nature. Going north to the lake, Maya and Lin Wu looked at the red dots on the cliffs on both sides. Lin Wu asked, "What do you think?" "The advantage of the six-winged creatures is sneak attacks," Maya said. "I'll deal with them." After that, Maya went down to the lake, and then couldn't help but let out a hymn. Turning around and seeing Lin Wu's pretending to be scared, she laughed. "The water temperature is colder than I thought." Lin Wu answered seriously, "I understand." Maya ignored Lin Sen's sway, walked about 10 meters, and went to the number 3 island, clearing the zombies around the island. At this time, the red dots on the cliffs began to increase. Lin Wu waited to the number 1 island, ready to support Maya at any time. Soon, a large-scale air raid by 6 wings began. Maya did not use guns to shoot down the 6 wings in the face of the bombardment, but quickly moved her position. Although the 6 wings can glide, they can only glide. The direction they correct when they fall cannot keep up with the change of Maya's position. As Maya moved, one 6 wing after another fell from the sky like hail, either hitting the island or hitting the water. When the height exceeded 50 meters, there was almost no difference between hitting the water and hitting the concrete ground. In this way, the suicide attack mission of a nest of 6 wings was half completed. The suicide was successful, and the attack failed. Chapter 110 Fortress Agent. The next target is the blind bat, which is not a creature that Maya can deal with. Lin Wu is another creature that the blind bat cannot deal with, but the blind bat was tortured to death by Lin Wu in a short while. The reason why it is tortured is that in order for Maya to see and judge the blind bat's defense clearly, Maya tried a lot of knives before the blind bat died. Even in order to test the effect of gun amputation, she shot the blind bat's hands and feet 3 times. These 3 shots attracted the zombies around, and also caused trouble. It can be said that the combination of these 2 people is hovering on the edge of death. Maya did not realize the terrain, and her movement speed was greatly restricted in the water. In addition, at night, the light was not good, and the screen could not be quickly resolved, so the battle lasted for 10 minutes. After the battle, Lin Wu suddenly had an idea. "What do you think about raising 2 screams in the supermarket?" Maya was stumped by Lin Wu's brain hole, and thought for a long time before answering. "It seems interesting." "What do you mean?" Lin Wu said. "Scream has no hands, no teeth, and no attack power. We tied her up in the supermarket with a rope and sealed her mouth with tape. When we need to kill monsters, we tear off the tape and let her howl." Maya continued to think for a long time. "It sounds feasible. Let's go back and try it." The 2 discussed the details of kidnapping Scream and arrived in front of the waterfall. Lin Wu found that he had seen it wrong last time. There was no cave behind the waterfall. There is a trail built on the mountain behind the waterfall. The trail surrounds Beishan Lake. Lin Wu went to Beishan Lake twice at night, so he didn't find the trail. Standing on the trail and looking at Beishan Lake, the waterfall rushed down a few meters away. Maya looked around and said, "Except for the antenna or signal tower you mentioned, there are no artificial traces here." Lin Wu said, "But there are blind bats." This reason was enough to convince Maya. The 2 walked forward along the trail. When they came to the edge of Beishan Lake, Lin Wu said with sharp eyes, "Look." It was a zombie, a very ordinary-looking zombie. The only difference was that it was wearing a white coat. There are also white coat zombies, mostly appearing in places like pharmacies and clinics. The zombies have ordinary attacking abilities, and were chopped down by Maya. Maya fumbled and took out a special item from their bodies, an ID card. The ID card has a name, a photo, and a strip code. The 2 became more interested, and began to search on the mountainside of Beishan Lake. Soon they found a path buried in mud, and there seemed to be something behind the mud. Without bringing any tools, the 2 dug the mud with their hands, and took a painkiller when their hands hurt. After a while, 2 human-shaped excavators dug the mud, and a 1.2-meter-high round iron gate appeared. A wooden sign was inserted in front of the iron gate, which read, Special tunnel for geological survey dangerous. Please do not approach. The iron gate was not locked. The two opened the iron gate, and Maya went in first. If he encounters danger, Lin Wu can run faster. If Maya is behind him, she will block Lin Wu's escape route. This is a circular passage. He can't stand up at all. He can only kneel on the ground and crawl forward. Maya stopped, turned around and said, "Look." Lin Wu looked at the upper left corner, and there was an emergency escape sign on the upper left of the passage. Lin Wu said, "This is not a normal entrance. This is an escape exit." Maya said, "Well, it seems that there is a lot of secrets inside." After crawling 20 meters, the two crawled out of the passage, and in front of them was a 3-meter wide and 5-meter high corridor. The corridor was paved with marble floors, and there was a red carpet in the middle. The walls were also decorated and covered with beautiful wallpaper. If Lin Wu didn't know that he was inside the mountain, he would think this was a hotel. After walking a few steps, there was a big door on the left, and there was an ID card sensor next to the door. The two were not in a hurry, and continued to walk forward, and then found a restaurant. There were more than 15 tables in the restaurant, and there was also a kitchen inside, and the space was very spacious. Until this time, the two had not encountered zombies. The two received a system message at the same time. Team mission, explore the secrets of the area, answer questions, mission time is 2 hours. Lin Wu was quite excited, finally. There is a decent task. Either Amanda dragged him to step on the mines, or he killed monsters for the NPC. Maya also found it very interesting. Let's get started. The two continued to move forward, and soon they walked out of the passage and out of the mountain. They were on a platform in the cliff. There were 2 helipads on the platform. A scrapped helicopter was parked on one of the helipads. Near the helicopter were several zombies wearing bulletproof vests and helmets. There was a fortress icon printed on the back of the zombies' clothes. Maya stood 10 meters away from the zombies and asked, "What do you think?" Lin Wu said, "If we get the helicopter back, will Susher cry or cry?" Susher looked at such a big guy with tears in his eyes. It will take a long time to demolish it. This answer was completely unexpected by Maya. She couldn't help but look at Lin Wu, wondering what Lin Wu's brain was like. Lin Wu felt Maya's gaze, blinked and thought, "Yes, we need a helicopter to get rid of this helicopter." The thoughts were out of sync. Maya didn't want to say too much. It was too tiring to explain. She said, "Touch the corpse." He went forward and started to chop. Maya found that she had met her match after this chop. The knife was like tickling the zombies, and it did almost no harm. The knife flashed under the combo, which looked good, but it was useless. Maya looked back at Lin Wu. Lin Wu said to himself, "Should I go up or not?" "Go up. I'm just the one responsible for touching the corpses." "Don't go up. There's not much time." Maya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'll touch the corpses." Obviously, she was not satisfied with the job she had arranged for. Childish ghost. So Lin Wu went up. Maya attracted attention. With the help of a sharp dagger, Lin Wu easily stabbed and executed them from behind, and quickly eliminated 4 zombies. What made Lin Wu very dissatisfied was that these zombies wore bulletproof vests and high-end helmets, but where were the guns? "Where were your guns? Did you exchange them for wine?" All the pieces found from the zombies were bits and pieces. Lin Wu liked one of the lighters very much, and put it directly into his pocket. The two searched the helicopter again and found a list, which listed the food materials transported by the helicopter. Maya browsed through it, and put the list away. The two of them arrived at the gate, and opened the gate with their ID cards. There was something inside the gate. It was obviously a laboratory. White was the main color. The walls were white, and even the clothes worn by the zombies were white coats. The laboratory covers an area of about 1,000 square meters. There are 2 floors in total. The lights are bright, and the stairs are in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest. The main part of the 2nd floor is the observation deck. Standing on it, you can have a panoramic view of the situation on the 1st floor. There are not many zombies. There are 6 special zombies. In order not to miss any information, you have to touch the corpse every time you kill a zombie. In addition to the daily odds and ends, Lin Wu got a key. The key is called the safe key. In addition to the glass-separated experimental room, there are also power distribution rooms, generators, toilets, and 4-person dormitories. There is only one large room on the 2nd floor. There was a projection cloth in a small auditorium-like place on the 1st floor. Maya turned on the projector. and the image was projected on the projection cloth. It was not a movie, but a lot of data. After searching, Maya found that the projector was connected to an ancient computer. Maya sat in front of the computer and fiddled with it for a while to enter the computer. She clicked on the screen for a long time, but nothing happened. She fumbled for a long time before she knew how to use the mouse and keyboard. There was still an hour and a half left. Maya checked the computer information on the first floor. Linwood had broken open the door of the large room on the second floor. There were 2 rooms in the large room on the second floor. One room was an office, and the other was not an office. There was an icon warning of biological threats on the door. Linwood looked inside through the glass on the door. There were dozens of professional-grade freezers for controlling temperature and storing refrigerated items. Linwood opened the safe with a key, took a diary and a stack of information, went downstairs, and gave the things to Maya. Read it yourself? I won't read it myself. I have been reading it for more than 10 years. I finally graduated from college. Only a ghost likes to read these boring things again. Besides, Maya's IQ is definitely higher than mine. For every word I read, Maya can read at least 1.000000001 words. For the sake of team efficiency, Maya should of course be the one to look through the information. This is not laziness, this is teamwork. Linwood did not disturb Maya. After searching around to make sure there were no zombies, he went to the office and turned on the TV, and a snowy screen appeared. Linwood sat on the office chair, pretending to be very busy, and took out a few magazines from the drawer and flipped through them. After reading for a while, he felt guilty and sneaked out the door and looked down. Maya was reading materials diligently and did not notice him at all. Linwood walked around the office, looking at the decoration, looking at the murals, and then went to the first floor for a while, looking at the laboratory, looking at the ancient instruments. There was still an hour left. Maya and Linwood pried open another room in the office and entered the sample storage room. Maya looked very serious and did not talk to Linwood. She held the documents in her hand and compared them to find the items in the freezer. After finding them, she copied down the descriptions of the items in a small notebook. Since he was with such a top student, why should a poor student like me work so hard? Linwood felt around, looked around, entered every laboratory on the first floor and searched, but there was nothing. Maya was busy, and she couldn't be idle. So she turned a blind eye and sneaked out of the laboratory, sat in the restaurant for a while, and then flipped the helicopter for a while. 2 hours later, a little white rabbit appeared in front of the 2. Don't be confused. This is Shiguang's true body. The true body voted by the people of Blue Star. Shiguang's first true body was a handsome man in a suit, and some people questioned why Shiguang couldn't be a woman. The second true body was a beautiful young woman, and some people questioned Shiguang's objectification of women. The third true body was a blue ribbon, floating around, and many people preferred green, and some wanted red. Until the 100th true body, Blue Star passed a law to determine Shiguang's true body as a little white rabbit, and explained that it was a little white rabbit mixed with black, yellow and white, with a black tail, white fur, yellow eye circles, and was hermaphrodite, and the age was unknown. The little white rabbit made a magnetic mixed electronic sound. Hello Linwood, hello Maya, nice to meet you. Linwood, bullshit, we have met many times. Maya looked at Linwood sideways. You want to quarrel with an AI? Linwood sighed. Forget it, you can't win the quarrel. The little white rabbit got to the point. First of all, congratulations on discovering the secret place in the home. Can we start? Maya said before Linwood. Yes. Who knows what Linwood will say? Little White Rabbit said, please explain where this is correctly. The more detailed the better. Maya said, this is the Fortress Biological Laboratory under Fortress Company. Number A6. In 2040, a team of scientists contacted the World Health Organization, saying that 2 years ago a mysterious person funded them to cultivate and edit a hybrid virus. After the first phase of work, the mysterious person sent 2 synthetic virus samples. After the team of scientists studied, one sample was a synthetic virus with super strong transmission ability, with a low mortality rate. The other was a virus with very poor transmission ability, with an extremely high mortality rate. The mysterious person was willing to invest a lot of money, so that scientists could complete the composition of the 2 viruses and create a super virus. After cultivating and studying the 2 samples, the World Health Organization believed that things were not that simple. According to the United Nations investigation, the mysterious person is an unknown tycoon who has been advocating on the internet to protect the Earth by exterminating humans. The WHO believes that the mysterious person has a lot of samples in his hands. In order to deal with possible man-made disasters in the future, it is necessary to find out the information of the two synthetic viruses. The WHO signed a secret business contract with Fortress Company and handed over the research and analysis work to Fortress Company. Fortress Company then established 5 secret laboratories, and they planned to find the virus information contained in the 2 samples through the analysis of currently known viruses in humans. Due to work needs, the 5 secret laboratories need the viruses sealed by the WHO as a comparison group, which includes the notorious smallpox and its variant viruses, so the security level is very high. The 5 secret laboratories are all set up in Jedi locations, and Fortress Company not only sent Fortress agents to supervise technicians to the laboratories. If necessary, Fortress can burn down the laboratories as soon as possible. Maya continued, there are 40 secret labs in the Homeland game. Whenever a lab is opened, it will disappear at 8 a.m. the next day and appear randomly somewhere in the Homeland game. Little White Rabbit, the answer is very complete and correct. System prompt, discover 1/10 of the secrets, get points reward, because A6 is discovered for the first time, reward points x5. Every time you discover a secret, the points reward will increase exponentially. Linwu said, Shiwang, don't think we are easy to fool. 0 times 5 is also 0. How many points are there? He knew Shiwang would not fool him. This is a provocation. The little white rabbit calmly replied, I can't tell you. What I can tell you is that when the player's points reach a certain value, the home point ranking query system will be updated. Linwu was too lazy to argue with it. Reward. Whether you lick it or scold it, its attitude towards you will not change. Of course, don't swear. Don't insult others. Otherwise it will report it. The little white rabbit said, before that, you still need to answer me a question. The A6 laboratory was discovered by players for the first time. Are you Fortress agents? Linwu looked at Maya in surprise. Maya didn't understand. No. No. The little white rabbit looked at Linwu waiting for an answer. Linwu asked back, what does Fortress agent mean? Chapter 111 Transaction. Faced with Linwu's inquiry, Little White Rabbit answered, only Fortress agents have clues to the secret laboratory. Generally speaking, only Fortress agents can discover secret places for the first time. If you are Fortress agents, I will issue the A6 mission. If you are not Fortress agents, you will get the reward directly. Linwu asked, it sounds like Fortress agents are different from players. Little White Rabbit answered, the rules are basically the same, but there are 2 differences. The first point, Fortress agents can accept exclusive tasks in a specific safe house. The second point, after the death of a Fortress agent, if the equipment is not obtained by others, it will be stored in the safe house designated by the Fortress agent. All this stems from the bet agreement between Fortress and Dawn. The super city on Earth was built by Fortress Company, and it was a huge project to immigrate 1 million people to Earth. Fortress Company does not want money, so he proposed a bet agreement to Dawn. There are 10 Fortress agents among 1 million immigrants. Their agents can get exclusive tasks. The tasks are of different difficulty. Points will be added after the tasks are completed. When the game ends and the points of 1 million people are ranked, the Fortress Company will determine how much land in the super city it occupies according to the ranking position and points difference of the 10 agents. The land of the Earth super city is divided into 3 categories. The first category is public facilities such as police stations, roads, fire stations, city halls, and museums. These lands and buildings belong to Dawn. The second category is private land. Each immigrant will be allocated his own house according to the number of points after arriving on Earth. The third category is all land and buildings after excluding the first and second categories, such as shops, offices, ports, etc. The bet agreement involves the third category of resources, assuming that there are 100 copies of the third category of resources. According to the points of the Fortress agents, the Fortress takes 40 points, and the remaining 60 copies are managed by Dawn. With the arrival of immigrants, even without the factor of points, the gap between the rich and the poor will appear irreversibly. For example, Linwu has a high score, and he can exchange a lot of currency. He wants to buy a store. Xu Wang is willing to hand over the land and buildings he controls to the public. So Linwu can buy a store from Xu Wang. He will become the landlord of this store. If the Fortress Company is willing to sell its store at a low price, Linwu can also buy it from the Fortress Company. In the early days of immigration, people did not have much currency, and the amount of currency was directly related to the score. The only resources that the Fortress Company has on Earth are the land and buildings obtained in the bet. Their capital operation requires money, and it is not ruled out that they will sell land and buildings in the early days of immigration to obtain initial capital. In this way, the Nightmare is most likely the Fortress agent. No wonder this guy can receive so many exclusive tasks and has so many good equipment. Lin Wu asked, as an ordinary player. Should I kill the Fortress agent when I see her? Little White Rabbit, I don't think there is any interest between ordinary players and the Fortress Company. Of course, the missions faced by the Fortress agents are very difficult, and they definitely need the help of ordinary players. Apart from that, there is no conflict of interest between the two, even if the Fortress agents get 0 points. Dawn monopolizes all the resources of the super city, which may not be a good thing for immigrants. Lin Wu said, I just want to kill her. Little White Rabbit, this is your business. Maya knew that Lin Wu was talking about Nightmare, and Little White Rabbit explained why Nightmare was different from other players. Maya said, we are not Fortress agents. Little White Rabbit raised his hand lightly, and 2 purple treasure chests floated in front of the two. Lin Wu, I have something to say to you. Lin Wu was surprised. Do I have special treatment? Little White Rabbit said, no. When I designed the game, I didn't think of smashing the trap on the target's face. It happened that I was the one who released the game rewards, and I hope to discuss something with you. If you agree to modify the trap, you can tell me what type of things you want, and the treasure chest will definitely open what you think of. Lin Wu said, you don't have to negotiate. Little White Rabbit, yes. Even if I don't weaken your trap, I can increase the ability of zombies and players to fight against the trap. However, the traps are not enough to destroy the balance of the game, so there will be no updates in this regard for the time being. Since I met you today, I will take this opportunity to negotiate with you. Maya whispered a few words in Lin Wu's ear. Lin Wu's eyes widened, and said, I want it to be indestructible. Indestructible. No need to charge. Can fly into the atmosphere, with extremely clear images, and can carry unlimited missiles. Missiles will not hurt me. Drones. The Little White Rabbit crashed for a few seconds. Sorry. I spent some time looking up your information. It turns out that we have met alone many times. Lin Wu asked, why did you look up my information? The Little White Rabbit, check whether you have a mental illness. Lin Wu looked at Maya. It scolded me. The Little White Rabbit, no. It just told the truth. It is unlikely that normal people will think your proposal is normal. Lin Wu looked at Maya again. Every time it says something, it seems to have a reason. Okay, what kind of drone can you provide? How many missiles? The Little White Rabbit replied, the purple treasure box can only open the reconnaissance drone. The drone is a special item. Even if it is damaged by external forces, it will return to your hands, and it will not enter the base warehouse. After using the drone, an electronic map will appear in the upper left corner of your vision. You can also watch the real-time video of the drone. The drone is a solar-powered drone, does not need to be charged, and will not be usable after the battery is exhausted. Each charging takes 12 hours, and it cannot be interrupted in the middle. In addition, the reconnaissance drone can be upgraded to a reconnaissance and strike drone. Lin Wu asked, does it consume a lot of power? Upgrade? Haha, the materials required cannot be gathered by 100 shadows. The Little White Rabbit answered, there are many types of reconnaissance drones. Generally speaking, the higher you fly, the farther you can see, the more power it consumes. Lin Wu said, I want a drone with night vision infrared function. The Little White Rabbit, all reconnaissance drones can turn on and off the night vision function. Lin Wu looked at Maya. Maya said, you decide. The Little White Rabbit, when the drone comes back, it will be attached to the back of the backpack. Very handsome. Change. Lin Wu said. After that, the purple treasure chest in front of Lin Wu opened. A 4-rotor drone flew towards Lin Wu. Lin Wu stretched out his hand, and the drone landed on Lin Wu's hand. Lin Wu controlled the drone, and the drone flew up and landed behind Lin Wu's backpack, hanging on the backpack like a decoration. The happy Lin Wu did not forget Maya, and said, Dawn? She is the Dawn Guard. Can't she be given some extra benefits? This made Maya very embarrassed, and said, don't talk nonsense. The Little White Rabbit said, I am very grateful for Maya's work, but unfortunately, I can't give her extra benefits. Sorry. He talked nonsense. Maya opened the box to ease the embarrassment, and it was a weapon design drawing. Swallowtail dart. For blade irregular triangular dart, weighing 200 grams, and 3 sides are about 10 centimeters long. Why does the triangle have 4 blades? Because one side is concave inward, forming an obtuse angle of about 160 degrees. There are 4 small holes on one side of the triangle. One is to distinguish the position of holding the dart. The other is said to be related to aerodynamics. It is also a design, but the material used is much less than that of the animal trap. The main material is 12 pieces of steel. Lin Wu needed 10 pieces of fine steel, 100 pieces of steel to make a trap. Maya was not very satisfied. She liked guns, not darts. From the design, the dovetail dart was a very strange dart. If you want to use it well, you need to spend a lot of time training. She was also unwilling to spend time looking for 12 pieces of steel. Lin Wu dismantled the car for 6 days, and only got 50 pieces of steel. You too. Please leave the laboratory before 8 a.m. It's nice to meet you. Goodbye. The little white rabbit left. Maya reached out and handed over the dovetail dart. For you. Lin Wu didn't take it. I won't give you the drone. Don't even think about it. Maya laughed angrily. Childish. I don't want your drone. I don't have hacking skills. So your drone is useless. Oh. Lin Wu took the design and read it, and said in embarrassment, ah. Maya looked at Lin Wu, and Lin Wu explained, I'm not very interested. And suddenly I thought of 2 people. Maya asked, Shauna and Xiao Dao? Lin Wu nodded, and said, Shauna didn't add strength, and the throwing distance is not as far as Xiao Dao. But Shauna is too weak. As a fighter, Xiao Dao. I don't know what to say. Xiao Dao should be able to use the swallowtail dart well. With the swallowtail dart, Xiao Dao at least has a way to deal with blood zombies. But I think Xiao Dao shouldn't take the swallowtail dart. As a fighter, if she takes the swallowtail dart, her fighter skills may be wasted. What the hell am I talking about? Lin Wu remembered the scene when Shauna hit a zombie with a water pipe when she took the nightmare through the tunnel. Xiao Dao told Lin Wu that Shauna basically didn't take action during the day shift. Only when everyone was resting. Shauna would go to fight a few zombies. Lin Wu handed the design back. You can send whoever you want. Maya asked, what about your decisiveness? Lin Wu, I don't have much decisiveness. Let me summarize. Maya said, you think the swallowtail dart is suitable for Shauna, and it will delay Xiao Dao. But you have a better relationship with Xiao Dao. Giving Shauna but not Xiao Dao, you can't accept it emotionally. Giving Xiao Dao but not Shauna, you can't accept it intellectually. That's probably it. Maya handed the blueprint back. Shauna won't accept the things I give her, at least not the things that look precious. Lin Wu asked back, will she feel at ease if she accepts my things? This train of thought is not only ingenious, but also irrefutable. Maya thought for a long time before saying, Shauna doesn't need my sympathy. After all, she is a 5% and her target is me. Lin Wu asked, you are not as good as me. Why doesn't she target me? This? Maya was stunned. In general, Lin Wu's strength is indeed above hers. After the trap is weakened, it can only be thrown on the ground. But he already has a drone. Did she teach Lin Wu a lot of skills? But Lin Wu also helped her understand swordsmanship. Maya, who was speechless for a long time, covered her forehead with her left hand, and handed over the design again with her right hand. Please help me send it to Shauna. With your level, I think Shiguang can't argue with you. Lin Wu thought for a while, and still took the design, saying, I will tell Shauna not to tell others. Maya said, first of all, I want to tell you, don't let Shauna know that the design was given to her by me. Lin Wu smiled. Maya said, let's go. Wait. Lin Wu said, Shiguang said before we left, let us leave the laboratory before 8 a.m. Maya didn't understand. Why? Lin Wu said, it doesn't need to be explained. Do you think there are treasures hidden in the lab? After all, we are the first visitors. If there are treasures, they must be in the lab. This idea cannot be said to be right. But it cannot be said to be wrong either. It is possible. However, Maya felt that Shiguang's parting words could not contain so much information. Shirtu was right. Lin Wu's solution to the problem was simple and crude. If the simple and crude solution could not solve the problem, Lin Wu would become a problem. If Lin Wu did not mention the treasure, he would have left and no one would know. But Lin Wu mentioned the treasure, which also meant that this was a secret place. And he was the first group of players to enter the secret place. Would it be fair for him not to spend time searching comprehensively? After an hour and a half of comprehensive search, no items were found. Not even snacks such as beef jerky. There were only some sundries such as staplers. Rational Maya expressed her opinion. If there are treasures here, there must be other items to search for. We spent an hour and a half without finding any non-miscellaneous items, which is enough to prove that there are no treasures here. On the contrary, Lin Wu said, Xiao Dao, and I went to Olive Manor to do a mission. Olive Manor is the same as here. There are no other items except miscellaneous items. Think about what Xu Guang said again. It said that we are not fortress agents and can get rewards directly. What is the reward for fortress agents? Is it to get a purple box after completing the mission? Maya disagreed with Lin Wu's reasoning and said, after all, this is just a game scene. We searched all the rooms and laboratories, and also searched the helicopter and the restaurant, but found nothing. The only safe contains documents. Only? Lin Wu's eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look. Maya had no choice but to follow Lin Wu to the chief engineer's office. Seeing Lin Wu groping around, she asked, You should at least explain what we are looking for? Lin Wu said, Find another safe. Maya could only cooperate in the search. She walked absent-mindedly to the open safe and carefully looked at the nameplate on the door for a while. Maya reached in and pressed the inner wall of the safe. Unexpectedly, it was not the inner wall, but a partition. The partition flipped over and Maya took out a black rifle from it, holding the gun in her hand. Maya was shocked and could not believe it. Lin Wu ran over excitedly. Look! I said there was a treasure. What a thief! Maya still couldn't accept it. Lin Wu opened the safe and saw only a clean stack of documents. Normally, no one would press the inner wall. Maya did this because she found that the internal dimensions of this safe were different from those marked on the nameplate on the safe. Normal people would not notice this detail. As a member of the Dawn Guard, Maya couldn't help but complain about Dawn. M4A1 was a very common standard rifle in those days. It fired a 5.56mm bullet, which was about 15% less powerful than the Raider, and had a lower range than the Raider. But the recoil was very small, and the noise was only a quarter of the Raider's. When aiming and shooting with the Assaulter's built-in 4x scope, you may not be able to find the target in the scope after firing. 41 is different. Maya can intuitively judge from its recoil data that players without strength attributes can also suppress 41's multiple rounds of continuous shooting. Maya said, with this gun, I don't have to worry about encountering two fierce men when I go out. Another advantage of this gun is its light weight. In the case of a bare gun, 41 is 1 kilogram lighter than the Raider. Maya unloaded the chamber, took out the magazine and checked. It's a pity that the magazine only has a capacity of 30 rounds. In addition, unlike the Raider's pure automatic rifle, 41 can be adjusted to one single shot. 3 rounds of continuous shooting and continuous shooting. After Maya got her favorite toy, she asked, Shall we go? Let's go. Go back and test the gun. Maya said, We still have to go to the fire station. Lin Wu said, The car won't run. Although Lin Wu's words were still perverse, Maya supported him very much this time. The two left the secret laboratory, returned to the shore of Beishan Lake, and rode the motorcycle back to the supermarket base. Chapter 112 Returning to the mother's home. The sentry tower of the base has been built. The 15-meter-high sentry tower stands on the rooftop of the supermarket. The two who returned to the supermarket base could not wait to get the sentry duty card and reach the top of the sentry tower. In addition to reducing the threat level, the sentry tower has a very special function. The noise threat level generated by firing a gun on the sentry tower is only 75% of the normal level. If you shoot a zombie, the noise of this shot will be negligible. The effect of 41 is similar to what Maya thought. It's a pity that the night vision is too poor. There is no light in the supermarket base, and the slightly farther target cannot be seen. Considering that she has only been lying in bed for an hour in the past 24 hours, she still has to work the day shift tomorrow morning. So Maya contacted Shirtu. Shirtu, let the day shift delay work. Tomorrow morning, Lin Wu and I will go to the mountaintop church. I have to get 2 barrels of gasoline, 5.56 bullet molder, and most importantly, give the design drawings of the dovetail dart to Shauna. Shirtu asked, What's going on? Maya said, Forget about sleeping time. Shirtu said, That's what I'm worried about. You two can forget about time when you team up. Lin Wu was dissatisfied, took the intercom and said, Old man, we are going to do a mission. Shirtu immediately changed his attitude, said viciously, Little thing, what mission can take so long? We will leave the tunnel at 10 o'clock, and you will return to the base at 11 o'clock, and give you another hour to repair the motorcycle. so that Maya can sleep for 5 hours. The actual situation is that the two spent 4 hours in the secret laboratory. Lin Wu replied, secret? Sure too, speak human language. Maya took the intercom. The mission is called secret, and we have completed 10%. Sure too believed, you have a good rest, see you tomorrow. Damn Lin Wu, I have already gone to the sub-base, and I can't let people sleep well in the middle of the night. I said you didn't believe it, and she said you believed it. What do you mean, a one-on-one fight? Lin Wu asked angrily. Come on. I'm afraid of you. Come on. Maya was speechless when she heard the two yelling at each other. How could Sure Tu be so childish? He yelled in the middle of the night, and didn't want people to sleep. Lin Wu pulled the zombies. Maya took Lin Wu on a motorcycle, and rushed through the checkpoint. At 8 a.m. the two arrived at the shadow base. Everyone was waiting at the church intersection. Everyone saw the 41 hanging on the weapon rack of Maya at the first time. They went out without saying anything, and sent a trading invitation. Then, they tested the gun outside the church. Everyone felt that the 41 was much better than the Raider. The sound and recoil were not big. In addition, the 5.56 bullet was much cheaper than the 7.62 bullet. Xiao Dao was watching Su Shi playing with the gun, and bumped Lin Wu's shoulder. Look at Maya. Lin Wu was dissatisfied. We are doing the mission together. She has a gun. What do you have? Just based on your attitude, you will be mad at me. Lin Wu raised his head and whistled. And the drone hovering in the sky came quickly, and hovered in front of Lin Wu and Xiao Dao. Drone? Xiao Dao's eyes widened as he reached out to touch it. But it was a special item, so he could only touch it in vain. Xiao Dao immediately jumped up and down. I want to play. I want to play. I want to play. Lin Wu hurriedly coaxed him. It's a special item. You can't play it. I didn't want you to know in the first place. I don't care. I want to play it. Xiao Dao was heartbroken. And he grabbed Lin Wu's shoulders and kept hitting his head. You find a way. I can't. Xiao Dao yelled and attracted everyone's attention. When they saw the drone, everyone gathered around without shooting. Xiao Dao saw that he really couldn't touch or play with it. So he took a back seat. Does it have a name? Lin Wu replied, Little Dao. Xiao Dao expressed satisfaction. This is a good name. Xu Huidun said, Are you guys mistaken? It's been less than 24 hours since you separated. And there's 41 in drones again. What's going on? Maya explained. The mission to Beishang Lake. Shauna was heartbroken when she heard it. Is it the Beishang Lake where I died? Maya replied, Yes. Shauna held her forehead in silence. She was so close to the mission. Ma Hun came out of the church and greeted. The black pepper steak is on the table. Please come in. Sure too. They don't want to eat. Especially this guy called Lin Wu. He's full. It's all over. These two people got so many good things in 24 hours. It would be hard to separate them except death. Wow. Drone? Made it? Ma Hun was surprised. Lin Wu replied, No. It's a mission reward. I got it from a purple box. Xiao Dao asked, How did you get the drone? What if others don't have hacking skills to get the drone? Lin Wu replied, I discussed it with Xu Guang, and it agreed to let me get the drone. TSK? A bunch of booze. I don't believe you. Lin Wu looked at Maya, and Maya nodded. It's true. Lin Wu said, This mission is very important. It is related to the background of the game, and is directly related to nightmares. Sure Tu was excited. Tell me about it. Lin Wu, it's not good. The one called Lin Wu is full. Uh-huh. Sure Tu pressed Lin Wu's shoulder. Brother, please come in. Maya certainly couldn't describe the story. She would simply say, Enter the laboratory. Answer questions. And win rewards. Lin Wu, on the contrary, had all kinds of suspense and exaggeration. Starting with a bloody battle with the 6 wings. Unfolding with blind bats. And then a gunfight with helicopters. Using a trick to trick the helicopters into landing. And the two of them had a fierce gunfight with the fully armed fortress agents in the cafeteria. During this period, Maya did not correct or refute. She already knew that nonsense was also one of Lin Wu's pleasures. Fortunately, Lin Wu only distorted the process of the incident rather than the result. Thinking of the embarrassing incident of being beaten up by the zombie tide yesterday afternoon, Lin Wu did not mention a word, and did not even tell himself about his injuries. Embarrassing things should be hidden. And when you encounter something worth showing off, you should brag about it. Interestingly, after Lin Wu finished bragging, he began to correct himself in everyone's shocked eyes. and explained the situation in the most plain and simple words. This of course gave rise to everyone's impulse to beat him up. And it was difficult to start with someone who was not very familiar with him. Xiao Dao directly raised his foot to step on his toes. And Lin Wu was so painful that he wanted to take a painkiller on the spot. Unfortunately, you are in someone else's base. You can only trade. You can't use guns, skills and medicine. After some joking, Shirtu brought the meeting to the point. Nightmare should be a Bastion agent, so her equipment is quite good. At the same time, as her most powerful neighbor, we should provide help when she needs it. Ask for a map next time. Maya said, okay. The day shift will apply for supplies and leave in 10 minutes. Shirtu, help me get 2 barrels of gasoline. Her tone was still that of the deputy commander of the Shadow Base. While everyone was preparing, Lin Wu wandered around, seduced Shauna aside, and traded the dovetail dart design to her. Don't say I gave it to you. Shauna glanced around, looking around and seeing no one. Then should I say how I got it? Lin Wu, it's none of my business. Shauna said angrily, I used to thank you as much as a hug, but now I just want to kick you. Lin Wu said seriously, you and I have been working the night shift for so long, and you haven't gained anything. I have always felt bad. Shauna also said seriously, if you want to do this for this reason, I don't want the design anymore. We all go on missions together, work together, play games together, and no one owes anyone anything. You didn't bully me, nor did you monopolize resources. Besides, the secret laboratory mission should have belonged to our mission, and the reason is that I am not strong enough. Lin Wu, I also concealed one thing. Sana, what is it? Lin Wu said. Wang said that this mission has points reward. Sana supported her forehead with her left hand, and put her right hand on Lin Wu's shoulder. You don't have to say it. Lin Wu said, hee. You have to work overtime. Huh? Lin Wu said, 12 pieces of steel. At least 1 day of dismantling the car. Sana was confused. You dismantled all the cars around the church. Lin Wu said, there are more than a dozen scrapped cars near the supermarket. Shauna looked at Lin Wu, and Lin Wu said hurriedly, I promised Xiao Dao to go with her to fight the blood plague. I have an idea. Shauna, what do you think? Lin Wu said, there are a bunch of fishing books in the warehouse. The day after tomorrow is market day. You can exchange the fishing books for steel. As of now, there are not many valuable trading items owned by players in Zhou County. Exchanging materials, exchanging basic packages is also a solution. On the other side, Shirtu is communicating with Maya. Maya, you should be more responsible for teaching now, and leave the overall command work to Shauna. The time and location of the day shift will be arranged by Shauna. You can contact Shauna directly if there are any changes in the work situation. Maya nodded, okay. Shirtu looked at Maya suspiciously. Understand? Maya nodded, understand. Shirtu said, this winter will be difficult, and we only have 1 week at most. According to the material situation of the base, we can survive. For the development in the spring, the initial reconnaissance and arrangement of the Zhou County base will be handed over to you and Lin Wu. Last time, Lin Wu and Shauna investigated very carefully. I hope you can go there in person again, to see the baseball field, the fire station and the sawmill, which location is most suitable for a shadow. Maya, understood. Shirtu said, in addition, pay attention to safety. Take rest. And don't forget to rest because of playing. Maya nodded again, I understand. Shirtu asked, the day after tomorrow is market day. What suggestions do you have? Maya replied, supermarket warehouses have huge space, and fishing books are currently popular supplies. I suggest using fishing books to exchange for supply packages, and replace anything that can be replaced with serum. We should cash in as much serum as possible while we are the only ones who can quickly obtain it. Supply packs, materials, bullets, etc. are all fine. Shirtu nodded, that makes sense. Xiao Dao and Lin Wu will go to the tunnel to kill the blood plague at night. Do you think this is okay? Let Xiao Dao not work the day shift, and work the night shift with Lin Wu. They went to the tunnel to level up, but now let them work in the tunnel, and get more serum and skill books on the last market day before winter. Maya, okay. After having 41, Maya can fight fiercely alone. In addition to the 30 bullets that come with 41, there are about 25.56 bullets in the warehouse. Lin Wu pulls the monster, the day shift car passes. Lin Wu runs to the night shift motorcycle, and passes the checkpoint before the zombies return to the checkpoint. He can't ride a motorcycle, but he has the basics of bicycles and cars. After an hour of instruction from instructor Maya, Lin Wu basically mastered the riding ability. But even if he mastered the riding ability, Lin Wu didn't have much affection for motorcycles. The wind was too cold. And on the way back to the supermarket, he was attacked by a zombie behind a roadside tree. He was caught and thrown to the ground with his bike, sparks flying all the way. Back at the supermarket base, Lin Wu was too lazy to clear the zombies in the safe zone. After killing the zombies near his residence, he took the silent and went to the sentry tower to clock in for work. The sentry tower looked ordinary. You could reach the top through a spiral staircase. The top was a 3-meter-high awning. The system gave 2 chairs and a coffee table. It was a happy thing for players to bring a pot of tea and sit on it to hunt zombies. Because the supermarket building blocked the view. The most powerful shooting range was the North Gate Highway and the Birch Forest Park on both sides of the highway. At around 7 in the evening, Maya went home after get off work, and Lin Wu rode his bike to work. He went to the shadow base to pick up Xiao Dao and headed to the tunnel. As for the fire station car, it had to be put on hold for the time being. Xiao Dao was a small matter, but reputation was a big matter. Moreover, the market of the day after tomorrow is related to strengthening the strength of the shadow base, and it is necessary to brush as many skill books and serums as possible. Supermarket base, the substation and hydropower station are on the left side of the bridgehead. There is a cement factory on the right side of the bridgehead. Maya assigned herself the task of conducting reconnaissance work near the cement factory. Since there is a cement factory, why not go to the cement factory to search for building materials? That's because there is a blood plague in the cement factory. The sub-base is far away from the tunnel, and you have to cross the checkpoint that deliberately makes things difficult for people. Maya thinks that you can consider brushing the blood plague in the cement factory. However, the cement factory is large, there are many zombies inside, and it is open on all sides, which is very different from the terrain of the tunnel carriage that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. You must understand the situation before you can take action. In the tunnel on the other side, Lin Wu, who brushed the blood plague with Xiao Dao, felt that he was just a chores. Brushing the blood plague with Maya, Maya took the small monsters. Lin Wu dealt with the fierce. After changing to Xiao Dao, Lin Wu's function is only to attract monsters, lead a wave to the number 5 carriage, then sit aside and take out the thermos cup to drink tea, watching Xiao Dao bully the blood zombies. Compared to Maya, the knife is more efficient. Swordsmanship requires at least a few cuts, and if you are unlucky, you need to cut several more times to behead. Xiao Dao is different. 1 step to kill, 1 step to kill, 1 step to kill. If she encounters a blood maniac, she just steps on it a few more times. The carriage is narrow. Xiao Dao only faces 1 or 2 zombies at a time. When the zombies climb over the seats, she grabs the zombies and throws them out. Strictly speaking, Xiao Dao has the ability to single-handedly kill the blood plague. Of course, the premise is to get an injection. Xiao Dao's infection rate rises much faster than Maya's, but fortunately the serum can ensure that she will not be infected within 2 hours. Busy Xiao Dao is having fun, and has no time to chat with Lin Wu, who is bored. Bored Lin Wu can only look through the luggage rack of the train. There is not much luggage in the luggage rack, basically sundries, and finally found a book, which is a law book. There are quite a few small things, belts, red wine, shampoo, etc. In the early morning, after finally finishing a shift, Lin Wu took Xiao Dao, who was still reluctant to leave. There was no other way. The system required 5 hours of sleep every day. Lin Wu shot during the day and practiced with others at night. In order to be better at shooting tomorrow, he had to sleep. The real reason, it was very boring to team up with Xiao Dao. After sending Xiao Dao back to the base, Lin Wu returned to the supermarket base and met 2 players, a man and a woman. It was rare to see players walking late at night. They greeted each other politely and passed by each other. Lin Wu returned to the supermarket base smoothly. Chapter 113 Immortality. Maya had been resting for 3 hours. When she heard the noise, she took up her knife and went out of the room. Seeing that it was Lin Wu, she cleared the zombies near the base. Noticing Lin Wu's face, asked, "Why are you so listless?" In Maya's impression, Lin Wu always kept himself ready when he was still, and was very excited when he was moving. Lin Wu shook his head, "So boring. What's more terrible is that I have to be bored for another 2 nights. At least until the night before the market." Maya asked, "What did you get?" "Serum and a skill book that is common on the street." Lin Wu sat down and said, Xiao Dao is really playful. He was so happy that he forgot everyone around him. He would only think of Lin Wu when he needed to attract monsters. Maya reminded, Nightmare said that. After 5 waves of blood plague zombies are continuously scoured, the 5th wave will definitely produce a giant. I know, we will take a 5-minute break every 4 waves. During the break, Xiao Dao went out of the carriage to look for zombies. Lin Wu asked curiously, You said that the train carriage is only 2.2 meters high, and the giant is 3 meters tall. How can it appear? After it appears, will it be like a bottle cork blocking the train passage? Maya thought about it, and had a good picture in mind. It's better not to appear. Lin Wu, I want to talk to you about something. Lin Wu asked in surprise. Love? Otherwise, what can you ask me? I'm an old hand who has been in love twice. No. Maya answered with an emphasis, said, Tu told me not to interfere too much in the affairs of the day shift. Lin Wu asked, Then what? Maya said, Compared to other bases in Beishang Town, the life of the day shift is very good. Everyone has their own specialties. But compared to us, the day shift seems boring, not challenging, lack of fun, and restricted in action. Shouldn't we take 41 and the drone to the base today? Lin Wu asked, Did the day shift encounter something? Maya replied, Fortunately, compared to before, the day shift has more complaints. He asked me many times whether we can go somewhere for adventure, whether there is a suitable place for team adventure. Lin Wu said, My friend who made friends with me for a long time once said this to me. He said that people will not be jealous of those who are far away, but only jealous of those who are visible around them. Neighbors, colleagues, classmates, relatives, etc. Maya asked, Will you? Lin Wu said, Yes. But I will tell myself that this is wrong. It will be an instinctive reaction. A friend who is always playing rotten has succeeded. Not to mention jealousy. There will be some sense of loss. On the contrary, I am a strong person. And my friends are also strong. I will not be jealous of my friend's success. Because I know that my friends have the capital and possibility to succeed. There is only one empty space left in the supermarket base for building a library. And there are only 3 famous books at present. Maya is not discouraged. She now regards collecting books as a kind of fun in the game. She finds a goal for herself, completes this goal, and enjoys the process of completing the goal. Although the 2 dormitories are in the same room, they have their own separate space. However, the sound insulation effect of the screen is not very good. Snoring and meeting friends will disturb others' rest. It takes 5 hours to fall asleep to cope with the system. It takes 7.5 hours to lie in bed, with eyes closed without falling asleep and doing other things. If you read in bed, you won't get rid of fatigue. This is the 2nd time that Lin Wu sleeps in the same room with a non-girlfriend. Yesterday was the first time. But yesterday was just to make up for sleep. After all, it was already around 4 in the morning when he fell asleep. What about today? There is no story today. Both of them are very clean-minded. There are no evil thoughts or ideas. They don't disturb each other. They sleep or read with a small candle. It was 8 o'clock in the morning when Lin Wu woke up. Maya had left the base to work the day shift. When he left the dormitory, he ran into a zombie. What the hell, early in the morning. Lin Wu couldn't help but curse and killed the zombie. But this proves that, during the non-siege period, zombies will not attack dormitories and other facilities. Spent the day playing with guns, and accompanied Xiao Dao to fight the blood plague at night. Today, Lin Wu was more careful and borrowed the war and peace collected by Maya. Holding a book in his left hand, stabbing the blood plague with a dagger in his right hand, ran past the number 6 carriage, ran past Xiao Dao, find a place to sit and read. Xiao Dao would throw the corpse of the blood-mad monster over to him. Just read the book and touch it. Xiao Dao was not a particularly careful woman. She did not find it boring for Lin Wu to accompany her to fight the blood plague. She focused all her energy on dealing with the blood plague zombies. When Xiao Dao was in a good mood, she would talk to herself. Wow! Not dead. Lin Wu looked up and saw blood mist around Xiao Dao's body. This made him worried. This girl might not have noticed the infection. He put away the book when he thought of this. Xiao Dao shouted, Lin Wu. Blood zombies. The more the better. Hurry up. What? Hurry up. Seeing Xiao Dao's anxious look, Lin Wu immediately pierced through 5 blood zombies with his 2 winds and went to the number 7 carriage to get a water pipe and smash them. Xiao Dao seemed to be enjoying the game and kept shouting, Hurry. Lin Wu. Blood zombies. So hungry? Lin Wu was not imagining it. But Xiao Dao's behavior was consistent with the characteristics of a severe addiction. There were still several blood zombies, and she kept urging them. Seeing this, Lin Wu did not ask any more questions. She took out the only 2 Molotov cocktails and threw them to the blood epidemic. The continuous burning could allow the blood epidemic to continue to spawn 2 waves of blood zombies. When the 3rd wave came, the blood mist on Xiao Dao's body became very dense. At this time, Xiao Dao shouted, "Wow! Immortality!" The blood mist that enveloped Xiao Dao's body was like armor. Xiao Dao's eyes instantly turned red, and she became extremely violent. She no longer dragged the zombies to the ground, but stretched out her hands to twist off the head of a zombie, grabbed the head, and smashed it on the head of another zombie. Then she grabbed a zombie's collar with her left hand and pulled it towards herself, and punched the zombie's head with her right fist. The zombie's head flew more than 10 meters away like a football. A zombie grabbed Xiao Dao's arm. Xiao Dao was so strong that he pressed its head back on the chair and cut off its head with a knife. Immortal. Every time a blood zombie was killed, Xiao Dao's body was covered with a layer of blood mist. Accompanied by a sound of immortality, the blood mist condensed into armor and attached to Xiao Dao's body. Lin Wu. The more the better. Bring as many as you can. Come on. Come on. Come on. So Lin Wu used the last Molotov cocktail, and 2 more waves of zombies came out. Xiao Dao became more ferocious, and it seemed that his strength was also increasing exponentially. He could knock a head off with 2 punches. Xiao Dao's fierce fighting style left him with many flaws, and he was bitten by zombies many times. But Xiao Dao didn't care at all. He took a painkiller and continued to fight. Lin Wu felt something was wrong when he saw Xiao Dao, and he felt that he had done something wrong. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a giant appeared out of thin air in carriage number 7. This was not an ordinary giant, but a blood-plagued giant. However, this was a more funny appearance of the blood-plagued giant, which filled the train like a plug. The next second, the giant roared, waved his hands, and the train carriage was torn apart by him as if it were made of paper. Then the giant crashed into the carriage and jumped off the train, leaving a mess on the scene. Run! What are you doing? Lin Wu watched the angry knife smash through the car window, threw himself on the shoulder of the giant, raised his fist, and punched the giant's head hard. The giant grabbed Xiao Dao's legs on his shoulder with his right hand, grabbed Xiao Dao's head with his left hand, roared, and used both hands to exert force. What surprised Lin Wu was that Xiao Dao was not torn in half. The giant used the same trick again, roared again, and still failed to tear Xiao Dao apart. Xiao Dao shouted, "Help me! How to save?" The giant was very angry, grabbed Xiao Dao with his right hand and made a fist, bent down and hammered the ground 3 times continuously, and then threw Xiao Dao out. Lin Wu was shocked to see Xiao Dao struggling to stand up more than 10 meters away. What the hell? Xiao Dao fed himself a painkiller. Lin Wu. Run. Oh! Lin Wu ran away, and the wind rushed out 3 meters. The giant's fist had already smashed through the carriage and almost caught Lin Wu. Lin Wu ran in the carriage, and the giant chased outside the car. After running for a while, the giant slammed his fists on the ground. Lin Wu was bounced up by the huge shock and fell forward and rolled. But he was running fast. After rolling twice, Lin Wu stood up and continued to run, throwing all 3 traps to the place where the giant must pass. There were only 3 snaps, and the Big Mac stepped on the traps. Even so, the small traps could only hurt his toes. But after all, the toes were hurt, and the Big Mac's speed slowed down slightly. Its running speed was comparable to that of the Crazy, but its endurance was not as good as that of the Crazy. It could only run more than 20 meters, and then trot. After trotting for a while, it could speed up to nearly 40 kilometers per hour. Xiao Dao was very smart this time. She didn't wait for Lin Wu, but ran away first. Sure enough, she was caught up by Lin Wu in less than a while. Seeing that there was no movement from the Big Mac, Xiao Dao swept her chest back and forth, panting, and said, "I was scared to death. Lin Wu, the question is why you didn't die. Immortal?" Lin Wu, huh? Immortal? Immortal? Xiao Dao explained that she had comprehended a passive skill called immortality, and a red progress bar appeared. Each time you kill a zombie, you will gain a little progress, and the progress will slowly decrease. When the progress bar reaches 100, the skill of immortality will be automatically activated, and there will be another progress bar. Enter the immortal state, clear the infection, clear all injuries, immune to infection, immune to toxins, immune to all injuries. Enter the frenzy state, strength attribute increases by 500%. When in the immortal state, you will lose blood, but originally you lost 100 points of blood, now you only lose 20 points. The most important thing is that losing blood will not deduct the upper limit of life. Theoretically, Xiao Dao can become immortal with the help of painkillers and immortality. Continuously kill blood zombies, you can continuously replenish the progress bar, and each time the progress bar is full, you can activate the immortal state. As long as there are enough blood recovery potions and blood zombies, Xiao Dao can kill from the opening to the closing of the server. Of course, the giant is an exception. The unlucky giant happened to face the immortal Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao was also furious, and dared to punch the giant directly, and was almost beaten to death by the giant. After being thrown out by the giant, Xiao Dao's immortal state disappeared, and then he thought of running away. Xiao Dao's explanation is, entering the immortal state. Some movements are not controlled by the body. After entering the immortal state, my thoughts were somewhat out of control. So I broke the window and hit the giant. But I was not afraid at all at that time. And I just wanted to smash its head with my fist. You. Lin Wu thought for a long time. You and I will go to the sub base. And Maya will analyze the specific situation. Is this skill awesome? It's awesome. Is this skill useful? Not necessarily. Because the first condition is that there are enough blood zombies. At present, apart from bullying the blood plague, there are not so many blood zombies. This requires Maya to calculate how much progress will increase for each blood zombie killed, and how much progress will drop per second, and make a systematic arrangement for Xiao Dao. After leaving the tunnel, Lin Wu looked back at the tunnel that runs through Zuiyou County. I think that for a long time in the future, the traffic in Zuiyou County will be completely blocked. According to the calculation that a giant requires 87.62 bullets. A blood plague giant requires 80 by 37.62 bullets. Even if all the counties together came together, they probably couldn't produce so many bullets. Maya, the tactical master, encountered a problem. The reason why she was stumped was that the woman in front of her didn't remember the details at all. Xiao Dao, every time you kill a blood zombie, it jumps up one level, not full. A progress bar has many levels. The progress bar slowly decreases. Once the progress bar is full, the immortal progress bar will evolve. The immortal progress bar is still accumulating, and the immortal progress bar slowly decreases, and it can only be filled up by the immortal full progress bar. In the end, it was the bystander Lin Wu who recalled the situation at that time, and Maya came to a rough conclusion. Every time you kill a blood zombie, the progress bar increases by 15%, and the progress bar drops by 1% every 1 second. Without replenishment, the duration of immortality is 30 to 60 seconds. Assuming it is 30 seconds, the progress bar drops by 30% in 30 seconds. You must refresh 130% of the progress bar within 30 seconds. Conclusion: you must kill 9 blood zombies within 30 seconds to continue immortality. Lin Wu added, after entering the immortal state, Xiao Dao basically kills a zombie in 2 actions. Either you punch the head off with 2 punches, or you use 1 click to chop off the head. It takes about 2 seconds to kill a blood zombie. Maya said, you will definitely be infected when facing a blood zombie. The only way is to clear all infections and injuries with a full progress bar. Therefore, if there are not 9 blood zombies, you should not go up. If there are more than 9 blood zombies, you can go up and fight them alone. How to say it? It seems to be meaningless. Just to refresh the blood plague. But the 5th wave of the blood plague will definitely produce a giant. So you can only refresh it in 4 waves. Or after being infected, you can actively refresh the blood plague to clear the infection and injuries, which is much more efficient than lying in bed. After Maya contacted Shirtu, she rode a bike to send Xiao Dao back to the shadow base. With Maya's current strength, unless she fights the giant head-on, it is basically impossible for her to die outside. With 41 in hand, she is not afraid of bad players. There were several murders and robberies in Beishang Town in the past, but now Beishang Town is extremely harmonious. Since everyone lives in a close proximity, it is easy for players to be discovered when they do bad things. Once discovered, they will be notified by the radio. When the bandits walk on the road, someone from the nearby base will shoot at them. After all, it is a game, and players will not dare to speak out. PK between players is slightly different from fighting zombies. The most fatal part is the head. Backstab the head, and the health is low. One shot, and the health is low. As long as the head is protected, there will be a fight. Depending on the part of the body that is hit, the player will suffer bleeding, fractures, and other injuries. Losing life will also reduce the upper limit of life. Maya told Lin Wu that it is quite difficult to hit the head at a distance of more than 10 meters in actual combat. At present, a player in Yu County has opened a forehead protector from a blue treasure chest. The forehead protector is a disposable item, which is immune to one fatal head injury. There is only one forehead protector in Zuyo County. Bulletproof vests need to be made. First of all, tailoring skills are required. Currently, it is said that only Shauna in Zuyo County has such skills. Bulletproof vests require ceramics, steel and iron, cloth and other materials. There are almost no PK events in Zuyo County, and bulletproof vests weigh up to 5 kilograms and require expensive materials, so the Shadow Base has no plans to mass-produce bulletproof vests. Chapter 114 Vacation Home. It was already past 1 in the morning when Maya came back from the Shadow Base. She found that the partition screen of Lin Wu's room was open, and he was obviously not in bed. Before she could look for him, she saw a green dot appear on the base map. Maya walked to the west gate and saw that Lin Wu was struggling to drag a screen sealed with tape. "Are you really doing it?" Maya hurried to help, and the power of Maya easily controlled Scream. Lin Wu took out a rope, tied a knot under Maya's instruction, and then tied the rope to the pillar at the edge of the safe zone. Can objects be moved to block the passage? Yes and no, most objects cannot. For example, shelves. If the shelves are not moved continuously, the shelves will be refreshed back to their original positions. One type of items that can be used is furniture, such as safes, refrigerators, wardrobes, etc., which can be placed in the safe zone without being refreshed, but blocking the path of zombies will be attacked by zombies, and all items will be damaged. The effect is the same as the player's demolition, dismantling a large refrigerator into pieces. A practical road-blocking item is a car. A car has a characteristic that when its durability drops to 0, it will become a scrapped car, and needs a repair kit to repair it. Since a scrapped car has no durability, it cannot be dismantled without professional demolition equipment, so a car is a good tool for blocking the road. But it can only block ordinary zombies. Flexible zombies such as Crazy can get through as long as there is a gap. Forget about the Big Mac, it will directly hit people with the car. Can you tie up Scream? Theoretically, but someone needs to watch. This is what Maya and Lin Wu found after squatting for 2 hours. After an ordinary zombie wandered near Scream, it actually rescued Scream. The only thing it had to do was to break the rope. Maya understood, ropes have durability. Shells have durability. If shells are placed in their own positions, zombies will not attack them. After moving the shells, zombies will attack them. Ropes block the zombies' progress, or zombies find ropes that are not placed in a systematic way, so they instinctively destroy them. Lin Wu said, our radio stations, warehouses, etc. are all system items, system locations, so zombies will not attack them. For this reason, the two conducted an experiment overnight, hanging some handmade items in the base, and luring several zombies to the base location. As expected, zombies will start to attack when they get close to handmade items. But they will not attack the radio station that is close at hand. The method of tying Scream can be used, but it is a disposable item. If the player leaves midway, Scream may be rescued by its companions. The day shift is Maya's job, and the system requires 5 hours of sleep per day. Lin Wu and Maya only have a few hours at night to go on missions or kill monsters together, because they accompany Xiao Dao to kill tunnels. The two have never had the opportunity to go to the fire station in the forest park to get a pickup truck. Because of the giant in the tunnel, the blood plague cannot be killed for the time being. After discussing with Lin Wu, Maya contacted Shirtu and told him that she would take a day off tomorrow. She planned to explore the forest park system with Lin Wu. For this reason, Maya made a route map overnight, so that she would not be like Lin Wu, who would go wherever she went. One of the real reasons for taking leave, because of the day shift, investigating the cement factory, studying zombies, making route maps and other things. Maya did not get enough sleep. At the supermarket base, Maya wanted to break the day into 48 hours. First, we need to get the car. Maya decided to go there on foot. Walking on the forest path, there were huge trees on both sides. Fortunately, it was daytime, so there was no sense of fear when walking in it. The scenery was picturesque, and the sun shone through the gaps between the leaves. The scenery was magnificent. The two couldn't help but slow down their pace. Birds chirped one after another, and the wind blew the leaves and made a rustling sound. What rustling sound? 6 wings. Linwu looked back and saw the 6 wings flying in front of him, and he immediately dodged with a wind thorn. But the wind thorn was not teleportation. Linwu was knocked away by the 6 wings and hit Maya, and the two of them fell heavily on the trees on the side. Because the heroic 6 wings hit the human body, it did not die. It flapped its wings on its back and trotted towards the two people, and Maya chopped off its head with a knife. Infection? Linwu asked. The injury is not terrible. You can take medicine, and the injury will not get worse. If it is infected, it will be no good. You either need to use serum or go back to bed. No. When Linwu was knocked away by Lu Qi, he opened his arms and hugged Maya, which prevented Lu Qi from attacking Maya directly. Maya took the compound crossbow in her hand and looked around. Be careful. There are murderous intentions everywhere. The originally poetic and picturesque scenery could turn into a hell of Shura in an instant. Linwu also drew out the silent one. The two of them moved forward at a medium speed. Linwu made a hush sound, and the two of them crouched in place and listened carefully. A low roar came from about 100 meters ahead. Linwu was familiar with the voice. Bear? Maya asked. The bear that you slapped away? Linwu put one hand on his waist and looked at Maya. Maya couldn't help laughing and said, when you mention bear, I think of that scene. Linwu ignored the bad guy, released the drone, and said, the distance is 73 meters. The target is 3 meters away from the trail. There are 2 6-winged eagles, 1 fierce eagle, and several zombies 10 meters in front of us. Why didn't you release the drone at the beginning? Isn't this to save electricity? Without the face-slapping trap, Linwu can still deal with the fierce eagles, but the number of fierce eagles that can be dealt with at the same time is greatly reduced, and he can only deal with one at a time. Linwu, the silent one, first knocked down the 6 wings on the tree. The 6 wings hidden in the tree canopy were shot, and fell straight down, and hit the ground and died. Linwu asked Maya to wait for a while. According to the image of the drone, Linwu used the trees to slowly approach Kwang Ming. After taking a deep breath behind a tree, Linwu turned around and rushed to Kwang Ming in front of him. Kwang Ming, who was shopping, heard the noise and had no time to react. He was stabbed in the head by Linwu and fell into a coma. 2 more slashes. Linwu set Kwang Ming away. There is a special sound effect for executing Kwang Ming in decay. In addition to using cars and guns, the best way is to use the door opening bug. Enter the door, close the door, Kwang Ming follows, open the door, Kwang Ming is knocked unconscious by the door. At this time, pounce on him immediately and execute him. Any delay of 1 second will not work. Maya exclaimed, I think your development path is a stealth assassin. You should practice stealth more. Linwu crouched in stealth, then staggered forward, after speeding up, like a weird big crab. Maya couldn't help laughing. Okay. Walk slower. Linwu slowed down, approached the roadside, and took cover from the trees. The black bear is 20 meters away. Maya asked, what revenge? Linwu asked, poke its head. Will it faint? Maya said, I'm interested in collecting this data. Linwu said, I don't want to be a data victim. Maya, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Linwu, but enemies often meet on a narrow road. Maya went crazy. Then you go. Hesitating. Should I go or not? So Linwu went. Linwu, who had full decisiveness, hesitated because he was really afraid of the black bear. Linwu approached the black bear stealthily and set up 3 traps nearby. The black bear was eating raspberries, and Linwu sneaked up from behind it. I never thought that the black bear was different from the zombies. It could smell the smell. Just when Linwu was about to speed up, the black bear turned around and saw Linwu. Linwu was stunned on the spot with a dagger in his hand. There were a few raspberries hanging from the black bear's mouth. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Linwu took a step back slowly, and the black bear took a step forward. This situation was exactly the same as when Linwu first encountered a bear. Linwu recalled the scene at that time, and bravely took a step forward. The black bear bravely took a step forward. Damn! This is not the script. Linwu licked his lips, and the black bear took another step forward. Linwu ran away, and the black bear immediately chased him. The black bear's initial speed was not as fast as Linwu's, but its acceleration and speed far exceeded Linwu's. Linwu burned his endurance to jump over a trap, and the black bear jumped over the trap. Really? Stupid. Can't you cover it with some fallen leaves? Just because the bear is blind doesn't mean it is really blind. Maya shot the black bear with a crossbow from the side. The black bear saw someone hurting itself. So it abandoned Lin Wu and chased Maya. Maya was well prepared and used both hands to climb up the tree. Lin Wu jumped up in anxiety. Why are you climbing a tree? But he saw the black bear climbing up the tree at a speed not inferior to Maya. The two chased each other on the tree, and the black bear was attracted to a branch. Seeing the black bear rushing towards him, Maya jumped out of the branch. Lin Wu, who was below, opened his arms to hug him. Oops, I didn't hold him. Hearing a cracking sound above his head, Lin Wu looked up and his face changed drastically. He grabbed Maya's collar with one hand and dragged her away. The next second, the black bear fell to the place where Maya had just been. How could Lin Wu give up this opportunity? He let go of Maya and pounced on the black bear with a dagger. The black bear did not faint, but became extremely irritable. It sat up and slapped Lin Wu in the face. Lin Wu flew into the woods like an arrow from a bow. The black bear wanted to chase him. Maya had already drawn the .41 and fired 3 shots at his head. The first shot hit. The black bear turned sideways with the second shot, and only the bears but could be seen with the third shot. Faced with the American II, the black bear did not suffer a loss in front of him, and escaped into the woods without a trace. Lin Wu. Maya went into the woods to look for him. Lin Wu. I'm here. Maya turned her head and saw. Lin Wu appeared on the roadside path. He leaned against a tree trunk, looking relaxed and contented. He said with a natural expression, "Don't waste time. Let's go." If it weren't for the bandage on his face, Maya would have really thought he was fine. The two walked a few steps. Maya was trembling all over. Lin Wu walked to the side quickly, and saw that the woman was trying very hard to hold back her laughter. Lin Wu blushed and said, I support the protection of wild animals. So I didn't do it. Maya tried her best to think of some painful things in her mind. The fatigue of training. The sadness of the movie. And she couldn't respond to Lin Wu at all. Lin Wu was so angry that he looked for the black bear everywhere in the drone. Don't let me see you again. Huh? There is a black bear 60 meters to the left. Pretend not to see it. The route planned by Maya twists and turns in the trail, crossing the forest parked to the fire station. The pickup truck was parked in front of the fire station. There were warning lights on the top of the pickup truck. Maya entered the cab to check the car and started the car. The durability was 50%, and the fuel was low. Lin Wu took a barrel of gasoline from his backpack and added it to the tank. Maya turned off the engine, pulled out a map, and they searched the fire station first, then went to the holiday cabin, then went to 4 campgrounds, and finally to the RV park. There will be many buildings along the way. Maya's opinion is to search them all. The fire station looted a fire axe. The fire axe is a sharp blade, but it is heavier than a machete, so the attack frequency will be reduced. However, the attack power of the fire axe ranks among the best among sharp blades, which is a good thing. White noise generator. Dormitory plug-in. Sleep time is reduced to 4.5 hours. In addition to these two things, there is a walkie-talkie, which is the submachine of the mother-child walkie-talkie. According to the work diary of the fire station, the mother machine should be in the hands of the fire watcher, and the submachines are distributed to more than a dozen fire stations. To the northeast of the fire station is an endless mountain range. There is a peak in the mountain range, where a fire tower is built. The fire tower can overlook the entire mountain range and find the fire point at the first time. Maya said, the diary says that the fire watchers take helicopters to change shifts every 10 days. Due to survival needs, there is a large amount of food in the fire tower, and there is a batch of supplies that can be preserved for more than 10 years. In addition, the fire tower is equipped with revolvers, shotguns, and sniper rifles. The helicopter takes off and lands on a grassland 500 meters away from the fire tower, in order to protect the safety of the fire watchers. When changing shifts, the fire watchers who are off duty will carry weapons to the helicopter and hand them over to the fire watchers who are on duty. The fire watchers use their weapons and bear spray to walk 500 meters and carry daily necessities to the fire tower. Sniper rifle. Lin Wu and Maya were very excited. The silencer can also be considered a sniper rifle, but it has low power and a short range. After all, it is a .22 bullet, so you can't expect too much. The two looked at the fire tower, which was at least 6 kilometers away in a straight line. Lin Wu said, it's better to go to the mountaintop outpost. The mountaintop outpost is also in the mountains. But the terrain is not so complicated. Maya didn't let Lin Wu lead her off topic. Let's do today's business first. The next place. The holiday home. Lin Wu and Maya put the medical kits and food bags they had looted in the back seat of the pickup truck. Maya put the fire axe in the back seat. The two got in the car and headed towards Baixiang Lake. There are roads heading north on both sides of Baixiang Lake, and there are holiday homes on both sides. According to the plan, the 5 cabins on the left will be dealt with first. In order to save time, Lin Wu and Maya each took a cabin. The two were confident in the team's strength, and did not leave anyone on guard outside. Lin Wu first found 10 kilograms of charcoal, which can be used for campfire heating, and found a hunting knife, which is better than Maya's machete for checking data. He lay down and looked under the bed, and pulled out a box. Because the drone had already explored, Lin Wu killed the zombies that would scare him first before taking back the drone. The drone charges for 12 hours, and the battery life is only 4 hours. Fortunately, it is free charging, otherwise Shiguang will be recorded by Lin Wu for another crime. Lin Wu unzipped the big box, opened the lid, and there were some clothes inside. When he was about to search in depth, there was a sound of glass breaking behind him, and a zombie crawled into the cabin. Lin Wu secretly cried out that something was wrong, and went forward to execute the zombie. Then the screamer at the window roared. Because the distance was too close, the sharp roar pierced Lin Wu's eardrums. Lin Wu subconsciously covered his ears with his hands, and his mind went blank. A few seconds later, there was a knock on the front door. The zombies in the window were climbing in. A fierce zombie ran over. Behind the fierce zombie were a large number of zombies. So Lin Wu and Maya were caught in a melee again. They could use the narrow terrain to resist the zombies' attack. But defending in the wild was a dead end. Along with the screams and roars, the number of screams continued to increase, and the number of zombies also continued to increase. From a visual perspective, there were more zombies joining the dinner party at the holiday home than the zombies they killed. This is the hateful thing about screams. Even if they can't kill you, they will tire you to death. Chapter 115 Stealth. Maya made a prompt decision, and rushed out of the holiday cottage with Lin Wu despite being injured. The two climbed up the 5-meter-high treehouse with their hands and feet to hide temporarily. This height is very awkward. The distance of 5 meters is within the attention range of the zombies, and it is impossible to hide their tracks by stealth or other methods. But after a while, a dark mass of zombies gathered under the tree roots. There is only one way to continue climbing up the tree. After climbing to 10 meters, the two entered the stealth state. After maintaining stealth for 10 seconds, the zombies lost the trace of humans, and their originally irritable emotions gradually stabilized. As they walked around, the zombies slowly dispersed. But the crisis was not resolved. The resort is located in a small valley. The zombies did not leave too far because of the terrain. In other words, in the short term, the density of zombies in the resort will exceed that of the county town. Maya said, the first method is to snipe scream. Then go through several cabins. Get rid of the zombies. Get in the car at the intersection and escape. The second way is to wait. I estimate that it will take at least 2 hours for the zombies to completely disperse. Lin Wu compared the drone images and said, there are many screams outside our range. This is a forest, with trees everywhere and obstructions everywhere. Lin Wu said, there are at least 5 fierce zombies. We can't get rid of them even if we break through the walls and enter the house. Although there are still many things to do, we can only wait for now. Lin Wu felt a little regretful. He should be more careful and vigilant. From this, Lin Wu also learned a lesson. No matter how strong you are, you must be low-key. Otherwise the weak zombies will teach you a lesson. This is the second time, Maya said helplessly. She took Shidu's words seriously for the third time. When she was on the day shift, she always took care of various details, because she knew that the strength of the day shift was uneven, and if she didn't pay attention to the details, people would die. Teaming up with Lin Wu, the two of them were completely competing. As long as they didn't die, they would play to death. It has to be changed. Lin Wu's words defeated Maya's idea. Isn't it fun? It's really fun, much more interesting than the day shift. Even so, Maya still said, we should be quieter next time. Lin Wu agreed. Before entering the target building, he would sneak around the target place and confirm how many zombies were around before entering the house. He would come out and walk around every few minutes to avoid being discovered by the zombies first. Now he walked straight over and would not pry the door open if it could be knocked open. While the two were waiting, a car turned left and entered the holiday cottage. The driver saw the vehicle at the intersection and thought he would meet a player. He never thought that after turning left, a large number of zombies would appear in front of him. In such a moment of distraction, 7 zombies had already hung on the car. The zombies grabbed the car with one hand and scratched the car with the other hand. The car was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, the windshield shattered. Then wrinkles appeared on the entire car body. Then white smoke began to come out of the hood. Then black smoke. And finally caught fire. Maya said, "There are only 7 seconds left before the explosion." The driver kept pushing the door frantically, while the zombies tried to close it. Finally, because the car was damaged, the door was pulled away by a zombie, and he was able to get out, facing the zombies that were surrounding him. The driver pulled out a shotgun and blew up the heads of 3 zombies with one shot. However, the zombies on both sides had already grabbed his arms. At this time, the driver suddenly jumped forward and threw himself into the zombie group. As the car exploded, the huge shock wave blew away all the zombies around. The driver got up first and ran wildly. The zombies around gathered around him, and screams and roars rang out from all directions. "It's Nightmare." After running closer, Maya saw Nightmare's face clearly. Nightmare was still wearing Black Fortress clothes today, but she added a green military coat on the outside, probably to keep warm. Because of this, Lin Wu and Maya did not recognize her at the first time. It was not until she looked up and revealed a mask that Maya was sure that she was Nightmare. Maya shouted, "Go to the treehouse." Nightmare saw the 2 people on the treetop 20 meters away, pointed his left hand at the 2 people, and a hook was launched from his hand. The hook flew over the branch, and Nightmare pulled it, and the hook circled the branch several times and tied it tightly. 2 zombies have already grabbed Nightmare. Nightmare pressed the button on her left hand, and the hook rope tightened rapidly, dragging her and the 2 zombies forward. Soon, 1 person and 2 zombies were pulled off the ground and flew towards Lin Wu and Maya. Maya aimed her gun and shot the 2 zombies. Although she didn't hit their heads, the zombies no longer grabbed Nightmare and fell from a height. Nightmare's hook rope was pulled in too quickly, and her body hit the tree hard, causing the tree to shake. Lin Wu looked up at Nightmare, who was 3 meters taller than them. Nightmare hadn't moved for a long time, and asked softly, "Is he dead? If he's dead, he should hurry up to loot." The last time Nightmare was ambushed and chased by several players, she rushed into the community with only one purpose, to prevent others from looting. As long as others don't loot within 1 minute after her death, all her equipment will be returned to her safe house. "Maya, give me a painkiller." Nightmare stuck to the tree and stretched out her hand. Lin Wu asked, "You don't even bring medicine with you when you go out?" "No medicine. You can buy some from me." Lin Wu didn't know the truth. When Nightmare hit the tree, a branch pierced her face. She dared not move. If she moved, she would pull the wound, which would be excruciatingly painful and cause bleeding. According to her current injuries, the bleeding might cost her life. Naturally, she could not take medicine in this situation. After taking the painkillers from Maya, Nightmare slowly put them into her mouth. She kissed the tree with her mouth, and when she stuffed the medicine in, she first lifted the mask, opened her left mouth, and stuffed the pill into her mouth. Then, Nightmare pulled out her head. She did not want the 2 to see her like this, turned her back to the 2 and changed her mask, then slid down near the 2, found a place with 3 branches and sat against the tree. Finally, Nightmare turned the backpack in front of her, and took out the bandages from it to heal her wounds. "Thank you." Nightmare chose a place next to Maya, and although Lin Wu was not far away from her, there was a big tree trunk between them. So this thank you was naturally said to Maya. "You're welcome." Maya glanced at Nightmare's left wrist. Nightmare pulled back her sleeves. There was a mechanical hook installed on the back of her left arm. Nightmare pulled out the hook, followed by a thin steel cable. The box containing the steel cable was under the forearm. Nightmare said, "The flying dragon claw was opened from the golden treasure chest." Maya exclaimed, "Golden treasure chest." Knowing that Nightmare and his team had a special identity as Fortress agents, it was the first time Maya heard of the golden treasure chest. Nightmare said to Maya, "You take me through the tunnel." "We take you through the tunnel," Lin Wu interrupted. Nightmare paused for a while, ignoring Lin Wu, and said, "After passing the tunnel, I started the mission at 7 o'clock in the morning and completed the mission before the deadline of 7 o'clock in the evening. The reward is a golden treasure chest." Maya asked, Are you coming to Beishan Lake today to do the mission? Nightmare did not hide. I am looking for a secret place. A few days ago, I received a clue, saying that the secret place is near Beishan Lake. Nightmare came to Beishan Lake during the day, and did not meet the 6 wings, nor did he meet the blind bat. But she met a group of zombies. A dozen zombie fat guys ran towards Nightmare. Nightmare took out a light crossbow and blew them up. After the explosion, a cloud of poisonous gas will appear, and then slowly dissipate. After the poisonous gas dissipates, Nightmare continues to move forward. Unexpectedly, the death of the explosion pollutes the lake water, and Nightmare enters a state of poisoning. Poisoning is different from bleeding. Bleeding can be stopped by bandages, but there is currently no medicine to cure poisoning, and Nightmare can only endure the poisoning time. Nightmare could have relied on taking painkillers to recover blood to save his life, but the noise caused by the explosion attracted zombies on the lake, and also attracted 3 fierce ones. Beishan Lake is bare, and there are 2 large stone cliffs 100 meters away. Nightmare has nowhere to escape, and can only move forward. The more he moves forward, the higher the toxins in the water, and soon it becomes moderately poisoned. If he does not move forward, he will face zombies, and if he moves forward, he will enter the explosion graveyard. In this case, Nightmare chooses to accept death. Today she came to Beishan Lake again to look for a secret place, but she couldn't find it after searching the entire lake. So she thought of the holiday cottage nearby and planned to go to the holiday cottage to check out the situation. After listening to the Nightmare story, Lin Wu didn't like the Nightmare's mentality. Lin Wu has been in desperate situations many times. He fights with his last breath, and struggles to the death. He has a strong sense of survival. The reason is that Lin Wu knows that he will suffer a huge loss if he dies. Nightmare is different. She died many times, has no skills, and does not care about skills. She only cares about equipment. As long as she is not looted, her equipment will not disappear. In this mentality, Nightmare does not have a strong attitude of survival. If she can't beat him, she will accept her fate. Lin Wu will fight for his life if he can't beat him. He will die anyway, and he will fight to the death. Nightmare is sincere and frank to Maya, while Maya's attitude towards Nightmare is very ordinary. Maya did not even point out that she and Lin Wu had discovered the A6 laboratory before Nightmare. The discovered A6 laboratory will appear randomly somewhere in the game. If others express goodwill to you, you can express goodwill. If others express goodwill to you, you can refuse to express goodwill. If Maya doesn't say it, Lin Wu will certainly not say it. Nightmare was not in a hurry to leave. He chatted with Maya. She was the one who talked most of the time. Maya asked a few questions to satisfy Nightmare's desire to speak. Nightmare seemed to like Maya, but she also kept a lot of information. She didn't talk about Shauna, nor about the fortress agent. She talked about the people and things she met during the mission, as well as various equipment information. Lin Wu was even more confused about this. Was Shauna really Nightmare's accomplice? Shauna already knew about the A6 secret laboratory yesterday. It only took Lin Wu 1 minute to figure out the people, but it took him 2 hours to figure out the zombies. He found inspiration from the crowded zombies. 2 hours. Squatting on the tree for 2 hours. Lin Wu didn't know which game could make players so frustrated. Even after 2 hours, the 3 of them could only sneak down the tree. The 2 girls followed Lin Wu and walked in stealth, not daring to make a move. Lin Wu was fully focused, staring at the direction where the zombies were looking, using various gaps to cut in behind them, and forcibly killing his way out. Not much. Just killed a dozen zombies. But the process was quite thrilling, and it took 10 minutes to complete. 1 pay, 1 gain. Lin Wu gets the passive skill of stealth. This stealth is different from the other stealth. This stealth has the function of a chameleon. Once Lin Wu enters the stealth state, his body will blend into the environment, and the distance that can be discovered by the zombies is shortened to 5 meters. Lin Wu, who is 5 meters away, will not be discovered by the zombies even if he enters the stealth state and makes faces at the zombies. The game mechanism is 10 meters of sight. Once discovered by the zombies, the effective sight distance of this zombie becomes 15 meters. When the player climbs over the fence, if the distance from the zombies is more than 10 meters, the zombies will lose the player's track, and then wander around in the same place. Passive stealth means that, as long as Lin Wu is more than 10 meters away from the zombies to enter stealth, or uses obstacles to block the sight and enter stealth more than 5 meters, he can get rid of the zombies. However, Special zombies such as the giant, fierce, screaming and exploding zombies cannot be detected. They are usually blind. But once they find a target, they not only have the same sight distance as ordinary people, but also have a certain judgment ability. Going through doors, climbing up stairs, and jumping off buildings, using layers of obstacles to block the line of sight is currently the most effective way for players to escape from Kwang Ming. If you encounter Kwang Ming in a place where there are no buildings nearby, it is a life or death situation. The three of them got in the car. Lin Wu reminded Nightmare in the back seat, "Your car is over there." Pointed to the car that was blown into a scrap car. Nightmare didn't know how to answer for a while. It's wrong to hitchhike without consent, but there are zombies outside. You want me to find my scrap car? Fortunately, Maya is more practical, and she stepped on the accelerator and left the holiday cottage. Going downhill to Beishang Lake, Lin Wu reminded again, "We've arrived at Beishang Lake." Nightmare couldn't stand it anymore. "What do you mean?" Lin Wu asked back. "Where are you going?" Maya helped Lin Wu. "Yes, where are you going?" Nightmare? Nightmare didn't have a clear destination, and planned to hang around Maya to chat, search together, and play games together. But they were in the same base until now. Maya had not invited Nightmare to join the team. "Pull over." The car stopped. Nightmare got out. "Thank you. Bye." "Bye." Maya drove to another holiday home. Put away the dagger. "You sound like you know me very well." Lin Wu quietly put away the dagger. Maya said, "You wanted to take her equipment, but you were too embarrassed to do it directly, so you used words to bully her, making her turn against you." Lin Wu denied. "No, I didn't bully her. It was a completely normal explanation." Maya, "What I'm curious about is, why didn't you do it directly?" Lin Wu said, "There is still a big difference between them. I saw that someone was rich, so I killed him and robbed him of his money, which is wrong. But I can legitimately provoke him. If he slapped me, I killed him in self-defense, which is okay. After all, he hit me, and he needs to compensate me for my mental damage. Since there is no court, I will pay for mental damages myself." Maya asked, "Nightmare is a loner, but it doesn't seem to be so hostile to you." Lin Wu thought for a while. "You have to ask her too." Maya was slightly surprised. "Is there something I don't know?" Lin Wu said, "It's quite complicated, but it seems that Shirtu is right at the moment." Maya said, "Shirtu is a very capable person." Lin Wu became interested. "Tell me Shitu's story." Maya, "Ask him yourself." "Stingy." Lin Wu said, "Then I won't tell you that I have mastered the passive stealth skill." Chapter 116 Visit. Maya turned to look at Lin Wu. Incredibly, another skill? Lin Wu spread his hands. "That's how handsome he is." When Lin Wu boasted, Maya was speechless. Lin Wu leaned closer to Maya and asked in a low voice, "Do you think Xu Wang is playing a trick on me?" Maya couldn't understand Lin Wu's logic. "Why do you say that?" Lin Wu said, "Last time it retrieved my information from the secret laboratory, it remembered that I had troubled it many times. So it deliberately let me comprehend many skills, and then killed me." This idea cannot be said to be illogical, but it is somewhat paranoid. Lin Wu, if Xu Wang doesn't have this idea, then there is only one answer. What answer? Handsome. The person is handsome, and his character is even more handsome. Lin Wu saw Maya's disgusted expression, and asked, "Or do you have other explanations?" "Handsome. Handsome. Handsome." Maya answered perfunctorily, thinking carefully in her heart. Lin Wu's skills are not too bad. Quick Gunner is a skill of 5-star agility, Trap is a skill of blueprint, and 10-star stealth is also normal. Lin Wu is strong because of 3 rare comprehension skills. One is Wind Thorn, one is stealth, and the other is a mark derived from the hunter profession. Maya learned swordsmanship from reading books, and learned immortality from killing monsters with a knife. All comprehension skills are directly related to one's own behavior. Maya speculated that the system has a reward mechanism. Lin Wu is the first killer of Crazy, Blood Crazy, Big Mac and Blood Plague. This speculation is not groundless. Every time Lin Wu kills first, he will get a loot box reward. After that, no matter how many Crazy and Blood Crazy he kills, there will be no loot. Maya compares Lin Wu and Nightmare. Except that life skills can be learned by skill books. Nightmare, who has died many times, is actually a blank slate without any skills. The advantage of Nightmare is that her equipment is one dimension ahead of ordinary players. Lin Wu is a skill-based player. It is difficult to turn over after dying once. The equipment gap between Lin Wu and Nightmare is not big. As long as Lin Wu survives, he can easily surpass the Fortress Agent. The conclusion is very tangled. If Lin Wu doesn't commit suicide, he won't be able to continue to become stronger. Once Lin Wu commits suicide, he may die. The two arrived at the holiday cottage on the right side of Beishan Lake. After the last lesson, the two became extremely sneaky. If they were sneaky, Maya would have no room to play. She could only follow Lin Wu's position and assassinate. Until the last two zombies were left in the circle, Maya took out her knife to kill them. Lin Wu thought that the forest park should be renamed the Plug-in Park. Various plugins emerged one after another. The plug-in endurance enhancer in the gym can speed up the recovery of endurance. The picker in the fruit garden, players can pick extra fruits from the fruit garden to eat. The toilet plunger, it takes 5 minutes to use. The morale of all base personnel increases by 10%, and it lasts for 1 hour. The grill in the kitchen unlocks barbecue. The alcohol distiller in the winery, it can purify medical alcohol. The sleeping bag in the dormitory, it can increase the warmth value by 10 points. The PS6 game console in the lounge can play games. After getting the game console plug-in, Lin Wu immediately looked through the base construction map. The lounge needs a large indoor grid, 12 building materials, the sofa made in the production room, the TV, choose 2 from 3 pool tables, 10 types of fully sealed wine. Maya asked, "Are you going to play games in the game?" "Why do I feel a bit like an idiot?" Lin Wu immediately retorted, "Homeland games are mandatory. You can't play if you don't want to. PS6 is optional. You can play if you want." Maya asked, "Do you think the content of PS6 games is richer than Homeland?" Lin Wu said stubbornly, "I just like to play monotonous and simple games." Maya smiled and walked away. "Stop right there. What do you mean? It's so infuriating. Taking stock of the conversation just now, I always feel that I didn't perform well. Not only was I bullied, but I was also despised. The next goal is the camping site scattered in the forest park. I found a few food packs, and a brand new fishing rod that can be used. Some players say that fishing without fishing skill bonus is real fishing." Lin Wu put away the fishing rod, although he is not very interested in fishing, but he can catch a few rods if he is trapped in the base due to a flood one day. After a day of searching, we found a pistol, 2 hunting knives, 4 food packs, 2 medical packs, and a building material pack. In addition, there are many plugins, all kinds of messy plugins. Library plugin can play classic and classical music. Coffee machine plugin in the lounge, mobile target plugin in the shooting range, hand crank drill press in the production room, weight-bearing equipment in the gym, signal amplifier in the command post, foam stabilizer in the medical room, etc. Back to the base, Maya cleaned up the zombies near her residence and went to get some sleep first. If you want to play, you can play after sleeping. I have already taken a day off today, and you can't take another day off tomorrow. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Maya woke up from her sleep, pulled the screen, and found that Lin Wu's compartment was empty. So she opened the door of the dormitory, and Lin Wu's smiling face came into view. Maya was frightened and took a step back, and asked subconsciously, "What are you going to do?" Lin Wu waved his hand and said, "I'll take you to see something good." Maya wondered and walked out of the supermarket from the north gate with Lin Wu, and then saw a hanging screaming zombie. The scream was 20 meters away from the supermarket, 5 meters from the ground. Lin Wu used a rope to pass through the branches to hang it up, and tied the other end of the rope to a tree, so there was no need to worry about other zombies biting the rope. Take the gun and go to the sentry tower. Maya took the 41 and went to the sentry tower. The sentry tower faced the north road and the birch forest park. Scream was hanging in the middle of the road. Lin Wu sneaked, inserted 2 torches in the mud, then canceled the sneak, and walked into Scream's field of vision. Scream then let out a sharp roar. Lin Wu blocked his ears in advance and ran away. More than 30 zombies gathered around, including the scattered zombies wandering in the supermarket. Lin Wu took the silencer and went up to the sentry tower. In the scope, he saw the dense zombies under Scream's feet. "What are you doing?" Lin Wu said, "Shoot. First shoot and kill a zombie." Maya came to her senses, shot the gun, and blew up the heads of 7 zombies in a row. "Slow down," Lin Wu said angrily. "You go, and pull the monsters later." "Okay." Childish. Maya matched Lin Wu's rhythm, and started firing single shots. More than 30 zombies were killed by the two in a short time. Maya ran into the screaming range. The screaming started again. Maya ran back to the sentry tower. There were only 20 zombies this time, but one of them was a fierce zombie. There were only 15 zombies in the third wave, and only 10 in the 4th wave. Starting from the 5th wave, no matter how loudly Screaming screamed, only 5 zombies gathered at Screaming's feet. Not satisfying. Linwu felt the same way. If there were only silent ones, it would take more than an hour to kill them. Maya-41 was too cruel. Even if she tried to control the speed, she would clear the zombies quickly. Linwu came up with a bad idea. How about we go and pull the zombies from Zwa County? Maya was still rational. No. There are all kinds of zombies in the zombie tide, and ordinary zombies can't catch up with the fierce zombies. Linwu frowned and thought. Maya learned to come up with a bad idea. We can hang a screamer in the east, west and south directions. Linwu said, the east direction is okay, but the southwest direction is not within the shooting range of the sentry tower. Maya said, but it is within the shooting range of the rooftop safety zone. Such a bad idea should have been proposed by herself. Linwu saw that Maya was quite excited and said nothing more, put away the gun, and said, let's go find the screamer. Maya said, I'll go get the rope. Wait. If we do this, the threat value of the base will go up. Linwu said, I have a way. Maya asked, what is it? Linwu said, once the system notifies us to attack the city, we will pack the materials into the pickup truck, pile the sundries into the back of the pickup truck, and drive the pickup truck away and hide it. That makes sense. Maya added, we can also dismantle the base in advance, provided that we find more vehicles. Linwu said, didn't Nightmare say there was an ambulance? 9 resource slots. Plus the pickup truck can hold 15 resource packs. If we get the survey vehicle, plus we carry 1 resource pack, we can take away at least 20 resource packs. Besides, we may not be unable to defend it, as zombies cannot get to the rooftop. Maya agreed. It would be better to get another automatic rifle. In addition, 10 minutes is enough time for us to notify the main base to send someone to help. Because of the checkpoint, it takes 10 minutes to get to the supermarket base during the day. But the day shift is all on the farm, so just say hello. At night, as long as they are fast, they can reach the supermarket base. Together with the day shift and their cars, they can load another wave of resource packs and leave. They can fight or retreat, so why worry about the siege? The only thing they didn't think about was, what if they were not at the base during the siege? They high-fived in embarrassment, and did what they said, took the rope, and took the tape, and the two searched for Scream all night. At 5 a.m., the last scream was hung up, and Maya used the ladder to tear off the tape from the mouth of the scream. Seeing that the scream was about to scream, Linwu poked it with a wooden stick, and the spell was interrupted. Linwu kept poking the scream, and Maya evacuated with the ladder, and finally Linwu escaped. The scream from the south gate brought a surprise to the two. After its roar, zombies rolled down in the woods, and Maya was very happy to get 41 kills, and Linwu only hated that he pulled the bolt slowly. This kind of training is very effective. Linwu's aiming time is getting faster and faster. He is about to pull the trigger. The whole process is done in one go. When Linwu was a rookie, he had to look through the scope for a long time before he could find the position of the zombies. Maya told Linwu that this was the gun since, without aiming, the muzzle could quickly point to the target. The higher the magnification of the scope, the higher the requirements for the sniper. If the hand shook slightly, the person in the scope would be lost. After killing the first wave of the south gate, Maya went downstairs to get the radio to call Sure 2. Sure 2, good morning. Maya? Maya, that? Sure 2, didn't you get enough sleep again? Maya, sorry. I want to take another day off. Sure 2, it's okay. Have a good rest. At 7 o'clock in the morning. Except for Su Sure and Shuedon, who stayed at the shadow base. Sure 2 brought the day shift members to visit the supermarket base in 2 cars. Damn it. What's going on? How could Maya be so ignorant? The car entered from the north gate. A dozen zombies gathered in the middle of the road. Everyone got off the car and saw a screaming zombie hanging upside down. Before they could react, the zombies below screamed, and their heads exploded one by one. Sure 2 looked up and saw 2 people in the sentry tower. What's going on? Hey. Sure 2. Linwu shouted. Do you see the stick on the ground? Sure 2 picked up the stick. I see it. Linwu said, poke it. Maya asked, you shouldn't ask, why are you here? Linwu, rather than asking questions, I don't want to run a lap. Screams followed screams. 10 zombies came from a distance. Linwu and Maya immediately got into the state. They were competing in shooting moving targets. Stationary targets could no longer satisfy them. Hit the tree. Lin Wu was annoyed. It was Maya's turn. She shot past the zombies with one shot, and couldn't help but jump. Ah! She started to count down. 5, 4. Hit. Maya jumped again in anger. If Lin Wu hit the target, he could shoot again. Lin Wu missed the next shot, and grabbed his head with both hands, and then immediately counted down. 5, 4. Maya stepped on the guardrail of the sentry tower, raised the gun. Aimed and fired. Hit, hit, hit again. Yeah, I won. A cough was heard, and the two turned their heads, only to see several people from the day shift standing at the stairs of the checkpoint, and watching them quietly. Maya hurriedly adjusted her appearance, and her tone changed from excitement to seriousness. You are here. Let's go downstairs and have some tea. Playthings are ruining one's ambition. Playthings are ruining one's ambition. Shirtu was heartbroken. Is there anything fun? A good deputy commander doesn't sleep, and is yelling and jumping up and down with Lin Wu. What a disgrace. There were not enough chairs, so everyone had to stand and drink tea. Shirtu was about to make some sense. Lin Wu said, You came just in time. We collected a lot of garbage yesterday. Shirtu, garbage? I don't believe you would collect garbage. Maya explained, Yesterday we collected 6 resource packs, and a lot of facility plugins. Lin Wu took out various plugins from the warehouse. To speed up recovery, sleeping bags, barbecue grills, you can look for yourself, and take whatever you need. In one day, the two found 17 plugins in the forest park. Plugins are not timely help, but icing on the cake, but it is better to have flowers than not, after all. It can slightly enhance the function of the facilities. Shauna pulled the corner of Lin Wu's clothes. Lin Wu put the plugin on the table for them to choose. He stepped back a few steps to Shauna's side. Shauna asked, Are you having fun? Yeah. Lin Wu looked at Shauna and said, You should have notified us first, and we would have restrained ourselves. Forget it, Shauna said. I plan to mix materials near your base today. I'll take you to the car graveyard. Lin Wu turned around and said, Everyone is welcome. Shauna and I will dismantle the car. Xiao Dao looked coldly. Humph, Lin Wu said. Xiao Dao, let Sister Maya take you to the Blood Plague cement factory. Xiao Dao stood up. He immediately became interested. Is there a blood plague nearby? Of course. Shirtu said anxiously. You don't feel comfortable unless you kill a few people. Do you? Lin Wu turned around. Old man. Don't you see whose territory this is? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Shirtu rolled up his sleeves. Come on. I'm afraid of you. Whispered, Hold me. Hold me. Lin Wu, come on. I'm telling you. If Shauna hadn't held you, I would have beaten the shit out of you. Shirtu, let go. I'm going to beat him to death today. Let go of me. I'm going to kill him. You're lucky. The extras are tired. Chapter 117 Japanese Demon. There is a stream near the supermarket, and there is a cement road beside the stream, which is jammed with at least 20 cars. Why are there cars in such a remote place? Maya speculated that after the virus broke out, the panicked people planned to hide in the mountains. Lin Wu asked again, Why not take another wide road? Maya speculated, Lin Wu is looking for trouble. Sinan naturally handed Lin Wu a demolition stick. Lin Wu took it, and the two began to smash the scrapped car, and chatted until they were hung up and screamed. Sinan asked, Aren't you worried that Shiguang will sue you for abusing zombies? Lin Wu said, Maya did it. The screaming roar can only affect one area, so you need to hang one in the southeast, northwest, so that the coverage area is greatly increased. Ha! I don't believe Maya can think of such a thing. Sana, hey, do you have any supplies that I can exchange for materials for dovetail darts this afternoon? Lin Wu, you are really rude. Sana said, To be polite to you is to be rude to myself. Lin Wu stopped, took off the backpack and searched. I hate the individual system. The backpack is everything. The commander system is so good, the commander is annoying. He needs to count the supplies, otherwise he can't figure out what's in the warehouse. Lin Wu took out the things in the backpack. Quadruple scope, tactical pistol with flashlight, and 2 bottles of serum. Where did the serum come from? Lin Wu forgot. It should be the serum he found when he and Xiao Dao were brushing the tunnel. Lin Wu took out a design from his backpack. It's the only one worth some money, engineer shovel design. Sana came over to look. It's a melee weapon. Lin Wu said, The engineer shovel has the advantages of blunt and sharp weapons, the attack speed of sharp weapons, the stun effect of blunt weapons. The attributes belong to melee weapons, including the dual effects of sharp blades and blunt weapons. Sana took it and looked at it, somewhat regretful. Green border. Gold. Purple. Blue and green. The green border represents the lowest grade of the design. Lin Wu said, "Can't you just use a blue pen to paint it?" Sana was surprised. "Will it work?" Lin Wu, "I don't know, I won't do such a wicked thing." Sana kicked. Lin Wu dodged. "There are only so many goods, I can't exchange 41 for materials, Maya will chop me up and scream." Sana said, "Speaking of Maya, Maya is very happy when she plays with you, and you forget about the characters." Lin Wu said, "Everyone likes to play, as long as you find the toys you like, everyone will be very happy. Maya likes guns very much. Someone competing with her can satisfy her sense of achievement and arouse her desire to win. What about you? What do you like?" Sana said, "I like points, haha. I like to play games casually. After coming to the home game, I think the most fun thing is to go to Zwa County twice." Lin Wu, "Oh, you almost died in Zwa County the first time, and you returned to the base in devastation the second time." Sana, "So it's very interesting." Lin Wu, "Wouldn't it be more interesting to go north to the lake? You died directly." Sana was so angry that she clenched her fist. "I like you and hate you very much at the same time." Lin Wu smiled and wanted to apologize, then his expression froze, he looked up and looked around, and his mind pulled the drone. "There is a zombie 15 meters away from us, at this position. But I didn't see it, and the drone didn't see it either." Sana asked, "Then how did you find it?" "Drone scanning." Lin Wu pulled out the silencer. The drone's small map showed that the zombies were slowly moving towards the two of them. Lin Wu looked at the zombies' location and saw nothing. Shauna looked at it intently for a while. "Is there anything?" At this time, the sun went into the dark clouds, and air fluctuations appeared in the east direction 10 meters away from the two people. This fluctuation is similar to the ripples in the air under the hot sun in summer. Shauna took out the display mirror and said, "Sun demon." "There is a night demon." "Of course there is a sun demon." The sun went out of the dark clouds again, and when the light became brighter, the faint air fluctuations disappeared. "Back off." Lin Wu placed a trap in front of the car, took out a newspaper, bent down, and covered the trap with the newspaper, and then slowly backed away with Shauna. Shauna asked, "Aren't you going to shoot?" Lin Wu said, "You need data, otherwise it will be difficult for you to explain to Maya." The sun demon walked towards the two people along the car very carefully, and then stepped on the trap with a snap, but the two still didn't see the sun demon, and could only see the trap being dragged. Lin Wu made a prompt decision, pulled a rope and tape from his bag and threw them to Shauna. "Go." "What for?" "What do you mean?" "Kidnap her." "Can't you let me do something a human can do?" As he spoke, Lin Wu had already pounced into the air. Shauna saw Lin Wu floating on the ground through a layer, twisting his whole body. "Lin Wu, hurry up." As he spoke, teeth marks appeared on Lin Wu's left arm, and began to bleed. Shauna had no choice but to move forward. Lin Wu took her foot, and stepped on the back of the sun demon, to let her feel the sun demon's presence. He took the rope and passed it around his head to tie the sun demon's hands and body together. Shauna felt the sun demon's great power, and had no choice but to kneel down and press on the sun demon. "What's going on?" "I just came to dismantle some scrap metal." "But I kidnapped a zombie." The two people without strength did not gain any advantage against the sun demon. They used all their strength, but they could not control the sun demon, and could not tie it up smoothly. Lin Wu was so angry that he took a stone, and hit the Japanese demon twice on the head. The blunt weapon knocked him unconscious. The two took the opportunity to tie up the Japanese demon. The Japanese demon woke up quickly, and continued to struggle. Lin Wu and Shauna helped to tie up its feet. After sealing the mouth, Lin Wu lifted the front, and Shauna lifted the legs. The two returned to the supermarket camp. Everyone was planning to inspect the cement factory, when they saw Lin Wu and Shauna walking by the intersection Xiao Dao, who was about to greet them. "Shut up." She found something wrong with the two. Lin Wu was in front, hugging the air on his left shoulder with both hands. Shauna was behind, hugging the air on her right shoulder with both hands. After walking a few steps, the two twisted their bodies together. Lin Wu kept cursing. Although Shauna was unhappy with Lin Wu's abuse, she did not say anything back. Sure looked at Maya beside him. "Is it an infectious disease?" Maya was straightforward, and shouted, "Lin Wu." Lin Wu turned around, and lost it. Shauna did not catch it, and the two hurriedly fell on the ground together. Maya asked as she walked, "What are you doing?" "Japanese devil?" Lin Wu replied. Sure behind Maya asked, "Is Shauna's nickname Demon?" Lin Wu was stunned for a few seconds, then he yelled, "You LSP, you only have shit in your head, And it's all yellow. Shirtu unexpectedly didn't fight back, asked, No, what is the Japanese demon? Young people's tricks. Shauna is smart. She asked Maya to come over and squat, took Maya's hand, and touched the Japanese demon. This touch scared Maya. What is it? Lin Wu went crazy. Japanese demon. It's so infuriating, I have to say it several times. Shauna said, Give me a hand with some strength. We'll know when we carry it to a dark place. Xiao Dao still didn't understand. I'm strength, how can I help? Lin Wu explained, There's a zombie on the ground. TSK. Mahan, Shirtu and Xiao Dao booed together. Maya explained, There's a zombie on the ground. Oh! The three of them immediately came up and squatted, touching the invisible sun demon with their fingers. Lin Wu's blood pressure almost exploded due to being discriminated against. The sun demon was carried into the supermarket base. The light in the supermarket base was dim, and everyone finally saw the appearance of the sun demon clearly. It looked similar to the night demon, the only difference was the hair. The night demon had long hair, and the sun demon was bald. Shirtu said, Shi Wang is really bad. Maya asked, Why do you say that? Pull out a dagger without sharpness attribute and poke it at the sun demon, check its defense data. Shirtu said, Winter is coming soon. And the night temperature is cold. Players who really need to go out will choose to go out during the day when there is sunshine. At this time, the sun demon appears to hunt down players who go out during the day. Ma Hun said, It will be very lively in the future. Either a place where you can't see zombies is a safe place. Live players, for example. The fishermen may be attacked by surprise. Maya asked, How is the attack power? Sanal looked back at Lin Wu. Lin Wu was bitten. Maya looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu said, Anyway. You don't believe what I say, you just say it for me. Maya replied, I believe you. Lin Wu paused, Your words touched me. You know, Shirtu said, Lin Wu, you can't blame us, you said there was a zombie on the ground, we didn't see the zombie. Not only you, except Maya. If anyone else said there was a zombie on the ground, we would cut him. Do you have to compete with Maya for honesty? Lin Wu looked at Maya. Maya stretched out her hand to signal, Go ahead. Lin Wu said, I am a survivor of the blood plague, there is no infection data. Shirtu, stretch out your hand. Shirtu angrily, Why me? Lin Wu said, As the boss, you can assign a sacrifice? Shirtu, it's not fair to you. Even though he said that, he still extended his hand. Lin Wu and Ma Han are not very familiar with each other. I would not recommend Ma Han. Shauna, Maya and Xiao Dao are girls, so I subconsciously exclude them. Then there is only Shirtu. What a coincidence, I just squeezed myself, so I want to take revenge. After experiments, I found that the bite of Sun Devil will cause serious poisoning, and the bite of Night Devil will cause serious bleeding. Currently, the only thing known to poison players is the explosive death, and now there is Sun Devil. Poisoning is currently incurable, and you can only use the immune system to resist it. Severe poisoning for 1 minute, after enduring 1 minute, it will turn into moderate poisoning, and after enduring another minute, it will turn into mild poisoning. Severe poisoning, bleeding, 3 life points will be lost per second, and 1 life limit will be lost per second. Moderate poisoning, bleeding, 2 life points will be lost per second, and 1 life limit will be lost every 1.5 seconds. Mild poisoning, bleeding, lost 1 life point per second, lost 1 life point every 3 seconds. Without medicine and treatment, no one can withstand severe poisoning. In order to let Maya get the data, everyone started to torment the Japanese demon. Shirtu kicked Lin Wu's shoes, and the two walked out the door. Shirtu looked inside and whispered, Sanal went out for a walk last night, and I followed her for a while. She met Nightmare again at the place where you saw her and Nightmare last time. Lin Wu asked, Are you sure about Nightmare? I'm sure. Why do you doubt it? Lin Wu expressed his opinion, and felt that the relationship between the two was not close. Not only not close, but also quite unfamiliar. Lin Wu said, I think Nightmare likes Maya. He told the story of the campsite. Shirtu thought about it and said, Even if Shauna has something wrong, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. At least for us. Yeah. Lin Wu said, I didn't tell Maya. Don't tell her. She doesn't keep secrets. Maya doesn't talk too much. But she doesn't like to lie. Sometimes when you ask the right question, she will avoid answering, which is equivalent to giving an answer. Lin Wu said, Do you plan to wait for Shauna to explain it to you? Shirtu said, It's only the beginning of my 2-year gaming career. To maintain the stable development of Shadow, I need a tactical instructor like Maya and a social manager like Shauna. And she is good at handling transactions. In the past few days, I asked her to be in charge of contacting the Wanderers in Woody. Linwoo asked, "How is the Wanderer?" Shirtu said, "We took over another small and medium-sized base. But I don't know what happened. The threat level of their base was already break 5 stars. I want to let Shuadon go over to help them suppress the threat, but the tunnel is blocked now. I tell you, just play with Maya, don't play anything too exciting, understand?" Linwoo didn't understand. Emotions? Emotions? You're talking about safety. Shirtu said, "You and Maya have been to the Invincible base. What do you think of Peanut?" "Not bad, what's going on?" Shirtu said, "At 8 o'clock last night, Shauna contacted some familiar bases, as usual to share information, including the Invincible base. Afterwards, Shauna told me that Woody seemed to be a little dissatisfied with Peanut." Linwoo smiled and said, "So you have to be prepared to receive Peanut first." Shirtu nodded. "You can't consider the response after the incident." As she spoke, Maya came out from the door. "Linwoo, I'm done here. The Japanese demon should be the first to be killed in Zwa County. You caught it. So you do it," Linwoo said generously. "Give it to Shauna. A mere Japanese demon. It's nothing to mention." "Okay. Soon." The sound of iron forging came from the east. Linwoo and Shirtu walked to the edge of the sub-base safety zone with doubts in their hearts. However, Shauna was hitting the head of the Japanese demon with a water pipe, and each hit would make a sound of metal hitting iron. Shauna held out the water pipe. "Ma-hun, help me change a blunt instrument." After changing to a blunt weapon, Sana continued to beat the sun demon. The poor sun demon's hands and feet were tied, and his mouth was sealed, so he could only let Shauna slaughter him. Sana put one hand on her waist and asked, "You have thick skin and flesh. How did you kill the night demon?" "I killed the night demon with sunlight. Only idiots would use blunt weapons." Linwoo pulled out a sharp dagger and traded it. "Do you need moonlight to kill the sun demon?" "Thank you." Shauna's personality is really good. She didn't blame Linwoo for not taking it out earlier. Instead, she thanked Linwoo for his support. Shauna's behavior of stabbing the head with a dagger was not recognized as an execution by the system, but the damage was high enough. After 4 slashes, the sun demon, who was originally full of energy, finally died. It was obviously not the first kill. Shauna did not get the loot box. Even Shirtu couldn't bear to watch this process, and said, "Shauna, you should use the samurai sword. The samurai sword is the reward for escorting the nightmare, and it is also a powerful melee equipment in the shadow base, with a certain chance of beheading, which can barely be regarded as half a swordsmanship." Shauna didn't want others to sympathize with her, and said, "I think blunt instruments are very useful." "Aren't you going to the cement factory?" Ma-hun asked. "Aren't you going?" Shauna looked at Linwoo. "We still have something to do," Linwoo explained. "Night demon. Sun demon. I'm thinking of catching another noon demon." Shirtu was somewhat helpless. "Listen to what you say. You're talking nonsense. And you still want us to believe you?" Linwoo was dissatisfied. "Old man, maybe I can really catch a noon demon?" Seeing that the two were getting excited again, everyone coaxed one side of them, and asked Linwoo and Shauna to leave quickly, so as not to trouble the extras. Chapter 118 Night Break. Continue to demolish the car graveyard, Linwoo asked. "Is Shuadon not here because of the lottery?" When Linwoo asked this question, Sana couldn't help but smile. "No, he was drunk last night." Linwoo asked, "Is there any connection between them?" Sana replied, "I was bold after drinking and I started to confess." Linwoo said, "I was rejected by you, so I didn't come because I was afraid of embarrassment." Sana, half of the answer is right. Linwoo, which half? Sana, guess. Linwoo thought. Moment, shocked. Is it right to be afraid of embarrassment? Being rejected by you is wrong. Sana was surprised. Your idea is very interesting. Suppose I didn't reject Shuadon, then why is he afraid of embarrassment? Linwoo replied, because he didn't confess to you. Sana was stunned. This is also possible, you can guess this? Linwoo smiled proudly. Linwoo, Lena Forest, Woo of Mist. Sana did not give up. Guess who the confession is? Linwoo opened his mouth and said, Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao is not very active today. Logically, she would definitely join the screaming and stabbing at the supermarket base, and cry and shout for playing with guns. But she didn't. Sana stood there in a daze. You are right. There is a story within the story. Encouraged by the half-drunk Ma-hun, the drunk Shuadon bravely confessed to Shauna. Sana and Xiao Dao were sitting on the cliff chatting about best friends. Xu Huidan fell and hugged her feet, which frightened Xiao Dao. Xu Huidan bravely said the words "I love you" that were sealed in her heart. Xiao Dao didn't know how to respond, and kicked Xu Huidan off the cliff. Sana said, "I have to say, the double body adds a lot of blood." She didn't die after falling off a cliff of more than 10 meters. Lin Wu could imagine that the base was in chaos that night. And it was very lively. He said with some regret, "It's better to live in a group. There are many gossips. Maya and I are not only killing monsters, but also discussing how to kill monsters." Sana asked, "Do you like Maya?" "I like her." Sana said, "No, I mean you understand." Lin Wu thought seriously for 2 seconds, and suddenly realized, men can only affect Maya's sword drawing speed, women can only affect my deadly stealth. We only have zombies. Let's talk about feelings when the world is peaceful and humans live a happy life. However, I tell you, I thought Xiao Dao and I were a good match. Actually? Lin Wu said, actually. Maya and I are the second best partners. The best? Lin Wu, of course it's you. Oh, you dead scumbag. Shauna held her forehead. Why do I feel that you don't know how to coax girls? But you don't care about coaxing girls. I don't care about coaxing boys either. After Lin Wu finished speaking, he was in a daze for a few seconds and said, "Just be happy. Why do you have to do something? Why do you have to not do something? Shauna, although I don't understand, please don't stop breaking things." Lin Wu smiled and continued, "I broke up with my ex-girlfriend. Others thought I was a fool, and being with my ex-girlfriend, I can save worry and effort, and I can also work less for 20 years. I was very troubled by this. I asked my friend of different ages for advice, a fat guy, similar to a stone, but a little older than a stone. He asked me, 'Are you happy now?' I said I am. He said, 'Just be happy. As long as you are happy, why worry about gains and losses? You can work 20 years less, but you will also lose 20 years of happiness. Don't use other people's values to measure your gains and losses.'" Lin Wu explained, "You will be happy if I say nice things, and I feel happy when you are happy, so I said things that make you happy." Shauna understood. "Before we were not familiar with each other, you didn't care whether I was happy or not, because my mood would not ruin your mood at all. After I died, you didn't team up with me, because my death made you encounter some unhappy things. That's probably it." Lin Wu said, "But that fat guy's words are just his own. After his divorce, he is a pure hedonist. What he said may not be right." Shauna further understood. "You and Xiao Dao were very bored when playing Blood Plague, which made you feel boring to be with Xiao Dao for the first time. When you and Maya are in a group, your rhythm is in sync. So you like to be in a group with Maya." Lin Wu did not deny, "Maya can handle some details that I don't notice, such as planning routes in advance, arranging supplies, and making a schedule. When the dead knife was killing zombies, he didn't say anything to me. There were only a few words in a few hours. Attracting monsters. I got off the car to kill a few zombies. I came back. Attracting monsters." Sana smiled, thought for a while, and said, "I have a secret." Lin Wu hurriedly said, "It's better to keep your own secrets in your heart. I like to listen to gossip, and I don't like to share other people's secrets. There is a sentence I don't know whether to say or not." "Then don't say it." Sana was angry. "I want to say it. I will say it." Lin Wu immediately gave in. "Please speak." Shauna was angry and amused at the same time. What kind of person is this? Shauna adjusted her mood and said, "I am a formal employee of Blue Star Fortress Company." Waiting for a reaction. Lin Wu saw that Shauna was about to react, and immediately applauded. "Great. This is not the reaction I wanted." Shauna held her forehead and continued, "On the eve of immigration, the president of Fortress met with 88 Blue Star employees, who immigrated to Earth. After the 88 of us arrived on Earth, we can report directly to Fortress Company, and the specific positions will be adjusted by the system. Points are also a criterion." "Lin Wu," Shauna reminded, "I said points, etc., etc. Please cooperate." Lin Wu asked curiously, "What is the weight? Are there any other conditions?" Shauna replied, "Yes. That is to assist Fortress agents. Several Fortress agents will appear in the game. They remember our names and faces in advance. If they need our help, we must provide help. If you refuse to help Fortress agents, your job in Fortress on Earth may be lost. On the contrary, helping Fortress agents will greatly increase the chances of promotion to senior positions." Lin Wu can brag, but he is not good at lying. For a while, He didn't know how to face Shauna's secret as an uninformed person. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Did you meet her?" Shauna nodded. "Yes, not only did I meet the Fortress agent, but I also married her for her mission. That is the Love Road mission." Linwoo was shocked. "Nightmare?" Sana nodded, shocked. "Right?" Sana was very satisfied with Linwoo's expression, and continued, "The Love Road mission was released at the beginning. Nightmare had been looking for the Fortress personnel until she met me. I asked for a medical book and a Desert Eagle. She was very angry but gave them to me. So far, she has died 5 times, and I have died twice. Sigh. The road of love cannot be a road for one person." Shauna assisted Nightmare in completing some of the tasks on the road of love. When it came to the stage of marriage, Shauna was resistant to it, but could not resist Nightmare's pleading. Finally, Shauna asked for the Desert Eagle and the medical book and successfully married Nightmare. Marriage is just one part of the task. Shauna does not need to do anything next. The task also requires a certain amount of time to wait. After being killed by Linwoo, Shauna was resurrected near Beishang Town. Knowing that Shadow Base is the most powerful base in Beishang Town, she used the Beishang Town player radio to contact Stone and join Shadow Base. Shauna said, "Nightmare died too many times and had no skills. So she was stuck on the task of the textile factory. It happened that I died for the 2nd time. And she came to the wild to pick me up, wanting to borrow the power of the shadow to help her. I didn't take it seriously. But the tailoring skill was brought up at the meeting, and I mentioned the textile factory. After the meeting, I met with her, and she said she had a book of tailoring skills, and she was worried about whether you could cooperate with her to complete the task. Shauna, I said that as long as you express goodwill first, he will be embarrassed to do anything dirty." Shauna said, "I want to apologize to you here." Linwoo didn't care. Waved, "It's okay. It's okay. It's a small matter." Shauna said, "I didn't want to say it, but you are all very good to me. Although I didn't harm the interests of Shadow. Deception itself is a kind of harm." Linwoo pondered for a moment. "Then you should tell Sure too." Shauna nodded. "I plan to tell Sure too tonight. There is another reason why I tell you today. Nightmare contacted Sure too last night, hoping to establish a long-term cooperative relationship." Linwoo understood. Instead of being exposed in the future, you might as well expose it yourself. Shauna smiled and admitted, "I have such an idea. I don't believe in Nightmare's acting ability." Linwoo suddenly realized, no wonder Nightmare knows that we have the ability to pass through the tunnel. My acting skills are good. After arriving on Earth, I can consider becoming an actor. Sana said, "You don't have any ideas? This is too weird." After I said so many exciting details, Linwoo didn't react at all. The weirdest thing is that he is not curious at all. Linwoo said seriously, "I have always believed in you and supported you. I not only think you are a girl with a story, but also think you are a kind girl." "Really?" Sana's face was full of suspicion. Linwoo said, "It's getting late. You still have to go back to the market. Let's go back to the base first." "Okay." Strange. The market time is from 1 to 5 p.m. Near noon, the personnel who visited the main base of the cement factory got on the car. Sure too repeatedly told Maya, "Be careful and safe, don't play crazy. The sub-base does not have many trading items, only the plugins that the main base does not want are left. There are medicines, but they are not rich enough to trade. So forget it." Maya and Linwoo did not join the fun of the market, and they continued to torture Scream and practice shooting. Even if there are 4 Screams in the east, south, west and north, there are not enough zombies for 2 people to kill, in order to provide zombies with a chance to refresh. Linwoo and Maya made up for 5 hours of sleep in the afternoon and planned to go to Zwa County at night. When the bases were opened, Maya received an important task to personally inspect the 3 bases and determine the post-winter goals. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the 2 opened the dormitory screen, and a cold air invaded their skin. Checking the temperature. The temperature had dropped to 7 degrees. This temperature has a characteristic. When the sun is shining during the day, you will not feel cold. As the sun sets, the cold invades. Fortunately, the clothes of the 2 have been upgraded. 50 points of cold resistance can resist 0 degrees, and 60 points can resist -5 degrees. Thinking of the day shift, it is probably difficult for several people to go out at night. Maya has a different style of doing things. She did not conduct a comprehensive investigation of the 3 quasi-bases. Instead, she drove by, passed by the fire station, passed by the sawmill, and passed by the baseball field. On the way back to the supermarket base, Lin Wu raised a question. Maya replied, "You have explained the details very clearly. I will not get more information than you by observing from a height like you. What I need is the geographical location." Lin Wu asked, "Have you decided on the base?" Maya shook her head. The advantages and disadvantages of the 3 bases are obvious. You can choose any one of them. The fire station has excellent geographical conditions and a comfortable environment. Obviously, there are not many large outdoor grids, and there are only 3 at most. The baseball field is large, but like the supermarket base, zombies will suddenly touch the residential area, and sentries are needed to be on duty. The sawmill is good, but the disadvantage is that there is no defensive position, and there is not even a height difference. When defending the city, players must face zombies directly on the ground. Maya said, "The key lies in whether the 3 bases have additional facilities. Our mountaintop church base is the base recommended by the system map. Although there are no additional facilities, it is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The invincible base is also a base recommended by the system, with 2 major features, cars and gasoline." Lin Wu said, "I have a suggestion. Suggestion 1, find Nightmare to support you. I think she still has a map. Suggestion 2, let's search for a system map." Maya, the only place that has a map is the city hall. The city hall is in the middle of the city. The lesson from history, we have been beaten up many times and never won. The density of zombies in the town is not the same as that in the county. Lin Wu started to give bad ideas. "Can we pass by? I will use a drone to check the distribution of zombies." Maya did not answer immediately. That road is a zombie gathering area. It's all about the heartbeat. You won't be able to play with your heartbeat again. Damn Lin Wu. Maya turned the steering wheel and left road 2, driving into the city. Although she had been to the textile factory last time, the scale of zombies in the city hall was completely different. Maya dodged left and right, but still couldn't avoid the zombies. After a while, the hood began to smoke, and the durability of the car dropped to 20%. Maya asked, "What's the plan?" "No. I knew I couldn't listen to him." Maya said, "Go to the rooftop after entering the city hall." Why did I listen to his bad idea in a fit of anger? The city hall was just in front of me. The car ran over a zombie, and the hood immediately caught fire. Lin Wu was also furious. "Shuwang, you idiot. It was the tire that ran over it. It has nothing to do with the engine." 7 seconds countdown. Maya slammed the brakes. The 2 got out of the car and ran towards the city hall. The zombies were chasing them from behind. The car exploded. A circle of zombies was cleared, but compared to the total number of zombies, it was not enough. Lin Wu rushed to Kwang Ming, who was rushing towards him. He hugged Kwang Ming and fell to the ground, and stabbed him to death regardless of his injuries. Maya came later. There was no time to open the door. Her body broke through the glass door and rolled into the city hall, turned around and held the knife to guard the door. But what surprised the 2 was that all the zombies stopped 5 meters away from the city hall. Lin Wu looked back at the city hall. There was no trace of zombies inside. A fat uncle in his 50s, wearing a cow hat, was sitting behind the service desk. He was looking at the 2 with a smile. Chapter 119, Bounty Hunter. Lin Wulamei retreated and went into stealth. After waiting for a while, the zombies outside lost their target, stopped making noises, and slowly dispersed. The 2 stood in front of the fat uncle. The fat uncle excitedly said, "Braveheart brings you here. 5 minutes of nonsense. Which means that the city hall is now the bounty hunter headquarters of Fortress Company. You can get the bounty hunter status after completing the task. After becoming a bounty hunter, you can come here to receive the bounty task. The bounty rewards include various fashionable and warm clothes, various weapons and firearms, a variety of props and skill books, seasonal popular clothing, etc. The bounty task is divided into 10 stars. 10 stars are the most difficult, and the rewards are also the best. Since they are the first group of warriors to arrive at the bounty hunter headquarters in Zhou County, the uncle gave them a privilege. They can start from the 2-star task. Of course, first they need to get the status of bounty hunter. The fat uncle waved his hand, and countless envelopes appeared in front of the table. Randomly draw your own task. Lin Wu stretched out 2 fingers, and the envelope came in his hand. Maya leaned over to take a look. Lin Wu opened the envelope and read, "Kill a fierce beast alone. And the time limit is 7 days. Fatty, who are you looking down on?" He walked out of the door with a dagger in his hand. "That. Come here." The zombies around him were collectively making a commotion. A group fight is not good. Lin Wu turned back. Uncle. Is there a back door? The fat uncle pointed back. Maya took out an envelope, 2 left hands, 5 right hands, and 3 right legs. Mission prompt. After receiving this mission, use a sharp blade to attack zombies. There is a certain chance of cutting off limbs. The 2 sneak to the back door. The back door is a street. The density of zombies is still very high. They are about 10 meters away from the safe zone. Lin Wu walked out of the safe zone, took the silent, and shot at Kwang Ming, who was 10 meters away, and Kwang Ming ran over happily to die. In comparison, Maya's mission is much more difficult. The biggest trouble is her swordsmanship. The beheading rate of intermediate swordsmanship is very high, and she will be beheaded directly after 2 cuts. Lin Wu on the side came up with a bad idea. Corpse. Maya looked back at Lin Wu. Dismember? Lin Wu spread his hands. Maybe Shi Huang needs to train some perverted killers. I'm sorry, Shi Huang is very upright. A corpse is a corpse. It cannot be dismembered or destroyed. So Lin Wu sat aside and watched Maya chop. And cheered Maya on. Okay. 1 knife. 2 knives. You want to do it? Don't behead her. 1 knife. Oh! My God. 1 knife. Oh my God. 1 knife. 1 knife. 2 knives. 3 knives. Hold on. 4 knives. It fell off. The left leg fell off? Have you done too many bad things? Maya turned around and walked to Lin Wu with a knife, full of murderous intent. Lin Wu immediately lowered his voice. What a pity. Maya hit Lin Wu's head 3 times with the knife, and continued to chop. The efficiency of the task was terrible. Maya cut off a left hand in 5 minutes. Lin Wu applauded and cheered. Good. Huh? There is murderous intent again. Lin Wu hurriedly said, use 2 knives. The main hand knife is swordsmanship, and the offhand knife has no swordsmanship. I am really too smart. No wonder people say that people are forced to do it. Without Maya's murderous intent, I would never think of such a trick. For survival, Maya drew out the second knife, and chopped the zombie with the offhand, as expected. The decapitation would not be activated, and the efficiency was instantly improved, and the unlucky zombie was killed after his limbs were cut off. Lin Wu sat on the steps, his hands shaped like trumpets, and he shouted, You're welcome. Maya instantly lost her fighting spirit, and couldn't help but point her knife at Lin Wu. Go in. Be careful. Lin Wu reminded. Maya turned around, beheaded the zombie that attacked from behind with 1 knife, and then faced the second zombie. Lin Wu sighed. I wanted to abandon you and not say thank you for helping you, but wanted to chop me down with you. But the truth is cruel. Wouldn't you have been attacked without me? Don't use your main hand. You idiot. Maya couldn't help but retort. Didn't you see there were 3? Lin Wu, you can't do it with 3? Fortunately, it was a game. If there was such a spectator around in real life, Maya couldn't guarantee that she would go up and beat him up. Anyway, while Lin Wu was cheering, Maya finally completed the task, and a bounty hunter logo appeared on the left chest of the 2 people's coats. The fat uncle explained the rules of bounty hunters. 1. You can only accept 1 task at a time. 2. Each mission has a time limit, and bounty points will be deducted if the mission fails. 3. After accumulating enough bounty points, you can be promoted to a high-level bounty hunter. 4. You can fill in the base address, and after completing the mission, the prize will be delivered to the base by express delivery. 5. All missions are carried out by lottery, and you don't know the mission content or the mission reward before accepting the mission. Maya asked, There is nothing in this building? The fat uncle replied, And me. Maya was speechless. Then how do we go back? The fat uncle, You can go back the same way you came. Lin Wu pulled out a dagger and put it on the fat uncle's neck. Speak nicely, or I will kill you. The fat uncle replied calmly, Even zombies dare not approach me, so what right do you have to threaten me? Poke, invalid object, dead Dawn. The rotting uncle is the only NPC that will not be attacked by zombies. Fat uncle, I suggest you learn more about this building. If you are lucky, you can leave safely. Lin Wu put away the dagger. Let's do a 2-star mission first. Maya admires Lin Wu's mentality. He is not in a hurry at all when facing the desperate situation of being besieged. Brother, we just lost a car, and are now surrounded by countless zombies. You still have the mood to accept the mission? Another pile of envelopes. Lin Wu reached out and took it. Eliminate the blood plague in the Highland Villa. Ahaha, this mission? This is just a 2-star mission? After reading the explanation, Lin Wu understood. This mission has no limit on the number of people, no limit on weapons. As long as there is a mission person in the team will be considered successful if they kill the blood plague. Time limit is 7 days. Maya asked, what is the prize? Lin Wu replied, choose one of 3, 20 iron blocks, a random green skill book, and an advanced car repair kit. What rubbish. Maya also drew an envelope. Kill 100 male zombies of the blood plague. Reward, tracer bullet design. Task description, after learning how to make tracer bullets, you can use bullet molds to make tracer bullets. Tracer bullet effect, low chance of burning. Lin Wu said, better than mine. Maya said, let's focus on the present first, how to leave here. Since the NPC said the way to leave is in the building, then the way to leave is in this 3-story building. Lin Wu said, he also said that if we are lucky, we can leave safely. Maya said, do your best first, then try your luck. Search separately. There should be no zombies in the building. Not only are there no zombies, there are no lootable items. Furniture and other items are all decorations. Cannot be moved, cannot be broken. It has been a few days since leaving the shadow base. Lin Wu is rarely active in a bright room, and his mood is still quite good. Look left and right. The so-called luck means that you can get it by reaching out your hand, or you can't find it even if you dig 3 feet into the ground. Maya? I'm here. Maya came down from the 3rd floor, and saw Lin Wu standing next to the fat uncle, looking at the fire evacuation map on the wall. Maya stepped forward and asked, what's going on? Lin Wu pointed, there is a sewer entrance. Maya asked again, why? Lin Wu said, have you ever seen a fire evacuation map that would mark the entrance to a small waterway? Are you afraid that people won't run underground? It seems to make sense. Maya and Lin Wu followed the map to a basement. Maya picked up the manhole cover alone. A rotten and rancid smell with a little bit of hot smell immediately filled the entire basement. Lin Wu covered his nose. It smells like a septic tank. Maya was curious. How do you know? Lin Wu replied, I've been to a pig farm. I couldn't stand it. The smells inside were very messy, but the categories were very obvious. The first was the smell of a septic tank. The second was the smell of corpses that zombies didn't have. The third was the smell of water vapor evaporating after a few drops of rain in the summer. The fourth smelled of oil, a very greasy smell of oil. Lin Wu ran up the stairs, breathing deeply, and soon heard Maya calling him. Lin Wu had no choice but to go back to the basement, and follow the vertical ladder to the sewer below. Maya pointed at the wall, a maze. Lin Wu breathed through his mouth, looking at the topographic map of the sewers in Zhou County on the wall, which was densely packed and jagged, said, I can't understand it at all. Maya pointed, we are here, walk this way, and we can reach the county sign. Lin Wu said, we have to turn at least 40 times. Right? Maya didn't speak, closed her eyes and muttered something, opened her eyes again, closed her eyes again, muttered something again. She was splitting the entire maze map into multiple parts, storing them separately in each room separated by her mind. Each room had a code name. The process was like clicking on the C drive, then clicking on my collection, and then clicking on 3-year simulation. Lin Wu knew that this was a memory method called mind space. I understand, but Lin Wu doesn't know how to do it. It's enough to have a brain. If you can't play 3M masterpieces, don't force it to run, or it will crash. Okay. Maya pointed with a finger. Let's go. Lin Wu stuffed his nostrils with a cloth strip, seeing Maya so determined. He hurriedly said, don't you think about it again, it stinks. Our car is still here. Maya said firmly, let's go. After walking around a few corners, he encountered a wave of zombies. The density was far less than that of the county town, but it was better in grouping and suddenness. After all, meeting a group of zombies at the corner was very stimulating to the senses. Maya picked up the knife and chopped without saying a word. Lin Wu didn't dare to speak either. If he disturbed Maya's thoughts, he would have to spend his whole life in the sewer. I don't know if I can build a base. If I kill Maya, I can actually survive as a hunter. Facing these 10 zombies, Lin Wu wanted to say, damn, Dawn is too bad. Players who can reach the city hall are more or less capable. It is impossible for them to defeat 10 zombies. The purpose of the zombies is to interfere with the player's memory. As long as they make a little mistake, their evil plan will succeed. After walking for a while, Lin Wu vaguely felt something was wrong. Maya began to draw X on the wall with a marker. I didn't dare to say it, nor did I dare to ask. I was panicking, and it smelled bad. The hot breath kept coming from all directions. Damn dawn. After a while, Lin Wu saw the X. Maya stood in front of the X with her eyes closed. The index and middle fingers of her left hand pointed at her forehead, and she was muttering something. After the ritual, Maya opened her eyes, pointed to the left, and walked forward with the knife. After a while, Lin Wu had completely lost his sense of direction. He went up a small staircase, walked through a corridor, and took a sewer. He followed Maya's instructions. Kill zombies. Walk. Turn around. The good news is that I didn't see X again. The bad news is that Maya spent more and more time thinking. Suddenly Maya pointed happily. It turned out to be a vertical ladder. There was a manhole cover on the vertical ladder. Awesome. Lin Wu admired. Maya smiled leisurely. General. Lin Wu went up first in stealth mode. Used all his strength to move the manhole cover, and secretly stuck his head out. At that time, Lin Wu had only two thoughts. Where is this? The second thought, there are so many zombies. Lin Wu came down. Whispered to Maya, I don't know how to say it. Maya was puzzled. She climbed up the vertical ladder, and stuck her head out to look for a while. Lowered her head, and asked softly, Where is this? Lin Wu spread his hands. I don't know. But it is definitely not the county sign. This place is brightly lit. And judging from the density of zombies, it is not inferior to the city hall. Lin Wu suddenly thought of something. Come down. I seem to have seen this place before. Maya went down. Lin Wu went up, looked for a while, and slid to the ground, with an indescribable look on his face. Maya asked, Where is this? Lin Wu, like Shauna, held his forehead. Fire station. He wanted to cry. The county emblem is in the north of Zwa County, and the fire station is in the south of Zwa County. Maya was extremely embarrassed when she heard it, and was at a loss. This. I'm sorry. She wanted to dig a hole with her feet, and bury herself in it. Lin Wu said, Don't be like this. There is good news. We are near the left gas station on the side of the road. There is a red car in the gas station that can be used. This is the information obtained by Lin Wu and Shauna from the signal tower when they visited the fire station at night. Maya followed Lin Wu out of the sewer. Lin Wu hid behind the scrapped car, and looked at a zombie 3 meters away. The zombie looked up at the bright moon, and Lin Wu waited patiently. The zombie slowly turned his head to look at Lin Wu, and Lin Wu hid immediately. It was not until the zombie started to move that Lin Wu went out from behind the bunker. Lin Wu sneaked up to catch up with the zombies, while paying attention to the other two zombies 3 meters away. 3 meters is a dangerous distance. The only way to be safe is to not let the zombies see you. Lin Wu passed through the middle of two zombies, assassinated zombie A, laid it horizontally on the ground, and then took down zombie B. Zombie C turned around, which was what Lin Wu expected. Feng stabbed it from behind and executed it. In this way, the two sneaked to the side of the red car. There were a lot of zombies around them more than 10 meters away. Maya got in the car to check, and asked Lin Wu to lean over to her ear, and whispered word by word, 50% durability. Fuel is running low. Damn. Xu Guang. You can. The car at the gas station is out of fuel. Can you believe it? Xu Guang. Why do you think it went to the gas station? Lin Wu gently closed the car door, moved to the gas pump, and used a dagger to unscrew the 4 cross screws on the back of the gas pump. Opened the cover, and placed 4 barrels of gasoline inside. This is the standard operation for looting gas stations, as long as no one gets there first. There must be gasoline in the partition on the back of the gas pump. Lin Wu took the gasoline and prepared to go back. A zombie moved to the side of the car. It seemed to have discovered something. It seemed not to have discovered anything. The zombie stood in front of the driver's door and turned its head back and forth. Lin Wu looked around. He had only cleaned up the area around the car. There were still a bunch of zombies in the outer circle, among which there were at least 2 crazy, and Scream was standard. Why didn't zombies have the law of the jungle? According to the law of the jungle, crazy should bite all zombies to death, and zombies should bite Scream to death. After thinking wildly for a while, Lin Wu finally found an opportunity to kill the zombies, and started refueling, while paying attention to the movements on the left and right. After refueling, put the empty oil barrel gently on the ground, opened the car door, and entered the passenger seat. Maya looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu nodded. Maya started the engine. Hum. 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 The zombies around him turned around and found the food, and the engine was still humming. Chapter 120 Busy. Finally, the engine started with a bang, and the zombies had already run towards the car. The car started, and a zombie lay on the hood, and Lin Wu shot it to death with a silencer. A zombie grabbed Lin Wu's car door, and Lin Wu opened the door, and the zombie was crushed to death by the pillar and the door. Behind, Maya reminded. Lin Wu immediately turned the gun, and the gun was too long to operate, but even so, he still shot down the zombie that grabbed the trunk. It was a pity that it took a little time, and the durability of the car decreased a little. Maya was either in a panic, or she had already thought of the way to go, and did not take the right way, and drove through the potholes on the side, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the front of the car suddenly lifted up, and climbed up the curb, and then drove away. Until they drove away from the fire station, and drove on the comfortable number 2 road, Maya had time to celebrate with Lin Wu. Escaped again. Lin Wu lowered the car window, and shouted to the outside, "We will come back." Maya heard it, and said in her heart 1,000 times, "No. I will never take risks again next time." Thinking of this, Maya said, "The fire station is a really good place. There are plenty of supplies around. It will take at least half a month to search it all." Lin Wu said, "Haven't we discussed this? The 2 biggest problems with the fire station are, one is that there are few large outdoor grids, and the other is that it is very difficult to take down the fire station." Maya said, "You can consider using the sewer. What we discussed before was that players attracted the attention of zombies on the roof of the commercial street, which would inevitably put players in danger. But there is a sewer near the gas station, and the gas station is only 100 meters away from the fire station. We can use the underground passage to attract zombies to the vicinity of the gas station. Bring enough Molotov cocktails." Maya meant that the vertical ladder in the sewer can only take 1 person up and down at a time, or 1 zombie, which will inevitably cause zombie congestion. At this time, a Molotov cocktail can maximize the value of the Molotov cocktail, ensuring that the nearby screams will attract all zombies to the vicinity of the gas station. In this way, the density of zombies in the fire station will be greatly reduced. Lin Wu said, "I agree. This is within Maya's scope of consideration." Lin Wu did not interrupt. Maya apologized again. "I'm sorry today. Because of my arrogance, we were almost trapped in the sewer." Lin Wu said, "You have already apologized. It's not all your fault. Shiguang is too bad. A group of zombies suddenly came out to scare people." Maya also felt that Shiguang was bad, but she would not say it out loud, changing the subject. "We must be more careful in the future." She felt weak after saying this. Lin Wu said, "We still have to go to the city hall to accept the task." "Is that so? Let's talk about it later. Adventure is dangerous, but if you don't take risks, how can you know that the city hall is a bounty task release point? I believe this game still has many elements." Maya believes that until the game is closed, there will still be many people who will miss a lot of content in the game. Lin Wu and Maya were very busy. After returning home, they kept listening to screams from all directions all night long. They took a short nap, and went to do the bounty mission at dawn, before the zombies at the checkpoint went to work. Maya's mission is more troublesome. Currently, there are only blood zombies near the blood plague, and the refresh speed is very slow. So Maya accompanied Lin Wu back to the shadow base first. Lin Wu's mission destination, the Highland Villa, is near the shadow base. Maya is going to work the day shift, so she went to the main base with Lin Wu to say hello, but as soon as she arrived at the door, she exploded. Xiao Dao pointed at the logo on the chest of the 2 people's clothes. "What is this? How many bad things have you done behind our backs?" Lin Wu immediately leaned towards Maya and said, "Couple, system-certified couple." Shauna walked closer and took a look. "Bounty hunters." Sure too said weakly, "There are surprises every day. You think it's not exciting enough if you don't make 1 or 2 people angry to death, right?" Everyone came forward to ask. Maya is a real person and explained. Sure too knew it was bad after hearing it. These 2 people got the bounty hunter qualification after a narrow escape. Shuadon saw the light in Shida's eyes. So he asked Maya, "How about we go now?" Not to mention Sure too. Maya shook her head again and again. "No. We are lucky to get out alive. The car was left there before it was even warmed up, and I dared not even think about taking it back." She and Lin Wu did not discuss the pickup truck, which was an impossible task. The second was the sewer. If it were not for the mercy of Dawn, they would still be running around in it. Sure too tried to smooth things over. "Lin Wu, you want to do a task? That guy. Accompany him. The others should chop wood today. The temperature is getting lower and lower. Those without clothes should pay attention to their physical condition. The temperature is 12 degrees during the day, and the temperature is close to 0 at night. Those who have not upgraded their clothes cannot go out at night. Who is that guy? Shirtu did not say. Nor did he name anyone. Shauna took the initiative to walk to Lin Wu and asked with concern, "Do you have time to chop wood at the supermarket base?" Lin Wu replied, "We have dozens of kilograms of charcoal. The day before yesterday, the park was plundered, and there was a lot of charcoal and coal in the campground. They threw them all into the pickup truck and brought them back." The others were silent. "Okay. They have everything." Seeing this, Lin Wu hurriedly said, "Shauna and I will go to the Highland Villa first. It's irritating again." Shirtu watched the two walk away and said, "Should we arrange for everyone to visit the Invincible base in the afternoon? At least we can get some sense of superiority. The main base cannot stand being pressed by the branch base." On the other side, Shauna, who was walking, showed Lin with a swallowtail dart. She pulled her left hand on the belt, and a dart was clasped in her palm. After the dart was thrown, because of the sound of the wind, it made a light swoosh sound, which was very rhythmic and very pleasant to listen to. The flying speed of the dart was slightly faster than that of the light crossbow, and slightly lower than that of the compound crossbow. It would kill the zombie instantly if it hit the head. The most amazing thing was that the swallowtail dart could make a more beautiful arc than Carlos. Seeing Lin Wu's exclamation, Shauna was even more proud, and she specially performed the trick. The dart flew more than 10 meters away, and kept spinning like a boomerang and flew back. However, Shauna's training times are limited. Seeing that the dart was about to hit Lin Wu quickly grabbed Shauna's arm to block the dart. Shauna looked at Lin Wu and pulled the dart off her arm. "How do you have a girlfriend?" Lin Wu was not interested in how he had a girlfriend, but had more questions about the swallowtail dart. There are 12 dovetail darts in total. Theoretically, they will not be damaged or lost. However, after use, they need to be manually recovered like crossbow arrows, and tragedy may occur at this time. For example, if you hit a zombie, and then you can't beat the zombies, then the dart can only be stuck in the zombie. The most likely reason for loss is that you didn't hit the target, and you don't know where it flew. After losing the dart, you can use 2 pieces of steel to make a new dart, and you can only have 12 darts at most. The dovetail dart is an exclusive item, others can't use it, and it won't be put into the warehouse. Lin Wu looked down at the dart belt on Shauna's waist, and counted the number of darts. Shauna quickly turned her arm to cover the dart bag. "Let's go." "Let's go!" Lin Wu asked curiously, "How many are left?" Shauna burst into tears. 5. Lin Wu was shocked. 12 yesterday. 5 left today. 7 lost? Shauna, can you stop showing off your calculation ability? 12 to 5 is obviously equal to 0. Not even 1 was lost. Lin Wu, how miserable. Shauna, don't say that. Lin Wu said, I can get 20 pieces of iron after completing this task. Shauna was surprised. Su sure can make 4 pieces of steel. Lin Wu, first. I have to see the practicality of the swallowtail dart. Swallowtail darts are very practical, with a very high hit rate. Unlike crossbows and firearms, swallowtail darts have a certain system correction ability. The swallowtail dart should have flown 5 centimeters away from the zombie, but the system can correct it to hit the zombie. Of course, it is only a certain error correction ability. The zombie is clearly in the east, but you insist on throwing it to the west. It is impossible to hit it. Not only is it practical, but it is also very handsome. The swallowtail dart can be used with both hands. Shauna is like holding a Gatling gun, and she knocks down zombies one by one. However, the Gatling bullets are a bit short. After firing 5 rounds, you have to pull out the water pipe to eliminate the remaining zombies. You can't recover the swallowtail dart until all the zombies are dead. The most interesting thing is that the swallowtail dart is a special item, and others can't help to recover it. Lin Wu especially praised this rule, thinking back to the time when he went through the tunnel with Maya, who had a crossbow. He picked up arrows all the way. Speaking of the crossbow, Lin Wu asked, are you still distributing the crossbows on the turntable during the day shift? Shauna was very smart, and knew what Lin Wu was going to ask. She said, everyone thinks that it is meaningless to distribute them this way. Shirtu also thinks that it is better to make the crossbow a special weapon for someone, which makes it easier to develop crossbow skills. The problem is who gets it. No one is too embarrassed to say they want it, but in fact everyone wants it. Materials are also a problem. If it is a special weapon, special personnel will work overtime to obtain materials. Currently, the base only provides 30 crossbows per day, and this situation may decrease with the coming of winter. The two walked and chatted to the outside of the Highland Villa. This is the first place where the two teamed up for a mission. Sana was quite emotional about this. Before she could say a few words, she found that Lin Wu was gone. Looking around carefully, she found that Lin Wu had entered stealth mode and blended into the surrounding environment. Because the distance was 10 meters, if you don't look carefully, you really can't find this person. The more you compare, the sadder you feel. The target was on the 3rd floor of the villa, and he was stabbed to death by Lin Wu with almost no resistance. After all, he is not afraid of a head-on confrontation, not to mention that Lin Wu did not follow the ethics of martial arts and attacked by surprise. Touching the corpse, oh my god, another fishing book. Did Xu Guang see that it was difficult for everyone to survive the winter, and deliberately raise the explosion rate of the fishing book? Going downstairs, Lin Wu asked, "Are the materials for the engineer shovel ready?" Sana had a headache. No. Lin Wu, come on. Sana, it's better to take actual action. Lin Wu handed over the fishing book. Go to the market to exchange it yourself. After leaving the villa, Lin Wu looked at the garage. Sana said, "It has been searched." Lin Wu knew that it had been searched. When he arrived at the Highland Villa for the second time, Lin Wu was in a low mood and accompanied Shauna to walk around the garage and the tree house. Now I remember that there is a place in the garage that I haven't searched. Entering the garage, I saw the pickup truck without the engine. Lin Wu pried open the trunk and found a box of shotgun bullets inside. Then he pried open the door of the pickup truck and went in to touch it for a while and only found some snacks. Shauna asked, "Why did you suddenly think of the pickup truck?" Lin Wu said, "When I was in Beixiong town, I went to many garages, and there were almost no cars in the garage. The cars were not scrapped cars, but this garage had a scrapped car without an engine, which was very strange. The hood was opened, and you could see at a glance that the engine was missing." Lin Wu walked around the car and observed it, saying, "I got the silent one through the clues here. The reason why I was able to get the clues was because of the clues from the factory. The clues said that the owner of the villa was a survival master and had military experience. In addition to the silent one, he should have a jeep." This time Lin Wu made a mistake. Shauna accompanied Lin Wu to search for an hour, but did not find any clues or clues. On the way back, Shauna figured out why Lin Wu could find so many things. One reason was naturally good luck, and another reason was his curiosity. The same was true for Beixiong Lake. Lin Wu didn't know what was in Beixiong Lake, but when he found the blind bat, he concluded that Beixiong Lake must be hiding a secret. In the end, Lin Wu was proved right. After returning from the Highland Villa, Lin Wu also joined the woodcutting team. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Lin Wu asked Xiao Dao, "Your lichenology can find herbs, right? Why have I never seen you find herbs?" "Ah." Xiao Dao was stunned, looked around for a while, walked to the grass, and pointed to a small grass. "Is it this?" Lin Wu observed for a while. "I don't know." "Why do you think it is a herb?" Xiao Dao said, "Because it emits a faint light." Lin Wu went crazy. "Then it is a herb. Ordinary people can't see the faint light effect." Xiao Dao immediately regretted, "If it is a herb, then I have missed countless herbs." Lin Wu, "Then why are you chopping wood? Go find herbs quickly." Herbs can be directly processed into finished medicines by lichen players. In addition, each herb has its own value. If the total value exceeds 100, it can be stored in the warehouse to increase a medical resource. Maya heard it clearly, and saw Xiao Dao walking away, and said to Lin Wu, "It was my mistake. I forgot the additional herbal function of lichens. In fact, it can't be said that I forgot, but because Xiao Dao never found the herbs. Maya believed that herbs should grow in places such as forests and swamps. Who can resist collecting plants with faint light hints? There is only one answer. People who don't play games on a daily basis." Lin Wu, "It's a small matter. Find a chance to run away. We still have to go to the cement factory to cut down the blood plague." Maya looked at the people nearby who were working hard to cut down trees like a thief. "Isn't it a bit bad?" Lin Wu, "It's your task. We don't have many serum needles in our sub-base. Besides, winter is coming soon. Do you think we should consider cutting down a batch of serum and go to the invincible base to make a batch of serum needles?" Maya hesitated for a moment. "You are so annoying. I want to leave, but I am embarrassed to leave." After struggling, "I still can't make up my mind." It would be easy for Lin Wu. He would not feel guilty, and would just say he had something to do and run away first. Maya was different. She was still nominally the deputy commander, and was in charge of the day shift. The entire day shift, including shirt 2, was cutting wood together to prepare for winter. So she was embarrassed to run away first. Lin Wu added, "The 4 screamers haven't screamed for a long time. You? Go away." Maya wanted to fly back to the branch base, where she could play with guns at the checkpoint, and go to the cement factory to cut blood plague. If you feel depressed, you can go to the city to wander around. There are also bounty missions. Lin Wu continued, "I plan to go to Beishang town to collect some ropes first. There are a lot of ropes in the base." Lin Wu explained, "Do you think we can reach the city hall through the sewers at the county mark? If so, we can go to take the mission at any time." Maya looked at Lin Wu. "Shirt 2 said you were a bad guy. I never believed it. You just want to see me scratching my head and feeling uncomfortable. Right? Lin Wu is a real person." Smiling and nodding, "I am a devil. A devil full of temptation. Childish devil." Maya said, "Go to Beishang town at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we will go into the sewers at night." Lin Wu said, "We haven't slept yet today." Maya sighed, "Where did the time go?" Lin Wu replied, "Logging." Maya didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, Okay, we will leave at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's okay to pretend.